May 20th, 2040 AD. There are still 6 days until the apocalypse. Gongshu District, Hangzhou, Zhejiang Province. On the top floor of the Huanglong building, the noon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, sharply outlining the city skyline. Below, the streets bustled with hurrying pedestrians and endless traffic. Car horns and distant clamor mingled as everyone rushed toward their destinations, toiling for their daily bread. The office was a haven of silence, the air conditioner humming a steady coolness, a stark contrast to the warmth outside. A young man in a well-tailored dark gray suit stood before the window. His back was straight, his posture relaxed, yet his gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, resting on the bustling street below. Enjoying the thriving prosperity, his name was Qin Feng. 3 months ago, this name was utterly unknown in the Hangzhou business circle. But now he was the mysterious helm of the Huanglong Group, whose Fenghui integrated complex projects had risen in 4 core cities, astonishing the industry. President Qin, a slightly nervous female voice, pierced the office's stillness. Lin Xian, dressed in a well-fitted professional skirt suit, stood respectfully 2 steps away from the desk. She held a tablet, her eyes fixed on the imposing figure. Regarding the urgent matters you instructed, here is the report. The 4 newly built Fenghui large-scale urban living complexes in Harbin, Shenzhen, Chengdu, and Hangzhou have all completed trial operations at the highest priority. Personnel, equipment, systems. All parameters are normal and meet safety inspection standards. She paused briefly, organizing her words, but her gaze involuntarily swept across Qin Feng's broad back. This man exuded a depth and pressure far beyond his years. Especially, the company's direct security team, you personally arranged John Dunn, totaling 2056 personnel, have all assembled with their equipment at the residential communities under their respective projects as per your requirements. Lin Xian's voice was crisp and efficient, but the next report made her hesitate. Her fingertips unconsciously pressed harder on the edge of the tablet. Qin Feng did not turn around. He merely uttered a faint like a pebble dropped into a deep pool, the ripples barely perceptible. However, Lin Xian took a breath and finally voiced her doubts. President Qin, internally, some department heads and executives have concerns and suggestions regarding the arrangement and treatment of Jean Dun. Oh, Qin Feng finally moved, turning his head slightly, revealing a sharply defined jawline. His voice remained steady, betraying no emotion. What concerns? Let's hear them. Lin Xian gathered her courage. 2 main points. First, the number of personnel deployed. Each complex has a standing security force of over 500, far exceeding the standard for similar projects, usually 200,300, leading to enormous labor costs. Second, the compensation standards. Jean Dun members have a minimum base monthly salary of 200, far exceeding that of other security personnel and even some mid-level managers. They also enjoy lifetime residency for their families within the project communities, children's education subsidies, a series of benefits far above industry standards, more favorable than those of most RD and management positions. There's been quite some talk, and morale is a bit unsettled. As Lin Xian finished, silence filled the office. Only the faint hiss of the central air conditioning could be heard. Qin Feng slowly turned around. A handsome yet stern face met Lin Xian's eyes. Her heartbeat skipped a beat, not only from the boss' charisma, but also from a deep, unfulfilled yearning within her heart. She dared not meet his gaze. Qin Feng walked behind the large desk and sat down. His slender, well-defined fingers tapped lightly on the smooth surface, producing a crisp, clicking sound. Secretary Lin, since you raised this question, I assume it represents the concerns of others below. Regarding these rumors, let me explain. Qin Feng's tone was very calm. These 2000 brothers, why are they worth the price I set? Lin Xian immediately lifted her head and prepared her notepad. First, I served in the military for several years. What is the most precious thing in military life? It is the bond of brotherhood. I trust them. I trust the loyalty and reliability forged by this comradeship. He paused. Second, because I came from the military, I understand more deeply the difficulties that soldiers face after leaving the army and re-entering society. Many veterans shed blood and sweat for the nation, and many are left with various injuries. Even I have been troubled by tinnitus and rhinitis for years. The gunfire from back then damaged my auditory nerves. In freezing cold, even with a fever, we would grit our teeth and continue training and missions. Countless people like me, when they return to civilian life, find it hard to apply the skills learned in the military. Many have to start from scratch, their spirit worn down by society. Now that I have the ability, I want to do my part, to give them a stable home and make their families live better. Third, Qin Feng's voice became even more solemn and dignified. Veterans possess excellent military discipline, strict organization, and strong teamwork skills. Stationing them there, they are not just guards, but elite forces guarding our Fenghui. We must preserve the fine qualities cultivated in the military. Let them continue to shine. And by the way, let their families live better. Only when their families are settled and their worries behind can they carry out the duty of protection with undivided focus. Qin Feng's words instantly dispelled the doubts in Lin Xian's heart, replaced by a deep admiration and reverence for the military, and a burgeoning admiration for the man before her. Boss, you served in the army. No wonder you have such a unique aura. So young and already built a vast empire exceptionally capable with a broad vision and this profound military sentiment. President Qin, I understand now. You are right. It was I who had a narrow vision. Lin Qian's voice carried a hint of excitement and admiration. I truly admire your vision and planning. I understand now. I'll go right away to relay your message to the relevant department heads and calm the unnecessary discussions. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his face expressionless. For the follow-up execution, coordinate closely with the project managers to ensure everything is implemented properly. Do not cut any corners. Yes. Rest assured, President Qin. I'll take care of it right now. Lin Qian gave a serious assurance and practically hurried out of the office, her back even more brisk. The door closed. As Lin Qian left, the expansive office fell into a dead silence once more. The traces of humanity and vision on Qin Feng's face vanished instantly. He leaned back in the wide leather chair, lit a Huazi cigarette, and his thoughts drifted back to the moment before his rebirth. When he led his team to hunt the 9th-level Beast King, exhausting all efforts and losing almost everyone, he finally killed the beast and obtained that rare time core. Just as he was about to claim the fruits of victory, he was suddenly betrayed by his brother of 10 years Wang Lang and his girlfriend Feng Yuqing, who stabbed him through the heart and lungs from behind when he was at his weakest. As he lay dying, seeing the twisted malice on his good brother Wang Lang's face and the cold calculation and undisguised greed in Feng Yuqing's eyes, the girlfriend he had protected with his life for 10 years in the apocalypse, Qin Feng finally understood that he had been set up. They were playing the game of the fisherman, benefiting from the conflict between the snipe and the clam. At the moment of death, with resentment and boundless fury, he simultaneously detonated his own space core and the time core he had just obtained. Since I can't have them, you won't either. In the tremendous explosion, Qin Feng was enveloped by an unknown energy, and his consciousness traveled back in time 11 years, to 1 year before the apocalypse broke out. Feng Yuqing. Wang Lang. Qin Feng's fingers on the armrest suddenly tightened, the knuckles turning white and trembling with force. He forcibly suppressed the bone-deep hatred. When he opened his eyes, only ice-cold calculation and absolute rational ruthlessness remained. 1 year. It had been 1 full year since he was blasted to pieces on that time Domineer battlefield, and his consciousness returned. This year, using his past lives' experience and memory of key nodes before the apocalypse with foresight and spatial perception, he completed the first phase of his layout with abilities and efficiency beyond normal comprehension. The 4 Fenghui complexes were carefully chosen, heavily invested, and reinforced urban fortresses. They all boasted high terrain, seismic resistance, radiation protection, and cold insulation. To the outside, they were declared as investment complexes and entrepreneurial parks, warmly welcomed by local governments who provided personnel, land, and expedited permits. Construction went smoothly. Each base could accommodate 200 people and would serve as incubators for his core strongholds. The 2056 retired soldiers, drawn by ultra-high pay, extreme loyalty, and family bonds, were his iron-blooded core in the early apocalypse. To control strongholds, maintain order, gather survivors, hunt mutant beasts and plants, and execute ruthless commands, providing them with generous treatment. It was both a means to appease and win hearts and a crucial guarantee to prevent rebellion. These elites would unleash astonishing combat power and discipline in the most chaotic initial phase. They would all be the sharpest knives in his hand. The office door was lightly knocked again. Qin Feng suppressed the malice in his eyes, returning to a calm, unruffled state. Enter. The door opened, and a figure even more striking than Lin Qian walked in. The newcomer wore a champagne-colored one-shoulder fitted mermaid dress that accentuated her exquisite curves perfectly. With a cold, elegant, and capable demeanor, she was his personal assistant and lover, Yi Bingning. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with a slender figure and a hint of coolness in her brows. Now facing Qin Feng, that coolness turned into obedience. Unlike Lin Qian, Yi Bingning knew some deeper things about Qin Feng, but even so her knowledge was limited. She only knew that the man who had pulled her back from the brink of hell had created such miracles in just 1 year. A year ago, while vacationing in Zishuangbana, Yunnan, she was kidnapped by human traffickers. Just as she was about to be sold to Myanmar, she was rescued by Qin Feng, who was there for jade gambling. From then on, Yi Bingning stayed by his side and naturally became his woman. CEO Qin. Yi Bingning's voice was clear with a hint of professional detachment. I received a call from the port. The 4 vehicles you ordered through special overseas channels, 2 Unimog all-terrain armored bulletproof SUVs, and 2 Atacama vehicles modified on the Ford F-750 heavy truck chassis, have cleared customs and arrived at the designated port warehouse. As she spoke, she handed a tablet to Qin Feng, which displayed photos and videos of the 4 vehicles, like steel beasts. Massive size, thick armor coatings, specially designed puncture-proof tires, clearly visible weapon mounting points. Every detail exuded brutal aesthetics and a pure sense of survival pressure. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, satisfaction evident on his face. These 4 customized monsters, which he personally helped design, each cost a staggering $30 million. They were equipped with the highest-grade ballistic and blast protection hardened systems against EMP, electromagnetic pulse, high-efficiency filtration, ultra-long-range powertrains, hidden anti-personnel weapon modules, and luxurious interiors. This was his guarantee of safe relocation even in the most chaotic times. Excellent. Qin Feng's fingers slid across the screen, his gaze, as if admiring a peerless beauty. Notify the port manager. Once the handover is clear, drive them immediately into our Fenghui 1 secret scrayed reinforced warehouse. Seal them. Highest level security. He didn't bother with trivial talk about payments. To acquire these vehicles, he had used massive underground funds and cross-border channels. The money was already paid. Now he just waited for them to be stored. Understood. Yi Bingming nodded, then handed over a silver folder. Also, the flight tickets you requested have all been booked according to your specified time and route. But her beautiful eyebrows knitted slightly as she looked at the itinerary. Isn't this schedule a bit too tight? Look, the day after tomorrow morning flight from Shaoshan to Los Angeles, 11-hour stop for technology procurement, then 6 a.m. sharp flight to Tokyo, stay 2 days, by noon the next day, must finish the equity transfer and special logistics handover. Then 2 p.m. direct to Riyadh for that trade negotiation. She spoke slower and slower. CEO Qin, the time is too tight, almost no rest. Some transfer times are right at the edge of airport curfew hours. Yi Bingming's worry was evident. Such a schedule would break even an Iron Man. A slight misstep could mean missing a flight and derailing the entire plan. Moreover, the technology procurement, special logistics, and trade negotiation. In her opinion, the company could send technical staff. There was no need for him to go personally. This arrangement felt busier than a head of state schedule. Qin Feng closed the folder and tossed it casually onto the corner of the desk. It's fine. His tone was flat. I have my plans. What was a bit of travel compared to the hardships of his past life? In his past life, surviving by drinking sewage and chewing mutant plant roots was a memory still vivid. This was merely a bit of wind and frost. This trip was crucial. It was the last pre-apocalypse global shopping spree, a worldwide zero-cost acquisition. Los Angeles, the largest military port in the Americas, home to several aircraft carriers and the world's biggest cargo terminal, ranking in the top 3 for annual throughput. He wanted military supplies, warships, and the shipping containers at the port, especially the Closian weapon system CIWS. He had coveted them for a long time. Tokyo, a large grain and oil storage center, the Yasukuni Shrine Seed Centers, precision machinery centers, Samsung and Mitsubishi factories. He would pay a visit to all of them. It would take a bit longer. Riyadh, the heart of Saudi Arabia, the world's largest crude oil exporter. Not taking a few trillion tons of gasoline would be a disservice to his space that could hold the entire Mediterranean. No matter how crazy the schedule, he had to seize these supplies within the last 6 days before the apocalypse. Not a single second could be wasted, because 6 days later global aviation would be completely paralyzed. These resources scattered around the world would be out of his reach. They were going to be destroyed anyway, so he might as well take them. Moreover, he had timed it just days before the apocalypse, because if he went zero cost too early, he risked detection. The police would trace it back to him. Only this time frame was the safest. By the time the FBI or Interpol found any clues, the end of the world would have already begun. Everyone would be too busy surviving to investigate him. Only then would he be safe. You. Yi Bingming looked at the unquestionable tone in Qin Feng's eyes, swallowing all her advice. This man's decisions had never changed. I understand. Go now. Qin Feng waved a hand. The door closed again. Qin Feng lit another cigarette. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the sunny scene outside, the honking cars, the smiles of passers-by, the thick smoke, made Qin Feng's features flicker between light and dark. This entire civilization is on a countdown. Haha. Humph, when the apocalypse breaks out, he'll have plenty of time to torture you, you dirty pair. The icy hatred surged again. He just stood silently in place. After finishing one cigarette, Qin Feng sat back in his executive chair, beginning to contemplate and take stock of the past year's gains. 1. Stockpiled enough food, water, medicine, and daily necessities to sustain several core factions for decades. Also his favorite fruits, vegetables, and cooked meals. 2. Several hundred batches of firearms, special combat equipment, rifles, pistols, sniper rifles, various types of ammunition, grenades, C4 explosives purchased from black markets in the US. 3. Custom equipment through secret channels, crossbows, arrows, shields, protective gear, long swords, daggers, long spears, his personal custom long spear, arrows, cold weather suits, and goggles. 4. The 4 RVs about to be stored in his space. 6 days to the apocalypse. Only 6 days. Enjoy it while you can. Qin Feng looked at the prosperity outside the window. I am preparing a feast for you in hell. Are you ready? The bone-chilling whisper drifted softly through the luxurious, spacious office. In the afternoon, Qin Feng was handling some documents when the crisp sound of the internal phone rang, breaking the silence in the room. President Qin, came the melodious voice of the front desk secretary, tinged with a hint of nervousness. A few comrades from the Municipal Bureau wish to see you, they said. From the Economic Investigation Division. Qin Feng's fingers tightened slightly around the receiver. Municipal Bureau. Economic Investigation Division. Could it be that I've been discovered? That's impossible, he thought rapidly, his mind racing through all his previous action sources of funds. Stone gambling wins from the Australian island futures profits. All accounts were spotless and could withstand the strictest tax audits with complete documentation beyond reproach. Materials procurement transactions were processed through affiliated companies with invoices and contracts in order. Payments cleared despite the massive purchase volume. It was done in batches through various channels, staying within legal boundaries and not crossing any lines of hoarding and speculation, at least for now. Infrastructure projects. Several major cities' supercomplexes were still under construction with clear contract terms and regulated payment processes. Except that the earthquake resistance and construction material standards had to meet national defense levels. There was no crime, and they were visitors not conducting a direct search or detention. They had made an appointment through the front desk rather than barging in. This meant that they were either conducting a routine check or at most inquiring due to a report. In all likelihood, they had no direct compelling evidence of a crime. Concerning those materials, everything had already been secured, making it impossible to trace. Under normal circumstances, as long as there was no illegal activity, these officers wouldn't come without reason unless someone had taken a dislike to him and was deliberately targeting him. However, having committed no illegal acts, he had nothing to fear. Let them come in. Qin Feng's voice came through the receiver. All right, President Qin. The elevator doors opened and 3 men in plain clothes, exuding a sharp demeanor and keen eyes, entered under the guidance of the front desk. The leader, around 40 years old, was robust, walking with steady strides, his square face and hawk-like eyes emanating an air of authority from years in investigative work. He was none other than Lu Zhan, the captain of the Economic Crime Investigation Team at the Municipal Bureau, followed by 2 subordinates, one young and competent, the other older, wearing glasses and appearing more cultured. President Qin, hello. Lu Zhan extended his hand, his voice resonant and powerful, his gaze piercing as it swept over Qin Feng, noticing that Qin Feng displayed no signs of panic or fear, but rather a calm composure. Lu Zhan ceased his scrutiny of Qin Feng, presenting his credentials. President Qin, hello. I am Lu Zhan from the Economic Investigation Division at the Municipal Bureau. These 2 are my colleagues. Sorry for the disturbance. We are here to verify a few matters with you today. Qin Feng stood up and shook hands with him politely, wearing a courteous smile appropriate for receiving guests. You're too kind, Captain Lu. Please have a seat. Our company Fenghui operates legally and has always actively cooperated with relevant departments. Feel free to ask any questions, and I will answer truthfully. He guided the 3 to the sofa in the reception area, where the secretary, Yi Bingning, quickly served tea and stood by. The atmosphere in the office relaxed significantly once everyone was seated. Lu Zhan exchanged a glance with his 2 colleagues, and the bespectacled Qin Jinhua took out several documents from his briefcase, meticulously laying them out one by one on the coffee table in front of Qin Feng. The papers were filled with dense tables and numbers. President Qin, hello. I am Qin Jinhua from the Technical Analysis Group of the Economic Investigation Division. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, saying, We have received a real-name report alleging that Fenghui Industrial and your personal accounts are suspected of significant abnormal fund flows, claiming there are money laundering and other illegal activities. Qin Jinhua pointed to the top summary report. According to the preliminary fund flow records we've obtained in the past year, the total amount entering your personal and affiliated company accounts exceeds 10 billion Huawei dollars. This amount is extraordinarily large and frequent for a company of Fenghui Industrial scale and industry. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through his glasses, fixing on Qin Feng. Captain Lu, and we are here for a routine preliminary check, not an investigation. According to procedural regulations, we need you to provide a detailed explanation regarding the legal sources and uses of these funds. May I ask if President Qin can clarify this? The 3 men focused their gaze on Qin Feng, and the air pressure in the office dropped several degrees. Qin Feng's smile remained unchanged, not even a flicker in his eyes. He leaned back slightly, his fingers habitually tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa, his posture relaxed. Of course, cooperating with the investigation is our duty. The sources of these funds are not complicated at all. He picked up the document in front of Qin Jinhua, glancing at it briefly before accurately pointing to the largest early transfer record. This first entry, here, shows 2,380,000,000. Captain Lu should be aware that Fenghui Industrial's main business involves mineral trade and high-end retail real estate. This part of the funds comes from my personal investment returns at the jade auction in Tengchong, Yunnan last May. He paused and looked at Lu Zhan. I was fortunate to have cut several pieces of extremely high-quality imperial green jade, with a total transaction price exceeding 2 billion. At that time, the bidding process and final settlement were fully notarized by the official auction institution, and all payments were cleared through corporate accounts with personal income tax fully paid. I believe your side must have confirmed this with Tingchong during the investigation of the report, right? Lu Zhen flashed a look of surprise and his eyes nodded and eased his expression. President Qin's insight is indeed exceptional. We have contacted the relevant departments in Tingchong for verification, and it indeed happened as you said. The transaction process was entirely legal and compliant with no issues. To amass over 20 billion in a single day, President Qin's insight is truly admirable. He spoke with a hint of admiration, underscoring that they had indeed looked into it, while also easing the tense atmosphere. It was just good luck. Qin Feng casually waved his hand, then pointed to another series of dense large fund inflows below. These add up to just over 3 billion. The source is the Australian island. Oh, Chen Jinhua slightly furrowed his brow. Funds related to casinos have always been a focal point for them. Qin Feng did not notice his expression and continued picking up the private phone on the table, quickly operating it a few times before handing the screen to Lu Zhen. Last June I stayed on the Australian island for a while playing at various casinos. These are photos of the settlement slips from some of those casinos and the final electronic transfer receipts, including proof of the 20% gambling winnings tax I paid locally, totaling nearly 3 billion. The clear photographs on the screen displayed the massive chip settlement slips and bank deposit records, and the stamps and amounts on the tax documents were clearly visible. Those numbers caused even the seasoned economic crime officers to blink in astonishment. 30 billion in a week. The office fell into silence with even the sound of breathing distinctly audible. The younger officers present could not hide their shock and disbelief mixed with envy. What was this? A night of sudden wealth. Their biggest dream was to win the lottery and reach the pinnacle of life. In reality, right before their eyes, this legendary figure was sitting before them, having become a billionaire through gambling. How could they not envy him? This part, we also contacted the relevant departments of the Australian Special Administrative Region for assistance in verification. The young officer who had remained silent until now spoke up, swallowing hard. The feedback confirms President Qin's involvement and the situation regarding the final profits. The cross-border settlement of funds also complies with local regulatory processes. He looked at Qin Feng, his gaze now carrying not only shock, but also curiosity. Was this guy a reincarnation of a gambling god? Just consider it a good hand of cards. Qin Feng retrieved his phone, his tone flat, not giving Lu Zhen and the others time to marvel. He directly pointed to the last section of the fund's record, which had the highest amount and liquidity. The remaining majority, accounting for over 50% of the total amount, comes from operations in the international futures market. This mainly involves futures contracts for crude oil, precious metals, and some high-tech companies. He succinctly added, by utilizing some judgments about global macro situations and information disparities within the industry along with a bit of luck, I generally make a profit most of the time. This portion of the profits returned to domestic company accounts in batches with complete cross-border revenue and tax records. He looked at Chen Jinhua. I believe the technical analysis should also be able to trace these transactions records in overseas clearinghouses. Chen Jinhua pushed up his glasses, silently nodding. Operations in the international futures market are relatively independent and complex, but their legality and compliance can be confirmed through official channels. Qin Feng's explanations were, at least in terms of the sources of funds, tightly woven and leak-proof. Stone gambling is luck, casinos are luck, futures are technique, and inside every funding chain is legal and has already been preliminarily verified by them. The accuser's claims regarding illegal sources have already been rendered baseless and constitute slander. Lu Zhen's doubts had not entirely dissipated. The sums involved were so immense that although the sources were legal, their sheer scale alone was enough to raise significant concern, not to mention. The young officer stepped forward, producing another document which contained information about several major recent projects of Fenghui Industrial. President Qin, we also have some questions regarding your company's use of funds, the young officer asked directly, his tone carrying a distinct seriousness typical of official inquiries. The report also involved your investments in extensive expansions and special procurements. For instance, your company is simultaneously investing in the construction of 4 large Fenghui Life Plaza complexes in Harbin, Hangzhou, Shenzhen, and Chengdu. We noted several points of concern. First, according to construction cost calculations, the materials and structural standards you require far exceed the conventional earthquake resistance requirements for civilian buildings, almost approaching military facility standards, resulting in an extremely high cost per square meter. Second, according to the contracts, you currently have a total project payment of around 100 billion Huawei dollars, with nearly 30 of the final payment yet to be paid to the respective contractors. Would this not constitute a significant breach of contract risk? What considerations led to such high-intensity building requirements and the currently high outstanding payments? A look of reminiscence appeared on Qin Feng's face, tinged with a bit of gravity and determination. Yes, the 30 final payment is a warranty clause clearly stipulated in the contract, which will only be paid after the entire project has been accepted for a year and has undergone stringent inspections confirming that there are no major quality issues or safety hazards with the main structure. This point is clearly stipulated in contracts with all contractors and complies with industry standards and practices, thus, there is no breach of contract. He paused, his voice lowering slightly, his gaze seeming to penetrate the window, looking into the distant void. As for the earthquake resistance requirements, Captain Liu, officers, I wonder if you have watched the recorded films after the 2008 Wenchuan earthquake. Qin Feng's voice carried a touch of genuine weight. The sight of devastation and the earth torn apart. In an instant, how many tall buildings turned to ruins, how many lives were buried. That sense of helplessness and despair can only be understood by those who have either experienced it firsthand or seen those images. I served in the first batch of troops that entered the disaster-stricken area. Listening to my old squad leader recount how they parachuted from 5,000 meters looking down from the air at a city turned into ruins with not a single intact building, that human tragedy, hearing my old squad leader's vivid description felt like being there. Even now it still haunts me. He drew his gaze back to the police officers, his expression serious and sincere. During that time in the military, it greatly impacted me. I told myself that once I had the means, I must build the most solid houses. Ones that wouldn't collapse even in the event of an earthquake. Even if it costs several times more, it must guarantee its safety. I am not a philanthropist, but I hope every building under my name is of high quality and can withstand the scrutiny of the country and the people. This is also why I specifically emphasize ultra-high earthquake resistance indicators in the designs. Whether it is sentiment or obsession, it is a personal requirement of mine. His words were a mix of truth and fabrication. The empathy towards disaster was genuine. In reality, they did not know that in just a few days, a global cataclysm, a magnitude 10 earthquake, was about to occur, followed by over a decade of an ice age. Those concrete and steel life plazas would be his safe haven, a resource distribution point, and a core fortress in the harsh end times. As for the unpaid 100 billion final payment, Qin Feng scoffed coldly in his heart. In just a few days, when the apocalypse descends and the currency system collapses, instantly the so-called debts will turn to ashes, becoming his empty-handed wolf strategy, using the financial system before the apocalypse to borrow for himself in advance. This debt he never intended to repay. Lu Jun and Chun Jinhua's expressions grew complicated. They had researched Qin Feng's background and knew he had served in the airborne troops. This seemed to be a strong obsession formed by a young entrepreneur with special experiences. Though it was obsessive and costly, it also reflected some form of simple conscience. It was worthy of respect. However, Chun Jinhua's logic was not easily swayed by emotion. He quickly flipped open the thickest and heaviest document, which clearly listed a series of astonishing procurement lists from Dingfeng Group over the past 6 months. The last question, Mr. Qin. Chun Jinhua's voice returned to its usual calm and precise tone, yet anyone could detect the enormous doubt contained within. According to the procurement contracts and logistics information we obtained from suppliers and relevant channels, your Fenghui Group and its affiliated companies have spent at least the following amounts in the past 6 months: 32 million Huagua coins on various high-performance drones and related accessories, 80 million on 3 small private jets, approximately 26 million on special vehicles including snowmobiles and track transport vehicles, and over 30 million on bulk purchases of special cold weather clothing, including professional polar exploration grade and military grade bedding and sleeping bags. He adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze locking onto Qin Feng. This is merely the equipment category. What is even more puzzling are the supplies. He pointed at the densely packed procurement list, which included everything from northeast rice and northwest flour to imported canned goods, tropical fruits, table salt, white sugar, and even dozens of various brands of condiments, with every purchase quantity calculated in tons. According to records from your company's affiliated logistics trading company Shun Detong, they procure weekly food and daily necessities worth millions from various channels, including, but not limited to, grains and oils, meat and eggs, dehydrated vegetables, convenience foods, seasonings, etc., with an extremely diverse range. According to our preliminary statistics, the accumulated physical inventory over the past 6 months has reached an astonishing figure. However, Chun Jinhua emphasized, we have not observed any corresponding outflow records of goods from your company's retail sector or other sales channels at this scale. He closed the document, raised his gaze to meet Qin Feng's eyes, and asked word by word, purchasing such a vast amount of survival supplies and extremely specialized equipment suited for extreme environments, yet we cannot find a reasonable outlet and consumption path in your company's current business model. Mr. Qin, could you tell us where the enormous quantities of supplies and equipment equivalent to astronomical figures are ultimately going? What is your ultimate purpose in hoarding such a massive quantity of essential supplies? This last question was like a deep water bomb thrown into a serene lake, stirring not only waves, but also endless doubts. Chun Jinhua's gaze was sharp as a scalpel, and the young officer had already subconsciously straightened his back. Even the usually calm Lu Jun's expression turned grave, his body leaning slightly forward, increasing the pressure in the room. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point, as if a pin could be heard falling. This must be the real intention of the other party. The whereabouts of the massive supplies are unclear and the purpose of the equipment is unusual. Qin Feng chuckled coldly in his heart, but he was already prepared with a reasonable explanation, one that could deceive professionals, a legal explanation. This question involves company trade secrets, and I would like to speak with Captain Lu privately. If leaked, it would significantly impact the company's future development. Can you guarantee that my secrets won't be disclosed? He spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over Chen Jinhua and the young officer, because this involves a highly confidential strategic investment plan of our group that is still in the early stages of verification and preparation. I do not doubt the professional integrity of the two officers, but the competitiveness and sensitivity of the project are too high. The fewer people who know, the lower the risk of leaks. Lu Zhen frowned, his eyes sharp as knives, scrutinizing Qin Feng, trying to judge from the dangerous details. He revealed whether this was an attempt to evade responsibility. After a moment, Mr. Qin, rest assured this conversation will only be reported to our direct superiors and confidentiality will be strictly maintained. We will not expand the circle of those in the know. Mr. Qin, can we speak now? Lu Zhen leaned slightly forward, the scrutinizing light in his eyes undiminished, still fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Captain Lu, you should know that besides Fenghui Industry, I also have a rather inconspicuous organization called the Polar Exploration Research Foundation, right? Qin Feng's voice was steady as usual. Lu Zhen's brows moved, and he nodded. Yes, it is registered. From the information, it seems quite small at the moment. He had indeed found this newly registered company, which had been in existence for less than 6 months, but had not found substantial financial flows and project information, so he had not emphasized it before. Small because there was a massive initial investment, and it needs to be kept confidential. Qin Feng turned around. We are planning a commercial project codenamed ARC. This is a vast plan that combines cutting-edge technology with human survival in extreme environments. The purpose of establishing this company is to build a base for ice dome polar research and extreme experience exclusively operated by our group, aimed at the world's top wealthy individuals and cutting-edge researchers in the Antarctic inland region. Within 2 years, Qin Feng's voice carried an infectious grandeur. Antarctica. Lu Zhen, though well-informed, was somewhat taken aback by this grand goal, momentarily stunned and unable to react. Exactly. The highest inland ice cap. Qin Feng's gaze was fervent. There we will create a base equipped with advanced life support systems combining cutting-edge environmental scientific observation experiments on human survival limits, cosmic radiation simulation research. The ice dome is the closest to cosmic environmental characteristics and ultra-realistic polar life simulation experience tourism aimed at specific groups. He paced back, picked up the tablet on the desk, and swiped his finger. The special procurements you see are all necessary reserved for this project. Cold weather clothing and bedding are basic guarantees for personnel. Snowmobiles and tracked vehicles are transportation tools for the ice fields. High-performance drones are used for reconnaissance in harsh environments and delivery of supplies. Large fixed-wing aircraft are for long-distance delivery and rapid evacuation in extreme weather. Qin Feng's finger paused on the massive rendering of the ice field structure on the tablet. The clearly defined, highly sci-fi fortress structure left a deep impression. As for the supplies, Captain Lu, after the Antarctic base is completed, the long-term residency of personnel, due to initial investments and the top-quality living standards required for future high-end clients, our base cannot rely on the Antarctic continent itself for food. Even building a vegetable cultivation base, there would undoubtedly incur enormous construction costs, so we are adopting an economical and practical procurement method. Everything must be transported and stored in advance from the external world. Moreover, these supplies are of the highest quality. The grains, oils, meats, and dehydrated vegetables, along with a rich variety of seasonings, are all to meet the diverse dining needs of the future base. Top billionaires spending tens of millions of dollars to experience a polar journey. Do we expect them to munch on compressed biscuits? Transporting to Antarctica is extremely difficult, and the window period is short. What we are doing now is taking advantage of the current ample supplies and relatively controllable costs to conduct decentralized procurement and classified storage in advance, ensuring that when the project officially launches, we have sufficient inventory to support the enormous consumption during the initial phase of operations. This is called strategic long-term stocking, a common practice in large engineering and frontier exploration projects, which tech companies like NASA or the European Space Agency do not start stocking specialized supplies years in advance. Qin Feng set down the tablet, looking steadily at Lu Zhen. Of course, the specific site selection, core technology, and future financing plans for the project are all currently at the highest level of confidentiality. This is also why the procurement of supplies is conducted through affiliated companies with complex and decentralized procurement details to confuse possible commercial spies to the greatest extent and delay competitors from obtaining intelligence. As for the sturdy structures of those complexes, Qin Feng paused before continuing. Striving for excellence is an important element of corporate development. Shouldn't we demand that our experimental and R&D centers be built particularly solid? Those underground structural laboratories of the complexes are trial projects for many new materials of our ice dome fortress. Lu Xun fell silent. His gaze repeatedly scanned every expression on Qin Feng's face, trying to determine whether there were any signs of deception in Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng's gaze was steady and calm, full of immense confidence in his investment. Antarctic base. Experience tourism. This plan is bold and crazy. The costs are astronomical. Attributing the hoarding of specialized equipment and enormous supplies to an extremely distant, massive, and confidential commercial adventure plan indeed falls within the scope of business activities and does not violate any regulations, especially since the other party emphasized commercial confidentiality, which made it impossible for him to pursue project details further. The main purpose of his visit was to investigate the illegality of the funding sources, which had already been clarified by the evidence chain provided by Qin Feng. He could not find any faults, and he basically believed what Qin Feng said. After all, asking a billionaire CEO certainly carries some pressure. He was afraid that they might provoke the other party, leading them to withdraw investment from Hangzhou. If superiors questioned it, and it turned out he had made things difficult for the entrepreneur, causing them to pull out, he knew he and his team could face penalties. For a whistleblower's tip-off, he was aware of the risks and the importance of the matter, especially since Qin Feng had provided reasonable explanations and business plans regarding the procurement and hoarding issues. In the absence of direct evidence proving the other party's illegal activity, there was no need for the Economic Investigation Department to delve deeper, especially since the other party had already hinted at confidentiality. Antarctic base. Our plan. Lu Xun repeated these two terms in a low voice. He stood up, the lines on his face softer than when he arrived. Mr. Qin, I must admit your vision and ambition far exceed ordinary imagination, and I am very grateful for your cooperation with our work. Thank you very much. Qin Feng displayed a faint smile and nodded slightly. Of course, cooperating with your work is our duty as taxpayers, and I also greatly admire your dedication and professionalism. Lu Xun walked to the door, placed his hand on the doorknob, then paused, and turned back. Mr. Qin, I hope your plan, as you say, will bring glory to the country. He took out a business card from his inner pocket and placed it on Qin Feng's desk. If you encounter any problems, you can call this number. Our police department is also here to serve the healthy development of enterprises. Absolutely. I appreciate Captain Liu's support. Contributing to socialism is what our generation should do. Qin Feng immediately stood up, responding politely. Fenghui industry has always operated lawfully, and all supplies will be used within the project plan. Please rest assured. Lu Xun took one last look at Qin Feng, nodded, and left the office with Chun Jinhua and the young officer. After some pleasantries in the office, he saw them into the elevator and returned to his office. The heavy wooden door of the office slowly closed, isolating him from the outside world. His smile instantly vanished as he looked at the business card Lu Xun had left in his hand. Antarctic base. Heh. Qin Feng let out a barely audible cold laugh. He turned around and picked up the internal phone on his desk. Secretary, Yi, come in for a moment. After sending Lu Xun and the others away, Qin Feng leaned back into the wide leather chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest. Yi Bingning, his voice was not loud, but it penetrated the thick door clearly. The door almost opened in response. Yi Bingning walked in quickly, a hint of barely noticeable tension on her brow. Brother Feng. It's just a routine check, nothing to worry about. Qin Feng said, a cold smile tugging at his lips. He raised his eyes, his gaze landing on Yi Bingning's face. This woman could still stir a ripple in the frozen lake of his heart. He extended his hand, and Yi Bingning obediently stepped closer, gently pulled into his arms, sitting on his lap. Help me send a notice. Qin Feng's chin brushed against her soft hair as he spoke. In 6 days, on May 25th, we will hold the annual summary meeting of the group. All management personnel and suppliers, regardless of their ranks, are to be present. The venue will be at the top-level conference center of Tianhai building. He paused and added, except for the security team. Yi Bingning did not ask further, just nodded. Okay, I will take care of it immediately. And also, Qin Feng tightened his arm, my parents, my uncle. They have all arrived. Yi Bingning immediately responded, her voice softer. Uncle and aunt, uncle and auntie, and my cousin Jin Zhang have all safely arrived in Hongqing, settled in the newly constructed Fenghui neighborhood. They booked the celebrity restaurant for dinner, which is a well-regarded old brand in Hangqing. Qin Feng remained silent for a few seconds. Thank you for your hard work, he said softly, the 3 words spoken with warmth. Brother Feng. Yi Bingning reached out to smooth the slightly wrinkled collar of his shirt, her movements gentle. You saved my life and allowed my family to live peacefully in Fenghui neighborhood. I should be the one saying thank you. Qin Feng grasped her hand and squeezed it. We are one, there's no need for thanks. We support each other. Go now, there's still much to do. Yi Bingning stood up, her steps still brisk, but before leaving she glanced deeply at him once more. The warmth on Qin Feng's face slowly faded, a smirk appearing at the corner of his lips as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He murmured, "Report me." He thought to himself, hoarding supplies in small batches, making it unnoticeable to outsiders. Surely it must be those suppliers or related personnel he had contacted before who had leaked information. Therefore, no matter who it was better to kill the wrong than to let one escape. He recalled how Tianhai building collapsed during the earthquake, turning into ruins. At that time, none of those people would escape. The fewer people who knew, the better. If they waited until the apocalypse struck, when everyone realized the importance of supplies, those who were informed would certainly covet his resources. Conflicts would be inevitable. Since these people would eventually become enemies, it was better to resolve these troubles in advance and bury them along with Tianhai building once and for all. On the other side, deep within the city bureau building in the director's office, Lu Jun and the other two stood straight before the wide desk, solemnly presenting an investigation report to Director Ma Baohua. "Director Ma, we have investigated Qin Feng." Lu Jun's voice was steady, devoid of emotion. "According to our comprehensive investigation, Fenghui Group's accounts are clear and all business dealings are completely legal and compliant. No violations have been discovered. We inspected the site as well, finding nothing unreasonable. We conducted face-to-face interactions with Qin Feng, and he actively cooperated with our investigation, revealing no issues." Ma Baohua took the report, and after listening to Lu Jun's report, did not even lift his eyelids, simply waving his hand to let the three leave. "Gotta go back and continue working." After the three left, only the faint sound of paper rustling remained in the office. Ma Baohua did not read quickly. The dry data and conclusions on the report were clearly not what he was genuinely concerned about. What truly mattered to him was the data indicating that Qin Feng had amassed a significant amount of supplies. After a long look, Ma Baohua lit a cigarette, thought for a moment, and picked up the red phone on the desk, dialing a number from deep in his memory. After a brief wait, the call connected. "Director Ma," a deep and steady male voice came from the receiver, carrying a natural pressure from being in a high position for a long time. "What are the investigation results?" It was Lu Jihong, the executive vice mayor of Hangqing. "Mayor Lu," Ma Baohua stood up from his seat, slightly bowing, as if the other party were right in front of him. "Qin Feng indeed possesses a vast amount of supplies. There are many types and an astonishing quantity, especially in food, medicine, and basic fuel reserves. A preliminary estimate." He took a deep breath and exhaled a shocking number. "Is enough to sustain the entire core population of Hangqing for at least a year." There was a brief silence on the other end of the call. "The higher-ups have requested that we secretly prepare strategic reserves without causing panic. Although we are secretly transporting supplies, the current shortfall is too great, and it is impossible to complete the task in such a short time." Lu Jihong's voice finally spoke again, colder than before, with a tone of undeniable decisiveness. "Regular channels provide insufficient resources and cannot cause panic. As for Qin Feng, I heard he is a retired soldier, a patriotic person. He should support the government's work. Since he has not committed any illegal actions, we certainly cannot violate protocol. We need to communicate well with Comrade Qin Feng. The government urgently needs his support." "Yes, I understand." Ma Baohua felt his throat dry. "Mayor Lu, rest assured the Hangqing Public Security Bureau guarantees to complete the task." "I will." Before Ma Baohua could finish his sentence, the voice on the other end interrupted him, sounding somewhat impatient and anxious. "First, show courtesy before taking action." Lu Jihong's voice was decisive. "You need to arrange capable people to make contact again, clarify the benefits, promise substantial rewards, and ensure to persuade him to voluntarily contribute his supplies to resolve the government's urgent needs." He paused. "If he refuses to cooperate, then initiate the backup plan. In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. If necessary, all special measures can be implemented. I only want results. All special measures." Ma Baohua pondered the weight of those 5 words, his back breaking out in a fine cold sweat. He straightened his back and replied solemnly, "Yes. Please rest assured, Mayor, I will arrange it immediately to ensure everything goes smoothly." After the call ended, the busy tone buzzed. Ma Baohua put down the phone and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, faintly guessing that the country might have discovered a significant disaster impending, whether it be war or natural calamity. Uncertain about what disaster would strike and when it would come, it only urged various levels of government to stockpile supplies in advance. He picked up the internal phone, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue and harshness. "Tell Captain Zhao of Action Team 1 to come to my office immediately." In the antique-style private room named Celebrity Master, the soft light from the crystal chandelier gently cascaded over the exquisite bone china tableware as dishes were served in an unending stream by the waitstaff. Uncle Tian Weigua, his voice booming, raised his wine glass, his face flushed with excitement and alcohol. "Xiao Feng, you've made it. Truly made it. Such a spread, such dishes. Your parents will enjoy a life of comfort from now on." He clapped Qin Feng hard on the shoulder. Beside him, Aunt Wu Guozian cast a reproachful glare at her husband for his roughness. Father Qin Anxue, a man of few words, simply gazed at his son, a gratified smile filling the wrinkles around his eyes. He silently picked up a piece of crab roe tofu, Qin Feng's favorite, and placed it in his bowl. He who usually drank sparingly now frequently clinked glasses with his brother-in-law, downing them in one go. His mood was clearly exhilarated. What parent wouldn't be delighted to see their child succeed and live well? Mother Tianshime, however, fussed. Feng, don't just focus on work. Take care of your health. Look, you've gotten so thin, she said, continuously adding food to her son's bowl. Cousin Tian Jinzhang, a senior in college brimming with youthful energy and admiration for his older cousin, pestered Qin Feng with questions. Bro, does your Feng Hui group still take interns? I'm studying computer science. Could I come and assist you? Oh sure. Go report to Yi Bingning tomorrow. Great, thanks bro. He then raised his glass to Qin Feng and downed it in one go. Glasses passed around the round table, their clinking sounds crisp and clear. Qin Feng accepted every toast without refusal. No one noticed that each time the liquid slid into his mouth as his Adam's apple moved slightly, the rich fluid never truly entered his stomach, but was silently channeled into the void of an alternate space within his body. A decade of living on the edge of life and death had ingrained in him the instinct to maintain absolute clarity even in the most relaxed moments. Today he had only drunk 2 glasses at the start to give his face a flush. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Qin Feng said, raising a glass he had already emptied, the liquid sloshing inside under the light, a sincere smile on his face. Are you getting used to the new neighborhood? I asked Bingning to prepare a few apartments in Feng Hui community, all next to each other. When cousin starts a family, he'll give him one too. The environment there is nice and the security is top-notch. Having you all live there with your own people puts my mind at ease. Everyone present was stunned. Good heavens, he was casually offering 2 3-bedroom apartments. At current housing prices in Hangzhou, each was worth at least 4 million yuan. Uncle Tian Weigua quickly shook his head. No, I can't accept 8 million worth of property just like that. Cancel it, please. Uncle, Aunt, don't refuse just yet. Your nephew is wealthy now. This money is nothing to me. It's like you giving me 20 yuan. Would you begrudge me 20 yuan, uncle? Oh, that's nothing, a drop in the bucket. But these 2 apartments are far too valuable. We can't accept them. Aunt Wu Guozian also urged, insisting they couldn't take the gift. Uncle, Aunt, back when our family was in dire straits, if you hadn't given us all your savings to help pay off our debts, Dad might have ended up in prison. He'll remember that for the rest of my life. This is just a small token of your nephew's gratitude. You wouldn't want your beloved nephew to be an ungrateful wretch, would you? Qin's parents nodded in agreement. Back then, when their business failed and they were drowning in debt, every relative and friend knew of their losses and refused to lend them money, making excuses to avoid them. If not for the younger brother's generous help, Father Qin might still be behind bars. That debt of gratitude the Qin family would remember forever. The parents also urged Tian Weigua and Wu Guozian to accept the gift. Feng Hui community is my territory. It's safe. You can settle in without a worry. Leave everything else to me. His gaze swept over his parents and his uncle's family. Feng Hui community was more than just a luxury residence. It was a fortress he had meticulously prepared against the tide of apocalypse. Stocked with ample supplies and fully functional, it also had security forces under his absolute control. It was one of his core strongholds since his rebirth. That's right. Listen to Xiao Feng. Uncle Tian Weiguo's eyes glistened with tears. The burly 185-centimeter tall man said no more, but raised his glass again. Xiao Feng has made something of himself. Well arranged. Come on, one more round. The dinner stretched late into the night, filled with warmth and laughter. Qin Feng personally escorted his slightly unsteady elders back to their apartments in the community. Watching his mother carefully spread the quilt for his father, hearing his aunt softly urge his cousin to get some rest, seeing his uncle slap his chest and declare he would go see the new house tomorrow. These ordinary mundane scenes of domestic life nourished Qin Feng's cold heart. After settling everything and gently closing the door behind him, it was already midnight. The lingering warmth on Qin Feng's face vanished, instantly replaced by a stern expression. He raised his hand to check his watch. The hands pointed to 12 o'clock. Qin Feng did not call for the company car. He walked out of the community gate alone. The May night breeze, moist and cool, brushed against his face. A slightly worn-out taxi happened to pass by, and he hailed it. Driver, Binjiang Industrial Zone, 3rd Road Warehouse, Qin Feng said as he settled into the back seat, his voice calm and flat, handing over a 100 yuan bill. The driver glanced at the address, said nothing, made a quick U-turn, and merged the car into the sparse traffic. The taxi stopped in front of the designated warehouse. Qin Feng paid the fare, and the driver drove off swiftly, the red glow of the taillights quickly disappearing into the darkness at the end of the road. Entering the industrial park, he approached the warehouse. Without turning on any lights, Qin Feng reached into his chest and retrieved a pair of high-precision, military night vision goggles from his spatial storage. His sharp eyes scanned every possible hiding spot. He checked the gaps between abandoned shipping containers, the rooftop platform of the warehouse opposite, and the edge of the distant woods. In the night vision scope, only the wind swayed the wild grass. There were no other heat signatures of living beings. Confirmed safe. He approached the warehouse's rolling shutter door, took out a key, and unlocked it. He slipped inside and immediately pulled the door down behind him, plunging the interior into pitch-black darkness. He removed the goggles and closed his eyes. Without the need for sight, his spiritual power exploded outward from his center, instantly covering a radius of 50 meters around the warehouse. In the darkness, from massive objects sat silently. His spiritual power, like the most precise tendrils, completely enveloped the 4 RVs. With a slight movement of his will, as if pressing an invisible switch. Collect. There was no earth-shattering sound, no dazzling light. The 4 RVs vanished from their spot in an instant. The center of the warehouse was now empty, leaving only faint tire marks on the ground. The entire process took mere seconds. Qin Feng let out a soft breath. Mobilizing a large amount of spiritual power to absorb such massive objects in an instant placed a slight strain on him, even now. He confirmed again that nothing was left in the warehouse, pulled up the rolling shutter door, and melted back into the night. Soon another taxi was hailed, carrying him back to the hotel. May 21st, 2040, 10:15 a.m. At Hangzhou International Airport, Qin Feng sat alone in first class. Shortly after, a soft female voice came over the intercom, repeating the boarding announcement in both Chinese and English. Passengers on flight UA 897 to Los Angeles, please note that your flight is about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelts. A deep roar from the massive engines rumbled from beneath the fuselage, causing the entire aircraft to tremble slightly. A sudden surge of force pressed him into his seat as the steel behemoth broke free from gravity. The clouds spread out rapidly below, and the city shrank into a tiny patch. Qin Feng leaned back in the comfortable seat wearing sunglasses and closed his eyes, forcing himself to rest. In the coming days, he would need to operate at high intensity, so he had to conserve his spiritual energy as much as possible. After 15 hours of flight, the plane landed smoothly at Los Angeles International Airport. Outside, it was pitch black, equivalent to a little past midnight back home. Qin Feng stepped off the plane, looked at the dark sky, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The global shopping spree, the feast, was about to begin. May 22nd, 2040, Friday. There are 5 days left until the apocalypse. Qin Feng stepped out of the Los Angeles International Airport LAX terminal. Instead of heading to the taxi stand, he followed the crowd, blending naturally into the darkness. Walking towards a relatively secluded corner behind a large advertisement board that conveniently blocked the view. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he slipped inside. 10 minutes later, a hunchback, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with a thick beard wearing cheap sunglasses, carrying a severely worn backpack, emerged from the alley on the other side of the advertisement board. His gait bore the unique fatigue and slowness of a lower-class laborer, starkly contrasting with the previously upright, sharp-eyed Asian youth. The special contact lenses on Qin Feng's pupils also provided a genuine azure hue. Even if captured by the cameras, he would not be recognized. He raised his hand and flagged down a taxi with a raspy voice. "Hey bro, LA, port the naval base area. Keep the change." A wrinkled 100 bill was handed over. The driver whistled, clearly surprised to see such a large denomination. Casting a curious glance at this extravagant yet disheveled bro, he was quickly drawn in by the cash and started the car. 2 hours later, the taxi stopped at the edge of an abandoned storage area, quite a distance from the perimeter of the San Pedro naval port, where people were scarce. The sky had unknowingly darkened like ink, and large raindrops fell suddenly, merging instantly into a curtain of rain. Perfect timing. Heaven is helping me, he thought, as this sudden downpour provided a divine cover. His spiritual energy expanded outward instantly, spreading from his center, covering a radius of 50 meters. After confirming safety, he quickly shed his outer jacket and stored it in his space, donning a complete set of matte black isolation gear with a faint anti-infrared coating. With the mask pulled down, only his pair of eyes, now deeper and more strikingly blue under night vision, were visible. His spiritual energy continuously scanned the surroundings, his movements swift and silent, easily overcoming obstacles, utilizing the noise of the downpour and the cover of night. Under the guidance of his spiritual scanning, he precisely avoided several hidden motion sensors and intersections of patrol routes. It took nearly an hour to quietly reach the target warehouse he had already confirmed through satellite maps and preliminary reconnaissance. Qin Feng did not proceed in a straight line, but instead moved cautiously with constant detours, stops, and observations. Underneath the warehouse foundation, he activated his spatial ability, focusing his intent on a small area ahead of him, precisely enveloping it with spiritual energy. Instantly, that patch of soil along with its grass roots and rubble disappeared silently into the space he opened. A hole barely big enough for one person appeared. He immediately adjusted the direction of the spatial entrance, transforming into an invisible excavator shovel, precisely shoveling the soil ahead. The shoveled soil vanished directly into the space without any accumulation or leakage, and then he sealed the opening. Thus he collected and deposited soil, arriving beneath the warehouse foundation. Guided by his spiritual energy, Qin Feng accurately covered the camera sensors in the warehouse with black cloth. After exiting, he fully activated his spiritual scanning. The internal space of the warehouse was vast, filled with military supply boxes covered with canvas, and the air was thick with the smell of oil and metal. Then he moved. His figure swiftly darted through the aisles as the weapons around him vanished without a trace. He repeated the process, relying on the precise positioning of his spiritual energy and the ability to manipulate space from a distance, collecting all the weapons and supplies from more than a dozen warehouses in the naval port. Whether it was entire boxes of MREs neatly stacked standard rifle ammunition, anti-tank missile launchers, or complete light armored assault vehicles. All weapons, ammunition, fuel, medical supplies, engineering equipment, boxes of field rations, and even several disassembled armed helicopters, everything that could support survival in an apocalyptic scenario was ruthlessly gathered by him. An hour later, after collecting the materials from the warehouse area, he confirmed the direction and began heading towards the port from underground, arriving at a corner where he changed into diving equipment. He slowly submerged into the ocean, the cold seawater instantly enveloping his body as he cautiously swam, finally reaching one of his ultimate targets, beneath the imposing Ford-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier standing like a steel mountain at sea. A massive shadow loomed over him. Qin Feng pressed against the cold, slippery hull, his brow furrowed. A problem arose. His spatial abilities collection range was a spherical field centered on himself with a maximum diameter of 100 meters, radius of 50 meters. Yet the colossal sea beast before him measured over 330 meters in length, the flight deck rising over 60 meters high and more than 40 meters wide. At this moment underwater, even pressing against the ship's bottom, he could not cover the entire aircraft carrier in one go. To fully encompass it in his space, he needed to appear on the flight deck and ensure that his ability could cover the highest point of the island. After several attempts, even with his spiritual energy fully extended, he could only barely cover part of the ship's bottom and sides, still far from reaching the deck. Forcing the collection would only result in failure and could even expose him due to the immense energy disturbance. Time ticked away as the rain pounded the sea surface, making a loud noise. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed, inwardly feeling a sense of helplessness facing the giant steel beast. Just as he was at a loss, suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Drones. Ropes. He carefully surfaced, exposing just half of his head. Using the cover of the rain and waves, Qin Feng retrieved a DJI T-70 industrial drone fully charged and with rotor blades specially silenced from his space. This drone had an astonishing load capacity, theoretically capable of carrying up to 150 kilograms with his own weight at 80 kilograms, making it completely feasible. He quickly secured one end of a high-strength Kevlar rope to the drone's bottom mounting point. The other end was tied to himself with both hands gripping the drone's remote control. Vroom. The drone's 4 rotors started up with a deep and steady hum amid the downpour, perfectly masked by the sound of rain. Focusing his thoughts, Qin Feng concentrated his spiritual energy, controlling the drone to slowly ascend vertically, while precisely maintaining balance as he was steadily lifted off the water's surface. In the stormy night, using the sound of rain to cover the noise of the drone's rotors, it silently ascended towards the deck of the colossal ship. The cold rain pelted against his mask. Qin Feng's heartbeat quickened as he cautiously observed his surroundings. Luckily, the heavy rain kept the deck and control room mostly empty, with soldiers retreating to their quarters to rest, unaware that someone was preparing to steal their aircraft carrier. The drone flew steadily at the midpoint of the aircraft carrier's height. Qin Feng maximized his spiritual energy, creating a spatial gate with a diameter of 100 meters centered on himself, slowly moving towards the bow as the space began to envelop it. With his advancement, the carrier behind him vanished from sight, yet the entire ship still floated on the sea. Seeing that this method was effective, Qin Feng relaxed, multitasking as he piloted the drone while fully unleashing his intent, until Qin Feng passed through the entire aircraft carrier, leaving only an empty expanse of sea behind, while everyone inside instantly perished. It worked. A wave of immense fatigue and intense exhilaration surged through Qin Feng. At the same time, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, but he forced himself to stay calm. Time was of the essence. He did not pause, enduring dizziness as he immediately piloted the drone towards the next missile cruiser docked in the harbor, then to the destroyer, the amphibious assault ship, and the large supply ship, one after another, as if performing a magic trick. Under the cover of the fierce wind and rain, and unnoticed by anyone, the massive main force of the U.S. Navy Pacific Fleet was packaged and taken away by Qin Feng in just over an hour. Around 3 in the morning, amidst the curtain of rain, Qin Feng piloted the drone, distancing himself from the now desolate military harbor area, then proceeded to gather all the containers at a nearby international port into his space. Half an hour later, he landed on a desolate cliff by the beach 10 kilometers away. He quickly replaced the drone's battery and took off again towards the city. Utilizing the drone allowed him to bypass regional limitations and reach his destination in a straight line, saving a considerable amount of time. There's still time, there's still a target. He glanced at his waterproof watch. There were still a few hours until dawn in Silicon Valley. In Los Angeles at 4 in the morning, more accurately the Silicon Valley area, the torrential rain persisted, yet the city had fallen into slumber. The streets were deserted, and only the safety exits of the skyscrapers bore light. This silence was the stage Qin Feng needed. With high-end technologies like chips being severely restricted, Qin Feng also wanted to contribute to his country, as even in Doomsday scenarios the reconstruction would require these resources. Throughout the year, he had conducted investigations into these companies, preparing contingency plans to ensure precision and efficiency. Thus, he followed the original formula: first scan with mental energy, block surveillance, open doors, and collect items. His goal was exceedingly clear. Data center: scan the server array with mental energy, directly apply spatial abilities to the physical connection points of the server hard drives, not collecting the entire machine, but instantly extracting all hard drive modules containing core algorithms, AI models, vast user data, and even some top-secret research projects into his space. His movements were as swift as lightning, leaving no time for the alarm system to react. Simultaneously, he utilized spatial abilities to instantly replicate the hard drive interface shape, creating a physical false interface left in its place, making it appear normal from the outside for a short time. Only then did he proceed to collect the entire row of cabinets. Hardware laboratory: all next-generation quantum computing prototypes, the latest AI chips, advanced sensors, experimental robotic platforms. Along with the blueprints on the workbench and the unbacked data on the adjacent computer were all swept away. He didn't even spare a few 3D metal printers in the corner. Research Center: faced with the heavy biometric access control, Qin Feng didn't waste time trying to crack it. After scanning the lock structure with mental energy, he directly employed spatial abilities to create a tiny brief spatial distortion at the location of the key mechanical linkage components inside the lock. With a soft click, the intricate structure of the lock was twisted apart by an invisible force. He pushed the door open, targeting the core research manuscripts, prototype designs, and unconnected top-secret materials locked in the independent safes of senior researchers. Efficiency. Absolute efficiency. The 10 years forged in the apocalypse honed not only his combat instinct, but also an extreme desire for precision in time, resources, and objectives. He was like the most efficient harvester, conducting a silent and thorough cleansing operation in Google and several top chip design companies and cutting-edge material laboratories over the next few hours. All technologies, equipment, and materials that could resolve the nation's choke point crisis were his targets. Just after 6, a hint of gray appeared on the eastern skyline, and the rain finally began to weaken. The city was about to awaken. Qin Feng decisively halted his actions. He took a final glance at the area behind him, which symbolized the forefront of human technology, now sacked by him, and turned away without a hint of nostalgia. The drone ascended once more, carrying him swiftly into the brightening morning light. 15 kilometers away, in the backyard of an abandoned house. Confirming there were no signs of life and no surveillance devices, mental energy scan confirmed again, Qin Feng landed. The drone vanished instantly. A second-hand Ford emerged from his space, and Qin Feng drove towards the highway leading to the airport. In a public restroom stall at a rest area on the highway, Qin Feng locked the door and once again scanned with mental energy to confirm there were no pinhole cameras in the stall. Only then did he remove the isolation suit that had clung to him, soaked in sweat and rain. A strong odor of sweat permeated the air. He paid it no mind, pulling out a few bottles of purified water and a towel from his space, quickly washing his body and changing into clean, ordinary clothes. Next, he took out makeup tools, faced the mirror, and with swift fingers the image of a disheveled white man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a beard reappeared, his expression becoming dull and weary. Carrying the worn backpack, he stepped out of the restroom and hailed another taxi, LAX International departure. Thanks. In the bustling crowd at the airport, Qin Feng resembled a truly weary traveler waiting in line for security. As he passed through the security gate, he appeared calm. The facial recognition system captured his carefully disguised white face, which matched his passport information perfectly. This passport was also one of his prior preparations. He passed through with a facial scan. Entering the waiting hall, he headed straight for a disabled restroom. He locked the door, performing one last mental energy scan. Then he began the final transformation. Silicone masks, fake beards, pupil lenses, shoulder pads. Each item was carefully removed, cleaned, and stored back into space. Cold water washed over his face again, and he changed into appropriate business casual attire. The youthful Asian man Qin Feng, with deep-set eyes and a steady demeanor, reappeared in the mirror. He also stored the backpack containing the disguised props into his space and replaced it with a low-profile leather briefcase. Carrying the briefcase, Qin Feng walked calmly towards the boarding gate for the flight to Tokyo, with a hint of the unique weariness and anticipation of a businessman on his face. No one would suspect that this seemingly ordinary passenger had just cleared out the essence of the U.S. Pacific Fleet and the most advanced technological treasure trove of Silicon Valley on a rainy night in Los Angeles. He found his seat, fastened his seatbelt, and closed his eyes. It was then that he truly let out a sigh of relief. His consciousness entered his mind, where a vast space held steel giants, precision instruments, mountains of supplies, and arrays of hard drives shimmering with data streams, all quietly suspended. An unprecedented sense of security mixed with the strongest fatigue since his rebirth washed over him. The Doomsday countdown 4 days, 23 hours, and 58 minutes. U.S. Navy's San Pedro Naval Base. At 7 in the morning, the torrential rain had just ceased and a thin mist hung over the sea. Jack, a Navy soldier coming to take over the morning shift, yawned as he approached the dock, instinctively looking out at the sea to see those majestic steel giants. In the next moment, his yawn froze on his face, his eyes widened in shock, his mouth gaping open enough to fit a fist. Holy mother of, he muttered incoherently, rubbing his eyes vigorously and then pinching his thigh hard. The sharp pain came, but the scene before him remained unchanged. Empty. Completely empty. The vast sea that once harbored aircraft carriers, cruisers, and destroyers was now left with only the wind-rippled waters and a few circles of ripples that hadn't completely dissipated. It was as if those colossal vessels had never existed. Where's the fleet? Where's the aircraft carrier? Jack let out a heart-wrenching scream and scrambled towards the duty room. Alarm. The piercing alarm instantly shattered the tranquility of the naval base's morning. In less than half an hour, the entire base erupted like an anthill thrown into boiling water. The base commander, high-ranking officers of the Pacific Fleet, and intelligence officials in pajamas all rushed to the dockside, pale-faced and stumbling. Looking at the empty sea with only the mooring lines weakly swaying in the wind, everyone felt a wave of dizziness and bone-chilling cold. Check the surveillance. Immediately. All angles. The commander's voice was hoarse, filled with incredulous fear. However, the news from the monitoring room was even more despairing. All surveillance around the port key berths, and even some ships, recorded footage in total darkness during the most intense hours of last night's storm. It wasn't a power outage, it was more as if something had completely covered the lenses, and it was covered so cleanly that not even the edges were exposed. Satellite. Retrieve military satellite imagery. Let's see what happened last night, a general roared. The meteorological department quickly responded, report, sir. Last night, the target area was covered by strong convective cloud masses with extremely thick cloud layers accompanied by heavy rainfall. Neither optical nor infrared satellites could penetrate it, and no effective images could be obtained. Fuck. The commander slammed his fist onto the command platform, instantly breaking the skin and drawing blood, yet feeling no pain at all. The losses were too great. The core strike force of the entire Pacific Fleet had evaporated overnight. If this news were to leak, he couldn't imagine the immense waves and crises of trust it would cause both domestically and internationally. Lockdown. Highest level lockdown. He nearly shouted, all individuals aware must sign the highest confidentiality agreement. Outwardly, just say the fleet is conducting a top-secret exercise as planned, temporarily leaving the port. Find out for me. Utilize all resources, dig 3 feet into the ground to find out who did this. How did they do it? His voice brimmed with rage and a deep-seated fear. What kind of power could achieve this? Just then, worse news followed. Report. The NSA, National Security Agency, has sent an urgent message. Google, Intel, AMD, Applied Materials, and several Silicon Valley giants experienced major intrusions in the early hours. The losses were incalculable, including core server data, next-generation prototypes, top-secret research materials. Nearly all were cleared out. In the command center, a deathly silence fell. All senior officers and intelligence officials looked at each other, seeing the same shock and confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. In one night, both the Navy's elite and the lifeblood of technology were simultaneously cleared. This was no longer a loss, but a savage slap in the face of the entire national apparatus. Who the hell did this? The commander sank into his chair, his voice filled with a sense of powerlessness and a profound fear of the unknown. What they faced seemed not like a thief, but a ghost, or rather a predator with unimaginable capabilities. Under the sunlight that began to shine again in Los Angeles, dark currents surged in the underground, moving with unprecedented ferocity. And the mastermind Qin Feng sat on a flight over the Pacific, resting with his eyes closed, a subtle, unnoticed, cold, and satisfied smile playing at the corners of his lips. The aircraft descended upon Tokyo International Airport. Through the cabin window, Qin Feng gazed upon the unfamiliar city steeped in nocturnal stillness. 14 hours of flight had granted him a deep restorative slumber. Though his spirit had refreshed, his countenance remained as somber as still water, his mood unmistakably grim. Just hours earlier, upon retrieving his phone from storage and powering it on, he had received a message from Yi Bingning. Captain Zhao Donglai of the Municipal Police Department had come calling. Having discovered his sudden business trip, the seasoned officer had conveyed with diplomatic restraint the government's official request to repurchase the vast stockpile of supplies his company had recently acquired. After careful deliberation, Qin Feng opted for delay. Agree for now. Tell them I'm away on business and will return in 2 days. Once back, I'll personally oversee the handover of the supplies. Moreover, visiting now would be futile. Only he knew the warehouse's location, its lease registered under another's identity, a precaution taken for absolute security. Qin Feng swiftly replied to Yi Bingning, concise, precise, devoid of emotion. His fingers swept across the screen, and he powered the device off once more before returning it to storage. Those in power had likely already detected the deep space shockwave via classified channels or advanced instrumentation. National experts had assessed its potential to trigger cataclysmic natural disasters, hence the emergency directive to hoard supplies. They must have formed vague but alarming hypotheses, and were already preparing. Otherwise, they would never have taken such intense interest in the stockpiling of a minor corporate executive. A faint sardonic curve lifted the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Alas, they knew too little, acted too late, and gravely underestimated the scale of devastation. In his mind's eye unfolded the apocalyptic vision of his past life, the supernova's shockwave striking Blue Planet. The instant it arrived, every satellite and electronic system across the globe collapsed into silence. Communications severed. Command chains disintegrated. Civilization plunged overnight into darkness and chaos. Then came the compression, like a colossal fist squeezing an orange, causing planetary interior pressure to surge violently. Volcanoes erupted simultaneously both on land and beneath the ocean floor, unleashing magnitude 10 earthquakes that tore continents asunder and overturned mountains. The Wenchuan 8.0 magnitude quake was but a faint prelude, a whisper before the symphony of annihilation. Magnitude 10. Qin Feng closed his eyes. It meant that only a handful of structures, those built with cutting-edge seismic engineering or fully metallic frameworks, would withstand the fury of tectonic convulsion. All else, every monument of human civilization, would crumble like sandcastles before a tempestuous tide. Those caught within, or beneath, such devastation faced odds of survival so vanishingly slim they bordered on despair. And this was merely the beginning. The violently agitated crust triggered cascading calamities, seawater inundation, volcanic eruptions, and then, massive plumes of ash injected into the lower stratosphere. Carried by rain, they transformed into corrosive acid downpours and floods that drowned the earth. Disaster fell woefully short of describing even a fraction of its horror. To call it apocalyptic would be no exaggeration. The military suffered catastrophic losses in the early hours, command structures shattered, rescue efforts paralyzed. Across the nation, authorities reluctantly activated the SEED project, a final grim protocol signaling the twilight of civilization. Abandoning the majority, preserving only a select few elites. Yet as governmental authority dissolved, society lost all constraint. Survivors scattered across the wasteland coalesced into clusters for warmth and defense. Factions rose swiftly, plunging humanity into its most primal, brutal state, the law of tooth and claw. A pack of instant noodles could buy a night with a top-tier celebrity. A single sausage might reduce a virtuous young woman to prostitution. As food dwindled further, people themselves became rations. Soon it will begin, Qin Feng murmured inwardly. Once I complete my affairs here and delay just one more day, then who holds dominion will no longer be decided by men behind polished desks. Order shall be rewritten entirely. Only fists and provisions will speak with unassailable authority. Returning to the present, Qin Feng silently outlined his objectives. First, seize all national strategic grain reserves across Japan. Second, reclaim the antiquities and cultural relics looted from China during the Second World War. Third, raid the core laboratories of high-tech firms, including Mitsubishi Electric, Sumitomo Electric, and Panasonic Electronics, confiscating every piece of critical machinery. Finally, before departing, reduce the Yasukuni shrine to ashes, not carrying away even a wisp of cloud. For now, large-scale destruction remained inadvisable. The apocalypse had not yet dawned. Yet when these surviving Japanese citizens eventually forced open their granaries, only hollow silence and empty shelves would greet them. Their expressions surely would be unforgettable. And once the world collapsed, he would stand firm and fulfill what his forebears had long yearned to accomplish, yet left unfinished. When autumn arrives on the 9th day of the 9th month, my bloom shall slay all other flowers, and my fragrance shall pierce through Tokyo, and the city shall drown in the blood of invaders. Only this poem could capture the fire burning in his heart. Konnichiwa yokoso Tokyo. Hello, welcome to Tokyo. The taxi driver Yabejiro greeted him in flawless Japanese, his face alight with practiced professional warmth. Qin Feng remained expressionless, offering no reply. He retrieved another phone, preloaded with offline translation software. Its screen illuminated, displaying crisp Chinese characters. Take me to Chinatown, somewhere with authentic Chinese restaurants. He turned the screen toward the driver. Yabejiro glanced briefly, gave a confident thumbs up, and smoothly merged the vehicle into Tokyo's glittering nocturnal traffic. Their destination, a brightly lit Chinese restaurant. After settling the fare, Qin Feng stepped out beneath the driver's 90-degree bow and earnest arigato gozaimashita. Thank you very much. He pushed open the door and entered. Having eaten nothing for over 14 hours, with only negligible sustenance aboard the plane, his stomach had long since fallen silent. Mountains of provisions lay instantly accessible within his spatial realm, yet he chose not to retrieve any. There was no need. Sampling local cuisine served both practical and strategic purposes. It masked his true intentions while reinforcing his cover. After all, entering a restaurant in a foreign land and consuming nothing at all might invite unwarranted suspicion. Caution above all was paramount. First nourish the body and restore strength. Then wait. Wait for the city to sink fully into slumber. Inside a private dining room, he ate slowly and deliberately, savoring a lavish spread ordered moments earlier, until 1 o'clock in the morning. Paying the bill, he exited the restaurant. Few pedestrians remained on the streets. He walked toward a modest, unassuming grove nearby. His peripheral vision swept the area. His spiritual sense extended outward like invisible tendrils, cautious precise, scanning a 50-meter radius for surveillance cameras or other threats. Safety confirmed. Only then did he withdraw from storage a crimson cloudfire robe and a compact parcel beginning his transformation. Within minutes a figure emerged from the grove's edge, blending contemporary Japanese street fashion with subtle facial modifications. Most striking were his eyes fitted with Sharingan contact lenses, a perfect camouflage in this nation where otaku culture reigns supreme. Next, he retrieved a specially modified DJI T-100 drone, enhanced suspension and acoustic dampening, ensuring near-silent operation. With practiced ease, he fastened a custom harness to his waist. Effortlessly lifted, he ascended soundlessly into Tokyo's cool, stardust night sky. From above, the city's arteries lay exposed. The drone's advantages manifested instantly: speed, stealth, and unparalleled vantage, evading ground patrols and surveillance alike. It enabled rapid transit to designated zones. Backup batteries ensured uninterrupted endurance. His first objective, a national strategic grain reserve located near central Tokyo. Hovering dozens of meters above the facility, Qin Feng paused. His spiritual sense probed once more, precise as a quantum scanner, mapping structural layouts, guard patrol patterns, and blind spots in surveillance coverage. Verification complete. Employing his established method, excavation infiltration, he then opened a vast invisible aperture directly above the warehouse floor. Pile upon pile of grain sacks vanished instantly, as if swallowed whole by an unseen maw, transferred seamlessly into the boundless expanse of his spatial domain. 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds elapsed before a granary capable of feeding tens of thousands for months stood utterly emptied, leaving behind only echoing barren halls as though nothing had ever been stored there. Methodical, efficient, impeccably traceless, Qin Feng operated with the flawless precision of a mastercraft instrument, repeating the sequence without deviation. He raided Tokyo's principal grain depots, then moved swiftly to satellite cities, Yokohama, Chiba, Saitama, covering them all within 6 hours. Drone mobility and spatial mastery rendered the entire operation seamless. The process unfolded in utter silence, undetected by gods or mortals. For months earlier, he had invested heavily in intelligence, revealing the locations of Japan's strategic grain reserves nationwide. Now he executed those coordinates with surgical accuracy, reclaiming every last kilogram. Let them fare better without food when the end comes, he thought, a quiet laugh stirring within. A wry smile flickered across Qin Feng's lips. Time passed swiftly, arduous yet deeply satisfying. As dawn tinged the eastern horizon, he guided the drone to land deep within a secluded forest, far from urban clamor. Prolonged use of his spiritual sense had exacted a heavy toll. A throbbing ache pulsed at his temples, exhaustion weighed upon his limbs and spirit. He needed rest, true restoration. Retrieving the drone, he deployed his custom Unimog motorhome, climbed inside, sealed the doors and windows, and drew the blackout curtains. Only within this mobile fortress, utterly his own, could he truly sleep. On foreign soil, danger lurked everywhere. Only by regaining full vitality could he confront the trials ahead. Night once again enveloped Tokyo. It wasn't until the following evening that Qin Feng stirred awake. He retrieved a pilfered phone from his spatial storage and perused the local news, relieved to find that his theft of the granary the previous day had yet to be discovered. This meant the Japanese government remained oblivious, significantly lowering the risk and granting him ample time to make a clean getaway, vanishing without a trace. At midnight, fully recharged, Qin Feng once again mounted his silent steed. At the Tokyo National Museum, he employed the same method, using his spiritual sense to map out the security systems and blind spots, precisely opening doors without discrimination. All exhibits, treasures in the vaults, those artifacts bearing the blood, tears, and humiliation of China, along with Japan's own cultural relics, were swept away like the receding tide, leaving nothing behind. Like a phantom, Qin Feng moved through the empty galleries and corridors. Utilizing his spatial ability, he collected antiques and destroyed cameras, while precisely placing pre-timed C4 plastic explosives and drums of gasoline at critical concealed locations near load-bearing columns and electrical conduits. Over a dozen detonation points were cunningly set with timers, all synchronized to trigger after he had safely ascended and departed. At 3 a.m, during the city's deepest silence, his target shifted the core RD centers and production bases of Mitsubishi Electric, Sumitomo Electric, and Panasonic. These bastions of Japan's cutting-edge industry and technological lifeblood now seemed as fragile as paper houses before Qin Feng's spatial power. Precision equipment on production lines, mountains of electronic components in warehouses, core data storage devices and server rooms. Everything of value vanished in an instant as he passed, as if devoured by an invisible, voracious maw. All night, he worked like a jubilant farmer harvesting his spoils. En route to his next destination, he also plundered the container stacking areas of 2 major ports along with countless goods awaiting shipment. Regardless of their intended countries, they all became part of Qin Feng's spatial reserves. At 6 in the morning in the deepest darkness before dawn, Qin Feng's figure landed like a specter on the roof of Yasukuni Shrine, a place steeped in symbols of evil. His spiritual sense meticulously scanned every corner of the structure below. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his spatial power, distributing more C4 explosives and gasoline drums, like seeds of death, precisely placing them at key points in the wooden structure beneath the shrines and deep within the halls housing the memorial tablets of war criminals. Over a dozen more detonation points were set, their timers synchronized with those at the museum. Having done all this, he departed as he had arrived, carrying his drone, vanishing silently into the first light of dawn, leaving no trace of his presence. Hours later, Qin Feng was seated in the comfortable first-class cabin of a flight bound for Saudi Arabia. Beyond the porthole stretched the vast Pacific Ocean. His taut nerves could finally relax. The satisfaction of his immense haul allowed him to close his eyes, his consciousness sinking rapidly into slumber. Almost as he drifted off back in Tokyo, at Yasukuni Shrine, a deafening explosion tore through the morning calm. The first thunderous blast was a signal followed by a chain of violent explosions. A towering inferno instantly consumed the main hall. Blazing tongues of fire madly licked at the wooden structure, sending billowing black smoke straight into the sky. The vast quantities of pre-placed gasoline ignited in the blasts, creating terrifying rivers of fire that rapidly spread throughout the entire complex. The meticulously designed demolition points caused the load-bearing structures to collapse amidst the roar. The halls housing the memorials twisted and crumbled in the inferno, emitting agonizing sounds of splintering wood. Sirens of fire alarms blared across central Tokyo. The fire department immediately issued the highest-level fire alert, its piercing wails echoing through every corner of the city. Television signals were preempted for an emergency news bulletin. The screen showed only the hellish skyward flames of Yasukuni Shrine. The anchor's voice trembled with shock. "We interrupt this broadcast with urgent news. A massive explosion of unknown origin has occurred at Yasukuni Shrine. The fire is completely out of control. I repeat, Yasukuni Shrine." Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba was roused from sleep by the emergency call. Upon hearing the news, his face turned ashen. He rushed to the scene with a group of equally panicked cabinet officials. They watched as the complex, a symbol of their distorted historical view and spiritual pillar, collapsed and turned to ashes in the raging flames. The scorching blast of heat hit their faces, illuminating their despairing, contorted expressions. Ishiba could no longer maintain his composure. His legs gave way, and before the cameras and the nation, he beat his chest, stamped his feet, and wept bitterly. Other officials were either ashen-faced or utterly devastated. The scene was one of apocalyptic desolation. The internet exploded instantly. In Japan, on social media platforms, cries of divine punishment arose. "This is divine retribution. It's over. All is lost. Our spiritual sanctuary. This is an act of war. Definitely a terrorist attack. The culprit must be found. The Prime Minister is crying like a child. National disgrace. A national disgrace. Highest fire alert from the fire department. Never seen a fire of this magnitude. How terrifying." Right-wing groups are already organizing, demanding a strong government response. There are marches in the streets. On forums, where are the surveillance cameras? Where is the security? Are they all useless? The methods are too professional. This is definitely a state-level special operation. I heard the museum is empty too. The grain depot is also empty. This is a premeditated, comprehensive strike. Conspiracy. It must be a certain major power. Only they have the capability and motive. Is the apocalypse coming? Now Yasukuni Shrine has been bombed. A TV expert commented, analysis of residue at the scene points to military-grade C4 explosives and accelerants. The detonation points were chosen with extreme precision, bypassing all security focus points. This is a premeditated and planned act of sabotage. We will implement a complete lockdown of Japan's territory. All international flights, ships, and traffic are to be shut down, a senior official stated gravely on television. However, none of this concerned Qin Feng, who was already on the plane. In China, on social media platforms, Yasukuni Shrine barbecue party trended. Electronic wooden fish merits skyrocketing also trended. Selling grilled torii gates up front. Charcoal broiled war criminal memorial tablets. All natural pollution free. Which cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? This thunderfire heavenly punishment is truly spectacular. Report. Frontline intelligence. Our mysterious forces have successfully executed the Tokyo barbecue plan. A glorious victory. Fire department, I've never had such an overly abundant fire to fight. Ishiba, this prime minister gig is too tough, who just took office, and the ancestral shrine got physically obliterated. Proposal for UNESCO recognition and tangible cultural heritage, the Yasukuni Shrine purification by fire ceremony. On forums, brothers, put light of justice on the screen. Rigorous analysis, this wave is the mysterious Spatial Masters 0 Yuan Shopping Plus targeted removal combo meal. For 10 years I've sharpened my blade, its frosty edge untried. Now I show it to you, who has an unredressed wrong. I heard the museum got hit too. My brother went to restock and collect interest for the ancestors. Screenshots of Japanese netizens having meltdowns have been translated. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Today's merit is complete. Rational discussion, does this count as the first grand gift to the impending apocalypse? The fire lit up half of Tokyo's sky, igniting both online revelry and lamentation. Yet on the flight to Saudi Arabia at 10,000 meters, Qin Feng slept on, completely unaware that the global internet had exploded. Nearly everyone was debating who was so audacious as to pull off such an earth-shattering feat, doing what every Chinese person had dreamed of but could never accomplish. Many bypassed firewalls to mock Japan relentlessly on foreign sites, hurling endless streams of ingenious profanity-free insults, fully showcasing the profound richness of the Chinese language. A 16-hour flight from Tokyo to Riyadh. As Qin Feng stepped out of the airport, the Middle Eastern sun blinded him, making it hard to open his eyes. It was already late at night in Huagua, and he raised his hand to check the time, noting that there were still over 4 hours until dark. Time is equivalent to resources and cannot be wasted. Thus, he did not want to squander these precious hours. He recalled his observations from his last visit to Saudi Arabia. The security here was almost non-existent. At the entrance, there were a few guards standing symbolically, but inside the storage area, patrols were non-existent. These people were human too. They all understood one principle: with a monthly salary of a few thousand sand coins, who would risk their lives? That was enough. The whole country was enveloped in a sense of ease, believing that cashability could solve everything, while arms dealers from Huagua were raking in fortunes. Qin Feng walked into the public restroom at the airport. 3 minutes later, with a baseball cap pulled low, a slightly darker foundation, and a pair of inconspicuous black-framed glasses, he had changed into a locally common style of jacket. When he emerged, he blended into the crowds of Riyadh. Target oil field storage area. The taxi could only take him to the outer control zone. Qin Feng got out early and walked a short distance on foot, waiting for the taxi to disappear at the end of the road. He summoned a lightweight mountain bike from his spatial abilities, the engine roaring as he charged into the desolate mountains. In a wide-open valley, he stopped, crouched low, and set up a high-powered telescope in a concealed spot. Through the lens, countless oil pumps worked tirelessly day and night. Even more astonishing was the vast expanse behind them. An endless sight of massive silver storage tanks resembling a forest of steel, silently proclaiming the truth of being rich beyond measure. Conservatively estimated, this place stored hundreds of thousands to even millions of barrels of refined gasoline. Qin Feng licked his slightly dry lips. Damn, no wonder they say there are so many wealthy people in the Middle East. With this much oil selling, just a little could lead to financial freedom, while we poor folks sweat it out for a meager salary. It must be cleaned out, leaving nothing for you. Qin Feng thought fiercely. Putting away the telescope, he transformed into a shadow of the earth. Activating his spatial abilities, he absorbed the dirt and stones beneath him into his space, stealthily advancing towards the alluring silver sea. His mental energy spread like invisible tentacles, cautiously probing ahead to ensure the path was safe. Why not directly extract crude oil from underground? Wouldn't that be more efficient? This thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind as he traversed the soil. But he quickly dismissed it. Considering the impurities, if unrefined oil was pumped directly into the tank, the engine would surely stall on the spot. A decade of apocalypse had made him acutely aware of the fragility of machinery. Time-consuming. Safety first, refined oil is the way to go. This time cost is worth it. In a completely deserted blind spot of surveillance, Qin Feng silently emerged from the ground. His mental energy surged like a tide, precisely enveloping the nearest giant storage tank. The tank was intact, while the high-purity gasoline within, under the guidance of his mental energy, transformed into an invisible torrent rushing into the dimensional space deep within his consciousness. 1, 2, 3. Qin Feng became the most efficient industrial pump, undertaking an unprecedented transport in a place where no one was aware. His mental energy served as his pipeline, while his space became his super warehouse. Grade 97. Grade 98. In his eyes, they were all pure energy sources, and he took them all. Time flew by. 7 to 8 hours later, Qin Feng paused. The gasoline in his space had reached several million tons, and his mental energy was significantly depleted, needing a short rest. The amount was enough for him and his forces to last until the next century. Looking at the fully stocked resources in his space, a sense of indescribable satisfaction surged within him, a pleasure and sense of security that only a hoarder could experience on the eve of the apocalypse. He checked his watch again. There were still 4 to 5 hours until his flight to Huagua. Is there still time to spare? It cannot be wasted. He pondered for a moment. Qin Feng's eyes shifted and his target instantly changed to the city center, large supermarkets. He stealthily returned along the same route, leaving the oil area. Qin Feng took out a modified, highly silent drone. Under the cover of night, the drone glided through the Riyadh night sky, like a bat silently hovering over the roofs of targeted supermarkets or the large, unloading areas. Still using the old routine, he used his mental energy to scout and secure the surveillance, then began to collect resources, causing everything he passed to disappear without a trace. Collect. Collect. Sam's Club. Cleared out. Carrefour. Cleared out. The largest local supermarkets. Cleared out. Shelves, cold storage warehouses. As long as it was consumable, usable, and life-saving in the apocalypse. Rice flour oil, can meat, purified water, medicines, hygiene products, and even boxes of batteries and flashlights were all swallowed by an invisible, giant mouth, disappearing cleanly without a trace. Fortunately, he had previously come to scout and familiarized himself with the routes, making the entire process lightning fast, highly efficient, and completely silent. Mission accomplished. Qin Feng retrieved the drone, appearing like an ordinary tourist just off work, hailed a taxi, and calmly drove towards Riyadh International Airport. As the flight, Qin Feng was on, soared into the clouds. Saudi Arabia. Riyadh exploded. Not in the physical sense, but in an information explosion. The first to notice something was off were the patrolling security guards. They found the supermarket utterly empty and fled in fright, subsequently calling the police. When the officers arrived, they were left dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time, and then began calling their superiors like headless flies, and thus panic spread instantaneously. Alarms sounded, phones were overwhelmed. But the news had already spread like wildfire. Media shock troops reported UC shock division stationed in the Middle East, a colossal theft. All the supermarkets in Riyadh were wiped out, countless resources vanished without a trace, leaving only. Click to view the bizarre hollow image. A social media sensation, exclaimed family who understands. Even the wealthy families in Saudi Arabia have no reserves. A marketing account exclaimed in-depth analysis. Was it the work of aliens, or was it a case of collusion among responsible parties? Just like a news report where a bank was robbed with the robbers taking $5 million, while the bank president later claimed $20 million was stolen, the robbers lamented, "You guys are something." Is my brother the nickname given to Qin Feng by netizens due to his swift actions stocking up in Saudi Arabia? With this amount of hoarding, is he planning to run a supermarket until the apocalypse ends? Small-minded up there. My brother's space isn't a warehouse, it's a strategic oil reserve base. How ridiculous. There's no way he wouldn't stock up on oil over there. Saudi police, go check it out. Ha. Rebirth of my life as an oil dealer. The protagonist starts by emptying Saudi Arabia. This is quite reasonable. The Saudi prince, really. I specifically sent people to investigate the storage tanks and found that a lot of oil is missing. Where did my huge oil tanks go? They were just here yesterday. Accompanied by a confused expression of the prince. Look at the comments section. Someone knows Huawei netizens A and B. Blind guessing it was Musk. He needs fuel to go to Mars. The meme, Saudi oil tank running with a plane overnight. JPG, where did my big bucket of oil go? GIF cat shocked, various countries' powers reacted seriously on the surface, but internally furious. Saudi royal family, national oil company furious. A top-level martial law order was issued with nationwide ports, airports, and land borders undergoing thorough inspections. The bounty was so high it could instantly fulfill an ordinary person's small goal. In an internal meeting, dozens of men with scarves and beards shouted, "Investigate. Search thoroughly. Where's the surveillance? Where are the guards? Have they been watching videos all day?" The Saudi prince finally spoke. "We declare we have encountered an unprecedented theft executed with extremely sophisticated technical means. The losses are being assessed. The criminals will surely be brought to justice." His tone was firm, but there was an air of confusion. Many netizens commented sharply, "Saudi bounty of X billion. Clue oil is gone, tanks are deflated, and people are nowhere to be seen." Covering face, Eagle saw CIA, Pentagon, the intelligence agencies instantly went into red alert. Investigate. 1. Activate Interpol mode. I check all entry and exit personnel's data and itineraries to see if someone from here is involved. 2. Investigate whether it's a new type of weapon from the bears. Or has the rabbit secretly developed dimensional space technology? Through satellite photos, the analysis team was left pulling their hair out. No signs of transportation. No large-scale equipment. How the hell is this possible? Magic. Secret files updated. The Phantom Scavenger, the code name they gave to Qin Feng, threat level has been raised to the highest level S, suspected to possess unknown spatial transfer technology, operational mode precise, efficient, and leaves no trace. Target global strategic resources, especially fuels. The Bears FSB military Putin and several high-level officials were also surprised to receive the news, followed by schadenfreude. The Saudi tycoons finally got their comeuppance. Immediately the bigwigs began discussing in caution if this method is applied to the oil and gas pipelines in Siberia. Immediately they strengthened security for critical energy facilities, especially those under permafrost. Intelligence Department monitor all abnormal energy fluctuations closely. Also check if there has been a sudden influx of high-purity gasoline from unknown sources on the black market. The Rabbit Relevant Department's internal briefing high-level instructions carefully investigate whether it is our personnel who recently we have been conducting checks and closely monitoring. Many netizens jokingly pretended to be from relevant departments. We've noted the relevant situation. Our country has always advocated. 500 words omitted here. Meanwhile, they reminded the public that thrift and frugality are traditional virtues and to hoard rationally. Drinking tea in Sakura Country, the Foot Basin Chicken Police Department Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office remembering the Shun-in incident at Tokyo Port, they broke into a cold sweat. Baka, it's the same person. He left Tokyo and went to Saudi Arabia. The target is oil. Next, could it be us? National Energy Reserve bases and large storage logistics centers raised their security levels to the highest with the self-defense forces on standby. Everyone looked at each other as if they were spatial thieves. Many netizens ridiculed the Foot Basin nation's statement, Foot Basin trembling. Our reserve oil is in danger. Would he also be interested in the nuclear waste tanks? Panic Riyadh was in chaos. Global intelligence agencies were in a frenzy and internet jokes were flying everywhere. And the architect of all this, Qin Feng, was reclining in a first-class seat at 10,000 meters high, meditating, his consciousness sinking into the space, gazing at the newly opened boundless sea of oil, as well as the mountain of various living supplies piled beside him, feeling immensely satisfied and at ease. These supplies would be enough to sustain him for a long, long time. He no longer had to fight for a piece of bread like in his past life. In this life, he detonated the space crystal core and time crystal core consciousness, traveling back to a year before the apocalypse broke out. This time, he would seize the opportunity and cherish the chance given by the heavens to live a different life. On Sunday, May 25th, 2040, with just 12 hours remaining until the apocalypse, Qin Feng arrived at Shaoshan International Airport at noon. Yi Bingning drove over, and they switched seats with Qin Feng taking the driver's seat. Seeing Qin Feng's gaunt and weary appearance from the business trip, Yi Bingning felt a pang of concern and said, "The company is doing well now. There's no need to work so hard. You've lost so much weight. It's nothing. If I can get things done, this little hardship is worth it." The two chatted for a while in the car as the Porsche Panamera drove along the Qiushi elevated bridge. Suddenly, Yi Bingning said, "Brother Feng, the global beauty pageant organized by the newly acquired media company you merged with 4 months ago just finished its semifinals today, having selected the top 10 from 500 contestants through 5 rounds of screening worldwide. Here are their profiles. Take a look." The general manager of the media company, Yang Meyer, called to ask if you, as the behind-the-scenes boss, would attend the finals the day after tomorrow. "I won't make an appearance. Let her proceed as planned and prepare more food to be sent to everyone. Oh, it should be ready tonight. Those girls eat only vegetables and diet meals to maintain their figures, which can easily lead to anemia and fainting. If someone faints during the competition, it would reflect poorly on the company." Qin Feng thought for a moment and instructed, "All right, I'll message her now," Yi Bingning said as she sent the message. "In the days you were away, Director Ma from the Municipal Bureau visited yesterday, but he came with someone who claimed to be from the Provincial Security Bureau. What's going on?" Qin Feng's heart tightened and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Could they have discovered something? No way. First, when I was stockpiling supplies, I was well disguised. Even if someone took a photo, my eyes were enhanced with contact lenses. I wore a human skin mask and I was dressed in isolation gear. There would be no traces left of skin flakes or hair, and my physique and shoes were disguised. Second, my phone is stored in a secure area, so tracking and listening would be impossible. If they are looking for me, the only plausible explanation is that my flight ticket matches events in several countries. They must be conducting routine checks on me. With so many people and coinciding times, there must be at least 1,000 individuals. They wouldn't be able to pinpoint me. Moreover, if they had confirmed it was me, they would have already arranged for someone to capture me. So there's nothing to worry about." After replaying the situation in his mind, Qin Feng dismissed the thought. "No worries, tell them I've returned to Huagua. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I'll report to the Municipal Bureau and discuss the supplies." Qin Feng smirked slightly and spoke coldly. "Wait until midnight when the shockwave hits Blue Star, causing a continuous 10-level earthquake for 30 minutes. If you survive, then come find me." Brother Feng, the annual summary meeting you arranged for the leaders of the various departments and partners is set. They've all been booked into luxurious suites at the Tianhai Hotel, and the conference room on the top floor is ready. Good, well arranged. Is there anyone who hasn't attended? Qin Feng asked, still a bit uneasy. No, everyone is here. I heard we're distributing bonuses and holding a lucky draw at the meeting, so everyone is quite enthusiastic. Yi Bingning replied. All right, let's do it this way. First, send a message to Director Ma informing him of the visit to the Municipal Bureau tomorrow, and then notify the security team leaders, deputy leaders, general manager, and supervisors at the Fenghui complex that there will be a video conference at 8 p.m. All right, I'll arrange it right away. 2 hours later, the car drove into the Fenghui community and parked at the base of a villa with a strong sense of technology and sturdiness. This villa is the only one in the entire complex. The other bases are similar. After a year of hard work, why not enjoy it a bit? When the apocalypse arrives, we can still play music and dance. Originally, Qin Feng wanted his parents to move into the big villa, but they stubbornly refused, saying they couldn't get used to such a large house. With at least over 200 square feet, it felt too empty, and conversations echoed. Since the elderly couldn't adapt, Qin Feng arranged for them a 5-room, 200-square-meter apartment. It was luxuriously decorated and fully equipped with a media room, gym, and storage room. Though small, it had all the essentials. The villa's door lock utilizes fingerprint unlocking, facial recognition, voice synchronization, and other advanced unlocking methods, as well as mechanical locks. Although the shockwave would destroy electronic devices, he had several spare devices to replace them. During the renovation, Qin Feng had specifically learned the skills for replacing and repairing these devices. With a metallic click, the door opened, followed by the voice of the smart housekeeper. "Welcome home, master." After the two freshened up, they entangled with each other, spending an hour discussing life. At 4 p.m., Qin Feng went to his parents' house, while Yi Bingming returned to work, agreeing to come back to the villa to sleep together at night. Helping his parents with household chores, Qin Feng noticed that his mother Tian Shimei had bought a lot of groceries, knowing her son was coming back for dinner. The elderly couple was delighted and prepared a sumptuous feast. Seeing his parents safe and sound gave Qin Feng a sense of peace. In his previous life, when disaster struck, all communication devices were destroyed, and they were separated by hundreds of kilometers. He barely survived, struggling alongside his girlfriend Feng Yuxing, and only managed to return home to find his parents amidst ruins. They had passed away in their sleep. After his rebirth, Qin Feng silently vowed, "In this life, I must protect my parents and ensure they live happily." After dinner, it was already 7 p.m. Qin Feng accompanied his father on the balcony for a smoke. The father and son shared stories about their lives, mainly listening to Qin and his father recount how impressive he was in his youth and the businesses he had undertaken. Qin Feng occasionally praised him, saying his father was remarkable. At 8 p.m., the video conference began punctually. Through mobile screen sharing, 4 split screens appeared, showing the security team leaders, deputy leaders, general manager, and deputy manager from various bases. They all sat upright, waiting for the boss instructions. Through this period of inspection, all projects are operating normally and orderly. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. Not at all. If it weren't for President Qin's help, we wouldn't have such a life. It is our fortune to work for you. These efforts are what we should do. The security team leader from the Harbin base said with a smile. Others from different bases also chimed in. These individuals were specifically found by Qin Feng through a headhunting company. Each of them awakened powerful abilities during the 10 years of the apocalypse and became formidable figures. Before the apocalypse, these veterans did not have a good life, nor did the managers and supervisors. Qin Feng helped them and ensured their families had housing and jobs, resolving all their difficulties. Wouldn't that touch their hearts? The strongest individuals were loyal to him, capable of suppressing others without any ulterior motives. A friend of mine who works in a government department in the beautiful country informed me of something very important. About a year ago, our blue star countries observed an explosion of a supernova deep in the universe. At that time, no abnormalities were detected, but after nearly a year of observational comparisons, we found that there are invisible shockwaves spreading throughout the universe, which will soon reach blue star. At that time, there will be earthquakes. The people on the other side of the screen exchanged worried glances. Seeing their expressions, Qin Feng spoke up. "Everyone, don't worry. Our buildings were specifically designed to withstand earthquakes. They can endure up to an 11-level quake." Hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then they refocused their attention. As the boss wouldn't speak without reason, there would certainly be more to come. So everyone take note. I am making the following deployment adjustments. 1. If a major earthquake occurs, the security team is responsible for maintaining stability and must send everyone into the Fenghui complex to search for and eliminate safety hazards. 2. The general manager should arrange for people to work with the security team to identify and address issues promptly. 3. During this special period, the security team must strengthen training and prepare contingency plans for post-disaster situations, such as strictly prohibiting unknown outsiders from entering the base, forbidding unauthorized decisions to allow outsiders in, and prohibiting assistance to those who are ungrateful and selfish. 4. Disaster relief must prioritize your own safety. If you survive, your family can have a good life. Let us not allow a savior complex to run rampant. Help only those who are valuable. Of course, this is a worst-case scenario plan. I was once a soldier and a doomsday enthusiast, and I prepare for the worst to ensure we are ready for anything. Alright, that's all I have to say. Do you have any additions? President Qin, can the shields, bows, arrows, and weapons in the warehouse be used when the time comes? After all, that might be a gray area, the deputy leader of the Shun City security team said cautiously. We usually use rubber batons and riot shields while on duty. If a major disaster occurs, special measures will be taken to protect the safety of people's property. Special situations will be treated specially. After Qin Feng finished speaking, everyone present understood and nodded in agreement. Alright, if there are no issues, we will log off. I will find time to come and see how you are doing at your bases. There will be rewards for those who perform well. Qin Feng completed his tasks and sat quietly in the room waiting. Each tick of the second hand on the wall clock felt like a hammer striking against his taut nerves. Faint sounds of a television program and mundane chatter drifted from his parents' room in oblivious tranquility belonging to ordinary people unaware of the impending disaster. Qin Feng's knuckles turned white from the pressure as he nearly crushed the burning cigarette in his palm. 12:15. He rolled the words in his throat, silently uttering this moment that would change everything. Suddenly, outside the window the darkness was instantly replaced by blinding brightness. It wasn't the sun rising but rather the entire sky igniting in an instant, the atmosphere burning fiercely, valiantly resisting the shockwave. Ziz. The screen of his phone exploded with a shower of sparks, instantly blackening and falling silent along with all the electrical appliances in the room. The lamp, computer, and router all plunged into darkness in that same moment, leaving only wisps of smoke and the acrid smell of burnt material lingering in the air. This silence lasted barely half a second. Boom. The solid ground beneath his feet instantly transformed into the surface of a giant drum being pounded wildly. Qin Feng felt the ground violently shaking beneath him, his entire body swaying, as if dancing. His internal organs jolted out of place, and stars danced before his eyes. He struggled to steady himself, but the tremors were as ferocious as a small boat caught in a violent tempest. Those who had experienced the Tangshan and Wenchuan earthquakes would understand this feeling. The chandelier on the ceiling swung wildly, the lampshade crashing down onto the floor. Oh. Earthquake. It's a big earthquake. His father's horrified scream and his mother Tian Zimai's nearly broken cry rang out from the adjacent bedroom. Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, come out. Hurry out. There's an earthquake, run. Run outside. His mother's voice was filled with primal fear, piercing Qin Feng's ears like a cold needle. He gritted his teeth against the dizziness and pain, crawling towards the door with all his limbs on the crazily shaking floor. He yanked the door open. Don't go out. Qin Feng shouted with all his strength. Dad. Mom. Don't panic. Listen to me. This house has been specially reinforced. It can withstand. It can resist an earthquake of level 11. Things might fall outside. It's more dangerous. Just stay here. The living room is the safest. Qin Anxue and Tian Shimei looked at the determination in their sons' eyes, their wildly beating hearts gradually calming down. Tian Shimei clutched her husband's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, while Qin Anxue held his wife's cold hand firmly, both gasping for air, their eyes still filled with fear, but nodding slowly out of trust in their son. Qin Feng remembered that the moment the shockwave's leading edge made contact with Blue Star, it would completely shatter, ionize, and paralyze it. Globally, all modern creations reliant on chips and circuits, the city's power grid, communication stations, satellite signals, and precise electronic control systems, collectively detonated in a billionth of a second. The immense force carried by the shockwave was like two invisible giant hands brutally squeezing this planet. The entire planet, like an orange tightly grasped by a giant, suffered under the unimaginable lateral shear and vertical impact forces, emitting a terrifying groan from the core of the planet. The magnificent stone churches and ancient castles that had stood for a millennium in Europe twisted and mourned as if struck by an invisible hammer, breaking and collapsing. The skyscrapers of North America, resembling a forest of steel bars, were snapped in half, the top sections crashing down towards neighboring buildings, or they fell like massive giants whose bones had been removed. Countless people were directly buried in their sleep. Countless others who had just rushed out of their homes were crushed into meat paste by collapsing prefab panels or billboards. Countless more were trapped in deformed stairwells and elevator shafts, waiting for death to arrive amidst darkness and suffocating pain. Those fortunate enough to be in open areas were violently tossed into the air and slammed down, their organs rupturing and bleeding amid the chaos, bones breaking one by one against the hard ground. The crystallization of human civilization built over thousands of years was torn apart in just a few minutes by this ongoing level 10 earthquake that lasted a full 30 minutes, reduced to fragments of ruins. At this time in the Eastern Islands, in the capital Tokyo, a city that prided itself on having the world's top earthquake-resistant building technology and had undergone countless earthquake drills, was now plunged into total purgatory. The sturdy, shockproof buildings under the relentless and chaotic forces had their precise isolation layers reach physical limits, emitting a piercing metallic screech before failing. The buildings began to sway violently, colliding with each other, glass cascading down like waterfalls. Countless people who had just experienced the first wave of strong tremors and rushed onto the streets in panic were struck by falling debris, and in central Honshu, the mountain regarded as sacred Mount Fuji roared. Boom! A fire column of molten lava several kilometers in diameter shot into the sky. The dark red lava flood, carrying the heat to destroy everything, instantly carbonized and ignited the forests along its path. Villages and hot spring inns melted away like wax figures. Thick toxic and sky-blocking volcanic ash mixed with lethal sulfur gases formed a deadly mushroom cloud rapidly expanding and devouring everything around Mount Fuji. The volcanic ash fell densely covering the faces of the little survivors who had just crawled out from the ruins of the earthquake, bloodied and terrified. Atsui, Atsui, so hot, so hot, Tasakite, Kamisama, Yaki no Kamisama, O Tasakite Kadasai, help, God, eight-headed serpent please save us. The cries echoed amid the scorching ash. Some were burned by the scalding volcanic ash screaming as they rolled on the ground, some inhaled the searing gases, and ash choking themselves, their eyes bulging out, collapsing and convulsing in agonizing suffocation and lung burns. Others completely broke down, frantically bowing and praying towards the erupting volcano, their foreheads striking the ground, covered in volcanic gravel, bleeding as they incoherently begged for the elusive eight-headed serpent to manifest. However, the only response to them was the dark red lava. Those kneeling figures were instantly swallowed by the lava flow, a plume of smoke rising from the spot, erasing them completely from this world. In the heart of the vast North American continent beneath the Yellowstone Plateau, known as the beautiful scar of the earth, the dormant Doomsday giant, the Yellowstone supervolcano awakened. Unprecedented amounts of magma, volcanic gases, and crushed rocks formed a dark, scorching flood of destruction nearly 100 kilometers in diameter, rushing upwards at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound, soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky. It easily penetrated the stratosphere, forming a rapidly spreading death canopy capable of blocking sunlight across the entire northern hemisphere. The top of the volcanic ash column, under the influence of high-altitude currents, spread wildly towards the continent and the Atlantic. The scorching volcanic debris flowed like the scythe of death, sweeping along the ground at hundreds of kilometers per hour, leaving behind only a thick layer of ash steaming in the absolute dead zone, where the most robust buildings, dense forests, and fleeing animals and humans were instantly vaporized, burned, and buried. Once picturesque parks, towns, and roads were instantly turned to scorched earth. Those who had narrowly escaped the earthquake found themselves facing a more thorough extinction amidst the ashen gloom and suffocating hot air. The Pacific Ring of Fire acted like a lit fuse, igniting volcanic activity from Kamchatka to Indonesia, from the Andes to the Aleutians. All known active volcanoes, dormant volcanoes, and even many thought to be extinct were awakened at the same time, violently spewing forth pent-up rage and lava accumulated over millions of years. Under the sea, the scene was even more horrifying. At the depths of the ocean floor, numerous massive fissures suddenly opened under the terrifying pressure of the Earth's crust, where scorching magma violently met icy seawater, triggering a chain of underwater volcanic eruptions, with power far exceeding that of a nuclear explosion. Boiling seawater surged with toxic gases and volcanic debris, crashing up to the surface, forming death waters covering hundreds of square kilometers, rolling with white steam and lethal bubbles. Enormous energy was violently injected into the ocean. Boom! An unprecedented tsunami surged towards the coastal cities where human civilization was most concentrated, erasing low-lying areas from the map. The apocalyptic scenes of the movies The Day After Tomorrow in 2012 played out in reality in a grander, more brutal, and unstoppable manner on every inch of land bordering the ocean. This was not a disaster, it was a cleansing. Qin Feng's living room was like the only boat that remained upright amidst the raging waves. This building, specially reinforced with its load-bearing structure, stubbornly supporting under extreme stress, even showing fine radiating cracks on the walls, dust falling in showers, but the overall framework remained solid. His father Qin Anshue gripped his wife's hand and his son's arm tightly, his knuckles turning white as if he wanted to transfer his last ounce of strength. His mother Tian Shime buried her head deeply between her husband's shoulder and her son's arm, muffled sobs spilling from her throat. The air was filled with dust, the smell of burnt material, and the heavy, fearful breathing of the three of them. Qin Feng's gaze pierced through the ash-streaked window, looking towards the blood-red, roiling sky. He slowly loosened his stiff fingers, which had been tight from excessive force, and gently patted his parents' backs, which were tense with fear. It's almost over. His voice was hoarse and dry. The worst is over. But don't move, aftershocks are still very dangerous. His parents raised their heads, their faces pale, covered in dust, and tears streaked their eyes, filled with bewilderment and fear after the calamity. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his gaze deep, his knuckles cracking softly once more. The space was filled with piled-up supplies, modified equipment, and the survival experiences he had traded with blood and tears in his past life. The preparations he had spent a year on betting all the meaning of his rebirth were finally about to come into play. Survive. With my parents, carve out a bloody path in this utterly shattered world. About 30 minutes later, the intense tremors that seemed capable of tearing the earth apart finally subsided. Qin Feng immediately scanned the two elders' bodies. Dad? Mom? Are you hurt? Did you bump into anything? His voice carried a hint of anxiety. Qin's father and mother were still in shock, but fortunately, they only had some scrapes and were frightened. It's fine, Xiao Feng, just a bit scared. Luckily the house is sturdy. Qin's mother patted her chest, looking around in fear. Only then did Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, the weight on his heart finally easing. The Doomsday fortress, built with a heavy investment, had proven its worth at the most crucial moment. His parents were safe in this life, allowing him to finally relax. He glanced around the room, noticing that the walls and ceiling were already covered with spiderweb-like cracks, causing his heart to sink. There isn't much time left. In just over 10 hours, a corrosive acid rain mixed with deadly volcanic ash and sulfur will pour down. The rain will seep through these cracks, eroding the building's structure like strong acid. By then, even the sturdiest fortress will be riddled with holes. Dad, Mom, take a breather. I need to make arrangements immediately. Qin Feng spoke rapidly. The situation outside is complex. You must not go out. The house is the safest place. He hastily instructed a few things, and then dashed downstairs like the wind. Below, security team leader Wang Changlin was still in a daze, pale-faced, accompanied by over a dozen equally panicked team members. Seeing Qin Feng come down, Wang Changlin seemed to have found his anchor, stumbling towards him. Mr. Qin, what? What actually happened? The major earthquake has passed. There might be aftershocks, but the most dangerous wave should be over. Qin Feng interrupted him, his voice steady and powerful, instantly calming the surrounding panic. Captain Wang, where's Deputy Captain Zhang? Find him. Deputy Captain Zhang Chen quickly emerged from a corner, his face equally filled with fear. Listen. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the two leaders, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Now is not the time to panic. You two immediately organize personnel, take the quick-drying cement and foam glue from the warehouse, and repair all visible cracks, especially on the exterior walls, as quickly as possible. Seal them as tightly as possible. Yes, yes. Wang Changlin and Zhang Chun instinctively straightened their backs. Then go to warehouse now. 3. Qin Feng continued to issue orders, his eyes sharp as a blade. There are a large number of supplies inside, most importantly weapons. Swords, shields, simple protective gear, and over a dozen strong crossbows. Arm all combat-ready team members, and like ancient city guards, set up on the walls and patrol with full vigilance. Protect our base. He paused, his voice carrying a cold warning. You should be able to imagine what it's like outside. With such a massive earthquake, how many families have been torn apart? How many people have no food or shelter? Soon ravenous wolves will set their sights on us. Remember, we are now an isolated island. Anyone attempting to breach the base, do not hesitate to drive them away. If necessary, use force to deter them. Wang Changlin and Zhang Chun were intimidated by the murderous intent in Qin Feng's words, nodding repeatedly, their palms sweating. As for the daily management decisions of the base, Qin Feng added, if there's anything you're unsure about, or if you two disagree, go find Yi Bingning and let her make the final decision. She is in charge here. After briefing the security team, Qin Feng wasted no time and immediately rushed to the villa where Yi Bingning was located. Upon opening the villa door and entering the bedroom, he saw Yi Bingning curled up in a corner, her face pale as paper, her body trembling slightly. This catastrophic disaster had clearly shaken her, a future powerhouse, to her core. Upon seeing Qin Feng, her eyes regained a hint of light, filled with a trace of dependence. Bingning. Qin Feng quickly walked over, squatting in front of her, his tone softening. It's okay, the most severe earthquake has passed. Don't be afraid, our base is very sturdy. Yi Bingning took a deep breath, trying to calm her turbulent emotions, and nodded. The two embraced, providing Yi Bingning with the most reassuring comfort. I need to step out for a while to handle something. I might be gone for a few weeks. Qin Feng looked at her seriously. You have full authority over the base. I've already briefed Captain Wang and Deputy Captain Zhang. They will follow your orders. Yi Bingning's eyes flashed with surprise and concern. Now, where are you going? When will you be back? I need to resolve some personal grievances. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy at once, but softened upon facing Yi Bingning's concern. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I can only leave in peace if the base is in your hands. You are the person I trust the most. Qin Feng's earlier act of saving Yi Bingning was not merely coincidental. In his past life, one of the strongest human forces he was aware of was this seemingly delicate woman before him, the future level 10 Ice Queen. A name that could instill fear in an entire region. It was rumored she alone could have frozen an entire powerful enemy base. She possessed not only unparalleled combat strength, but also beauty that could captivate nations. More crucially, Qin Feng clearly remembered that just before the apocalypse broke out, a piece of news about Yi Bingning circulated in the underground world. This future Ice Queen was being targeted by human traffickers and was about to be secretly transported to Myanmar. It was this news that prompted the freshly reborn Qin Feng to leave without hesitation. Holding on to the belief of better to believe than to doubt, he followed vague clues, using his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon and rescued the bound faint Yi Bingning in the hold of a cargo ship about to depart. Looking back now, Qin Feng still couldn't help but feel excited. It was worth it. Not only did he save a pillar of the future human alliance in advance, but he also gained an immensely powerful and loyal super assistant for himself. As for the invaluable jadeite he acquired from the Myanmar mines, it became a trivial addition. Hearing Qin Feng's words of trust, a warm current surged in Yi Bingning's heart, easing her fears. She nodded firmly. Okay, you can go with peace of mind. I will definitely guard this place. You must come back safely. Definitely. Qin Feng patted her shoulder, and amidst her reluctant and worried gaze turned and left the villa. Returning to his parents' home, Qin Feng patiently explained to the elders why he had to go out. Although Qin Anxue and his wife were worried, they understood that their son's mind was made up and hard to change. A mother worries for her son traveling 1,000 miles. Qin's mother couldn't help but tear up repeatedly, reminding him to be careful. Before leaving, Qin Feng looked at his elderly parents, still feeling a bit uneasy. With a thought, he returned to his room and dragged out a silver-gray metallic box filled with futuristic technology. Xiaofeng, this. Qin's father and mother looked confused, not knowing what their son was up to. While saying this, Qin Feng quickly opened the box and skillfully assembled and debugged various sophisticated electronic devices. This is a medium-sized walkie-talkie I bought at a high price from the beautiful country, he said. He walked to the small balcony, carefully placing the walkie-talkie in a hidden corner, then covering it with an inconspicuous black garbage bag and stacking a few old cardboard boxes around it, creating a perfect disguise. Dad, Mom, Qin Feng pointed at the disguised spot. This is a military-grade walkie-talkie with an effective communication range of about 50 kilometers. Due to fears of discovery, I specially used several layers of special material to pack it, inadvertently protecting it perfectly so that it could be used normally. I suspect that all electronic devices outside have been burned and rendered useless due to that cosmic shockwave. The electronic technology era of Blue Star should already be destroyed. This walkie-talkie is the only exception. If you encounter any unsolvable danger at home, call me immediately with it. Remember, hide it well. Absolutely do not let others find it. Okay, Xiaofeng, you can rest assured. We will definitely hide it securely. Qin's father and mother hurriedly promised. Qin Feng thought for a moment and still felt it wasn't enough. He entered the room again, and when he came out, surprisingly held a gun gleaming with a cold metallic sheen and 2 magazines filled with yellow bullets. A Type 54 pistol. The classic Black Star. Qin's father and mother's eyes widened instantly. Qin Feng solemnly handed the gun and magazines to his father. Qin Anxue, Dad, you used this in the army, right? Take it, just in case. Right after the earthquake, order has collapsed. All kinds of freaks might emerge. If any intruder dares to invade our home and threaten your and Mom's safety, do not hesitate to shoot directly. In life and death situations, do not consider the consequences of protecting yourself, and Mom is the top priority. Qin Anxue looked at the weapon handed to him, shock flashing in his eyes. Having experienced military training, the brief astonishment quickly vanished, his gaze sharpening with determination. He extended his calloused yet steady hand, firmly accepting the gun and magazines, skillfully checking the condition of the firearm. Son, you are right. Qin Anxue straightened his back, a long-lost military aura emanating from him. After a major disaster, there will surely be chaos. Human disasters are more terrifying than natural ones. This home will be protected by me. You can go and handle your matters. We have plenty of supplies at home, enough to last us for months. Seeing his father snap into action, the last stone in Qin Feng's heart finally fell away. He embraced his parents tightly. Dad, Mom, take care of yourselves. Wait for me to come back. Then Qin Feng quietly arrived at a secluded corner of the base. Activating his spatial ability, a DJI T-106-axis drone appeared out of thin air. Qin Feng swiftly secured a specially designed safety harness around himself, firmly connecting it to the drone. He turned back for one last look at the base fortress, its silhouette stark against the night sky, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. He gently pressed a button on the remote control. Buzz. The sound of the rotors spinning at high speed was deliberately suppressed to the lowest volume. The powerful lift of the drone carried Qin Feng upwards like a ghost in the dark night, silently ascending into the pitch-black sky, racing towards the direction of the Sky City community. That community was relatively less damaged in the great earthquake of his past life. Not only did Fang Yuqing and Wang Lang live there, but Qin Feng had also secretly constructed a small safe house in the most inconspicuous corner of the community, with walls sturdy enough to withstand the subsequent acid rain, extreme cold, and various radiation. There lay his destination. Until he resolved them, Qin Feng could not feel at peace. The cold night wind brushed against his face, and Qin Feng's gaze was even more piercing than this cold wind. Fang Yuqing, Wang Lang, the debts of my past life must be settled with interest. A chilling smile curved at the corners of his mouth, the flames of vengeance burning fiercely in his chest. I am coming. The drone landed in a small grove a kilometer from the residential area. Qin Feng arrived at the community gate, where the square downstairs was already packed with people, mostly young. The sounds of wailing and children's crying filled the air. In the open space downstairs, groups of 3 to 5 were gathered, discussing the earthquake that had just occurred. Some tried to call out on their black-screened phones, others wept, and some wandered in a daze. Almost everyone was covered in dust, and a few were injured. Qin Feng paid them no heed. In a few days you'll be in despair again, he muttered. He arrived at the innermost building where many people were gathered below. As he strode straight inside, a kind-hearted middle-aged man stopped him. Hey young man, don't go in. There might be aftershocks. It's dangerous inside. Lu Chuan warned Qin Feng out of goodwill. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled faintly. Since the man had shown him kindness, he decided to reciprocate. Thank you, but I need to go back and store water. With such a massive earthquake, the tap water might be cut off, or the reservoir could break. Then there will be no water. Also, food will definitely be scarce. I'm going back to collect and store water. With that, Qin Feng turned and headed up the stairs. Lu Chuan pondered Qin Feng's words and found them logical. Still dazed from the earthquake, he realized the truth in them. So he told his wife and children to stay downstairs while he hurried up to follow Qin Feng's advice, collecting and storing water. Then he used cash to buy food from the shop downstairs. Unbeknownst to him, this act would not only save his family, but also earn Qin Feng's goodwill, and later, he would become one of Qin Feng's trusted aides. On the 12th floor, the top level, he unlocked the lock and pushed open the heavy metal door. Inside there was some dust and fallen plaster, but overall there was no major damage. He inspected each room. A 400 square meter space with 6 rooms, a gym, a multimedia screening room, a water room, a storeroom, a utility room, and 3 bedrooms. The kitchen was fully equipped with appliances. Qin Feng didn't linger long. He went to the rooftop to check for cracks and exterior damage. Finding several cracks, he took materials from his spatial storage and repaired them. After 2 hours of work, he finished. Back inside, he wanted to bathe, but the entire city had lost power and all electronic devices were destroyed. So he placed a gasoline generator in the utility room, the latest model with 0 vibration. Qin Feng first checked that all windows and curtains in every room were sealed, then started the generator and connected the power. Instantly, the room was bright. No longer was it pitch black like outside. He had drawn the curtains to avoid early exposure, following the law of the jungle: reveal yourself, and you court danger. This was a lesson learned from 10 years of survival in the apocalypse. 8 months ago, when installing the air conditioner, Qin Feng had specifically asked the renovation team to move the outdoor unit inside. They thought the boss was crazy, but money made them comply. He stored the damaged air conditioner in his spatial space and replaced it with a new one, placing the outdoor unit in a room. Such small details minimized the risk of exposure. With electricity restored and all appliances replaced, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. In May, Hangzhou had already entered summer, and after all the hustle and bustle, he was drenched in sweat. He took a refreshing shower. He took out the walkie-talkie he used to contact his parents from his spatial storage, adjusting the volume so only he could hear it. Then he fell asleep in his master bedroom. On May 26, 2040, Qin Feng slept for a full 10 hours. Waking up, he peered through the gap in the curtains at the sky. It was noon, but the sky, which should have been bright, was a gloomy gray. Visibility was less than 100 meters. Acid rain is coming soon, Qin Feng murmured to himself. He paid it no further mind and prepared a sumptuous lunch in the dining room. Taking a bottle of fine liquor from his spatial space, he poured himself a glass, raised it toward the window, and murmured, "To the apocalypse, to myself, to the future." With that, he downed the drink in one gulp. Upon the ruins, many people were searching desperately, murmuring to themselves, "Gone, everything is gone." In the vacant lots of the neighborhood and along the streets, crowds of terrified survivors still huddled, fearing aftershocks. The hum of murmurs and suppressed sobs wove into an uneasy background noise. "Gone, everything is gone. Please save my child, he's injured. This damn weather's so stuffy I can't breathe. Why hasn't the government shown up yet? Where's the rescue team? Wait a bit longer, they must be on their way, such a huge disaster." Suddenly, a piercing, distorted scream sliced through the oppressive air like a blade. Then, as if igniting a chain reaction, my face, it's burning. Pain, it hurts. This rain, is it sulfuric acid? Help, child, my child, get away, don't get caught in the rain." Sparse raindrops fell on exposed skin. The pale yellow droplets, like branding irons, caused rapid redness, blistering, and even flesh to split open wherever they touched. Clothes corroded into large, dark, wet patches, emitting a pungent, acidic smell. "It's acid rain. Strong acid rain. Quick, get into the building." A man who had realized the danger roared in terror, his voice filled with horror. Panic, like a bursting dam, instantly swallowed the crowd. "Run, move, don't block the way. Mom, where are you? Oh." The sounds of shoving, trampling, and wailing blended into a cacophony. The acrid smell of burning flesh, the pungent odor of acid mixed with the scent of blood permeated the air. In just a few minutes, the peaceful neighborhood had transformed into a writhing hell on earth. Building 3, Unit 2, Room 502. The piercing screams and chaos from outside the window. Fang Yuqing, like a startled rabbit, abruptly sat up from Wang Lang's embrace. The thin blanket slipped, revealing large patches of fair skin still flushed with afterglow. She woke the sleeping Wang Lang in terror. "Lang Ge, what's happening outside? Is it another earthquake?" The screams, "They're so terrifying." Her voice trembled. Wang Lang's heart also jolted at the screams penetrating the glass, but he forced down his panic. What's there to fear? Probably another wall collapsed and crushed someone. Or some fool got beaten up for stealing. As he spoke, he reached for a crumpled pack of cigarettes on the bedside table, shook one out, lit it with a flick of his lighter, and took a deep drag. The acrid smoke of cheap tobacco spread through the stale air, offering him a semblance of false calm. Baby, I'm here. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. He thumped his chest, savoring Feng Yuqing's dependence at that moment. She buried her head in his sweat-and-smoke-scented chest, but her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. She thought of the true owner of this apartment. That silent man who had once granted her almost every wish, and even after their affair was exposed didn't rage, but instead blessed them and generously transferred this well-located, exquisitely decorated apartment to them. Her ex-boyfriend Qin Feng. Langu. Feng Yuqing's voice carried a hint of hesitation and worry, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his sweaty chest. Do you think? Qin Feng. How is he now? It's so chaotic outside, people are dying everywhere. Is he alone? Could he already? She trailed off deliberately. Wang Lang's fingers holding the cigarette jerked abruptly, ash falling in a shower. He looked down at her feigning sorrow, and a surge of fury ignited in his heart. Bitch. Pretending to be noble, still pining after that sucker's money and house, huh? Think I'm not as rich or generous as him. Being compared by his woman shame and jealousy toward Qin Feng's almost charitable act instantly shattered his composure. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, viciously stubbing out the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. Without a word, like an enraged wild boar, he flipped over and pinned Feng Yuqing beneath him, his movements rough and clearly venting. Oh, Langu, what are you? Feng Yuqing's gasp was stifled by Wang Lang's tobacco-tainted mouth. Yet this sudden virility came and went quickly. In just 4 or 5 minutes, with a heavy gasp, Wang Lang collapsed limply on top of her like a puppet with its strings cut, only his labored breathing remaining. In the angle beyond Wang Lang's sight, a flicker of undisguised disgust and contempt flashed in Feng Yuqing's eyes. She suppressed the urge to push him off, enduring the heavy sweaty weight, her mind racing toward a more pressing issue, survival. Langu. She adjusted her breathing, making her voice sound more fragile and helpless, tinged with a perfect sob. Now outside. The phones are dead, the water's off. I checked the kitchen earlier. She paused deliberately to build tension. Our food. There's really not much left. Rice noodles, not much. The meat and veggies in the fridge, if we stretch them. At most enough for 2 people for 3 days. She cautiously looked up with moist eyes, gauging Wang Lang's expression, her voice softer, exuding a feminine weakness, seeking protection in crisis. Maybe, when the rain lets up a bit, we could go out and find some food. Otherwise, we'll starve to death in here. She gently nudged Wang Lang. Langu, what do you think? Wang Lang caught his breath and rolled off her, his brow furrowed into a knot. He found her words reasonable. Enjoyment was one thing, but starvation was deadly. He irritably scratched his greasy hair, sending dandruff flying. Damn it. This shitty world. You're right. Can't just eat through our supplies. The government and military. They'll come soon. I've seen the news after the Tangshan and Wenchuan earthquakes. Our Chinese soldiers were the fiercest in disaster relief. Floods, earthquakes. When were they not on the front lines? Relax. Before they come to save us, we gotta keep ourselves fed. We need to stock up on food and water as much as possible. Better safe than sorry. Stockpiling was an instinct etched into every Chinese person's genes. In every upheaval, natural disaster, or calamity, food was always the top priority. Even this scumbag knew that, let alone others. His blind faith in national strength was the sole pillar propping up his crumbling spirit. Langu will do as you say. Feng Yuqing replied obediently, inwardly relieved. The screams outside didn't stop. They grew fiercer, whipping at her nerves like a lash. Just then, help. My eyes. I can't see. Ah, wife. Hang in there. A more piercing, denser burst of screams, as if erupting right beneath their window, exploded downstairs. The pain and despair in those voices made the couple, fresh from their exertion, feel their hairs stand on end. What the hell? Wang Lang jolted in fright, nearly rolling off the bed. The sound. It sounds like it's right at our building entrance. Feng Yuqing's face also turned pale with terror. Forgetting the risk of being seen naked, they dashed to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, pressing their faces against the glass to look down. The sight before them sent chills down their spines, making their scalps tingle. Below, on the empty ground in front of the building entrance, several people, who hadn't made it inside in time, were writhing and wailing, clutching their heads and faces. Their clothes were riddled with holes from the corrosive rain, hanging like tattered rags. Their exposed skin was covered in large, terrifying red patches and blisters. Some blisters had burst, oozing yellow pus. More horrifyingly, some patches of flesh had turned charred black, deep enough to reveal the muscle beneath. The murky yellow acid rain fell relentlessly on them, emitting a faint but bone-chilling sizzle, accompanied by the faint, acrid smell of burning flesh drifting upward. Ah, kill me. The pain is unbearable. Doctor, is there a doctor? Please save my wife. She's dying. Another man futilely tried to shield his wife, curled up and convulsing in agony with his own narrow back, but the pervasive acid rain burned his skin, twisting his face in pain. In the chaos, someone shouted with all their might toward the building and beyond. Quick! Stop gawking. This damn rain is poisonous. It's strong acid. It'll eat through your skin on contact. Get inside. Seal the doors and windows. Hurry. On the top floor of Building 10 in a residential complex, inside an apartment boasting an exceptional panoramic view, Qin Feng stood bare-chested in the gym area, sweat dripping onto the specially designed non-slip flooring. He was performing weighted squats, his breath calm and deep, his gaze serene as still water. The agonized, ear-piercing screams echoing faintly from afar failed to stir even a ripple across his cold, composed features. Acid rain, arriving right on schedule. And he murmured inwardly, his movements unwavering, unbroken. Inhumanity's selfishness, greed, short-sightedness, and folly would only be laid bare with brutal clarity when confronted by true cataclysmic annihilation. He lowered the heavy barbell steadily onto its rack with a soft metallic chime, then picked up a clean white towel and strode with quiet resolve toward the floor-to-ceiling window, offering the widest vantage point. Gently parting the curtain, he gazed through the glass at the desolate scene beyond. Qin Feng watched clearly as the rain struck cars parked in open-air lots, their glossy paint rapidly dulling before his eyes, speckled with rust that swiftly spread. He knew this highly corrosive acid rain would attack indiscriminately, metal, glass, even reinforced concrete, anything left exposed. Yet this was not the deadliest threat, and the true peril lay in the volume and duration of the downpour. In 3 days. With absolute certainty, he affirmed within, according to memories from his past life, this unprecedented superacid rain, triggered by volcanic ash settling from the stratosphere, would pour relentlessly for exactly 72 hours without cessation. Non-stop. Ni's mind flashed back to what had transpired before, and by the end of day 1 floodwaters would submerge all underground garages, basements, and street-level shops. Rice flour, cooking oil, noodles, snacks, and beverages, still untouched by looters, would begin soaking in stagnant water. By the end of day 2, water levels would surge, rising above second-floor windowsills. And all small supermarkets, convenience stores, grain and oil shops, and compact food warehouses on the second floor would be entirely submerged. By the end of day 3, every structure 3 stories or shorter would become a vast, drowned wasteland. What did this mean? It means every low-rise hub of human survival. The street-front shops, the lower-level storage areas of major supermarkets, grain and oil markets, logistics transfer hubs, along with their vast stockpiles of rice flour, dried noodles, canned goods, bottled water, vacuum-sealed foods, and condiments, will be utterly inundated, contaminated, and rendered irretrievably ruined by this acidic deluge. Plastic packaging will corrode and rupture, contents will mix with floodwater and decompose with terrifying speed. And this was the true apocalypse. A far deadlier blow than earthquakes or acid rain themselves, a cascading terminal collapse. And electricity had long since vanished, communications networks dissolved into silence, clean water had become a luxury beyond reach. Now even humanity's last lifeline, the irreplaceable reserves of food, would be devoured, obliterated without mercy by this foul, acrid flood. Qin Feng's fingers tapped unconsciously against the icy window pane. Thud, 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 a quiet funereal rhythm like tolling the bell of the world's end. Hunger will unleash the most primal, most savage beast, caged by civilization for millennia, into full, unrestrained ferocity. No power, no water, no food, no communication. Infights erupt over a single bottle of murky, contaminated water hidden by a neighbor. Murder for half a moldy packet of biscuits. In rape to vent bestial urges and drown paralyzing terror of death. Looting, armed clashes, the law of the jungle. Every moral, legal, and social restraint forged by modern civilization, shattered instantly beneath the raw, unyielding imperative of survival. When survival itself hangs in the balance, what use is law? And why had he chosen this place as his post-rebirth stronghold? Qin Feng had weighed several strategic considerations. First, human capital, truly the ultimate strategic resource. In Zhejiang University, first affiliated hospital, one of China's premier comprehensive medical centers, lay nearby. Less than 3 kilometers west stood Zhejiang University, second affiliated hospital. Together, these two institutions gathered legions of elite medical specialists, master surgeons, internal medicine authorities, pharmaceutical experts, and diagnostic luminaries. And moreover, Zhejiang University, Hangzhou University, and the University of Technology encircled the district. In recent years, Hangzhou had aggressively recruited high-level talent, offering home-buying subsidies, relocation allowances, and education support for children, drawing in large numbers of overseas PhDs, scientific researchers, and high-tech professionals. And Sky City, a premium residential development in the city's core, had become the preferred enclave for precisely these high IQ, high-skill, high-education individuals. Engineers, programmers, materials scientists, biochemists, even possibly master mechanics or agricultural specialists. In the apocalypse, such people were not merely survivors. They were the living embers of civilization, the very sparks capable of reigniting order and continuity. They formed the indispensable core, designing safe zones, pioneering new technologies, solving existential crises. In these elite minds now trapped within Sky City had become unclaimed treasures. Soon would be the perfect moment for him to step forward, to assess, select, and integrate them. Naviri Survivor among them would become a cornerstone in building his new world order. Second, settling old scores. Qin Feng's gaze turned instantly glacial, biting merciless. Infang Yuqing and Wang Lang, the treacherous pair, reside in Unit 2, Apartment 502 of Building 3. In his past life, they had stabbed him in the back when he was weakest. This time, he deliberately chose this location, letting them dwell in the very apartment he gifted them. Na's silent, chilling smile curled his lips. And I want them trapped in this exquisitely chosen prison, struggling in despair, watching hope crumble before their eyes. The debt owed from his former life. He would demand repayment here in Sky City in this lifetime. Principal and interest compounded, paid back in the most excruciating manner imaginable. Below, cries and shrieks pierced the air. In water. Quick, bring water to rinse. Rinse it, and the pain will ease. A middle-aged man, his arms seared and drenched in sweat, screamed hoarsely. His wife, her face similarly burned, writhed in agony. The faucet's dry. Old Zhang, there's not a drop left. Someone cried frantically, twisting a barren tap in futile desperation. I've got some. Half a bottle of mineral water. A young man pulled a nearly empty plastic bottle from his backpack. And quick, pour some on your sister-in-law's face. The man seized upon the sliver of hope. And the youth hurriedly unscrewed the cap and carefully dribbled the scant water onto the woman's swollen, ulcerated cheek. "Ay!" And she shrieked. A cry more piercing, more harrowing than when first struck by the acid rain. That meager trickle did not dilute the acid. It stung like salt ground into open wounds, violently accelerating tissue necrosis and lesion expansion before their eyes. Pus and serum gushed forth more fiercely. And stop. Don't pour anymore. An elderly man with silver hair and gold-rimmed spectacles pushed through the crowd, shouting urgently, "You can't rinse like that." Strong acid burns require continuous irrigation with copious volumes of flowing water for no less than 15 minutes to neutralize residual acid. This tiny amount won't help. It'll only worsen infection. Ideally, you'd use saline solution. And the elder clearly possessed rudimentary medical knowledge. But faced with the victim's suffering, he could only stand helpless, his face etched with anguish and despair. But now we have nothing at all. In medicine. Does anyone have medicine? Disinfectant. Iodine. Alcohol. Gauze. Even Yunnan Baiyao would do. Please, save my wife. The man pleaded, staring at his wife's contorted, pain-racked face. Nolly, I truly have none at home. The medicine cabinet shattered during the earthquake. The drugs are all contaminated. And don't knock. Does anyone else have spare medicine? We're barely keeping ourselves alive. In such utter extremity, anyone with sense understood medicine had become rarer than gold or diamonds. The ultimate lifeline. No one would part with it lightly. Human selfishness stripped bare by survival's crucible. And doctor. Is there a doctor nearby? Please, think. Is there any physician living in our complex, or close by? A desperate plea echoed down the narrow stairwell, carrying the last fragile ember of hope. And doctor. The crowd stirred restlessly, straining to recall. I think. Yes, there might be one. A hesitant voice broke the silence. Nias. Yes, there is one. My neighbor in the next building works at Zhejiang University, first affiliated hospital. Someone suddenly remembered. Right, I recall too. There is indeed a doctor living here, another voice confirmed firmly. Na, young female physician, and reputedly brilliant. My wife saw her last month. She's kind, skilled, a genius from Zhejiang University, first affiliated hospital, the youngest doctoral graduate in the hospital's history. At 26, she became a chief resident. She lives in Building 6. And so the man rushed off, shielding himself with a door panel, to find Dr. Lin Wei. Before the floor-to-ceiling window of apartment 502, Building 3, Wang Lang and Feng Yuqing witnessed the hellish tableau below, their faces drained of all color, pale as bleached parchment. That rain. Feng Yuqing's voice trembled, her teeth chattered uncontrollably. She gripped Wang Lang's arm with such force her nails nearly pierced his skin. It's too horrifying. Longa, do we still need to go out for food? And the meager courage they'd mustered for survival dissolved instantly, crushed beneath the visceral, overwhelming terror of imminent death. Food mattered, but to be reduced to the state of those below, flesh rotting under acid rain, that was worse than death itself. In Wang Lang's throat tightened, he swallowed hard, his mouth parched as desert sand. The sight of the wounded downstairs, the oozing necrotic wounds, the soul-rending screams, made his stomach churn violently, nearly forcing him to vomit. Go out. Go out now. Are you insane? Do you want to die? He gasped for breath, eyes darting away evasively. And wait until the rain eases, or stops. We'll go after it stops. His earlier grand plan, stockpiling supplies, had been instantly abandoned, vaporized by the acid rain's absolute lethal authority. 3 days. Feng Yuqing said our food will last only 3 days. Will this accursed rain truly cease after 3 days? And will the government and military really arrive? If they don't come, what then? What will we eat? What will we drink? And would I steal from others? The thought rose dark and inescapable. Despair spread, silent and inexorable, as the rising floodwaters, cold, filthy, and unrelenting. For 3 days the relentless rain has soaked the entire city in a viscous despair. The rain corrodes the steel and concrete, as well as the hearts of every individual. Nowadays, many people rarely eat at home, opting instead for restaurants or takeout. In this fast-paced lifestyle, many families have little food stored. Stockpiling food. That's an old habit, a tradition of the Northerners. Room 502 in Building 3. A peculiar sour and rancid smell permeates the cramped space. Wang Lang and Feng Yuqing lay slumped on the sofa like two dehydrated fish. After 3 days without a shower, with no electricity or water, their hair greasy and tangled, their faces covered in a layer of grimy sweat, even the breath they exhaled carried the heavy stench of hunger and anxiety. The once enthusiastic evening exercise. It's long been cast aside. Disliking the filth is one thing, the more pressing issue is hunger. To conserve food, the two dare only share a small package of instant noodles each day. That meager carbohydrate barely sustains basic movements, let alone the energy for anything else. A deep sense of weakness emanates from within, making even speaking feel like a waste of energy. Feng Yuqing licked her chapped lips, and with a voice tinged with tears, said, "Lang go. The last bit of snacks at home will barely last until the day after tomorrow. I haven't seen a shadow of the military." Her voice was soft, revealing a hint of hesitation. Wang Lang irritably raked his greasy hair, flakes of dandruff falling. "How the hell would I know?" He growled, his voice hoarse. "1 meal of instant noodles a day, I feel like I'm floating. But with this wretched weather I can't even step outside. What else can there be outside besides this damned acid rain? Food. How does it fall from the sky?" A wave of unnamed fury pressed against his chest. He wanted to smoke, instinctively reaching for the cigarette pack in his pocket, only to find it empty. He had even smoked the last stub. This last shred of comfort vanished. He crushed the empty cigarette pack in his hand, throwing it to the ground and grinding it underfoot. Damn it. This is just too fucked up. He suddenly stood up, the abrupt motion causing his vision to darken, and he steadied himself against the sofa, a symptom of hunger-induced anemia. No way. I can't just wait to die. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, more like a desperate madness. I still have over $1 million in my bank account. Over $1 million. I haven't enjoyed it enough yet. I can't let it go to the underworld. After saying this, he staggered toward the wardrobe, rummaging through the bottom, pulling out an old shoebox. Opening it revealed 2 bundles of brand new 100-yuan bills, and he prepared to head out. Lang, go where? Where are you going? Feng Yuqing saw him take money and get dressed, her heart leaping to her throat, her voice sharp with fear of being left behind. Where to? Wang Lang didn't look back, his voice heavy. Downstairs. Knocking on every door. Buying. I refuse to believe that with a generous reward no brave soul will appear. Surely someone has food stored. He weighed the cash in his hand, as if it were his last straw of hope. Feng Yuqing's expression changed instantly. Her green tea skills activated the earlier terror, replaced by a deliberately cultivated dependence. She rushed over, grabbing Wang Lang's arm, and looking pitiful said, "Lang Gu, you are so kind. You must come back quickly. Oh, it's so dangerous outside. I'm afraid being alone in the house." Wang Lang was indeed taken in by this act. It was true what they said, deep affection has never been retained. It is always the tricks that win hearts. It still worked. He awkwardly patted her hand, his tone softening somewhat. "Don't worry, you'll just wander around this building, not going far. With that cursed rain outside, if I get touched by it, it'll lose a layer of skin. Where can I run to?" After saying this, he took a deep breath, clutching that bundle of hope as he opened the door. The door clicked shut. Almost at the same moment, the pitiful expression on Feng Yuqing's face instantly vanished, leaving only bare disgust and disdain. She disdainfully shook off the hand that had just grabbed Wang Lang's arm. "Sticky. Huh. Useless." She muttered under her breath, "How could I have been so blind to be fooled by this incapable, backgroundless poor wretch? What if I had stuck with Qin Feng?" Reflecting on the man she once dismissed as unromantic, Feng Yuqing felt a pang of regret, as if she could see herself sitting in a warm, bright restaurant, enjoying steaming hot food, rather than starving to death in this stinking doghouse. Perhaps he is now comfortably at home enjoying steak. This thought kept flashing through her mind, too late for regrets. Regret for not acting sooner. In the hallway, Wang Lang's knocking sounded particularly jarring, like a hammer on taut nerves. "Who?" A cautious and hoarse inquiry came from within, thick with impatience. The door crack opened just a sliver, revealing a bloodshot eye suspiciously scrutinizing the disheveled Wang Lang outside. "Neighbor," Wang Lang from upstairs. Wang Lang forced a smile he thought was friendly, but the sweat on his face and the urgency in his eyes made him look more like a malicious intruder. "We're really out of food at home. I wanted to ask if I could buy something to eat. Anything. Instant noodles, biscuits, rice." am open to negotiation on the price. He eagerly waved the bundle of conspicuous cash in his hand. Nothing. We don't have anything. I can't even take care of myself. The voice from within turned cold in an instant. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully shut, almost hitting Wang Lang's nose. The sound of the door closing carried an unmistakable rejection and hostility. Wang Lang's face instantly flushed crimson, a surge of rage coursing through him. He suppressed the urge to curse and knocked on the next door. The same cautious inquiry, the same sliver of a door peering out, the same cold rejection, even quicker. Buying food. Dream on. Get lost. The door almost slammed in his face. After a long while, only one household on the third floor opened the door a bit wider. Behind the door stood an elderly couple, their hair white and their faces lined with worry. The old lady stood guard at the door, while the old man watched from behind, wary. Sir, ma'am, please help me. Wang Lang almost pleaded, his voice trembling. Could you sell me some food? Anything will do, even noodles. Look, I have money. He held out a bundle of cash. The old man glanced at the bright red bills, ready to grab a few packs of instant noodles, but the old lady clutched his arm tightly, whispering, Old man. Are you crazy? Food is life right now. What good is money? Can it be eaten? The old man's lips quivered a few times, ultimately sighing and prying his wife's hand away. Wife, you don't understand. He turned to Wang Lang, his voice low. Young man, we don't have much left either. Well, we'll give you 2 packs of instant noodles. This world. He raised 2 fingers to indicate. Wang Lang was overjoyed, almost wanting to kneel down. Thank you, sir. Thank you. How much do you want? The old man looked at the bundle of money Wang Lang extended, hesitating for a moment before raising 2 fingers. 2,000. His voice was almost inaudible, filled with shame and a hint of ruthlessness. What? Wang Lang exclaimed, shocked. 2 packs of noodles for 2,000. This is practically robbery. Too expensive. Then forget it. The old man feigned closing the door. No. I'll buy. Wang Lang's heart was bleeding, but the pain in his stomach and the fear of starving overwhelmed everything. He almost trembled as he pulled out 2 stacks of cash and shoved them into the old man's hand, then snatched the instant noodles as if they were a prize. The old man quickly shut the door. Wang Lang stood in the cold hallway, clutching the instant noodles. A wave of immense humiliation and anger surged within him. He spat a thick phlegm at the closed security door, cursing under his breath, Old bastard. This is so damn black market. Price gouging. May you not die well. In the old couple's home, once the door closed, the old lady was instantly frantic, stomping her feet, her voice filled with tears and fear. Old Wang, are you crazy? You're completely out of your mind. What time is it now? It's raining food outside. The whole world is starving. That was our life-saving food. What? Why did you? Just for a few pieces of paper. Old Wang looked at the money in his hand, his expression complex, lowering his voice. What do you understand? Long hair and short insight. Women's compassion. The old lady was stunned by his shout. Old Wang panted heavily, pointing out the window. Look, phones and TVs are all useless. The money in our card is just a pile of numbers. We can't withdraw it. The card is too hard to wipe our butts with. But this. He shook the cash in his hand vigorously. This is real money. Genuine paper. The whole world is starving, but what about water? Medicine. What if either of us gets a headache? In that case, this money might just save our lives. It could buy water or medicine from others. Isn't it more precious than stored food? The old lady recalled Wang Lang's wolf-like gaze. A chill shot up her spine, feeling a sense of impending disaster. The old man's words seemed to make some sense, but exposing the fact that they had food at home. Is this really right? She always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. The gloom of the sky seemed to have shed some of its somberness under the relentless downpour of the torrential rain. Just as countless people struggling for survival in the floodwaters harbored faint hope of surviving the calamity, believing this damned rain was finally about to end. Hiss. It's so cold. What's going on? Why is the temperature dropping so fast? Mom, it's snowing. Snow in June. Exclamations of shock rose and fell among the remaining buildings. The temperature plummeted with a ferocity that could be keenly felt on the skin. An hour ago it was the humid, sweltering end of summer. The next moment a bone-piercing chill penetrated the thin clothing. People's breath instantly turned into visible white mist. In just a few minutes the sky was no longer shedding rain, but swirling with thick feathery snowflakes. Those snowflakes were large and dense. In a single night, just one night, the earth was draped in a thick, deathly white quilt, with only the still and frozen floodwaters flowing silently beneath. Countless people were jolted awake in their sleep, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Damn, what the hell? Yesterday it was so hot I couldn't breathe, and now every word I speak comes out as smoke. A man wrapped in a soaking wet blanket cursed in the dark room. This damn weather. It's over, all over. We didn't drown, but well freeze to death. Desperate sobs came from next door. At Qin Feng's home in the Sky City residential complex. In the fireplace, orange-eared flames danced cheerfully, crackling softly. Warm, dry air filled the entire living room, creating a world utterly different from the icy expanse outside the window. Qin Feng, dressed in comfortable loungewear, stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, calmly overlooking the snow-covered chaotic city through the gaps. Have finally here. A cold, subtle curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Not fear, but a knowing sense of just as I expected. This extreme cold was even more ferocious than in his memory. He turned and walked to the new fireplace, skillfully adding a few pieces of quality hardwood. The flames surged, suddenly raising the temperature a bit more. Then he walked to the wall and pressed the button to turn off the air conditioner. This thing won't be needed anymore. He muttered to himself, stepping onto the balcony, his fingers lightly brushing the outdoor unit of the air conditioner. The next moment, the heavy iron lump vanished into thin air stored within his spatial ability. Having done all this, Qin Feng ignored the faint cries and commotion from outside the window. He returned to the bedroom and sank into the soft, warm bedding. His body was exhausted, but his mind was exceptionally clear. The intensity of muscle training still needs to continue. And, closing his eyes, he began sketching out his next plan in his mind. Time for the main course. Chinese martial arts. With this thought, memories from his past life surged in his mind. The end time's 5 years in. That information should be correct. Qin Feng mused inwardly. The art of Chinese martial arts flourished in the late Qing and early Republic eras. True killing techniques with the essence lying in internal styles: taiji like water bagui, like a wandering dragon; xingyi like a cannon. Yang Luchen Dong Haichuan Gui Yunshin. These masters' names represent the pinnacle of martial arts in that era. And the external style of Bajiquan: shake the shoulder to topple the sky, stomp the foot to shake the land, fierce and violent. The current master, Old Man Wu Lianji. At this thought, a slight twitch pulled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Getting the most authentic core inheritance videos and manuals from his shrewd son cost me no small effort. Tens of millions thrown down the drain. It hurts, but it's worth it. In his mind, a name from his past life, 5 years into the apocalypse, echoed like thunder. Chunjun. An evolver who had awakened no special abilities, yet with his unparalleled Bajiquan skills, he carved out a fearsome reputation as the Invincible in close combat, among the circle of top powerhouses. What presence and strength that was. Learning Chinese martial arts close quarters combat is just the foundation. Qin Feng's gaze turned as sharp as a blade in the darkness. More importantly, there's that profound realm. The cicada senses the autumn wind before it stirs. Those with deep martial arts cultivation can mysteriously sense the qi directed at them. Killing intent, hostility, none can hide. This is almost a form of spiritual premonition, though it comes only a moment in advance. In life and death moments, that single moment decides victory and life itself. The fatal image from his past life stabbed at his nerves again. Wang Lang's hypocritical face, Fang Yuqing's vicious eyes, and the cold blade striking from behind. Human hearts are colder and more unpredictable than this icy apocalypse. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. In this life, I have a second chance. I have spatial abilities. I've stockpiled endless resources. But I will never again stake my life on anyone else's loyalty. Only by making myself strong enough to perceive every crisis can I utterly shatter the fangs of betrayal before they bear themselves. This Chinese martial art I am determined to learn. In a corner 1 kilometer southwest of Sky City, 2 men wrapped in thick, moldy old clothes scavenged from who knows where shivered violently, their faces pale and blue. One of them, wearing a tattered pair of glasses and so thin his cheekbones jutted out, was named Chen Paisai. He rubbed his nearly frozen hands, leaning close to the burly, fierce-eyed man beside him, Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, Chen Paisai's voice trembled. The guys can't hold on much longer. Our Fenghe district is soaked like tofu. There aren't many decent rooms to block the wind and cold. If this keeps up, before we starve, half of us will freeze to death tonight. He exhaled a puff of white air, trying to sound more urgent. Look over there. That's Sky City. Damn, those rich folks' place is different. The buildings are new and sturdy. After days of flooding, they look perfectly fine. It must be warm inside. We can't just wait to die here, Brother Xiao. Xiao Yan scowled, his eyes gleaming with greed and a fierce light. Chen Paisai's words struck at his most urgent need, a safe, warm stronghold, and the abundant supplies that might be inside. Xiao Yan let out a low grunt from his throat, flexing his numb shoulders. Paisai, you're right. This shithole, we can't stay. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Wait. When the water freezes solid enough to walk on, well, take the brothers over there. He turned, fixing his gaze on Chen Paisai. Now how many people do we have under us? Chen Paisai's spirits lifted as he quickly reported, Brother Xiao, from our original security team, there are still 15 who can fight. Plus the owner's Hove had nowhere to go and willingly joined us these past few days. 75. A full 75 people. All waiting for your orders. 75. Xiao Yan licked his dry, cracked lips, revealing a grim smile. Good. That's enough. Paisai, take a few men and get moving now. Organize the men to search through those collapsed buildings. Torn quilts, worn-out cotton jackets. Anything that can wrap around a body, fucking dig it all out. And rebar, crowbars, iron pipes. Anything that can be used as a weapon, don't leave a single one behind. Tell the brothers to grit their teeth and hold on a little longer. Once the ice is solid, well, go take that Sky City. Then good houses, warm stoves, pretty women, and maybe even endless cans of food. ITLL, all be ours. No more waiting to die in this ice hole. Yes, brother Xiao. Shen Pace's eyes also ignited with greed and the fire of survival, the cold seeming to ease a bit. They'll get on it right away. 2 days later, in the silent Sky City residential complex, every household had its doors and windows tightly shut, curtains drawn tight. Occasionally candlelight seeped through, appearing faint and wary. Did you hear? Yesterday afternoon. By Building 3. A suppressed female voice sounded from behind a door. Chill. Keep your voice down. Another voice was filled with terror. That Wang Lang crew. They're too ruthless. They used a broken kitchen knife pretending to trade for food, tricked open the doors of old Wang's and Professor Zhang's homes. Went in and robbed. When Oldly resisted, he was chopped several times. No one knows if he's alive. Professor Zhang's family. Even worse. Oh my god. What happened next? Next, they tried to hit a third house, but that man was a tough nut, blocking the door and fighting desperately. His wife managed to slip out and scream for help. That's what alerted people. But by the time anyone dared to check, Wang Lang and his gang had already fled, leaving a room full of blood. Who dares to go out now? Who knows who's next? Call the police. The police line is completely dead. Call the police. Which cops are handling this now? We're on our own. Fear spread like a plague. Between neighbors, the masks of former harmony were utterly torn apart. Some secretly reinforced their doors, others placed kitchen knives and rolling pins within easy reach, and some began to whisper cautiously with adjacent households they'd once been on good terms with. Old Wang, our two families. We need to look out for each other, right? All right. If there's any noise, tap the wall. 3 long, 2 short. These small, fragile alliances quietly formed under immense survival pressure. Everyone had their own calculations in mind, wanting to huddle together for warmth, yet fearing a knife in the back from those close by. Their petty cleverness seemed utterly feeble in the face of absolute violence. They nervously guarded against the known wolves within, Wang Lang and his ilk, yet were completely unaware that a far larger, more ferocious pack of hungry wolves had already bared their gleaming fangs at their homes from across the frozen river. A bloody storm set to engulf the entire complex was silently approaching with the raging snow and wind. In a delicately decorated 3-bedroom apartment beneath a thick down comforter, a figure trembled slightly, letting out a tearful, coquettish whine. Sister Lin. Sister Lin. Did you hear that? Downstairs. It sounds like someone screaming, and the sound of things being smashed. Is it? Are those looters coming to our building? Sue Weiner curled up like a frightened rabbit, shivering under the covers from both cold and fear, leaving only her eyes exposed, staring fixedly at the closed bedroom door. Even wrapped in the thick quilt, her graceful curves and full bosom were faintly visible. Lin Wei, holding her, could clearly feel her cousin's trembling. She too was cold and terrified, but as the elder sister, she forced herself to stay calm, gently patting Sue Weiner's back, while whispering soothingly, "Don't be afraid, Weiner, don't be afraid. Our doors and windows are all locked and the curtains are drawn tight. Those people don't know we live on this floor, let alone that only 2 women are home. As long as we stay quiet and keep the lights off, they won't find us here." She offered comfort, but her heart was pounding with anxiety. Looking down at her cousin's delicate round face, still beautiful despite the terror, and feeling the astonishing softness and fullness beneath the thick clothing, Lin Wei couldn't help but compare and sigh inwardly. Ah, this girl has developed really well. Better than me. She felt a pang of relief. Thank goodness Weiner was staying with me temporarily for the National College Computer Competition Finals in her junior year. If she had been trapped alone in the school dormitory or caught in this hellish weather on the road, such a beautiful girl, the consequences would be unthinkable. A wave of terror washed over her. But sister, Sue Weiner's voice was thick with a nasal tone like a wronged kitten. We're almost out of supplies. Only 3 packs of instant noodles left, and the biscuits are nearly gone. Water. The barrel is almost empty, enough for just 2 more days. Should we try to trade for some? Lin Weiss' brow furrowed deeply at this. The shortage of supplies was a sword hanging over their heads. Yes, we really can't wait any longer, she mused. Medicine. We still have some cold and anti-inflammatory drugs we stocked up on, especially the burn ointment, which should be in high demand now. I heard there's an exchange being organized in the hall of the clubhouse downstairs. Let's go there and try our luck. Mentioning that makeshift trading post, Lin Wei lowered her voice, her tone complex. You wouldn't believe it, Weiner, that place now. It's a small gathering spot. Lu Chuan, that neighbor who runs a company, hoarded plenty of water and food beforehand, so he's well stocked. He's become the main pillar, gathering several households, and there are quite a few people. People come to trade all sorts of things. Some bring heirloom vases and famous calligraphy, hoping to swap for a bite to eat. Others offer gold bars and jewelry, but those are worth less than a piece of compressed biscuit now. The worst part. Lin Weiss' voice grew reluctant. Some women. For 2 packs of instant noodles, they just. Sue Weiner gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. So Lu Chuan and his group are crucial now. Lin Weiss' tone grew grave. He has dozens of people under him, former colleagues from his company and trustworthy neighbors, all banded together. With them maintaining basic order there, at least thugs like Wang Lang's gang of outright looters won't dare act too blatantly in the clubhouse. Otherwise that place would have been a bloodbath by now. The thought of Wang Lang's ferocious gang made Lin Wei shudder involuntarily. June 2nd, 2040. The snow continued to fall. High up in the same building, the warm interior and the icy, snowy world outside formed two separate realms. Qin Feng was bare-chested, sweat trickling down his slightly muscled back. He had just finished an intense set of deadlifts, setting the heavy barbell securely back on the rack. After over a week of relentless training, his once lean frame had noticeably thickened, with the outlines of muscles on his arms, chest, and back faintly visible, and even the hint of abdominal muscles forming on his stomach. His entire demeanor radiated a contained sharpness, like a blade being repeatedly tempered. Just then, thump, thump, thump. A few clear, steady knocks with a certain rhythm came from the door, a stark contrast to the violent banging common in this apocalypse. Qin Feng's eye sharpened. He grabbed a sports jacket nearby, slipped it on, and moved silently to the door. Instead of opening it immediately, he peered cautiously through the reinforced peephole. Outside stood a figure bundled up like a bloated penguin, a thick scarf covering most of the face, revealing only a pair of tired but still clear eyes. Qin Feng recognized him. It was Lu Chuan from 301 downstairs. "What's the matter?" Qin Feng's voice came through the door, calm and unreadable. Hearing the response, Lu Chuan straightened up immediately, his tone marked with evident politeness and a hint of gratitude. "Mr. Qin, sorry to disturb you. I'm Lu Chuan from 301 downstairs. I've come up mainly for two reasons." He paused to ensure his voice was clear. "First, to specifically thank you. If you hadn't warned me downstairs that day, I and my family would be in who knows what state. Thanks to your advice, I filled every container we had with water and managed to stock up on rice flour and dry goods just in time. Now, though times are tough, at least we haven't run out of food and water. All because of your words. He'll never forget this kindness." His gratitude was palpable. Listening from inside, Qin Feng understood. Lu Chuan was a smart man, able to seize opportunities and show gratitude, a rare quality in the early days of the apocalypse. Lu Chuan continued, "The second thing is to keep you in the loop. A few of us neighbors downstairs, along with some colleagues from my company who live in the complex, got together and figured we can't go on like this. So we've set up a temporary supply exchange point in the clubhouse hall at the center of the complex. Open every day from noon to 1 just for an hour. It's too cold for people to last longer." He sped up, explaining his intent. "Everyone can trade what they don't need for essentials like medicine, food, or fuel. I know you might not need it, but I thought I'd let you know in case you have something to trade or something you're looking for. It's another channel. The location is the first floor hall of the clubhouse. Could you note the time?" Qin Feng's mind immediately conjured up similar scenes from his past life. Such spontaneous trading posts had indeed existed in the early stages of societal collapse, serving as key nodes for information and resource flow. He had been training intensely for days, barely leaving the apartment. Going out to observe the current environment, gauge the neighbors' dynamics, and assess the quality of this small alliance wouldn't be a bad idea. "Got it." Qin Feng's reply was still terse. "He'll consider it. If there's nothing else, you can go back." "Sure. All right. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Then I'll take my leave. It's cold. Take care." Hearing that Qin Feng hadn't outright refused, Lu Chuan's tone lightened noticeably. After a few more polite words, he carefully turned and headed downstairs. Qin Feng stood behind the door, listening to Lu Chuan's footsteps fade into silence. Returning to the living room, he clenched his fist, feeling the calluses from training and the slight soreness in his arm muscles. His strength was growing, but it was far from enough. His past life experience told him that in a world of pure survival of the fittest, only personal power was the ultimate truth of survival. He could not stop honing himself. The snow continued to fall silently. Outside, the world was cold and cruel. Inside, the man's heart was as hard as iron, his purpose clear. The biting wind, like knives, scraped across the frost-covered window lattice, emitting a whimpering howl. Qin Feng stood in the living room, conducting a final check of his equipment. Against his skin was a bulletproof ceramic plate, over which he wore a thick polar cold-weather suit. His Type 07 paratrooper boots thudded dully against the floor. A Kevlar helmet covered his head and face, further shrouded by the hood of a military combat uniform. A fully loaded Glock was holstered at his hip, and a military knife was tucked at the small of his back. Finally, he retrieved an olive-green military greatcoat from the 1980s from his spatial storage and wrapped it tightly as the outermost layer. Instantly, it exuded a strong sense of the era. In truth, with his spatial storage, retrieving an item was but a mere thought away. Yet Qin Feng understood. One could not afford to be careless. Anyone who survived such hellish weather was no easy mark. No matter how swift the motion of pulling items from the space, it was hard to ensure no sharp-eyed observer caught a flaw. A single flaw could be detected, inviting covetous eyes. After the apocalypse, the law of the jungle manifested even more starkly. A moment's inattention could mean death. He repeatedly admonished himself better the trouble, but keep the risk to a minimum. Retrieving a travel backpack from his space, he symbolically stuffed it with some compressed biscuits, instant noodles, mineral water, cold medicine, a small knife, and an old-fashioned flashlight. The backpack immediately felt heavy. Having done this, he leaned close to the peephole, the cold touch of metal against his eyelid. Confirming the hallway was empty, he slowly pushed open the heavy frost-layered security door. Hiss! The moment the door cracked open, the piercing wind carrying snow pellets surged in violently. Qin Feng couldn't help but shiver, feeling the exposed half of his face rapidly losing sensation. He tightened the greatcoat firmly and pulled the brim of his hood lower. Only then did he heft the backpack, trudging unsteadily through knee-deep snow toward the community's temporary trading post. He soon arrived at the destination. The trading post was set up in the ground floor lobby of the central building in the community, a relatively sheltered spot a few degrees warmer than outside. Qin Feng stomped the snow off his boots and pushed aside the heavy windproof curtain to enter. A complex wave of odors, cigarette smoke, sweat, firewood, and a faint mustiness assaulted him. The lobby was dimly lit with a dozen or so stalls scattered sparsely against the walls. Qin Feng spotted Lu Chuan leading a few able-bodied men, steel pipes and baseball bats in hand, their eyes vigilantly scanning the area. By the walls, most stall owners were bundled up like dumplings, only their eyes visible. No one hawked their wares, they just stood woodenly behind their pitifully meager goods. In the center of the hall, a bonfire crackled, its dry wood burning with a popping sound, bringing a touch of warmth to the quiet, cold space. Qin Feng swept his gaze across the hall. Chanel handbags were casually tossed on dirty plastic sheets next to boxes of Lancome cosmetics. Yellowed antique scrolls of calligraphy and painting lay scattered. Gold necklaces and jade bangles were mixed among a jumble of odds and ends. But the majority of stalls offered only pitiful amounts of food: half a sack of rice, a few pieces of dried cured meat, even a few wilted radishes. The entire hall held perhaps 40 or 50 people, murmuring in small groups of 2 or 3, their eyes flitting between others and the goods on display. The atmosphere was oppressive and cautious. Qin Feng began to drift silently among the stalls. His gaze was sharp and calm, sweeping over items that had once been priceless, but now seemed bitterly ironic. These luxuries. Soon a few things caught his interest. He stopped before a stall. The stall owner was a man around 50, wrapped in at least 3 layers of winter clothing, bloated like a ball. Only his eyes were visible, bloodshot and wary. The most conspicuous item on the stall was a mounted landscape painting. This, Qin Feng's voice came through his thick scarf, low and raspy as he pointed at the painting. Bai Chi Bai Shi. What's the price? Stall owner Lu Haizhu looked up, sizing up Qin Feng's overly professional gear. His wariness deepened, but he swallowed and spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. You know your stuff, brother. This is a genuine piece. Auctioned at Poly in Hong Kong back in the day, 11 million. Now, sigh. He let out a heavy sigh, as if his heart were being cut out. 10 bottles of water, 10 packs of noodles, plus an alcohol stove that works, and it's yours. As he spoke, he instinctively clutched his chest, putting on a show of heart-wrenching agony. Qin Feng's gaze was calm and flat. He neither looked at the painting nor at the stall owner's exaggerated expression. He merely said indifferently, 1 pack of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of water. Take it or leave it. His tone was utterly unemotional as he turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Don't go, brother. Lu Haizhu panicked, grabbing Qin Feng's coat sleeve, then letting go as if burned. His voice took on a tearful tone. Big brother, can you add a little more? This is really my precious treasure. My family. We can't even keep the pot boiling. The kids are crying from hunger. He tried to squeeze out a few tears, but his frozen face wouldn't cooperate. Qin Feng stopped, half turning his body. The shadow from his hood obscured most of his face. 1 pack of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of water, plus 2 packs of instant noodles. Final offer. Lu Haizhu's tearful tone cut off abruptly. His eyes darted rapidly, weighing the options. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Deal. You're a straightforward man. He then deftly rolled up the painting, wrapped it in several layers of rag, and handed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng in turn took supplies from his bulging travel backpack and passed them over. Lu Haizhu took the food, his hands trembling slightly, and quickly stuffed it into a shabby school bag he had brought. Big brother, he whispered, ingratiating and urgent. You really know your stuff? I've got a few more heirloom antiques at home, absolutely genuine. Would you like to take a look? Qin Feng weighed the light scroll in his hand, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. If they're real, I'll take them. But if you try to pawn off fakes. He paused, and the sharp gaze beneath his brim seemed to sweep over Lu Haizhu. You won't be able to operate in this area anymore. Lu Haizhu shrank his neck, waving his hands frantically. No, absolutely genuine. Wait here. He'll go get them right away. Right now? Having said that, as if afraid Qin Feng would change his mind, or that his newly acquired goods would be targeted, he hugged his bag. His bloated frame burst with an unlikely agility as he trotted out of the hall, vanishing into the wind and snow. Qin Feng continued his treasure hunt. Not far away in a corner, 2 dumplings with only their eyes showing were whispering nervously. Sister Lin, look at that guy with the big pack. A slightly youthful female voice with a hint of barely concealed excitement came muffled from behind a thick scarf. He had quite a bit of food and drink in his pack when he traded that painting just now. Should we trade our medicine with him? The other dumpling, Lin Wei, fixed her gaze on Qin Feng's figure deliberately, lowering her voice, further a trace of anxiety in it. Wait for him to come over. The others are offering too little. Our medicine is a life-saving hard currency. We need to get a fair trade. She watched Qin Feng's leisurely attitude as if he were strolling through a market and felt a surge of inexplicable irritation. What times are these? How many people are freezing or starving to death outside? And he has the leisure to pick and choose here. Does he have so much food stockpiled at home that he can't finish it? As they whispered, others also noticed Qin Feng pulling food from his bulging backpack. Countless gazes, overt or covert, greedy or calculating, instantly focused on him, like hyenas catching the scent of blood. Wherever he walked, the stall owners immediately became exceptionally enthusiastic, vying to peddle their pitiful possessions. One stall owner even leaned in mysteriously, pointing at a similarly bundled-up woman with numb eyes in the corner. Brother, 1 pack of noodles one time. Get warm. Qin Feng paused mid-step. Even through his scarf, he could feel his throat go dry. This past week, with intense daily training, the fire in his body was indeed hard to suppress. But he merely shook his head coldly, his gaze not lingering for a moment. He walked straight toward Lin Wei and Su Weiner's stall. On the stall, several blister packs of amoxicillin capsules lay quietly, gleaming more brilliantly than gold in the firelight. Medicine in this post-apocalyptic world was a true luxury, a life-saving treasure. These meds. Qin Feng stopped before the stall, his eyes on the blister packs. How are you trading them? Big brother. The youthful voice piped up, immediately lowered, but with an inexperienced eagerness. 1 pill for a pack of instant noodles. We have lots of them. It was Su Weiner who spoke. Qin Feng's mind stirred. He extended his spiritual sense to scan them, seeing clearly through their thick clothes. Indeed clear, they were female and young with impressive figures. Though bundled up, this voice and the reactions of her slightly calmer companion had already revealed too much. His gaze swept over their only identifiable features, a pair of bright eyes filled with nervousness and helplessness, and another pair showing fatigue and forced composure. Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. She silently cursed her sister for being too impatient, revealing their hand before the bargaining even began. She quickly took over the conversation, trying to make her voice sound more mature and reliable. This big brother, I used to work in a hospital. We have some spare meds at home. In these times, a common cold or fever can be lethal. Medicine is worth this price. Do you? Can you accept it? Her voice carried a faint, barely perceptible tremor. She was clearly unaccustomed to such transactions, afraid that their only big client would be scared off by her sister's rashness. Qin Feng did not reply immediately. In those few short exchanges, his mind had already rapidly analyzed key information. 2 young, attractive women out trading alone, severely lacking in social experience, voices unaltered, eyes betraying emotions likely no adult male to rely on at home. In the apocalypse, this was practically like having easy prey tattooed on their foreheads. Out of an almost instinctive caution, or perhaps the unease in those 2 pairs of eyes stirred a faint glimmer of compassion in his heart, or perhaps other thoughts. Very pure ones, of course. Qin Feng lowered his voice, his tone carrying an undeniable gravity. Listen, when you talk to others, don't use a female voice. Better yet, cover your eyes too. His sharp gaze swept over the exposed parts of their faces. You 2 are young and likely not bad-looking. If someone with ill intent gets close and tests you a little, they'll find you out. Then, imagine the consequences. He didn't spell it out, but the cold warning was clear enough. Lin Wei and Su Weiner stiffened. Their exposed eyes widened instantly, their pupils filled with fear and shock. Lin Wei instinctively covered her eyes with her hand over the scarf gap. Yes, they had been too naive. So focused on staying warm and hiding their figures, they had overlooked these fatal details, their voices and eyes. Had it not been for this man's warning, a chill more biting than the wind and snow outside shot from the soles of their feet up their spines. They exchanged a glance, seeing deep fear and gratitude in each other's eyes. Thank you for the warning, big brother. Lin Wei's voice trembled with a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster as she tried to imitate a rough, husky tone. Qin Feng said no more, stating directly, "I'll take all the medicine on your stall." He pointed at his backpack. 6 packs of compressed biscuits, 6 bottles of water. Deal or no deal? Deal. Deal. Su Weiner answered eagerly, her voice brimming with surprise, nearly forgetting her disguise again. Lin Wei nodded vigorously, afraid Qin Feng would change his mind. The 3 quickly completed the transaction. Qin Feng stowed the precious blister packs of amoxicillin into the inner pocket of his coat. Lin Wei and Su Weiner clutched the food and water they had traded for, bowing deeply to Qin Feng. Then, like frightened rabbits, they pushed through the crowd and vanished into the wind and snow at the entrance of the trading post without looking back. Qin Feng wandered around the venue for another half-hour, trading small amounts of food for a few trinkets that caught his interest. Lu Haizhu did return with a few genuine pieces, including 2 authentic works by Tang Yin. The 2 completed the transaction smoothly. Finally weighing his noticeably lighter backpack, he lingered no longer and turned to leave this temporary market. The heavy windproof curtain fell behind him, cutting off the faint firelight and the clamor of voices, leaving only the swirling wind and snow and a world of dead pale white. The moment Qin Feng stepped out of the refuge trading post, the faint traces of human voices and warmth behind him were shattered by the biting cold. He tightened his collar, trudging through the thick snow with uneven steps, heading toward his own shelter. As he reached a dilapidated building scarred with cracks, 5 figures suddenly burst out from the shadows of a nearby stairwell. They were bundled up like cocoons, their faces half hidden by tattered cotton coats and scarves revealing only eyes filled with malice or greed. They brandished crude weapons, a chipped cleaver, a heavy wrench, and even a broken bench leg studded with rusty nails, all glinting ominously in the dim daylight. What made Qin Feng's gaze sharpen was the sight of 2 more figures slinking furtively from the direction of the trading post, clearly insiders acting as informants. Traitors and bandits working in perfect sync. Qin Feng sneered, understanding instantly. There were spies in the trading post targeting generous spenders like him, tipping off the thugs for an ambush. In this apocalypse, such tricks were all too common. The leader, a burly man wielding 2 thick bone cleavers with gleaming blades, blocked Qin Feng's path arrogantly. His voice, muffled by a mask, boomed with swagger. "Hey there, pal. Looked like you were splashing out in there, huh? This damn weather. Why carry all that weight? Be smart, drop the bag, keep your life, and scram. Save us the trouble of roughing you up. It won't be pretty." That voice, that tone. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. A long-suppressed savage fury erupted within him like a dormant volcano suddenly ignited. It was him. Wang Lang. His brother, from a past life, the honey-tongued betrayer who stabbed him in the back at his weakest moment alongside Fang Yuqing. Qin Feng's icy gaze pierced through the wind and snow, locking onto Wang Lang's exposed eyes. "Wang Lang, I planned to let you enjoy a few more days of despair in this apocalypse before settling accounts. But here you are delivering yourself to me." Murderous intent boiled within him. "Good, very good. They'll collect some interest early." Meanwhile, behind the broken windows on the second floor of the trading post, a crowd had gathered. The spectacle of Qin Feng's lavish transactions still fresh in their minds, they now watched as Wang Lang's notorious gang surrounded him. "Oh no, it's Wang Lang. They've targeted that rich guy," someone cried, slapping their thigh in desperation. "Damn those beasts. Finally someone willing to trade good stuff, and they're about to rob him blind." A gaunt middle-aged man growled, his eyes red with rage. "Chill. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear. Life will only get harder. They'll be even more ruthless after this," another man whispered, his voice trembling with despair and dread. On a nearby rooftop, Lin Wei and Su Weiner watched through the glass, their hearts pounding with anxiety. The man who had given them supplies and kindly warned them was now under siege. Peering through the window cracks, the crowd was a mix of panic and fury, their hearts in their throats. They feared Qin Feng might be killed, cutting off their hope for rare supplies. They fumed at the sight of Wang Lang's jackals succeeding once more, squeezing their already meager existence. Downstairs, Qin Feng ignored Wang Lang's bluster, silent as a block of ice. He unhurriedly shrugged off his large backpack and set it on the snowy ground by his feet. Then, with a casual motion, he reached into the thick inner pocket of his coat. Wang Lang scoffed, pulling out cash. "Even wiping your ass with that would be too rough. Hurry up, don't stall." Qin Feng's hand emerged from his coat. No bills, no cans of food. In his grip was a pitch-black solid iron rod as thick as a baby's arm. Weighing roughly 7 or 8 pounds, its mere sight sent a chill down the spine. Holding the 40-centimeter-long iron rod, Qin Feng lifted his head, his gaze like a bone-chilling wind slowly sweeping over each of his encirclers before settling on Wang Lang's shocked and uncertain eyes. His voice was low but cut through the wind and snow like an ice pick striking every eardrum. "I'll ask once. Anyone want to back out?" He paused, raising the rod slightly. "Otherwise, soon dead or alive, I want care." The icy killing intent and the blood-stained weapon made a few thugs flinch, instinctively stepping back. But shame at being threatened by a fat sheep and greed-fueled bravado quickly took over. "Damn, you little punk," waving a fire poker like it's a threat. "Screw this. You're asking for it. We'll strip you down and freeze you into a popsicle." Lang, why waste words? Chop 'em up. A barrage of curses rained down. Amid the chaos, Wang Lang stared hard at Qin Feng, and a nearly forgotten name flashed through his mind like lightning. His eyes bulged as he blurted out, "Qin Feng, is that you, eh?" Qin Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile, offering no denial. Wang Lang's heart jolted, but seeing his 7 men, including the 2 lookouts against Qin Feng alone, fear quickly gave way to ferocity. "Damn. It really is you, you pretentious bastard. The world's ended. Your lousy cash means nothing. Spill where you've stashed your supplies, or I'll hack you to pieces and feed you to the dogs." "Dogs? You're not even worthy of mentioning them." Qin Feng's voice was ice cold. Before the words faded, he moved. Still as a maiden, swift as a thunderbolt. His body, like a drawn bow released, sent snow exploding underfoot with a muffled thud. With no wasted motion, he became a blur targeting Wang Lang's knee. Wang Lang saw only a flash of vicious gust of wind. He didn't even raise his cleaver to block. A sickening crisp crack of bone shattered the silent snow, drowning out all wind and curses. "Ah, my leg." Wang Lang's agonized scream pierced the air. His towering frame crumpled like a broken spine, crashing into the snow, both cleavers flying far away. Writhing in agony, he curled into a ball, clutching his grotesquely twisted left leg, tears and snot streaming, utterly incapacitated. This was just the beginning. Leveraging the recoil from shattering Wang Lang's knee, Qin Feng spun and lunged forward like a phantom, moving too fast for the remaining thugs to react. With a dull whoosh, the iron rod struck a thug's wrist as he raised a wrench. Another crack. The wrist bent at an unnatural angle, the wrench clattering to the ground. A scream barely began when Qin Feng ducked beneath a swinging cleaver, sweeping the rod backward. A heavy thud like a sledgehammer hitting a sandbag. The rod slammed into the shin of a thug, trying to ambush him from behind. With a clear crack, the man's eyes bulged. He couldn't even scream, collapsing like a log knocked unconscious by the pain. Another thug charged with a bench leg. Qin Feng stepped forward instead of retreating, sliding into his opponent's guard. His free left hand shot out like lightning, gripping and twisting the thug's weapon hand downward. Simultaneously, his right knee drove upward like a battering ram. A wet thud. The knee struck the soft abdomen. The bench leg dropped. The man let out a choked gasp, doubling over like a shrimp, spewing stomach acid mixed with blood, collapsing to his knees, curled into a tight ball. In the blink of an eye, 4 fierce thugs along with Wang Lang were all writhing in the snow, crippled and wailing. Some clutched broken legs, others broken hands, still others curled up, clutching their stomachs. Bright blood rapidly stained the pristine white snow, blooming like flowers of death. The entire sequence was breathtakingly swift. From Qin Feng's eruption to the 5 men's collapse, only 2 breaths had passed. Gripping the blood-dripping rod, Qin Feng slowly turned, his icy gaze like twin spears of frost fixed on the 2 terrified lookouts at the rear. Having witnessed the horror, their minds went blank. Paralyzed by sheer terror, their legs felt like lead or cotton, trembling uncontrollably. The thought of escape never formed as a warm, wet stain spread rapidly down their pants. Dragging his iron rod, Qin Feng stepped through the blood-stained snow toward them, each footfall deliberate. The rod scraped across the snow with a chilling, grating sound that gnawed at the heart. He stopped before the 2 men, gazing at their faces, pale as paper, etched with utter despair. "I won't kill you," Qin Feng said, his voice eerily calm, a calm more terrifying than his earlier savagery, as if he were a different man. A flicker of desperate, incredulous hope for survival lit up their eyes. "Take me to the homes of those men." Qin Feng continued, his tone as flat as discussing the weather. "Guide the way. Or become a landmark. Choose." "Well, guide. Well, guide." The 2 men wailed, nodding frantically, terrified that a moment's delay would bring the deadly iron rod down upon them. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, pointing his rod at the groaning Wang Lang and his men. "Drag them inside. Find a sheltered doorway. If they freeze to death, you become useless." In the bitter cold of dozens of degrees below zero, a severely wounded man left exposed would stiffen in an hour and be dead within 2. Qin Feng sought to eradicate the root. He needed their families found, and these men kept alive, but incapacitated, so they wouldn't freeze too quickly. Behind the second-floor window, a deathly silence reigned. Everyone was utterly stunned by the swift, devastating scene unfolding below. Inside, their thick coats' mouths gaped wide enough to hold an egg, eyes bulging as if they might pop out. "Holy shit!" Someone finally choked out a distorted exclamation from the depths of their throat, shattering the eerie stillness. Did you see that? Just a few moves? All down. Damn. Who is that guy? That's insane. Wang Lang. Wang Lang's leg. The bone is sticking out. Hiss. That iron rod. My god, it smashes bones like tofu. Upstairs, Lin Wei and Su Weiner were also in awe. Wow, so cool, so strong. I want him to be my husband, Su Weiner blurted out jokingly. A chill ran through everyone from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. Moments ago, they had feared Qin Feng would be robbed or killed. In an instant, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed with such bloody violence. Lu Chuan pushed to the front, gripping the window frame tightly. His heart pounded wildly, threatening to leap from his throat. That figure, that merciless, lethal Azura-like figure, was all too familiar. It's him. It's really him. Lu Chuan murmured, his face a mask of extreme shock and an indescribable excitement. Qin Feng. How did he become so strong? Just a few months ago, he had attended a Hangzhou entrepreneur gathering and had the honor of meeting him, days before he had received his kind warning. At the time, his mind was hazy from the great earthquake, but now recalling it, he realized the big shot had been right beside him all along. That skill, that decisiveness. A powerful surge of admiration mixed with awe and lingering fear coursed through his body like an electric current. Inside the clubhouse, a lean, middle-aged man was also pale-faced, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He watched Qin Feng command the two terrified lookouts to drag the wailing Wang Lang and his men into a nearby doorway like dead dogs, and felt his throat go dry. This god of death, must never be crossed. No, I must find a way to befriend him. Only one thought remained in his mind. In the dim, moldy, urine-stinking stairwell, Qin Feng, like an icy judge, supervised the two quivering lookouts as they dragged or half-carried the moaning, broken-legged captives, making a visit to each home. This one Wang Lang's mistress with a 7 or 8-year-old brat. Bang! Qin Feng kicked open the old wooden door. A woman's scream and a child's cry erupted from inside. No, don't kill us. Take everything. The pleas were cut short, replaced by the dull thud of a heavy fall and stifled sobs. Qin Feng walked out expressionless, the crimson tip of his iron rod a shade darker. He signaled to continue. This one the big guy's parents. The old man is bedridden and the old lady is fierce. Pleading and arguing came from inside. A woman held captive shouted in satisfaction, "Old bastards. When your son was robbing people, did you ever think of today? Go reunite as a family below." Inside, the old woman's bitter curses rang out, followed by 2 short grunts, and then silence. Qin Feng's gaze showed no ripple. In the apocalypse, mercy was cruelty to oneself. Once the seed of hatred was sown, it would inevitably sprout, just like in many TV dramas where the protagonist survives a family massacre. Then the protagonist bides his time, grows in secret, like a venomous snake in the dark, waiting for a chance to exact revenge. Qin Feng had no intention of being retaliated against years later by those he had spared. Uprooting the weeds was the only true solution. And this one, the kid with the stool leg, lives with his blind mother. Mom, run. The young man's scream and the old woman's desperate wail mingled, then faded into silence. Cold, efficient, ruthless. Qin Feng, like a machine executing a program, methodically cleared each home according to the terrified guide's directions. Each kick of the door was like a death knell, pounding on the hearts of the other residents in the building, forcing them to clamp their hands over their mouths and hold their breath. Finally, it was the turn of the two lookouts' homes. The addresses had been thoroughly extracted on the way. Boss, spare us. We just kept watch. We didn't do anything. The two knelt in the snow, kowtowing frantically. Qin Feng looked at them as if they were roadside trash. I said guide the way and I won't kill you. His voice remained calm. A glimmer of hope rose in their eyes. But I didn't say I'd spare your families. Qin Feng's words were like a bucket of ice water. Let your whole family reunite. Desperate wails and pleas echoed in the cold stairwell, quickly ended by heavier thuds. When Qin Feng emerged from the last unit, dragging his blood-soaked, chilling iron rod, even the wind and snow seemed to freeze. Behind him lay a path of reunion, paved with blood and death. Finally, he walked back to the doorway where Wang Lang had been thrown. Wang Lang lay on the cold concrete floor, his left leg twisted at an impossible angle. The excruciating pain and blood loss had turned his face a deathly pale, large cold sweat droplets mixing with tears to smear his face. Hearing footsteps, he looked up in terror, seeing Qin Feng dragging the iron rod, approaching step by step, like the Grim Reaper, each step crushing his heart. Qin Feng, Brother Feng, spare me. I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. For the sake of our past brotherhood. Wang Lang blubbered incoherently, begging for mercy. Qin Feng stopped before him, looking down. His eyes held no anger, no hatred, only an unfathomable coldness and indifference, as if gazing at a beast to be slaughtered. Brotherhood. Qin Feng's voice was as light as a whisper, yet carried a bone-chilling cold. He said no more. He bent down, grabbed Wang Lang by the scruff of his neck, and dragged him roughly off the cold floor like a dead dog. Ugh. The agony in his leg tore a pig-like scream from Wang Lang. Soon the blood and wounds froze, and the entire leg went numb. Qin Feng ignored the screams, dragging him step by step resolutely towards Wang Lang's home in Building 3, Apartment 502. The broken leg left a long, glaring trail of slush and blood winding into the dark depths of the stairwell, like a bloody marker leading to hell. Today he would settle everything. These two insignificant figures should not waste his energy. The future held many tasks for him. Let Wang Lang and Feng Yuqing be his tribute to the apocalypse. In room 502, inside the door, Feng Yuqing was wrapped in a thick, somewhat dirty down jacket, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was not because of the cold, but because of the piercing scream from downstairs. It was Wang Lang. She was all too familiar with that sound. A chill rushed from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head, more terrifying than the low temperature outside. What kind of ruthless character could have taken care of Wang Lang? Feng Yuqing's mind was a chaotic mess, fear rendering her almost incapable of thought. Wang Lang usually roamed this building with a few lackeys bullying others and scavenging for supplies, incredibly fierce. To make him scream like that, the person must be even more terrifying. She instinctively curled up, pressing her back against the cold wall. What to do? She anxiously bit her lip, her nails digging deep into her palm. A thought suddenly became clear, carrying a desperate instinct for survival. Yes. When he comes up, I will. I will submit to him. He can do whatever he wants as long as I serve him well and satisfy him. I should be able to keep my life right. She looked down at herself in this hellish environment. This body seemed to be her only capital for trade. Yes, just like that. Surviving is the most important. Knock, knock, knock. A polite knock on the door sounded, but it felt like a heavy hammer striking Feng Yuqing's heart. She shuddered violently. This door could not possibly stop the person outside. She had witnessed how Wang Lang and his gang broke in robbing and killing over the past few days. Not opening. If I anger them, the consequences will be even worse. She took a deep breath of the cold air, suppressing her heart that was almost jumping out, trembling as she turned the door lock. Through the peephole, she saw someone standing outside the door. A tall, upright figure was dragging a limp body like a pile of mud. The person opening the door was wrapped tightly, only their eyes were visible. Feng Yuqing couldn't see who it was, but she felt that gaze was so cold it could freeze her blood. Come in. Her voice carried a whimper and an affected frailty, her body slightly turning to reveal an angle she thought was still somewhat enticing. She calculated how to appease this new master. The tall figure unceremoniously threw the thing he was dragging onto the ground, producing a dull thud and a painful groan. Feng Yuqing finally saw the bloodied figure on the ground. It was Wang Lang. His leg was twisted at a strange angle, and beneath the torn pants and flesh, she could even see the stark white of shattered bone. In the extreme cold, the blood flowing from his wound crystallized into dark red ice. Wang Lang's face turned pale and twisted from the agony and blood loss. His spirit diminished, his gaze vacant. Only then did the newcomer leisurely remove his hat and scarf. When his face was fully revealed, Feng Yuqing felt as if struck by lightning, her pupils dilating, blood draining from her face. Qin Feng. Her voice pitched in disbelief, filled with profound guilt. How could it be Qin Feng? This was the ex-boyfriend who had bought her a house a year ago, only to be discarded after she had drained him of value and turned to Wang Lang. How did he end up here? A wave of immense fear instantly engulfed her, and the instinct for survival made her make a choice in an instant. She collapsed onto the cold concrete floor with a thud, crawling 2 steps to hug Qin Feng's calf, tears flowing freely, crying like a distressed flower. Qin Feng, listen to me. It really wasn't my fault. She pointed at the barely breathing Wang Lang on the ground, her voice sharp and urgent, filled with accusations. It was him. It was this beast. He got me drunk and forced me. I'm just a weak woman, unable to resist. Qin Feng, I've only ever had you in my heart. It's true. He forced me. It's all his fault. Whoa. She cried sincerely, as if she had suffered an enormous injustice, splashing all the dirt onto Wang Lang. However, Feng Yuqing's cries instantly opened the floodgates of Wang Lang's desire to survive and ignited his anger at being betrayed. His vacant gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating fiercely on the woman who had flipped on him faster than flipping a book. He had worked hard to gather supplies, and had also shared them with her, only for her to immediately throw him under the bus to save her life, making Wang Lang feel utterly betrayed, his heart filled with rage, wishing he could kill her on the spot. A surge of energy like a last burst of light supported him as he struggled to raise his head, his throat making a hoarse wind sound as he shouted with his last ounce of strength, Shut your damn mouth. Feng Yuqing. You little slut, you bastard. Wang Lang's eyes were wide, filled with resentment and madness. Who was it? Who was the one who climbed into my bed first? Who said that the surname Qin was useless? Couldn't give you what you wanted? If it wasn't for me working my ass off outside, gathering food, you would have starved to death, frozen to death hundreds of times by now. Now, putting all the blame on me. I curse your ancestors. He gasped violently, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. The look in his eyes as he stared at Feng Yuqing was one of a predator ready to devour her alive. You're talking nonsense. Wang Lang, you're the one who threatened me. Qin Feng, don't believe him. Feng Yuqing shouted back, clutching Qin Feng's leg tighter, crying and howling, he's slandering me. I'm slandering you. Heh. Cough, cough. Wang Lang spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing a grim and sarcastic smile. That red mole on your butt was also forced by me. You just to have an extra bite of meat. Serving me in bed. That shamelessness was also forced by me. You little whore. You rotten piece of trash. You. Shut up. Feng Yuqing was poked at her most vulnerable spot, her face turning pale, both ashamed and angry, her scream nearly piercing the roof. The two were like beasts stripped of all pretense, wildly clawing at each other on the cold ground, before Qin Feng the judge, pushing each other towards the abyss, only hoping to gain a sliver of breath, a chance to survive. Filthy words, old grievances, the most disgraceful secrets, all became weapons to attack each other, exposing the selfishness, baseness, and ugliness of humanity to the fullest at this moment. Qin Feng stood quietly looking down at this absurd farce at his feet. Watching Wang Lang's furious and desperate appearance as he was betrayed by Feng Yuqing, without hesitation, he felt a hidden delight within. Even you can be betrayed. Feng Yuqing's tearful accusations and Wang Lang's desperate curses echoed in his ears like the buzzing of flies. His gaze was as cold as the -60 degrees ice, tinged with a hint of Indescribable mockery. The two before him tearing at each other, cursing and showing their ugly sides, resembled the most ridiculous clowns in a circus. Scenes from his past life were clear in his memory, how he risked everything using his spatial abilities to search for food and water for them again and again in the ruins, how at the onset of the harsh cold, he selflessly gave away the warm clothing he had painstakingly gathered, even those he couldn't bear to wear himself, how he had unhesitatingly protected them at the risk of his own life, even when he was covered in wounds. Share blessings together, face difficulties together. Qin Feng mocked himself, inwardly reflecting on how he had once been so foolish, taking them too seriously. He had given his all to protect these two companions and lovers. What he received in return, however, was a joint ambush at his weakest moment. He would never forget Feng Yuqing's face, once so pitiful, contorting with greed and malice at that moment, nor the flicker of cruelty and excitement in Wang Lang's eyes. Qin Feng, don't blame us. Your spatial abilities are too tempting. Let's take you along to die. They'll take your spatial crystal core, and thanks for helping me hunt the time crystal core. This was what they whispered in his ears after the ambush. If it weren't for the last moment when he detonated his spatial crystal core and the recently obtained time crystal core, triggering an incomprehensible force that sent him back to before the apocalypse, he would have long since turned to dust, and this pair of dogs would perhaps have taken his spatial and time crystal cores to grow stronger, enjoying the powerful abilities to dominate the apocalypse. Hatred surged in his cold gaze. It was the overwhelming hatred of being betrayed by someone he trusted, being completely stripped of everything. What supported him to live again, to navigate carefully to this day, was for this very moment. He had endured for a whole year. Qin Feng, look at him. He's slandering me. Feng Yuqing continued to cling to his leg, crying and pleading, trying to soften him with her tears. Qin Feng's gaze slowly moved down, landing on Feng Yuqing's carefully disguised face, which at this moment was twisted with fear and calculation. This face, which had once made his heart flutter, now only filled him with immense disgust and loathing. The image of her stabbing him in the back before his death in his past life overlapped eerily with the tear-streaked face before him. Pleading, tears, repentance. Too late. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a minuscule arc of boundless killing intent. He moved. With lightning speed, the heavy metal bat fell with a sharp scream that tore through the air, smashing down hard in the eyes of Feng Yuqing, who was terrified to the extreme. No. Feng Yuqing could only let out a short, high-pitched scream. Thud. Ah! A sickening dull thud sounded as Feng Yuqing's legs were directly smashed, her small calves twisted at odd angles. The intense pain made her tremble on the ground, unable to move, her gums nearly bleeding as she bit down hard, her eyes bloodshot. Bone shards and flesh splattered everywhere, creating a glaring and bizarre pattern on the cold floor and walls. Feng Yuqing's body stiffened suddenly, her beautiful eyes, once filled with calculation, now reflecting pure shock and disbelief. Wang Lang, who had been cursing Feng Yuqing just a second ago, was completely stunned by this sudden bloody scene. All his anger, all his will to survive, turned into boundless fear in the face of the splattering blood. The cold breath of death instantly seized his heart, making him feel more suffocated than the -60 degrees cold. Qin Feng, spare me, spare me. Wang Lang was terrified, like a dying worm desperately writhing on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he incoherently begged for mercy. I was wrong. I'm not human. I'm a beast. I shouldn't have gone after my brother's woman. I shouldn't have been blinded. For our past friendship. Spare me my life. I will be your servant. I beg you. Please. He desperately banged his head against the cold, hard ground, making a thudding sound, soon turning into a bloody mess. Wang Lang's pleas sounded like the mournful cries of a dying beast. Qin Feng didn't even bother to glance at Wang Lang again, nor did he spare another word. The baseball bat in his hand silently lifted again. No. Wang Lang's desperate scream had just escaped his lips. Bang! Another heart-wrenching sound of bones and flesh cracking echoed. Wang Lang's other leg, like a shattered inferior ceramic pot, instantly deformed and collapsed. The pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. His broken body convulsed violently a few times, his heart-wrenching screams echoed endlessly, and his wide-open eyes were frozen with endless fear, regret, and pain. In room 502, the howling cold wind outside wailed like the cries of wronged souls. Inside, painful groans filled the air. They were in so much agony they could no longer scream, their throats hoarse. The low temperature rapidly eroded their bodies from the wounds, and after 1 hour their struggles grew weaker. Finally, in pain, Feng Yuqing and Wang Lang ceased to breathe amidst suffering and cold, watching their bodies gradually stiffen. Qin Feng sat on the sofa in the living room, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. The nicotine stimulated his lungs, bringing an indescribable sense of immense relief from the depths of his soul, like a flood breaking a dam, instantly sweeping away the heavy shackles accumulated over 2 lives. The deep-seated obsession for revenge, due to betrayal, at this moment with the demise of his enemies, dissipated into thin air. Great vengeance has been repaid. An unprecedented sense of lightness and clarity swept through every cell in his body. It was as if the long-blocked river had been thoroughly cleared and his soul had become light and transparent. He could even clearly feel that the dormant spatial abilities within him became more active and harmonious due to the clarity of his mindset. He felt refreshed. Thoughts flowed freely, accompanied by a sense of relief. The debts of his past life were settled in this life. He opened that cold iron door. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed towards him. But Qin Feng felt that today's wind didn't seem so piercing. He pulled up his hat, blending into the endless snowstorm outside the door, his steps steady and firm, walking towards a future without betrayers. The night was as dark as ink, impenetrable and thick. Qin Feng returned to his fortress-like sanctuary, the warm water washing away the fatigue and blood from his body, as if cleansing a heavy stone from his heart. Having settled the matter on his mind, he collapsed onto the soft bed, almost falling asleep the moment his head touched the pillow, his breathing quickly becoming long and steady. In the deathly silence of the night outside the Sky City community, the ice surface emitted a faint crack sound in the low temperature. A group of dark figures gathered silently in the shadows at the entrance of the community, like demons crawling out from the cracks of hell. Leading them was Xiao Yan. He looked up at the tall building that stood resilient amidst the apocalypse, its structure intact, a glint of unmasked, almost greedy light flickering in his eyes. Finally arrived. A hoarse voice filled with the relief of having survived a disaster came from beside him. It was Qin Paisai. He rubbed his stiff, frozen hands, exhaling a breath of white mist. Xiao Gu, this damned weather, the ice isn't solid everywhere. A few brothers nearly fell into the river. In that broken place of CC North Courtyard, even the rats have frozen to death. If we stay any longer, the brothers will have to gnaw on the wall. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the dark windows of the community, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Gnaw on the wall. From now on, this will be our granary. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable fervor, clearly reaching the ears of every little brother behind him who was listening intently. Do you see? Steel and concrete, high floors, sturdy windows. Even floods won't bring it down. And those supplies that haven't been soaked by acid rain. This is the place for people to live. If we take it down, we can survive and live better than before. This speech acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the desires of the ragged group of men behind him, their eyes glowing with hunger. They gazed at the towering outline of Sky City as if they could see warm rooms, ample food, and secure barriers, and a paradise where they could do as they pleased. Paisai Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze, his tone suddenly turning cold and efficient, as if deploying a battle strategy. Once inside, form groups of 5, with one veteran leading 4. Remember, it must be a veteran. Target the 2 outermost buildings, Building 1 and Building 2. Act fast and strike hard. Qin Paisai's spirit lifted. Understood, Xiao Gu. And what about the people inside? Eliminate them all. Women who are present, those who are pleasing to the eye, can be kept and controlled. Xiao Yan's voice remained unchanged, not a single one left. Corpses should be uniformly dragged to the vacant room on the top floor and stacked neatly. He paused, a faint glint of beastly ferocity flashing in his eyes. What kind of world do we live in now? When starving mad, even tree bark can be eaten. These meats cannot be wasted. Do you understand? Understood. Qin Paisai swallowed hard, suppressing the coldness surging within her, and a hint of twisted excitement, nodding vigorously. Xiao Gu is farsighted. For survival, what is there that cannot be eaten? This thought coiled around everyone's hearts like a poisonous vine. Action! Xiao Yan waved his hand like an owl commanding its hunt. The dark figures instantly scattered like a well-trained pack of wolves, silently pouncing towards Building 1 under the cover of the night. There were no flames, no clamor, only the cold touch of metal crowbars, axes, and the faint yet lethal click and squelch sounds as they made contact with locks and doors. The division of labor was frighteningly precise. Some were responsible for prying open the locks and breaking down doors, some charged in immediately to suppress, while others were tasked with swiftly silencing any threats. I'll help. Who? I'll fight you to the death. Please spare the children. The first piercing scream shattered the night sky like a stone thrown into a still pond, instantly triggering a chain reaction. Screams, curses, pleas, desperate howls, the muffled sounds of blades entering flesh. Countless voices erupted from various floors and rooms of Building 1, emerging into a chilling symphony of death, violently tearing apart the brief and fragile tranquility of the Sky City community. The entire community was instantly awakened. Countless terrified eyes lit up behind windows, fear surged like a cold tide, instantly drowning every heart. Unknown enemies, brutal killings, the threat of death. Immense panic gripped everyone. Building 7, the residence of Lin Wei and Su Weiner. The piercing screams and faint sounds of struggle seeped through the not-sealed window gaps, stimulating their nerves. Oh! Su Weiner, like a frightened deer, suddenly sprang up from the makeshift bedding, diving into Lin Weiss, embrace, her body trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. Sister! Sister! Did you hear? They are killing people. They've broken in outside. Her voice trembled with unsuppressible fear. It's the people outside. Will they find us here? What should we do? Sister, I'm scared. They will take us away, they definitely will. Just like those people said before. She dared not speak further, tears soaking Lin Wei's thick clothing. As young women, they were all too aware of what it meant to fall into the hands of unknown thugs, tools for release, or even food. Lin Wei tightly embraced her younger sister, trying to dispel her fear with her own warmth, yet her brow was equally furrowed, her complexion pale as paper. She patted Su Weiner on the back, her voice striving to maintain calm, but could not conceal the tremor deep within. Don't be afraid, Weiner, don't be afraid. They just entered, they won't find our building so quickly. We need to hide and stay silent. However, her comforting words seemed utterly hollow at that moment. She herself was merely a girl in her early 20s, living in constant fear each day of the apocalypse like a startled bird. The absolute weakness and strength made it difficult for them as women to navigate this hellish existence. But sister, Su Weiner raised her tear-filled gaze, looking desperately at her sister. How long can we hide? They've taken the community, it's only a matter of time before they search us out. The overwhelming sense of helplessness almost crushed Lin Wei. She gazed out at the encroaching darkness that engulfed everything, a figure suddenly intruding her thoughts. The man who had traded her cherished medicines for food earlier that day, his eyes sharp, as if he held everything in his grasp. A magnificent figure rampaging among the crowd. If only he... Lin Wei murmured to herself, her voice barely audible. If only he were here. He could protect us. This thought was absurd, yet carried a faint, desperate hope akin to a sick person grasping at straws. At least that man seemed very strong. Building 10, third floor, Luchuan's stronghold. The small living room was crowded with 7 or 8 people, all neighbors gathered by Luchuan over the past few days through a bit of authority and food. At this moment, the air was so heavy it felt as if it could be wrung out for water. Every face was etched with terror and anxiety. The horrifying sounds from Building 1 and the grisly news brought by the few escaping neighbors weighed heavily on their chests. Old Lu, a man around 50 with graying hair, slammed his fist on the table, his voice hoarse. The situation is dire. Over at Building 1. I heard that within 10 minutes it was all gone. Men, women, and children, not a single one got out. He was called Old Zhou, a former middle school teacher, and at this moment only fear remained in his eyes. Yeah, Brother Lu, a tall, skinny young man chimed in, his voice trembling. The old one who escaped said those people strike fast and hard, they are very organized. They are not something we who just came together temporarily can deal with. They are here to kill and take over. He was Xiao Wu in his 20s, gripping a sharpened steel pipe tightly, his knuckles turning white. What do we do? Old Lu, make a decision. A middle-aged woman cried. We can't just sit here and wait for death. What if we team up with the people from other buildings? Everyone together to defend. There's strength in numbers. Her suggestion sparked a flurry of agreement. Yes, let's unite. Fight back. Defend. With what? They have knives and axes. What if we surrender? Hand over the food. Enough noise. Luchuan roared, suddenly interrupting the chaotic debate. He sat on the only relatively intact chair, his brows knitted into a deep frown, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His fingers unconsciously tapped on his knee, betraying the intense struggle within. Unite. Easier said than done. With hearts in turmoil and hidden agendas, could they organize effective resistance? Surrender. Handing their fate over to a group of thugs who had just bloodied their neighbors. What was the difference from seeking death? Amidst this chaotic train of thought, a figure emerged vividly in Luchuan's mind. The man who was solitary, striking with precise ruthlessness, his gaze cold as ice, yet seemingly harboring terrifying power, Qin Feng. He lived on the top floor. If it were him. Luchuan murmured unconsciously, a complex light flashing in his eyes mixed with awe and a touch of unrealistic hope, perhaps. Only he can deal with these madmen. Building 1 is the center of bloodshed. Xiao Yan stood in a living room that had just been cleaned up, covered in blood, with pieces of unknown flesh hanging from the corners of his clothes. The carpet beneath his feet was soaked with dark red viscous liquid. He casually kicked aside a corpse that lay there with unclosed eyes, as if it were a bothersome stone. The air was thick with the stench of blood and excrement, with water and electricity cut off, leaving people to relieve themselves indoors. Xiao Gut. Chun Paisai entered quickly, reeking of blood, her face expressing both excitement and a hint of fatigue, but her gaze toward Xiao Yan was filled with reverence. All done. Units 1 and 2 have been completely taken. Just a few brothers got scratched during a last-minute counterattack, minor injuries, nothing serious. Everyone has been settled as you instructed. She had witnessed the ruthlessness and efficiency Xiao Yan displayed during the cleanup. Those few with some resistance crumbled before him like clay figurines. This undoubtedly instilled great fear in everyone and completely won over Qin Paisai. Following such a powerful, cold, and visionary leader, the hope of surviving in this cannibalistic apocalypse seemed a bit greater. Very good. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction, walking to the window, looking down at the territory he had just brought under control with an iron-fisted approach. Distribute the houses as previously discussed. 5 people to a unit, keep a close watch. Those corpses, find someone to carry them to the empty room on the top floor, stack them neatly, and freeze them. As for the women captured, a cruel smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Pick the young and clean ones, give them to the brothers who performed well for relaxation. The rest, keep them locked up for now, don't waste them. Yes, Xiao Gu. Qin Paisai immediately replied. I want this set for myself. Xiao Yan pointed to the most well-decorated house beneath his feet. Those 2 inside. He gestured toward the inner room, where muffled sobs of women could be faintly heard. Are still acceptable. They belong to me. He instructed the brothers. Tonight make sure to rest well, but all of you stay sharp. This community is not fully taken yet. Qin Paisai respectfully exited to relay the orders. Soon from the rooms in buildings 1 and 2, the coarse laughter of men, the cries of women, and the desperate pleas mingled with the earlier stench of blood, dragging this once peaceful sky city into the depths of a hellish abyss. Behind the darkened windows of the other buildings in the community, countless terrified eyes were fixated on the faint lights of buildings 1 and 2, the sounds faintly drifting in despair coiling around each survivor's neck like a cold venomous snake. Qin Feng remained asleep in the shelter. The storm outside had only just begun. On June 5, 2040, snow fell. The sky seemed to have been torn open with endless feather-like snowflakes cascading down, enveloping the entire world in a quiet and pure white. The temperature was firmly nailed at -60 degrees, and the air felt like shards of ice piercing into the lungs. Each breath was a test of survival. The remaining buildings in the community stood like massive ice-sculpted tombstones, silently towering over this frozen apocalyptic graveyard. The atmosphere was even more suffocating than the bitter cold. Ever since Xiao Yan and his gang forcibly took over 2 apartment buildings with brutal methods, an invisible panic had been spreading wildly among the survivors. The current community appeared to be in a state of desperate calm, but beneath the surface dark currents surged. Fear served as the best adhesive, and the remaining few buildings began to huddle together for warmth regardless of past acquaintances. To survive, people came up with the most helpless yet effective solution: to abandon the lower floors. The 3rd floor and below had almost become a no-man's land, with everyone squeezing into the higher levels. In a barely windproof apartment, 5 or 6 people crowded together, dividing the rooms. 2 people squeezed into one room with men assigned to the relatively safe 4th and 5th floors to stand guard against possible ambushes. Women and children were placed on the higher 6th and 7th floors. This way at least they could avoid being slaughtered room by room like vegetables by Xiao Yan and his crew. The apocalypse had forced people to become the most efficient survival machines. Xiao Yan's subordinates had just tasted the sweetness of sweeping buildings yesterday. The looted supplies and shivering women had given them a hint of a twisted hope amidst despair. Early in the morning, several key members eagerly gathered in the relatively warm house occupied by Xiao Yan. Xiao Gu. One man marked by frostbite scars and a fierce gaze spoke first. He was Qin Paisai, Xiao Yan's #1 enforcer. Rubbing his hands, the white mist he exhaled instantly condensed into frost on his eyebrows. Which building are we hitting today? The brothers are itching for action. The more women and food we grab, the more time we can buy for ourselves, right? The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with greed and urgency. They wondered why their boss, who had been decisive yesterday, was now holding back. Xiao Yan said nothing, merely leaning against a tattered sofa covered in thick fur, a cigarette between his lips, leisurely sharpening his blood-stained machete on a whetstone. The blade emitted a soft sound in the frigid air, tightening the hearts of those listening. He raised his eyes, scanning the eager faces in front of him. His gaze was sharp and scrutinizing like an ice pick. What's the rush? Xiao Yan finally spoke, his voice low but carrying an undeniable weight. Let me ask you a question. If you were in the opposite building, and someone came to rob your nest, take your food, and snatch your women, what would you do? The room fell silent, leaving only the sound of the whetstone and the howling wind and snow outside. One younger brother scratched his head, hesitating before saying, does it even need to be said? Of course we'd band together with our neighbors. Grab our weapons, block the stairwell, and whoever dares to come up, well, kill them. His words echoed the sentiments of the others, who nodded in agreement, their faces showing expressions of that's exactly what we should do. Qin Paisai frowned even tighter, his nature being more urgent and practical. Boss, that's all well and good, but our food supply is running low. We can't last many days. If we don't rob now, are we just waiting to starve or freeze to death? He pointed at the corner where a few bags were piled, noticeably fewer than yesterday. The brothers are following you not just for the thrill of it. If we stop now, aren't we just waiting to die? The other younger brothers looked at Xiao Yan expectantly, waiting for an explanation. Xiao Yan halted his sharpening motion, slamming the machete onto the coffee table with a clang, the metallic clash ringing sharply in the silence. He sat up straight, his hands crossed over his knees, a cold smirk revealing a sense of control over the situation. Paisai brothers, you only see this small amount of food in front of you, but you don't see the greater danger. You see, we have brothers who are injured. He glanced at 2 men in the corner wrapped in thick bandages, their faces pale. It seems like minor flesh wounds. Nonsense. In this hellish weather at -60 degrees, a wound that touches even a bit of moisture will freeze immediately, and the risk of infection and inflammation is nearly guaranteed. High fever, low temperature. Aren't they both death sentences? If we rush out now, what will they do? Drag their injuries along. That's a death sentence. Leave them behind. Who will protect them? What if the other side regroups and counterattacks? He paused, his tone taking on a deliberately brotherly warmth. The brothers who follow me, Xiao Yan, are entrusting their lives to my hands. I, Xiao Yan, value a principle of trust. No abandonment, no giving up. As long as there's breath left, as long as they recognize me as their leader, I cannot stand by and watch them die. Stopping now gives them time to recover. We cannot engage in the treachery of abandoning our own, or else the team will fall apart. These words resonated deeply, carrying a unique brotherhood flair of a fierce leader. The two injured men in the corner instantly reddened around their eyes, struggling to say something, but were silenced by Xiao Yan's raised hand. The other younger brothers were also moved, who wouldn't fear being abandoned after getting injured. Their boss words warmed their hearts. Xiao Yan raised a second finger, his gaze becoming sharp as an eagle's. Second, and most importantly, think about it, we are currently riding high, sweeping through one household after another, enjoying the spoils. But what does that equate to? It means we are forcing all the rabbits in the community to unite and bite back. Right now they have just banded together, their hearts are anxious, and their organization is loose. If we charge in like mad dogs, they will be terrified, and will instead tighten their ranks even faster. We're not afraid of 5 or 6 people from one family, but what about 10 families? 20 families? What if we're faced with 80 to 90, or even 100 people pushed to a dead end, grabbing kitchen knives, clubs, and even willing to set the building on fire to fight back against us? Can our 70 or 80 people hold them off? He watched as Qin Feng and others' faces gradually turned serious, continuing, so what we need to do now is to boil the frog in warm water. Let them think we've suffered losses too, or that we've gathered enough loot and are temporarily taking a break. Let them lower their guard. Let their internal conflicts arise over how to distribute those meager supplies, over who should keep watch and who should rest, over whose woman should serve whom. Let those trivial matters stir up their chaos first. Once their unity weakens and the cracks widen, we will strike, picking off the weakest and most isolated one by one. This way the casualties will be minimal and the gains will be maximized. Understand? He raised a third finger, embodying the patience of a hunter. Third, during this time, we should thoroughly investigate the entire community. Which building has the most people? Which building is the weakest? Which building might have strong defenses? Are there any hidden food caches we don't know about? Are there any conflicts we can exploit? Knowing ourselves and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Don't act like a headless chicken, wasting time and effort only to hit a brick wall or rob an empty shell. That would be foolish. After he finished speaking, the living room fell into a profound silence. The impatience on Qin Feng's face had vanished, replaced by a sudden realization and deep admiration. The other underlings were utterly convinced, looking at Xiao Yan with reverence. Brilliant. Brother Xiao is truly brilliant. Qin Feng slapped his thigh in heartfelt praise. Brother Xiao has the long-term vision. I knew the boss had his reasons for suddenly stopping. There's so much strategy behind it. Following Brother Xiao, we can't go wrong. Exactly. A tall, thin man nicknamed Wang Air Motzi shouted excitedly. Brother Xiao is loyal and sharp-minded. I, Wang Air Motzi, pledge my worthless life to Brother Xiao from now on. Following Brother Xiao means well, eat well. Brother Xiao is the best. Listening to Brother Xiao is always right. Never abandon, never give up. Brother Xiao is righteous. The living room erupted in a chorus of admiration and vows of loyalty. Xiao Yan had played his cards of brotherhood and wisdom brilliantly. He had calmed the people, stabilized the team, and paved the way for his strategic plans. He nodded in satisfaction, a faint trace of pride flickering across his face, but deep in his eyes there remained only cold calculation. Meanwhile, in the top-floor penthouse of Building 10A Qin Feng Sanctuary, he paid no heed to the actions of Xiao Yan's group. In the face of his absolute power, they were nothing more than a motley crew, easily crushed. Mere clowns. Qin Feng murmured to himself, his voice crisp in the empty icy room. The more they prance now, the harder they will fall. Let them fight first, let fear and despair ferment more thoroughly. Sitting in his study, the cigarette between his fingers, a premium brand, emitted a wisp of blue smoke. A shrewd glint flashed in his eyes. When everyone is pushed to the edge of the cliff, when hope is utterly extinguished, then I will make my move. Coal in the snow. No, I will be the only savior. I will make these people grasp at me, their sole lifeline in their deepest despair. That is the most thorough, effortless, and effective time to subdue them. Loyalty. In the apocalypse, fear and dependence are the best chains. The morning was reserved for unyielding physical and muscular training. In the end times, a strong physique was the foundation of everything. Each heavy squat, each explosive press, each extreme stretch was accompanied by ragged breaths and scalding sweat dripping onto the floor. Muscles grew tougher through tearing and repair, strength steadily increasing amidst the pain. The afternoon was dedicated to immersing himself in the ocean of ancient wisdom, studying ancient martial arts. Not mere fancy moves, but true inherited techniques of killing and nurturing life. Every stance and movement combined with unique breathing methods guided the faint energy within his body to flow through his meridians. Each punch and kick sliced through the air with a low whistle. This was not only for combat, but also for deeper self-mastery and enhancing his strength. During training breaks, his powerful spiritual sense habitually extended in a specific direction to probe. In his spiritual vision, he saw a pale-faced woman with focused eyes, Lin Wei, formerly a top medical doctor, and a thin girl with an enviable figure, Sue Weiner, curled up in her bed. Both women with looks and bodies that would have been top tier before the apocalypse were now worn down by suffering and had lost weight, yet their unique beauty and temperament remained undeniable. More importantly, their value, a top-tier doctor and a top-tier hacker, was immeasurable on the path to rebuilding order. Lin Wei, Sue Weiner, Qin Feng's spiritual energy like the gentlest tendril brushed over their tense nerves, sensing the despair, fear, and the faint, unyielding spark of survival deep within them. Soon, but not yet, Qin Feng withdrew his spiritual sense, his eyes as deep and cold as a frozen lake. If I rescue you now, you will only feel gratitude, not an indelible imprint. Gratitude fades. Only when you are under that group's shadow, tormented by hunger and cold, plummeting into the abyss of utter despair on the verge of being consumed by darkness. At that moment, I will descend like a divine soldier, crushing all your fears and bringing you absolute safety and hope. He walked to the window, gazing at the relentless heavy snow outside, and the calculating smile on his lips deepened. Only then will you truly understand who is the only God you can cling to. Your loyalty, your talents, and your bodies will be unreservedly mine to command. The cold glass reflected his calm, all-controlling visage. Before me, Qin Feng, you are all my pawns. He turned back to his ancient martial arts practice, each movement steady and powerful. Outside, the snow continued to fall, masking countless silent struggles and the quietly laid traps of murderous intent. The entire compound, under the grip of extreme cold and fear, was like a thick soup simmering over a slow fire. And Qin Feng was patiently waiting for the moment it would boil and explode. 3 days passed in silence. From time to time, screams and sounds of fighting echoed through various parts of the neighborhood. Qin Feng knew these were people struggling over food. According to his estimation, by now most households had little food left, and the situation where people killed each other for supplies and even resorted to cannibalism had begun. There was no other choice. When there was no food, people turned to eating human flesh, just like in the chaotic periods of ancient times. When ordinary folks were starving beyond endurance, they would reluctantly exchange their own children for food. Lu Chuan had also approached him once, hoping to exchange for some supplies. Qin Feng observed that he was meticulous, strategic, and had a strong sense of responsibility. Qin Feng intended to win him over, planning to have Lu Chuan manage the entire neighborhood on his behalf and eventually lead all the survivors to Fenghui base. Thus, he gave him a considerable amount of supplies, as well as blades, swords, and clubs. That noon, Qin Feng had just finished a serving of Wagyu steak, paired with a bottle of Lafite. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie, which had been silent for a long time, crackled to life. Qin Feng's heart tightened. Before leaving, he had instructed his parents to contact him only in emergencies. Thinking this, he immediately stopped what he was doing and pressed the talk button. His father's slightly tense voice came through. Xiao Feng, some people from the official base came today to requisition supplies from us. They're in the guest house now. Bing Ning and the others are discussing countermeasures, but they're having trouble making a decision, so I contacted you. Afraid Qin Feng might misunderstand, his mother added from the side. We overheard them in the office and came back to contact you secretly. No one knows. It's just the two of us at home now. Qin Feng was stunned. He remembered that in his past life the official base had no remarkable achievements. They hadn't taken things seriously enough in the early stages, causing their stockpiled supplies to be swallowed by acid rain and floods. Lacking supplies, the base quickly fell into internal strife and collapsed, eventually being taken over by the military. In the apocalypse, the military had always been a towering force over everyone. Whether in the early or late stages, the remaining soldiers maintained excellent discipline, obeying orders and displaying high combat effectiveness. Moreover, due to their long-term military training, their physical fitness was generally superior. In the second year, many awakened supernatural abilities. It was precisely because of the military's dominance that China didn't descend into internal chaos. Various factions remained relatively restrained, and large-scale massacres rarely erupted. The official base. He recalled that in his past life he had fled to an official shelter, but he had no skills. He was just an ordinary citizen. They only accepted talented individuals with expertise. After enduring countless hardships to reach that place, he was ultimately turned away. Qin Feng still remembered the despair and hatred he felt then. They preached equality for all and promised not to abandon any citizen, yet in the end they mercilessly cast aside an ordinary man like him. Even in times of peace, it was the same. Where was there any true equality? Everyone spoke of equality, but everyone still categorized people into different ranks. Alas, the world was harsh. Later survivors who fled said the reason they didn't accept people was that the shelter was overcrowded. They only took skilled technical talents from various fields. Supplies were insufficient, and the base didn't support idlers, so they expelled those without abilities. Moreover, as time went on, the high-ranking officials within schemed against each other, consumed by internal conflicts, leading to the shelter's eventual collapse. At this thought, a cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, and a glint of chill flashed in his eyes. Since it's a base destined to perish anyway, it might as well benefit me. The researchers inside will be the cornerstone for rebuilding civilization. Ideas flickered through his mind, and soon he made a decision. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said to his parents, "Mom, Dad, I'll be back at 7 p.m. Don't worry about anything else. He'll handle it when I get home." Hearing that their son was coming back, the old couple was delighted and prepared a lavish dinner for him. Ending the call, Qin Feng lit a cigarette, the study filled with swirling smoke as his thoughts drifted. In the afternoon, he continued his ancient martial arts training. Around 6 p.m., he finished washing up. By 6:30, the sky was pitch black. Dressed neatly, Qin Feng left the shelter, took out a snowboard, and glided toward a sparsely populated area. After traveling about 3 to 4 kilometers, Qin Feng used a thermal imaging night vision device to check for any people nearby. Confirming there was none, he retrieved a large drone from his spatial storage, secured himself to it, and piloted it toward Fenghui base. Half an hour later, Qin Feng landed about 2 kilometers from the base. He stored the drone and snowboarded toward the base's main gate. When he was about 50 meters from the gate, he was stopped. "Halt. State your identity. The base doesn't accept survivors. Go back where you came from." For guards armed with shields and long spears and dressed in thick clothing called out to him. The leader approached carrying an oil lamp. Qin Feng found the voice familiar and asked, "Are you Mao Do?" "Huh? How do you know me? Who are you?" Surprised that someone called his name, Mao Do stepped closer. Recognizing the boss, he immediately snapped to attention and saluted respectfully. "Hello, boss." "Boss, why are you coming from outside? We thought you were always in the base." "I had to go out for something urgent. I'm heading back now. Continue your duty." With that, he glided into the base under the respectful gazes of the guards. A faint smile played on Qin Feng's lips as scenes flashed through his mind. For months ago, he had personally trained with the retired soldiers he recruited for half a month. Almost everyone knew him and treated him with great respect. There was no helping it. The boss paid exceptionally well, offered high salaries, and had even relocated their parents and families, arranging jobs for them. Especially after the massive earthquake, when their loved ones were safe and sound, they felt even more grateful to their boss for saving their lives. Their own base had survived the earthquake and endured the acid rain. Thanks to its high elevation, it hadn't been flooded. Supplies were plentiful. Seeing the devastation elsewhere, they felt incredibly fortunate to have such a good boss and resolved to repay him well. Qin Feng arrived at his parents' door and knocked gently. Soon he heard shuffling footsteps inside. The peephole opened, and after a moment the lock clicked several times. The 20-centimeter thick metal door swung open, revealing his father in a woolen sweater. Qin Feng quickly slipped inside, worried about letting the cold air in. Closing the door, he instantly felt the warmth of spring indoors. He took off his cold weather coat. His nostrils twitched, and he exclaimed happily, "Hot pot. Yes, we've been waiting for you. Come on, let's eat together." His mother, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly washed greens. The three of them sat down. The hot pot was already bubbling, the rolling broth gurgling. Without washing his hands, Qin Feng dug in. The familiar taste, especially his mother's special sauce, which was simply unparalleled, made him devour 3 servings of beef brisket rolls and most of the greens. Watching their son wolf down his food, Qin Feng's parents were filled with care and contentment. Nothing in the world brought more happiness than the safety of one's family. They thought their son must have suffered a lot outside. During the meal, Qin Feng opened a bottle of premium liquor from 1957 with his parents. Eating hot pot and drinking, they were almost on the verge of singing a song. His parents didn't ask much about what he had done outside, instead chattering about the events that had occurred at the base recently. After an hour of eating, Qin Feng prepared to head out. Ignoring his parents' attempts to keep him, he left to find Yi Bingning. Gliding on his snowboard to his private villa, Qin Feng took out his keys to unlock the door. After passing through 2 doors, he entered the room, which was also warm as spring, with the fireplace blazing brightly. The indoor temperature was around 18 degrees Celsius. Yi Bingning, who had been reading in the bedroom, was startled by the sound of the door closing, then jumped out of bed joyfully and ran over swiftly, her ample bosom bouncing with excitement. Yi Bingning hugged Qin Feng tightly, as if afraid he would leave again. "You're finally back. I was so worried about you. You don't know. After you left, there was acid rain and floods. Luckily, the base was well built and the drainage system played a huge role. We didn't suffer much loss. You saved me again. I don't know how to thank you." As she spoke, a blush crept across her face. Qin Feng understood the implication. He patted her curvy bottom and whispered in her ear, "Then give yourself to me." With that, he picked up the blushing, enchanting Yi Bingning and carried her into the bedroom. Soon they were both bare before each other. Before long, she was panting shyly. In less than a minute, Qin Feng scored his first point. Undeterred, he continued to drive forward, crossing 2 more defenses to score again. By then, they had just finished warming up and began a 4-quarter match. Thanks to his intensified training, Qin Feng was full of energy. Even after 4 consecutive quarters, he remained spirited, while Yi Bingning was utterly exhausted, limp in bed. Seeing Qin Feng ready for another round, she quickly surrendered. Qin Feng emerged victorious, drenched in sweat. After showering, in the dead of night, they fell asleep in each other's arms. It was a peaceful, dream-filled night. The morning chill was sealed out by the thick radiation-proof curtains. Qin Feng sat up from the soft bed, drawing a deep breath of the crisp, multi-filtered air. Being reborn, the luxury of enjoying such a peaceful sleep was already a privilege. He glanced sideways at Yi Bingning, who still slept soundly, her delicate face etched with a trace of weariness. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Last night's exertion had indeed been considerable. After quietly washing up, he made his way to his parents' residence. At the warm breakfast table, steaming porridge and simple dishes dispelled the last remnants of cold. The smiles on his parents' faces, a rare solace in the apocalypse, deepened the heavy sense of responsibility in Qin Feng's heart. Just past 9, Qin Feng was already seated in his office, constructed from high-strength alloy in the core area of the base. Beyond the massive 3-story floor-to-ceiling windows, a vast expanse of white stretched endlessly, a silver world wrapped in biting winds. Inside, insulation and underfloor heating kept the temperature around 18 degrees. Have Wang Chonglin Zhang Chenshun, he and Lu Tao come here immediately. He instructed the duty officer to summon these key personnel. These 4 were the pivotal pieces in his post-rebirth strategy. In his past life, each of their names had thundered across the wastelands of Zhejiang and beyond as peak 9th-level superhumans at the apex of human combat power. Armed with the greatest advantage, memories of his previous life, Qin Feng had, a year before the apocalypse struck, used top-tier headhunters to recruit them and their families under his banner with generous terms. Now they stood as the pillars of this rock base. This foresight was one of Qin Feng's most triumphant maneuvers since his rebirth. He knew that in the brutal world to come, his spatial ability alone wouldn't suffice. He needed elite subordinates, commanders capable of standing alone. And Wang Chonglin and the others were the perfect choice. By integrating them into his system early, granting them and their families a life of unimaginable comfort and security before the apocalypse, this debt of gratitude had forged an unshakable foundation of loyalty. The heavy alloy door of the office slid open silently, and the 4 entered in succession. Leading them was Wang Chonglin, the base's chief security officer. He was burly, his stride as steady as a moving mountain, his bronze face sharp, and his gaze piercing like an eagle's. In his past life, he was known as Black Tortoise, a 9th-level Earth element superhuman whose defenses were hailed as the fortress of the Earth, said to be breached only by the most enigmatic special abilities. Following him was Deputy Chief Zhang Chun. His demeanor was more reserved, yet his eyes held a deep, still calm, like an abyss. As the 9th-level Water Element Dragon King, 8 years later in this sub-zero frozen apocalypse, his power had evolved. A wave of his hand could unleash freezing crystals, a terrifying force of destruction. Next came Base General Manager Chun He. He stood tall with a resolute face, exuding an aura of swift and decisive action. The name Fire God once struck terror in the wasteland, a 9th-level fire element ability representing the most violent and direct force of annihilation. Last was Deputy Manager Lu Tao. He moved lightly, the future 9th-level wind element Azure Yuan, who not only possessed unmatched speed, but could also ride the wind, making him invaluable for aerial reconnaissance and rapid maneuvers in the post-apocalyptic world. Chief Qin. The 4 greeted in unison, their voices resounding with heartfelt respect, a respect that went beyond mere hierarchy. Gazing at their young yet inscrutable boss, each of them was filled with profound gratitude and relief. Before the apocalypse, Qin Feng had offered them top-tier compensation far beyond industry standards and relocated their elderly parents and children to the base, providing safe and comfortable work and living environments. After the apocalypse struck, with its catastrophic earthquakes, corrosive acid rain, and towering floods that drowned cities, the outside world became a hell on earth, yet they and their families remained unscathed within this fortress built by Qin Feng at enormous cost with near-obsessive standards. This debt of rebirth and the preservation of their loved ones weighed heavier than a mountain. All were military men, not given to words, their gratitude transformed into burning loyalty and silent oaths. Their lives and the families they protected were entrusted to Chief Qin. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over them. Have a seat. Talk to me about yesterday's visit from the official base, demanding we support them with supplies. As a leader, he preferred to listen before deciding. A brief silence was broken. Qin He, clearly having thought it through, leaned forward with a sharp look. Chief Qin, I think we should ignore them entirely. This is absurd. The official base should be a sanctuary for the people responsible for relief, yet they come asking us for supplies. It's blatant exploitation. He paused, tapping his fingers lightly on the alloy table with a soft thud, analyzing. I've thought it over. This demand makes no sense. The official system must have suffered massive losses in the initial quakes, its organization greatly diminished. Now sending people to extort supplies likely means some high-ranking officials are seeking personal achievements or consolidating power. They probably plan to claim our supplies as their own daring scavenging results. And us. To them, we're just a fat sheep to be squeezed with no regard for our survival. Chun-Hee's tone simmered with restrained fury. The key point is this brings us nothing but harm. In this extreme cold, food production relies solely on our underground greenhouses with limited yield. According to the farming department's estimates, even with strict rationing, our current stockpiles and future output can only sustain the base for about 2 years at full capacity. To send out our precious food now, that would be like exhausting our own lifeline. A year from now, or even sooner, we will run out of food ourselves. At that time, who will come to save us? Can we rely on those officials who only think about exploiting us? Lu Tao pushed up his glasses and took over the conversation, his voice clear and calm, supported by data. President Qin, I completely agree with Mr. Chen's analysis. Let me add some current data about the base. Our base covers an area of 36 square kilometers with 168 buildings, and the main structure is 3 stories above ground and 5 below. Approximately 85 of the above-ground area is residential. In the underground area, the planting zone occupies 35, the breeding zone 10, the storage zone 20 is necessary activity, medical and recreational areas, and 25 is vacant, reserved for future use. This is to maintain the mental and physical health of the residents and prevent panic from spreading. According to your initial design's maximum capacity, the base can accommodate 20,000 people. However, based on the current stored food, energy, and the estimated output from the underground planning area under full capacity, without additional consumption, the maximum support time is about 6 to 8 months. And right now, a new batch of cold-resistant crop seeds has just been sown, requiring at least another 34 months to mature. At this critical moment, giving our already limited food supply to the officials. This is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst, which would directly and severely compress our own survival space and buffer time. Zhang Chun frowned slightly, revealing his inner concerns. He spoke in a deep voice, expressing his worries. President Qin, what Mr. Chen and Lu Tao said makes sense. We indeed have no surplus food. But I wonder, will rejecting them directly invite unnecessary trouble? After all, they carry the title of official. Although order has collapsed now, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. If they still wield some unknown power or use this as an excuse to incite other survivors against us. Everyone fell into thought, the atmosphere extremely serious. Wang Chonglin, who had remained silent as a mountain, spoke up at this moment. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying a convincing certainty. President Qin, none of us want to give. In today's world, whose food is not a lifeline. However, I think the possibility of the troubles Zhang Chun worries about happening is quite low. First and foremost, the communication has been cut off. Ground stations are paralyzed, networks have vanished. Now each city, even each neighborhood, is like an isolated island drifting in the sea. No one can manage anyone else. The so-called officials have lost their control over the ground. The only ones who can directly threaten us are at most the small, organized military forces stationed nearby. But as far as I know, there are no large permanent military units in the Eastern Theater around Nanjing, Jiangsu. Second, the earthquake struck in the early morning. At that time, the vast majority of government personnel were resting at home. The destructive power of the earthquake. We have all experienced it firsthand. I dare say those who can survive within the system and quickly restore organizational capability are few and far between. They are now too preoccupied to escape from their own residential complexes. It is already a blessing that they can maintain a base operation. How much armed force can they use to pressure us? Third, all high-tech weapons that rely on precise electronic devices, including missiles, tanks, and fighter jets, basically became piles of scrap iron when the apocalypse arrived. What they can deploy is nothing more than light weapons and stockpiled conventional bombs. Our base's structural strength was built to the highest resistance standards, plus there are many cold weapons in the base, making the threat from conventional firearms and bombs very limited. President Qin listened to the four people's clear and varied analyses, secretly admiring them in his heart. No wonder they were the top experts who fought their way out of a sea of corpses in their past lives. This calmness, this insight, this judgment based on reality carries not a shred of feminine compassion or naive fantasy. Their analysis aligns closely with the conclusions he derived from his memories of his past life. Very good. A hint of approval appeared on Qin Feng's face, and then he said seriously, your analyses are all very accurate, hitting the nail on the head. He pointed out their impure motives. Lu Tao used data to illustrate our difficulties. Zhang Chun considered potential risks, and Chong Lin clearly assessed the actual threat level from the other side. In summary, rejecting them is our only and correct choice. He stood up, his gaze piercing, carrying an undeniable resolution. Captain Wang, Deputy Captain Zhang, Manager Chen, Manager Lu, thank you for your hard work. Go reply to the officials our Fenghui base has suffered heavy losses in the disaster and is unable to care for itself, we truly have no extra resources to support others. The supplies previously hoarded by the company have long been destroyed by acid rain floods and earthquakes, leaving nothing behind. We are also tightening our belts and struggling to survive. Please ask them to understand and seek other means. His tone was resolute, just like that, politely, yet firmly show them out. Yes. The four responded in unison, their voices powerful, without a trace of hesitation in their eyes. They turned and left the office with firm determination to implement Qin Feng's decision. Qin Feng walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the icebound dead world outside, his eyes deep. With these four future powerhouses present, with this base that has absorbed so much effort, and with spatial abilities, this time he must walk further and higher than in his past life. Several sheets of paper were spread out. The ink on the reports was still fresh, meticulously written by hand. On this 10th day since electronic devices had been reduced to scrap and civilization regressed to the era of pen and paper, every record that reached his desk felt profoundly heavy. The planting group's report was relatively calm. The first batch of fast-growing greens in the greenhouse had just sprouted tender green shoots, a symbol of hope. Yet the following sheet, titled Personnel Composition, plunged him into deep thought. 2037. This number was repeatedly circled by Chun He with thick ink lines. Security personnel and their immediate family accounted for 90%, along with some recruited breeding experts and relevant talents. There were also a few water and electricity maintenance workers and their families. 2,000 people. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on this number, a uniformed group of able-bodied men with their wives and children. Without an infusion of new blood, without the replenishment of external vitality, this was nothing but a solitary fortress built on shifting sands. 10 years. Perhaps not even 10 years. When these pillars gradually wear down, deplete, and age in the brutal apocalypse, and when their children must shoulder the burden of survival before coming of age, the foundation of this fortress would crumble in a thunderous collapse. More people could still be taken in. These individuals would become his helpers in gathering evolutionary crystals during the apocalypse. He inadvertently recalled the dilapidated base of his past life, the numb survivors, and the air perpetually reeking of despair and decay. Occasionally an infant's heart-wrenching cry pierced the dead silence, yet the cry was as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind, often dying out after a few days of struggle. Medical care. Child rearing. In a hell where survival was uncertain and blades were drawn for a single meal, these were luxuries beyond reach. A shelter devoid of vitality was doomed to perish. Only sustainable development was the hard truth. The continuation of life was insignificant in the face of survival. When one could barely live, who would bear children? His fingers tapped unconsciously on the desk, the report paper rustling beneath them. We cannot repeat the same mistakes. I've made so many preparations for this very situation. There's still 25 vacant space to arrange. Tap tap. A gentle knock pulled him back from his thoughts. The door cracked open and Yi Bingning's figure appeared at the entrance. She held a thermos cup, its rim emitting warm white vapor. President Qin, you've been reading all morning. Have some tea to warm up. Her voice was clear and melodious, carrying a subtle trace of concern. Qin Feng lifted his head. Today Yi Bingning wore a faded beige turtleneck sweater, her jet black hair simply tied back, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a slender neck. Perhaps due to the pleasures of the previous night, or the relatively stable environment of the base, or the intangible strength Qin Feng provided as the backbone, the panic and fatigue that once marked her brows at the apocalypse's onset had quietly faded. Her cheeks glowed with healthy ruddiness, her eyes sparkled like stars, and she stood like a white plum blossom, growing more resilient and graceful in the biting wind, exuding a serene radiance. Thank you. Qin Feng took the cup. A warm sensation spread from his palm. Inside was simple jasmine tea. He took a sip, the heat soothing his taut nerves. Yi Bingning did not leave immediately. Her gaze swept over the reports spread before him, lingering briefly on the personnel composition sheet before settling on the lingering gravity in Qin Feng's brows. She did not ask, merely stood quietly by his side like a silent pillar of support. The brief respite did not dispel the heavy burden on his mind. In the afternoon, Qin Feng once again buried himself in those handwritten documents and data. Examining these figures made him realize that the next phase of arrangements could be set in motion. Images of the bloody conflicts and naked annexations among the bases of his past life uncontrollably flooded his mind. Once order collapsed, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, became the sole truth. Without power, so-called peace was merely rotting meat momentarily untouched by a beast's fangs. No more waiting. A moment's hesitation could mean an abyss. Slap. He put down his pen. The sound of the ballpoint hitting the table made Yi Bingning startle with a tremor, lifting her eyes to look at him. Bingning. Qin Feng's voice was resolute, carrying a determination to burn all bridges. Send people out. Notify Wang Chonglin, Zhang Qinchun, He Lu Tao, and all personnel at the squad leader level and above. He paused briefly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Gather in the main conference room in 2 hours. There are important matters to announce. Bring paper and pens. The snow is heavy and the roads are treacherous. Make sure the messengers are careful. Yes, President Qin. Yi Bingning responded without a moment's hesitation, turned, and quickly left. The office fell silent again. Lighting a premium cigarette, Qin Feng took a deep drag. The smoke dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The lessons of countless bases' rises and falls from his past life, combined with the spatial trump card he held in this life, and his tiny grasp of the base's operations collided, merged, and evolved rapidly in his mind. One clear and forceful line of thought took shape on paper. 2 hours slipped by in Qin Feng's immersive writing. As he penned the last emphatic period, a gentle knock came at the office door. President Qin, everyone is assembled. Yi Bingning's voice came through the door, clear and steady. Good. Qin Feng replied, carefully folding the several pages of plans he had written, and stood up. He picked up the still warm cup of jasmine tea from the table, tilted his head back, and drained it in one gulp. The warm tea slid down his throat, not quenching the fire in his heart, but like water dropped into boiling oil, igniting an even fiercer resolve. He pulled open the door, and Yi Bingning was waiting outside. Their eyes met briefly. Without a word, Qin Feng strode toward the stairs with large, determined steps, followed closely by Yi Bingning. Their military cold-weather boots struck the icy concrete floor, producing crisp, rhythmic sounds like the prelude to an approaching storm. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the main conference room, a warm, turbid current of air mingled with body heat, and the scent of leather rushed out, starkly contrasting with the corridor's chill. The vast conference room was packed with people, easily 70 or 80, a dark mass of figures. The low murmur of conversation, the scraping of chairs, and a few suppressed coughs were abruptly cut short by an invisible hand at the creak of the door hinge. Silence. Dozens of gazes filled with awe, inquiry, tension, and bewilderment converged in unison on the tall figure at the entrance. Qin Feng's calm eyes swept across the room. Wang Chonglin, Zhang Qinshun, he and Lu Tao sat in the front row, their backs straight, expressions solemn. Behind them were the team leaders and deputy leaders, and further back the squad leaders who had endured the initial bloodshed, their faces still bearing the marks of hardship. Every face was taut, their eyes hiding fear of the future and absolute submission to the man on the stage. Greetings, President Qin. After a brief dead silence, like a thunderclap on a calm day, everyone sprang to their feet in a synchronized motion, accompanied by a muffled rumble of colliding tables and chairs. The resonant greeting echoed through the enclosed space, making eardrums tremble. The respect and strength contained in that voice pressed heavily on everyone's hearts. Qin Feng's face was expressionless. He walked to the head of the long rectangular table and stood still. He did not sit immediately, but raised his right hand palm down in a concise, powerful downward gesture. Sit. No pleasantries, no preamble. A single word, brief, cold, carrying unassailable authority. A rustling sound followed as everyone sat down in unison. The entire room was left with only heavy or restrained breathing. Everyone instinctively fixed their eyes on Qin Feng, pens in hand, ready to record the meeting's content. Today marks the 10th day since this great snow sealed the world. His voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear, each word like an ice pellet hitting concrete. Outside, the sky has fallen, but the sky above our heads must not fall. He paused, his gaze sharp as a hawk, capturing every subtle emotional fluctuation below. So I've called everyone here for one thing, the future of Fenghui Base. He emphasized the words Fenghui Base, as if branding a newborn entity. How do we survive? How do we survive better? How do we live on this wasteland and keep living? What I'm about to say concerns the life and death of every one of us here, the survival of thousands of families behind us. Listen carefully. If you have questions, raise them now. We'll discuss them together. Once there are no objections, we'll begin execution. Wang Chonglin in the front row, Zhang Chun beside him, and Chun He and Lu Tao were also preparing to take notes. No one spoke. They only waited for Qin Feng's next words. Qin Feng nodded, slightly satisfied with this silent obedience. He wasted no more words and directly laid out his already formed plan. Every word struck like a hammer on an anvil, sending sparks flying. First, without proper naming, nothing is legitimate. From this moment on, the name Fenghui Residential Area is changed to Fenghui Base. It is the fortress for all of us to establish ourselves in this apocalypse. Remember this name. A brilliant light burst forth in the eyes of the audience. Fenghui Base. No longer an ordinary residential area, but a place with clear boundaries, a territory to be defended. A sense of belonging and a heavy responsibility quietly took root in everyone's hearts along with this name. Second, without a leader, nothing moves. Qin Feng's voice suddenly rose, carrying the solemnity of appointing a general. The security team, that's a thing of the past. What we need is an army capable of carving a path through seas of blood and mountains of corpses. A steel great wall to protect the base. Therefore, the security team is renamed the Qin Army. The moment the words Qin Army were uttered, it was as if cold water had been poured into boiling oil. the entire conference room erupted into a barely suppressed commotion, with sharp intakes of breath echoing through the air. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the figure standing on the platform as straight and unyielding as a spear. An army. Was he really going to raise an army here on the 10th day of the apocalypse? But then again, this was the end of the world. Forming an army was the only way to better protect oneself and one's family. Qin Feng ignored the shock rippling through the audience, his gaze sharp as lightning piercing straight to the front row. Wang Changlin. Here. Wang Changlin sprang to his feet reflexively, his body taut as a drawn bow, his chest heaving violently, his eyes blazing with a fire of shock and fervor. I appoint you as commander of the Qin army. You shall hold military command responsible for external combat-based defense and troop training. The survival of this base rests on your shoulders. Zhang Chun. Present. Zhang Chun rose abruptly, his movement even more swift than Wang Changlin's, like a hunting leopard poised to strike, his eyes razor-sharp with intensity. I appoint you as deputy commander of the Qin army. Assist Wang Changlin oversee military discipline, logistics, and the training of new recruits. The Qin army must be a sharp blade, but it must also heed command. Chunhe. Chief Qin. Chunhe also stood at once, this man usually in charge of internal affairs, now flushed with excitement, a trace of bewilderment mingling with his fervor. I appoint you as city lord of Fenghui base. All civil affairs, production, material allocation, and personnel resettlement within the base fall under your jurisdiction. The daily needs of everyone, the operation of the base. That is your battlefield. Lu Tao. Here. Lu Tao's voice trembled slightly, but he stood just as straight. I appoint you as deputy city lord. Assist Chunhe oversee construction, engineering, technological research, education, and medical care. The future of this base requires you to lay a solid foundation. 4 names, 4 weighty appointments struck like 4 thunderbolts, crashing upon the heads of everyone in the conference room. An army. A city lord. A deputy city lord. This was no longer a makeshift band. They were establishing a true force with structure and function amidst the ruins of the apocalypse. Ecstasy, excitement, disbelief, immense pressure. A kaleidoscope of emotions flickered across the faces of those in the audience. The 4 who had been named trembled slightly. In Wang Changlin and Zhang Chen's eyes shone the resolve and glory of soldiers entrusted with great responsibility, while Chunhe and Lu Tao bore more the tension and sense of mission that came with being appointed in a time of crisis. Third Qin Feng's voice once again suppressed all the turmoil, cold and devoid of emotion. The Qin army currently has 520 men. Starting tomorrow, comprehensive survival training for the apocalypse will commence. He picked up the stack of handwritten notes on the table and waved them. Techniques for scavenging supplies, how to find survivors in the ruins, survival rules in the snow and ice, close quarters combat tips, snowfield mobility, skiing. All the skills that keep us alive and let us fight our way out. They're all here. Squad leaders and platoon leaders copy these immediately after the meeting and organize everyone to train. Train until you drop. If you don't train, well, the next time you go out, death will be waiting for you. His icy gaze swept over the excited faces of the squad and platoon leaders. This is just the beginning. We will keep adding content based on actual conditions. What I want is an iron army that can chew through the toughest bones in this apocalypse. Each command was more shocking than the last, hammering everyone's nerves. The only sound left in the room was the frantic scratching of pens across paper, like a sudden downpour beating against banana leaves, so urgent it was suffocating. Everyone was frantically taking notes, terrified of missing a single word. Fourth, Qin Feng's voice was like a drawn sword, its edge fully exposed. In 7 days we move out. Form 20 search teams. Each team will have 10 members fully equipped with weapons, sleds, and tools. The mission objectives. He paused deliberately for a second, his gaze sweeping over the bloodshot eyes below, filled with tension and anticipation. First, supplies. The police station's armory. The garrison's military arsenal. The grain reserves. These places are our lifelines. Empty them all. Don't leave a single grain of rice or a single bullet behind. Second, people. Qin Feng's voice suddenly grew heavier. Every major school and university. Especially the female students. Every major hospital, doctors and nurses. And all kinds of technical talent, especially those who understand physics, machinery, and electricity. Not a single one must be missed. Tell them that Fenghui base has warm rooms, ample food, and guaranteed safety. We need to build our own power station, restore production, and survive. These talents are the cornerstone. A cornerstone more precious than gold. Fifth, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to Yi Bingning, who had been standing quietly to the side, recording everything. Intelligence. It is the eyes and ears of this base. Every time a search team returns, they must submit a detailed mission report, mark the maps, and record the force's danger zones and resource points along the way. All information must be gathered, analyzed, and archived. Yi Bingning. Here. Yi Bingning stepped forward, her cool voice cutting clearly through the silent conference room. You are to establish and take full charge of the intelligence department. Your reports come directly to me. I need to know everything happening inside and outside this base that could threaten it. Yi Bingning nodded firmly, her bright eyes shimmering with unprecedented gravity and sharpness. Intelligence. This was the battlefield Qin Feng had entrusted to her. Sixth, Qin Feng's voice was like the final trumpet of judgment, carrying an absolute power that shattered all hesitation, exploding in everyone's ears. 5 years. 5 years. He raised a finger, his gaze like a branding iron searing into every face below. Within 5 years, the Qin army will expand to 5,000 men. 5,000 men. The number hit like a bombshell, shattering the fragile calm that had barely been maintained in the conference room. A chorus of uncontrollable gasps and sharp intakes of breath rose from the audience. 5,000 men. In this early stage of the apocalypse, where 2,000 was already considered a giant, it was nothing short of a fantasy. Everyone present, Qin Feng's voice overpowered the commotion, cold and seductive. As long as you can keep pace with the base's growth and prove your worth in these 5 years, your positions and your power will rise with the expansion of the Qin army. Squad leader, company commander, battalion commander, or even higher. The path lies at your feet. He slammed his hand on the table with a thunderous bang, making the enamel cups on it jump. So starting tomorrow, cast aside your useless thoughts. Stop idling away your days. Military training intensity doubled. Combat marksmanship, snowfield maneuvers, squad tactical coordination. I want to see your bones tempered and your blood ignited. Forge an ironclad prowess to be worthy of your future positions. As for food, Qin Feng's tone eased slightly, yet carried an unassailable promise. 3 meals a day guaranteed. Meat and vegetables will be prioritized for those who train hard and excel. The base will never wrong anyone who bleeds and sweats for it. As his voice fell, the entire conference room plunged into an almost vacuum-like dead silence. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then dozens of suddenly heavy, searing breaths sounded like bellows being pulled. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the figure on the stage, stormy waves churning within. Shock. Absolute shock. A 5,000-man army. City Lord. Deputy City Lord. Intelligence network. Proactive sorties for supplies and talent. And those naked promises of power and food security. Vast ambition. A madman's audacity. Like a violent avalanche, it instantly shattered everyone's ingrained perceptions. But deep within that shock, something unprecedented and scalding was wildly germinating. Hope. In this hopeless apocalypse, the man on stage had ignited a blazing fire called future with his almost arrogant declaration. Wang Chonglin, sitting nearby, clenched the ballpoint pen in his hand tightly. His rough knuckles cracked from excessive force, veins bulging like writhing dragons on the back of his hand. The cold metal pen body was nearly deformed by his grip, its sharp edges digging deeply into his palm, bringing a clear, sharp pain. But this pain didn't sober him. Instead, it was like a ladle of hot oil pouring onto the wild fire in his heart, ignited by Qin Feng. 5,000 Qin soldiers. Commander. His name, Wang Chonglin, would be tightly bound to this iron army destined to stir the apocalypse. He lowered his head abruptly, concealing the almost erupting light in his eyes, a mix of ecstasy and bloodlust. His teeth sank deep into his lower lip, the rusty taste of blood spreading in his mouth. Madman. This Qin Feng was absolutely a madman. But Wang Chonglin was willing to follow this madman, to gamble for immense power built on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, to trample those lofty provisional governments underfoot. He wasn't alone. Zhang Qin's breathing was equally heavy, like a worn-out bellows, his chest heaving violently, sharp light bursting from his eyes, a naked craving for power and conquest. Chunhe and Lu Tao had fine beads of sweat on their foreheads, their pens trembling so much they could barely hold them, their faces flushed with excitement and immense pressure. They saw heavier burdens in the future, but also the power over life and death they had never dared to imagine. This was a class leap. The entire conference room seemed like a giant furnace, the air so hot it nearly burned. Every gaze directed at Qin Feng was filled with indescribable fervor and reverence. Foresighted. No, this was a mad blueprint to reshape destiny. A sense of shared glory and almost martyr-like excitement surged and collided in their blood. Qin Feng took in the tumultuous emotions of the crowd below. Those burning stares, those suppressed heavy breaths silently told him the fire had been lit. He said no more, his goal was achieved. With a decisive wave of his hand, crisp and clean, bearing the finality of a commander issuing orders on the battlefield. Meeting adjourned. Each to their duties, execute immediately. With that, he looked at no one else, strode briskly toward the closed door of the conference room. Yi Bingning wasted no time, quickly packing up her notebook and pen, and followed closely. Her steps remained steady, the sound of her combat boots striking the floor still crisp, but upon closer listening the rhythm seemed quicker than before, carrying an urgency to act after being entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Bang! Qin Feng's figure disappeared through the doorway. Yi Bingning followed right behind, and the door slowly closed behind her, sealing off that tall mountain-like silhouette. Inside the conference room, the deathly silence lasted only a brief moment. Then with a roar, the long-suppressed sound waves burst forth like a breached dam. Murmurs, exclamations, table-pounding, chairs scraping, all intertwined instantly, nearly lifting the roof. 5,000. Good heavens. Boss Qin. He dares to think that big. Searching for people, specifically for female students and doctors. This. Intelligence. Assistant Yi is in charge of intelligence. That position. Train to the death. Hear that? If you don't train while going out next time means death. Guaranteed meals. And maybe meat. Damn it, I'm all in. Wang Chonglin slammed his fist onto the table, making an empty cup jump. He looked up, eyes bloodshot and nearly ferocious, exhilarated grin on his face. He scanned the equally excited red-faced squad leaders and platoon leaders around him and roared hoarsely. Did you all hear Boss Qin's orders? What are you waiting for? Waiting for manna from heaven. He grabbed the handwritten notes Qin Feng had left behind, holding them like a sacred decree. Copy them now. Go back and tell every brother below. Starting tomorrow, no starting today. Train to the death. Anyone who dares to slack off or hold us back, I'll skin him alive. Boss Qin wants 5,000 iron soldiers. We are his first sharpened blades. Understood? Understood. A deafening roar with the fervor of burning bridges exploded in the conference room, echoing for a long time. Yi Bingming followed behind Qin Feng, speaking with concern. Feng Gu, our base's maximum capacity is 200 people. 5,000 Qin soldiers alone take up a quarter. How will the base operate? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile, and he gently patted Yi Bingming's shoulder. He understood her concerns. Those roughnecks inside were still excited, but she had calmly noticed the irrationality. As expected of the future Ice Queen, her thinking was different. So he explained to her, right now the base members all have houses, all 3 or 4 bedrooms. These are for them. They are my core team, so naturally I treat them well. But from the start of construction, I reserved over 1,000 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom units. These are for future technical talent and to reward those who contribute. The purpose is to give them motivation to move forward and something to look forward to. These places can accommodate about 5,000 people. These are the main residences for the Qin soldiers and those with contributions. Isn't there still 25 vacant area in the base? Those are on the edges. Each room can hold 20 people without issue. If used wisely, they can accommodate 1,000. As for food for these people, 1 meal a day. If they want food, they work, digging, expanding underground space. We still have many engineering vehicles, cement, rebar, and other construction materials in the base. That's enough to keep them busy. Then we can develop greenhouse farming. Feeding these people won't be a problem. Besides, so many people won't arrive at once. Our search teams can't bring that many either. As for food, don't worry. Upon hearing this, Yi Bingming felt relieved. Her Feng Gu had already thought of everything. She could just work behind him with peace of mind. After arranging the subsequent plans for the base, Qin Feng returned to his office. After handling the documents, he went to his parents' home for dinner. Returning to the villa, it was already past 8 in the evening. Without the convenience of modern electronics, life felt as if it had fallen into a slow rhythm. Yi Bingming had already finished her meal and was reading in the study. Seeing Qin Feng approach, she put down her book and gently leaned into his embrace. The two quietly savored the tranquility of the moment. Before long, they engaged in intimate activities in the bedroom. Half an hour later, Yi Bingming spoke with a sobbing tone. Feng Gu, I can't take it anymore. It's all red. Can we rest for a bit? Hearing this, Qin Feng felt helpless. He exercised daily and practiced ancient martial arts, which had improved his physical condition and enhanced his prowess in this regard, making it unbearable for Yi Bingming to endure such intense affection. Unsatisfied, Qin Feng remained firm, but resigned, lighting a cigarette. Seeing this, Yi Bingming felt apologetic. She slowly slipped under the covers. Qin Feng looked on with slight confusion, but then a soft moan escaped, and after 10 minutes, he let out a long breath. Feng Gu, there are plenty of beautiful women in our base. How about I let a few sisters come and serve you? I really can't handle it alone. Yi Bingming spoke hesitantly. Although she was unwilling to share her man with other women, her body was too sensitive, and she surrendered quickly, leaving Qin Feng frustrated. That's why she came up with this idea. But there's no rush. The base has just gotten on track. Let's talk about it later. Don't you mind having more sisters? Which woman wouldn't mind? But Feng Gu, you're so formidable, I can't bear it alone. Having a few sisters to share the burden would make it easier for me. And you're a capable man. I can't be so selfish as to keep you all to myself. Thank you, Bingming. To have your favor in this life is a blessing thrice over. If you never betray me, I will never betray you. Saying this, he gently kissed her forehead. Before long, the two drifted off to sleep. A silent night passed. The next day, Qin Feng arrived at the training ground on the second basement level. Seeing everyone training and studying with fervent enthusiasm, he felt gratified. When people have something to look forward to, they unleash greater motivation. After staying at the base for 2 days and ensuring everything was on track, Qin Feng bid farewell to his parents and Yi Bingming, and under the cover of night returned to the Sky City residential complex. The complex was eerily quiet, punctuated by occasional screams, like the cries of prey being hunted in the darkness. It was terrifying and grim. Ignoring these sounds, Qin Feng walked up the stairs and returned to his own sanctuary. Glancing at the thermometer on the wall, it read 20°C. Having been away for a few days, the room had dropped significantly in temperature. He scanned the entire room with his spiritual sense, found nothing amiss, and started a fire in the fireplace. Soon the room's warmth gradually returned. Taking off his cold weather gear and lighting a cigarette, Qin Feng extended his spiritual sense to check on the two women. What he saw made him pause. He detected a group of 6 people at Ryn-Weiss' doorstep attempting to pick the lock. Qin Feng's heart tightened, but he quickly steadied himself. Unhurriedly, he retrieved some clothing from his spatial storage, placed vegetables, meat, and other food into several refrigerators, and stored a large amount of grain in the pantry. Once done, Qin Feng dressed fully and armed himself. He opened the door and went downstairs. His spiritual sense continuously monitored Lin Wei and her companion's movements. By then, the 6 men had already broken through the door and were searching the room. Hearing the commotion at the door, Lin Wei and Su Weiner immediately hid in the wardrobe, pretending no one was inside. The 2 women were tense and terrified, trembling as they hid. They silently prayed that those men wouldn't find them, while also hoping someone would come to their rescue. The 6 men eventually discovered the 2 women. Upon seeing such beauties, they all broke into lecherous grins. Old Chen, look at the beauties. Wow, we've hit the jackpot. I spotted them first, so I'll go first, and you guys can line up behind me. Huh. Damn oldly nice. It's been a while since we've seen such quality goods. You take one, and there's still another, one each. Brothers, get ready, huh? With that, 2 men dragged the women out of the wardrobe and threw them onto the bed, ignoring their struggles and screams. They began to pull down their pants. It was too cold to strip completely, just removing pants was enough to get the job done. Let me go. I have a disease, it's contagious. Let me go. Let me go. I have a child, you bastards. Let me go. Oh. The 2 women struggled with all their might, but couldn't break free. Despair filled their hearts. Were they to be humiliated like this, reduced to tools for these men's pleasure? Just as they were in utter despair, a knock came at the door. The room fell silent. The 6 men reacted swiftly, pulling up their pants and grabbing weapons before heading out. They saw Qin Feng standing at the doorway, who then closed the door behind him. Who the hell are you? Get lost, or we'll kill you, the leader threatened. Qin Feng had knocked to lure them out, fearing they might use the women as hostages, which would complicate matters. Now that they were all out, he didn't waste words and charged straight in. He wanted to test the ancient martial arts he had recently learned. Real combat always led to faster progress than mere practice. He launched forward with a Baji Quan elbow strike to the heart, sending one man flying. Then with a Bagua Yulong step, he dodged 2 incoming weapons and used a Taishan Cow to knock another man down. Thus, Qin Feng unleashed his learned martial arts skills one after another, and soon all the men were defeated. Qin Feng didn't kill them, only temporarily incapacitated them. The 2 women watched as he saved them in their moment of crisis, and their hearts were already secretly devoted to him. The trope of a hero saving a beauty never goes out of style. You've been exposed. It's not safe here anymore. You should find another place. With that, Qin Feng made as if to leave. Seeing this, the 2 women quickly grabbed his clothes. They pleaded, "Big brother, can you take us in? We'll serve you while we beg you." Lin Wei recognized him as the man who had exchanged supplies with them before and kindly warned them. She felt relieved and thought it would be good to follow him. So she begged. Beside her, Su Weiner looked at him with infatuation, afraid he might refuse, and quickly added, "Brother, please. We'll be obedient and satisfy you." Hearing this, Qin Feng felt satisfied inwardly. His plan had succeeded. All right, but if you come with me, you must listen. He'll protect you, and there will be food and clothes. The 2 women nodded eagerly. Dress warmly, pack your toiletries and clothes, and come with me. Soon Qin Feng led Lin Wei and Su Weiner back to the sanctuary. When they entered the room, they felt a wave of warmth and marveled, wow. Brother Qin's home is like heaven. Outside it's minus 60 degrees, but inside it's only 15 degrees. Following him is wonderful. We'll serve him well and never let him drive us away. As they stepped into this meticulously crafted safe haven of Qin Feng, the awe in Su Weiner and Ryn-Weiss' eyes never ceased. From the nuclear blast-proof door to the constant temperature and humidity of the indoor environment, was this the apocalypse? This was paradise on earth. Oh my God, Brother Feng, this is simply heaven. Su Weiner exclaimed softly, darting around like a curious squirrel to take in everything. Though Lin Wei remained silent, her eyes sparkled. This solid, warm, and bright place granted the 2 women who had endured so much fear a long-lost sense of peace. Just then, the smooth quartz glass tabletop in the center of the living room instantly captivated their attention. Red apples, yellow bananas, purple grapes. Under the dim light, these fruits, once commonplace but now as rare as precious treasures, glowed with an enticing luster. Having endured days of water and food shortages after the apocalypse, with meals few and far between, seeing these fresh, plump fruits brimming with life made their salivary glands secrete uncontrollably. Su Weiner unconsciously swallowed, and Lin Wei bit her lower lip slightly. In perfect unison, both their stomachs let out a quiet gurgle. Qin Feng observed it all. The display of resources was itself a silent testament to power. "All right," he spoke, "go take a shower, both of you. You reek." He walked to the spacious bathroom door and casually turned the handle. Inside, there was a modern sink, clean walls, and that massive gleaming shower head. Sue Wayner's shriek nearly lifted the roof. Ah, Brother Feng, am I seeing things? Hot water. It's actually hot water. Overwhelmed with joy, she bounded like a cheerful lark, rushed to Qin Feng, stood on tiptoe, and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. I love you. You are my idol. Lin Wei beside her also felt her heart race, her cheeks flushed with crimson. She cast a shy glance at Qin Feng before quickly darting into the bathroom. Soon the sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom. In the freezing apocalypse with temperatures plummeting dozens of degrees below zero, being able to take a hot bath was an unimaginable luxury. Through the frosted glass, the silhouettes of the two women rapidly shed their filthy, tattered clothes, reeking of sweat and despair. Without hesitation, they didn't even close the translucent door. No words were needed. They both understood that stepping into Qin Feng's sanctuary meant their life paths were now bound to his. In this precarious world, clinging to a man with such a formidable shelter was the most obvious choice for survival. Shyness and scruples. In the face of the need to survive, they meant nothing. The warm water cascaded down, washing away the grime from their skin. Sue Wayner hummed with pleasure, while Lin Wei closed her eyes, letting the warmth envelop every numb, cold inch of her body, her tense shoulders gradually relaxing. This was true rebirth. While they bathed, Qin Feng began a patrol inside the spacious fortress, checking for any potential flaws in the safe house that might reveal anomalies to them. In his past life, he had been cautious and treading on thin ice, yet at the critical moment of reaching the peak, he died at the hands of a trusted confidant. The mistakes of my past life. I won't swallow even a speck of dust this time. He had to protect his ability, never reveal it easily, and leave no trace for anyone to detect. The behavior of protagonists in novels who flaunt their fortunes at the slightest opportunity seemed utterly foolish to him. In the apocalypse, how low could humanity's bottom line sink for the sake of gain? He could already think of many ways to bring down such a protagonist. Poisoning, just a bottle of tainted purified water, a surprise attack, while he slept, setting a deadly trap. For a resource-rich protagonist, there would always be those who studied him, relentlessly waiting for a chance to strike with one fatal blow. Detonating a bomb at close range, a woman disguised as a refugee rushing in for a hug, while triggering the high explosives hidden on her, a dead end, and so on. Qin Feng constantly warned himself. Heaven had given him a second chance along with such a precious spatial ability. He would never allow himself to repeat the same mistakes. He would remain cautious until he was strong enough to fear no schemes or plots. Only then would he use his ability freely and boldly. Did he not want to develop in secret? Everyone hates a sneak, yet everyone loves being one. Wasn't it sweet to play the sneak himself? Sensing the water stop in the bathroom, the two women were probably almost done. Qin Feng gathered his thoughts and walked to the open-plan kitchen. He lit the gas stove and used the most ordinary dried noodles, adding a few eggs and some greens. To the hungry, this was already an unparalleled delicacy. Yet the two women didn't emerge for a long time. Done washing the noodles already? Qin Feng asked with a hint of confusion. From the bathroom came Sue Wayner's coy, embarrassed voice, clearly conveying their predicament. Brother Feng. Our clothes, they're unwearable, worse than rags. Do you have any new ones? Qin Feng understood instantly. A moment later, he took two silky smooth pieces of Balenciaga and walked to the bathroom door, handing them inside. New ones. Put them on. Receiving the gossamer thin garments with their exquisite patterns and luxurious brand, the two women's faces flushed as red as boiled shrimp. Such thin fabric, those alluring curves, too embarrassing. But the lingering water droplets on their skin reminded them they had no choice. Their youthful, beautiful bodies, slightly clumsy in the misty steam, slipped into the expensive silk Balenciaga nightgowns. The delicate, cool fabric clung to their warm skin. Wearing the thin, seductive nightgowns, they shuffled out of the bathroom with shyness, but were immediately drawn to the two steaming bowls of fragrant noodles with greens and eggs on the table. Let's eat. Qin Feng gave the brief command. The next moment, all pretense was cast aside. The two normally graceful girls transformed into ravenous wolves. Loud slurping sounds filled the air. They didn't even bother to cool the scalding noodles. The freshness of the greens, the rich flavor of the eggs, and the warmth of the broth slid down their empty stomachs, activating every cell. In just a few minutes, the two large bowls were devoured, leaving not even a drop of soup. Satisfied sighs of contentment rose in unison. Sue Wayner and Lin Wei quickly washed and dried the dishes. As they left the kitchen, their eyes met Qin Feng's gaze, then darted away like startled deer, their cheeks still flushed. You two go sleep in the guest room, he said. They murmured softly. Brother Feng, well, go rest then. Watching them enter the room, Qin Feng returned to the master bedroom. Lying in the spacious bedding, he could only hear his own steady heartbeat and the gradually even deep breathing of the two women from the guest room. Suddenly, an extremely faint, almost imperceptible footstep broke the rhythm of the guest room's breathing. It approached slowly, stopping cautiously outside his bedroom door. Like a kitten's paw landing on carpet. Tap, tap, tap. A crisp knock sounded especially clear in the silent fortress. A knowing, fully controlling smile slowly curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Here it comes. He didn't open the door immediately. First, he used his spiritual sense to scan the figure outside, Su Weiner. After confirming she had no metal objects or threatening items, Qin Feng opened the door. Outside, Su Weiner's silhouette under the soft light created breathtaking shadows and curves. Her moist eyes held undisguised boldness and admiration. Looking at her shy demeanor, why pretend to be some invulnerable saint? Many words omitted here. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door again. Qin Feng released a wisp of spiritual energy, precisely scanned outside, confirmed it was still safe, and found Lin Wei at the door. 10,000 words to be omitted here. Oh. Outside the window, the snow still raged, the cold wind howling through the ruins of high-rise buildings, echoing like a mournful sob. A new conquest had just begun. Within the fortress, boundless spring. Outside the fortress, the same old deadly intent. A cruel smile of absolute control and contempt for fate curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Lin Wei and Su Weiner curled up on the messy king-sized bed, sleeping deeply like two delicate blossoms ravaged by a violent storm. Their shoulders and necks exposed beneath the thin blanket glowed with a porcelain-like luster in the dim light, still bearing the frenzied marks of last night, the exclusive imprints left by Qin Feng. Qin Feng, already fully dressed, sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying a steaming breakfast: golden fried eggs, a bamboo steamer of Xilong Bao, and a fragrant glass of milk. These were precious supplies hoarded in his space, a supreme luxury that could drive anyone mad in this apocalypse where corpses littered the streets. He stretched his muscles. Though the workout last night had been intense, leaving some soreness in his waist and legs, that was no excuse to slack off. Walking to the thick yoga mat spread on the gym floor, Qin Feng began his unshakable morning routine. Push-ups, squats, planks. Sweat soon soaked his tight sport vest. The mirror reflected his figure. His once straight arms now showed smooth muscle lines when tensed. The 8-pack abs he had once prided himself on in the military, later buried under fat, were faintly re-emerging. Every burst of power, every stretch and contraction of his muscles brought an almost addictive sense of control and pleasure. He finally understood the mindset of fitness enthusiasts. The feeling of personally shaping and mastering one's own body was truly captivating. These 3 days had been unusually routine, yet fulfilling. Mornings were for physical training and ancient martial arts drills, feeling the return of strength amid sweat. Noon and night were reserved for exploring the essence of life, with Lin Wei and Su Weiner. In this confined space, they drew warmth and solace from each other in the most primal way. The cold tile countertop in the kitchen, the steamy bathroom air, the lingering aroma of food on the table, the soft indentation of the sofa, even the windowsill overlooking the dead silent neighborhood. All had become their battlefield of abandon, leaving chaotic and fervent traces. Nourished by Qin Feng's ample food and sustenance, Lin Wei and Su Weiner regained their radiant charm. Their skin was delicate and rosy, their eyes carrying a lazy allure after being thoroughly watered. Yet this brief peace was shattered on the morning of the 3rd day by urgent knocking. The visitor was Lu Chuan, his face etched with barely concealed anxiety and fear, his forehead dotted with fine sweat beads. Clearly he had run all the way. Mr. Qin, something terrible. Lu Chuan panted. Xiao Yin. That bastard Xiao Yin and his crew are going to strike this afternoon. Time rewound to a day earlier. In another relatively intact residential building in the neighborhood, this place had become the center of a small kingdom. Xiao Yin, a man who had risen by sheer ruthlessness and quickly gathered a gang of desperados in the early days of the apocalypse, sat arrogantly on a stolen leather sofa. Around him stood several fierce-faced, alert henchmen. The air was thick with cheap tobacco sweat and a faint lingering smell of blood. After days of reconnaissance, intimidation, and bribery, Xiao Yan's gang had essentially mapped out the remaining survivors in the neighborhood. Xiao Yan and his men were the strongest and most brutal force here. Their core members numbered about 75, all sturdy and ruthless fighters. They now occupied the best located and most fortified buildings in the center of the neighborhood, controlling most of the untouched ground floor commercial resources, mainly the remnants of tobacco and liquor stores and small supermarkets. Their rule was simple and brutal. Those who obeyed got barely enough food to survive. Those who defied were either expelled or used as rations. They had the most cold weapons, even 2 old hunting rifles, and a few concealed homemade pistols, their greatest deterrent. Xiao Yin himself was merciless, rumored to have personally eliminated no fewer than 20 disobedient ones. Lu Chuan's faction was holed up in the neighboring unit of Qin Feng's building, larger in number, about 150 to 160 people. Their members were a mix of original residents, refugees, and even a few former security guards. The building they occupied was structurally sound, but their weaknesses were glaring: a lack of strong core leadership, loose organization, and uneven combatability. Most critically, they were desperately short of supplies. Food had long run out. They survived by eating sofa leather belts and tree bark, or by taking desperate risks in the nearby repeatedly looted ruins. Medicine was even scarcer. A simple infected wound could be fatal. Hunger and despair gnawed at everyone's nerves like clinging parasites. What kept them together was largely fear of Xiao Yan's gang and the occasional small food aid from Qin Feng, a glimmer of hope in their despair and their only hope for outside help. In everyone's eyes, Qin Feng was the most mysterious man, alone occupying the top floor of a high-rise. But he possessed what everyone coveted: supplies, and they seemed endless. He didn't expand territory, didn't provoke anyone, and even kept a low profile. Qin Feng's terrifying combat skills had made Xiao Yan temporarily cautious. His food supply to Lu Chuan was more like an investment or raising a scapegoat, using Lu Chuan's people as a buffer to absorb Xiao Yan's attacks. Chen Paisai, a minor boss under Xiao Yan, walked into the room with a young woman in his arms. She had a pretty face, but vacant eyes, her clothes disheveled. The woman's face bore an unnatural flush and tear stains. Her body trembled slightly, but she dared not resist. Chen Paisai wore a smug, lecherous grin, kneading her casually like a toy. Boss, care for a taste? Chen Paisai flattered. Xiao Yan didn't even lift his eyelids, waving his hand as if shooing a fly. He had already sampled no fewer than 10 women in these few days, from panicked young wives to naive girls. After the initial novelty and conquest faded, only numbness and a sick sense of dominance remained. These women before the apocalypse might have had vibrant lives: daughters, wives, office workers, students. But now they shared one identity: playthings. They were tools for subordinates, to curry favor, currency for trading supplies, vessels for venting carnal desires. Locked in dark rooms, they were selected and allocated like goods. Resistance meant death, or worse. Submission meant merely surviving in a quagmire of despair. Their eyes had long lost their spark, leaving only fear, numbness, and a humble craving for the next meal. This was the reality of the apocalypse, a hell for the weak, a twisted paradise for the brutal. Chen Paisai didn't mind. He pulled the woman aside, leaned in, and said, "Boss, there's something. A few days ago, the team we sent for medicine reported that while clearing the western unfinished buildings, they saw 2 chicks being rescued by someone. Couldn't catch them." He smacked his lips, his face twisted with extreme lewdness and longing. Those brothers swore they were top tier. The face, the figure. Tisk 100 times better than what we have now. Especially one of them, like a celestial fairy, skin glowing, white waist so slim. And that aura. Tsk. He tried hard to describe, nearly drooling. Xiao Yan's drowsy eyes snapped open at the words top tier, celestial fairy, and skin glowing white, like a starving wolf catching the scent of fresh meat. The women he had toyed with recently were mostly terrified and numb, like dead fish, leaving him bored. The premium goods his men described instantly ignited his greed and possessiveness. "Oh, rescued. Know who did it?" Xiao Yan sat up, his voice tinged with barely concealed eagerness. "According to those brothers, it was someone from Lu Chuan's building." Chen Paisai lowered his voice, instigating, "And they say that Qin Feng lives alone on the top floor of that building and occasionally gives Lu Chuan some food. I bet those 2 chicks are with Qin Feng." His eyes gleamed with malice and lechery. "Boss, Lu Chuan's bunch are half dead anyway, taking up space. And Qin Feng's got such fine goods stashed away. If we don't take them all out, the brothers won't feel satisfied." These words hit Xiao Yan's intentions perfectly. He was already planning to eliminate Lu Chuan, that thorn in his side, and consolidate the entire neighborhood's resources. Qin Feng's mystery and supplies had always made him wary yet covetous. Now with the lure of 2 top-tier beauties, this was a godsend. "Excellent." Xiao Yan slammed the armrest of the sofa, his tiger-like eyes widening as a fierce and brutal aura spread. "Gather the brothers. We strike this afternoon. First we deal with that trash Lu Chuan and his men. Then we head to the top floor and destroy that bastard Qin's nest. Bring those 2 women back to me unharmed." His voice was filled with undeniable cruelty and greed. The orders were swiftly relayed. Xiao Yan's core confidants immediately began mobilizing their forces, distributing weapons, mainly machetes and steel pipes. Firearms were only entrusted to the most trusted of his inner circle. The air thickened with pre-battle tension and a thirst for blood. They never entertained the thought of failure. In their eyes, dealing with Lu Chuan's rabble, who could barely stand from hunger, was as easy as reaching into a pocket. While Xiao Yan sharpened his blades, Lu Chuan and his people were like ants on a hot pan. A neighbor who kept watch near Xiao Yan's territory and was distantly related to one of Xiao Yan's minor thugs risked his life to send word back. Xiao Yan was mobilizing all his forces this afternoon with the goal of completely wiping them out. The news struck like a thunderbolt, shattering the already fragile morale of Lu Chuan's team. "What do we do? Xiao Yan is coming. They have so many men. And guns. How can we fight? Run? While we still have the strength, let's get out of the compound. Maybe we can still survive. Run? The weather outside is. Running out there is certain death. Staying here is death too. Let's fight them." "Fight? With what? We barely have the strength to eat." "Whoa, I don't want to die." Desperate cries, screams, and arguments erupted in the cramped space. Prolonged hunger, injury, cold, and the constant threat of death had stretched everyone's nerves to the breaking point. The news of Xiao Yan's imminent attack was the final straw. Many people, their eyes glazed over, slumped to the ground, lacking even the strength to weep. Only a bone-deep despair remained. A life of endless darkness, uncertain from one moment to the next, with no hope in sight. When would it ever end? Lu Chuan stood in the middle of the crowd, his face ashen and his lips pressed tightly together. Was he not afraid? He knew the disparity in their strength better than anyone. Though his men were numerous, they were gaunt and sallow from hunger, their morale low. Their weapons consisted of kitchen knives, clubs, machetes, and even sharpened wooden sticks. Xiao Yan's men, on the other hand, were all fierce and well-equipped with guns. A heated fight would be suicide. Run. Leave this relatively familiar shelter that kept out the wind and rain. To venture out into the bitter, frozen wilderness. That was a path with a 90% chance of death. His gaze swept over the faces etched with fear and despair, and Lu Chuan's heart sank to the depths. He suddenly thought of Qin Feng, who lived on the top floor. That mysterious, powerful man with supplies. He was their last lifeline. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his fear, and growled at the few key members who could still stand. All of you shut up. What's there to panic about? I'm going to see Mr. Qin. You look after everyone. Anyone who dares to speak of running and disrupt morale will face my wrath. He pulled out a gleaming, sharpened kitchen knife from his belt and swept his fierce gaze around the room. The temporary intimidation quelled the chaos slightly. He turned and with all his remaining strength ran towards the building where Qin Feng lived, his mind fixated on a single thought. He must convince Qin Feng to help. Mr. Qin, I've received word that Xiao Yan's gang plans to attack us this afternoon. We are no match for them. I was wondering if you could lend us your aid. Lu Chuan stood at Qin Feng's door, panting heavily, his tone laced with a desperate, almost pleading urgency. His eyes shone with a profound desire for survival and a hopeful reliance on Qin Feng's power. Inside the door, Qin Feng had just finished his morning training and was wiping sweat with a towel. When he heard Lu Chuan's words, especially the name Xiao Yan, his hand paused momentarily. Xiao Yan. The name struck Qin Feng's mind like lightning, instantly awakening deep-buried fragments of his past life memories. That future tyrant who 2 years into the apocalypse would rise like a comet and dominate half of Hangzhou City. That space ability awakener. A major headache. Memories of his past life flooded back like a tide. Xiao Yan in the mid-apocalypse was synonymous with bloodshed, brutality, and absolute tyranny. His path to power was paved with the bones of countless survivors. It was said that he and his men had killed at least 800 if not 1,000 people. The ability he awakened was the extremely rare and powerful spatial ability. Not only did it grant a vast storage space, but it also mastered terrifying lethal techniques like space cutting and teleportation, making him one of the top powerhouses of the previous life. A bold, cold, and utterly greedy plan instantly crystallized in Qin Feng's mind, clear as day. This is a gift from heaven, no effort needed. Truly, one need not search far for what is destined. A flicker of barely discernible ecstasy and icy killing intent flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. In my past life, I let him grow by chance, and he became a major threat to my heart. In this life, he hasn't awakened his ability yet. He's like a fat sheep delivered right to my doorstep. The crystal core of a spatial ability user, especially one at the initial awakening stage containing the primal power of space. Qin Feng's heart beat slightly faster with excitement. If I obtain it, devour it. What transformation would my space undergo? Would it shatter my current limitations? Grant me new abilities? Spatial cutting, dimensional travel, or even creating a personal dimension? The temptation was immense. His spatial ability was his greatest asset, and any chance to evolve it was worth risking his life for. And besides, a cruel smile curved at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth as memories of his past life surged again. I remember clearly Xiao Yan found his opportunity around the 3rd month after the apocalypse began in an abandoned large underground cold storage facility west of the city. That thing. As a fellow spatial ability user, Qin Feng had sensed and speculated about the treasure that could trigger the awakening of spatial abilities in his past life. The spatial energy contained within that object is incredibly pure and vast. It's likely a naturally formed spatial wonder. I'm not sure of its exact form, but the location is unmistakable. It's in the deepest part of that cold storage buried under collapsed shelves. An even more perfect plan took shape. Strike first. Since Xiao Yan doesn't know about the treasure yet, he'll go and take it when the time comes. Qin Feng's eyes were sharp. But first, capture Xiao Yan. Keep him under control. Lock him up. Give him the bare minimum of food and water. If he can survive until the time of his past lives awakening and naturally develop his spatial ability, that would be perfect. Then he'll extract the crystal core directly. The thought was as cold as a surgeon's scalpel. If he doesn't make it or shows no signs of awakening. A cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Then kill him outright. A waste of food, that's all. At worst, I miss out on one crystal core, but eliminating a future major enemy. It's a deal I can't lose on. Countless thoughts swirled, collided, and took shape in the blink of an eye. On the surface, Qin Feng was only silent for a few seconds. He looked at Lu Chuan's face outside the door, twisted with tension and hope, and understood everything. Lu Chuan was someone he favored, and he needed him to manage the thousands of survivors. Qin Feng finally spoke, his voice calm and flat, betraying no emotion. I understand. Go back and prepare. Keep your people steady. When they make their move this afternoon, I will intervene. He paused, then added with the certainty of one who held all the cards. Our goal is to subdue Xiao Yan and his primary leaders along with the worst of the evildoers. The rest you handle yourselves. An immense wave of joy instantly shattered Lu Chuan's fear, his voice trembling with excitement. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Qin. Thank you. They'll go make the arrangements right away. They'll keep everyone calm. He spoke incoherently, bowed deeply to Qin Feng, then turned and scrambled down the stairs, his steps suddenly lighter, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Watching Lu Chuan's receding back, Qin Feng slowly closed the door. The calm on his face instantly vanished. He walked to the window, his gaze piercing through the bulletproof glass, coldly sweeping over the dead silent compound below, as if he had already locked on his Xiao Yan's position. Xiao Yan. This isn't some 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Don't bully a youth for being poor. Uprooting the weeds is the safest method. Qin Feng muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping the cold window frame. Your spatial ability, and the location of the key you found. I want them both. He turned, entered the room, and closed the door to select his gear. This afternoon it wasn't just to help Lu Chuan. It was the first crucial hunt he had laid out for his own future evolution. It was about to begin. Qin Feng stood at the warm entrance of the shelter, positioned between the two main doors, conducting a final check of his gear. Tactical vest, ceramic ballistic plates, Kevlar helmet, thermal lining, reinforced gloves, and goggles. Each piece was a vital component for survival. Behind him, Lin Wei and Su Weiner were filled with reluctance and worry. Feng Gu, you must be careful. We'll wait for you to return. Lin Wei, also fully dressed and protected, silently sorted the emergency medical supplies Qin Feng had given her, packing them carefully into her medical backpack. As the doctor here, her mission was equally formidable after the battle, and treat the wounded immediately to prevent wounds exposed to the extreme cold from deteriorating rapidly and claiming lives that could be saved. Frostbite and temperatures dozens of degrees below zero often proved deadlier than gunshot wounds. Qin Feng moved swiftly. Despite being retired for years, his military prowess remained at an exceptionally high level. Seeing the two delicate women, he reassured them, don't worry, I've got this under control. He gave Lin Wei's shoulder a final pat, his gaze sweeping over her medicine-laden backpack. Lin Wei, your task will be heavy later. Protect yourself. Lin Wei nodded firmly, her eyes growing resolute. I understand. Leave the wounded to me. Qin Feng said no more. He took a deep breath of the icy air and pushed open the heavy alloy door. The biting wind surged in, instantly lifting the stray hairs on his forehead. In the hall downstairs of the shelter, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Over a dozen survivors had already gathered, led by Lu Chuan. They were wrapped in every piece of warm fabric they could find. At this point, a stick was more useful than a knife. Their faces bore a mix of frostbitten bruises and a bleak, uncertain fear of the future. When Qin Feng's figure appeared at the stairway, all eyes instantly focused on him, like drowning victims spotting driftwood. Greetings, Feng Gu. Mr. Qin, you're here. Greetings rose one after another, brimming with irrepressible excitement and a hint of fawning deference. Qin Feng's feat of single-handedly slaying 6 thugs had become legendary among the survivors. More importantly, everyone knew he held the key supplies for survival, food and medicine. In this desperate apocalypse, he embodied strength and hope. Lu Chuan stepped forward. As the de facto leader, he was now Qin Feng's most capable assistant. Pointing at the snow-covered building across the street, he reported rapidly, Feng Gu, in that building across the way, all 4 units, Xiao Yan's men, are ready. They're hiding in the 4-unit entrances, and as soon as we make a move, they'll pounce out like a pack of wolves. His face twisted with anger and lingering dread. Those bastards armed with guns are leaving us no way out. Qin Feng walked to the window and peered out through the frost-laced glass. He could clearly see several figures standing at the entrance of Unit 2, hunched over and smoking, their sparks glaringly bright against the gray-white backdrop. Chief Qin looked over there. Lu Chuan leaned in, lowering his voice, his finger precisely pointing to one direction at the entrance of Unit 2, those 2 smoking. The one in the black down jacket with a scar on his face is Xiao Yan. The one beside him, wearing glasses looking like a refined scumbag, is Chen Paisai, Xiao Yan's scheming advisor full of malicious tricks. Qin Feng's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, locking onto those 2 figures. Xiao Yan. This name Qin Feng had heard in his past life, a brutal thug leader who rose quickly in the early days of the apocalypse through ruthlessness and luck, his hands stained with the blood of innocents. Chen Paisai, a cunning and calculating villain skilled at manipulating hearts. Good targets identified. The ones loitering at the front of other unit entrances are all Xiao Yan's loyal enforcers. Lu Chuan continued his intelligence, detailed the critical part is the weapons. Xiao Yan himself has a 54 pistol tucked at his waist. And in the entrance of Unit 1, there's one hiding with a sawed-off 5-shot shotgun. Terrifying firepower. The rest mostly have machete steel pipes and the like. Qin Feng listened silently, forming his plan. He turned to face the anxious, expectant survivors in the hall, his voice steady and powerful, cutting through the howling wind. The plan is simple. Luchuan, take some people out. Don't fight Hedon. Find a way to lure them out, expose them in the open. The crowd froze, exchanging bewildered, incredulous looks. Their side consisted mostly of the old, weak, and sick, with only a few broken kitchen knives. The enemy had guns and shotguns. Lure them out. Expose them in the open. That was practically suicide. Had Mr. Qin lost his mind under the pressure? Mr. Qin, a middle-aged man, mustered the courage to speak, his voice trembling. Us go out and lure them. How? How do we do that? Once they come out, won't we? Doubt and fear spread through the crowd. Qin Feng took in their hesitation and retreat, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This was exactly what he wanted, to first suppress, then uplift. Without explaining immediately, he slowly unshouldered his military backpack. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he unzipped the main compartment and reached inside. The motion seemed ordinary, but he cleverly used the angle of the backpack and his body to activate his spatial ability. A faint, imperceptible weight settled in his palm, the cold touch of metal. The next second, as the entire hall watched with bated breath, Qin Feng's arm whipped out of the backpack. Swish! A black metal creation brimming with industrial beauty and deadly intimidation was held firmly in his hand. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. It was as if the air itself had frozen. It was a gun, a rugged, sharp-lined military assault rifle exuding a potent aura of gunpowder and power. An M4A1. The body was pitch black with sharp angular contours. On the tactical rail, a holographic sight glowed with a cold red light. A high-intensity tactical flashlight emitted a chilling white beam. A vertical foregrip provided stable support, and the muzzle was fitted with a thick cylindrical attachment, a suppressor. Oh, my God. Is that real? An M4. It's an M4. The kind used by U.S. Delta Force and SEALs. Fully equipped. Holographic sight. Suppressor. Flashlight. Awesome. Freaking awesome. Mr. Qin. He actually has this. Shock. Delight. Disbelief. Fear. Emotions exploded across the survivors' faces. Some instinctively stepped back as if intimidated by the gun's aura. Others trembled with excitement, their faces flushed. Lu Chuan's eyes widened, his mouth agape, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat. Shock. Unparalleled shock. In this frozen apocalypse, food and warmth were the basics of survival, but a fully equipped military rifle represented overwhelming power. It was absolute control, the power over life and death. The earlier fear and doubt melted away like thin snow under the sun, replaced by fanatical worship and unshakable confidence. Qin Feng held the gun steady with one hand, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. This was the effect he wanted, to display overwhelming force, completely dispel his side's fear, and simultaneously issue a silent warning: those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. Any improper thoughts would be courting death in the face of this gun. Now Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but it clearly drowned out all other sounds, carrying a calm that controlled everything. Do you understand my plan? Yes. The crowd snapped out of their daze, nodding frantically, their voices distorted with excitement. Feng, go give the order. We'll follow you. With this big killer, what's there to fear? Qin Feng nodded slightly and began issuing specific orders. In a while after, their men are lured out and gathered enough, prioritize eliminating the biggest threats. He gestured vaguely with the gun barrel toward the window. That Xiao Yan'll cripple him, but leave him breathing. Remember, this man must be captured alive. I have big plans for him. Prioritize shooting the leaders, Lu Chuan pointed out. Others can be taken in if they surrender. If they resist, no mercy. If anyone tries to flee in the chaos. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone icy and detached. Your job is to block every escape route. Trap them like a net. Focus on persuading them to surrender. After all, in this chaotic world, some are forced into it. But if they're stubborn, kill. The final kill was decisive, carrying a heavy scent of blood, plunging the hall's temperature. Got it. Qin Feng barked. Yes, we'll get it done. Lu Chuan was the first to straighten up, roaring with a voice burning with battle spirit and vengeful fire. We'll get it done. The rest of the survivors echoed in unison, their morale soaring to its peak. The earlier cowardice was gone. They now felt like an invincible army under Qin Feng's command. Bursting with confidence, the survivors led by Lu Chuan filed out into the blinding snowstorm. The cold wind rushed in, jolting everyone. The building across the way seemed like a crouching beast as shadows began to stir in the darkness of the unit entrances. Clearly, Lu Chuan's appearance had immediately caught Xiao Yan's gang's attention. Qin Feng no longer hesitated and turned to ascend the stairs rapidly. He had already chosen his position, a window on the third floor with an excellent view. From here, he could overlook the small square below and the open area between the two buildings, with the wall providing cover. He gently pushed open the frosty window, and a biting cold wind surged in. His movements were skillful and steady as if he had practiced this 1,000 times. Click. The M4A1 was firmly positioned on the cold windowsill. Snap. The red dot of the scope lit up instantly, clearly framing the chaotic crowd below. The silencer was already tightly secured, ensuring that the gunfire would be minimized. The cold stock pressed against his shoulder, his face resting on the equally cold gun body. Qin Feng's gaze passed through the scope, acting like the most precise scanner, instantly locking onto several key targets at the entrance of Unit 2. The boisterous Xiao Yin was making a ruckus, locked on. In the doorway of Unit 1, a burly man holding a sawed-off shotgun peeking around, locked on. Next to Xiao Yin, Chen Paisai adjusting her glasses with a sinister expression, locked on. Wait, he had already established the order of shooting. His breath became long and steady, his finger lightly resting on the cold trigger. Lu Chuan, along with his men, was cautiously approaching according to plan, seemingly attempting to negotiate. Xiao Yin indeed took the bait, swaggering out from the cover of the unit door with Chen Paisai and several core henchmen wearing a cruel smile reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. Other henchmen from the units also rushed out, fanning out in a semicircle, subtly forming a surrounding posture ready to pounce on their prey at any moment. The time had come. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze sharp as a predatory hawk. PFF. A faint sound almost masked by the wind and snow. Through the scope, a blinding spray of blood erupted from Xiao Yan's right shoulder. His entire right arm fractured and twisted at a bizarre angle, flying away. The 54 pistol, symbolizing power and violence, slipped from his grasp, spinning as it fell onto the pristine snow, instantly staining it red. PFF. The second muffled sound followed seamlessly. At the entrance of Unit 1, the burly man with the shotgun had his head explode like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer without any warning. Red and white splashed across the snow, creating a shocking abstract painting. The headless corpse collapsed heavily due to inertia. PFF. The third muffled sound soon followed. Chen Paisai, who had a look of horror on her face, suddenly had a gaping hole the size of a bowl explode in her chest. In disbelief, she looked down, her glasses slipped off, and her body went limp, mixing the splattered snowflakes with her boiling blood. PFF, PFF, PFF. Several people fell in response to the gunfire. A deathly silence enveloped the snow. Time seemed to be paused. The Xiao Yin gang, who moments ago were arrogant and sharpening their knives, were now as if they had collectively been struck by a paralysis spell. Everyone froze in place, their faces, once contorted with ferocity, now replaced with utter terror and bewilderment. Some of them didn't even react to what had happened. The boss Xiao Yin lost his right arm. The shotgunner's head exploded. Military strategist Chen Paisai had a big hole in her chest. Who did this? Where's the gun? Where's the gunfire? Only the howling wind and snow remained, along with the sudden heavy scent of blood in the air. Ah! My hand! My hand! Xiao Yan's wailing scream, distorted with despair, shattered the silence, echoing like the lament of a hellish demon. The intense pain and overwhelming fear of losing a limb instantly consumed him. Clutching his bleeding stump, he frantically retreated in the snow. Blood quickly spread beneath him, creating a glaring crimson stain. His scream ignited chaos like ice cubes thrown into a boiling pot. There's a sniper. Run. The boss is dead. The strategist is dead. A devil. It's a devil. The headless crowd instantly collapsed, the core decapitated, leaving the remaining rabble with no fighting spirit whatsoever. Fear spread like a plague. It was unclear who shouted first, but the entire team crumbled in an instant. A few diehard followers cried out, wanting to drag the wailing Xiao Yin, while more people fled in all directions like headless flies, screaming and covering their heads. However, the red dot of the scope, like the gaze of death, moved again. PFF, 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 PFF. A series of faint yet lethal muffled sounds. Those few who tried to rush towards Xiao Yin, clearly his core diehards, fell one after another in the snow. Each one blossomed a blood flower with deadly precision, either in the forehead or the heart, dying instantly. Single shots, like a cold machine eliminating preset targets. This crushed any last shred of resistance in everyone. We surrender. We surrender. Don't shoot. Spare us. It's Lu Chuan. Brother Lu. We surrender. We were forced. The remaining henchmen were utterly frightened, throwing down their weapons, kneeling in the icy snow, raising their hands high, crying and begging for mercy. All their fierceness and brutality crumbled against the absolute power and precise death. Lu Chuan and the others, who had been ambushed around and were equally stunned by Qin Feng's astounding marksmanship, suddenly awoke from their dreams, erupting with thunderous shouts. Charge! Capture them alive! Drop your weapons! Crouch with your heads down! We won't kill those who surrender! They pounced down like tigers, swiftly controlling the kneeling, surrendering henchmen, confiscating weapons, and binding their hands with ropes. The entire suppression process was astonishingly swift. A gunfight that could have resulted in rivers of blood ended like autumn leaves swept away by the wind under Qin Feng's precise, cold, and efficient pinpoint elimination. Qin Feng put away his gun, closed the window, cutting off the pungent smell of blood and the cries from outside. He walked down the stairs calmly. At the entrance of the unit, the snow was in disarray. Severed arms, corpses, glaring bloodstains, and kneeling captives. Lu Chuan and the others maintained order with excitement and awe. Qin Feng's gaze fell directly on the figure in the snow that was moaning faintly, Xiao Yan. He approached the snow crunching beneath his feet. His boots stopped in front of Xiao Yan, blocking the light before him. Xiao Yan struggled to lift his head, his pale face drained of blood, glistening with cold sweat and extreme terror. He looked at Qin Feng as if he were gazing at the grim reaper descending to earth. Drag him into the corridor. Qin Feng's voice was devoid of any warmth, flat, as if ordering the disposal of garbage. Don't let him freeze to death. Two survivors immediately stepped forward, roughly dragging his bloodied body, leaving a long, glaring blood trail in the snow as they pulled him into the relatively sheltered corridor of the unit. Lin Wei had long been waiting nearby with a medical kit. Her face was somewhat pale. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's tragic state, her brows furrowed, but she quickly squatted down to perform emergency bleeding control and bandaging. Her movements were swift and professional, but deep in her gaze lay a hint of shock at Qin Feng's ruthless methods. The wound is penetrating the bone, is shattered, the nerves and tendons are completely severed. Even if he survives, this hand is utterly useless. As she treated the wound, she reported softly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Qin Feng simply responded coldly with an as if he had heard nothing more than an inconsequential report. Once the wound was handled, ensuring Xiao Yan wouldn't die for the time being, Qin Feng instructed Lu Chuan find an empty room and lock him up. Lock the door. Provide only the bare minimum of food and water each day, just enough to keep him from starving to death. Lu Chuan was taken aback. Lock him up. He had thought that Qin Feng kept Xiao Yan alive to possibly recruit or interrogate him, but it turned out to be mere imprisonment. In this apocalypse where resources were so precious, was it worth keeping a crippled enemy alive? Qin Feng's gaze swept over Lu Chuan, and that look sent a chill shooting from Lu Chuan's feet to the top of his head. Yes, lock him up. Qin Feng's voice was not loud. It's best to find a storage room without windows or light. Let him be alone. Let him listen to the wind and snow outside, listen to others moving, and live well. He paused and added a sentence that pierced the hearts of everyone present like an icicle. He is still useful. At least for the next 2 years he must live. 2 years. A crippled man who had lost an arm and was locked in a dark windowless prison expected to survive for 2 years. This was not merely leaving a survivor, it was the most brutal form of torture. A punishment more prolonged and despairing than death. Qin Feng not only wanted Xiao Yan's life, but also to extract every last ounce of his utilitarian value, while making him pay the heaviest price for his past sins in endless suffering. Cruel. Too cruel. It was cruelty taken to the extreme. Lu Chuan no longer dared to question anything, nodding vigorously. Yes. Brother Feng, I understand. I will make sure to serve him well. He deliberately emphasized the word serve, glancing at the half-unconscious Xiao Yan on the ground, his eyes filled with sympathetic fear and respect for Qin Feng's ruthlessness. The surrounding survivors were rendered mute, their gazes towards Qin Feng infused with a deeper, bone-chilling awe and fear in addition to their earlier admiration and gratitude. Qin Feng no longer looked at Xiao Yan on the ground. He turned to Lu Chuan, his voice returning to its usual calm. Clean up the battlefield, confiscate all weapons and supplies. For those who surrendered, screen them. Those without blood debts can be recruited. For those with issues, you decide how to handle it. Yes. Lu Chuan stood upright, loudly responding, and immediately began to busy himself. The wind and snow continued to howl outside the building, but within the shelter unit, a new order. An order with Qin Feng as the absolute core, mingling hope with iron-fisted fear, had been firmly established amid the bloodshed. And Xiao Yan's desperate moans served as background noise, deeply imprinting on everyone's heart, silently proclaiming the fate of the rebels. On the 16th day of the frozen epoch, June 12, 2040, the blizzard that had raged for over a fortnight finally exhausted its last breath, leaving the sky in a strange, deathly gray stillness. Viewed from space, the once azure Earth had been utterly transformed into a colossal orb of ice, its frozen oceans and continental outlines blurred into obscurity. The void left after dealing with Xiao Yan did not linger long in his mind. Lu Chuan's report still echoed in his ears. Brother Feng, we've scoured every ruin we could. Supermarkets, grain stations, even the basements of residential buildings. We've turned over every stone, but there's simply no food left. That night, Lin Wei and Su Weiner fell into a deep sleep in the fleeting warmth of the fireplace's dying embers. Qin Feng rose silently, melting into the cold shadows of the shelter. He stepped into the absolute zero world outside. The rotors churned the frozen air, carrying his will toward the skeletal wreckage of steel buried under ice 2 kilometers away, an abandoned factory. Once inside a concealed spot, Qin Feng's spiritual sense spread silently, confirming there was no one around. From his space, Qin Feng retrieved mountains of rice, barrels of cooking oil, large bags of salt, and neatly stacked bottles of water, treasures that sustained life. Gazing at the arranged supplies, he paused in thought, then used his spatial power to gather the heavy, discarded steel beams half buried in ice, covering them with a layer of dust and debris. He roughly toppled them, pressing them down onto the rice sacks and oil barrels, creating the illusion of a heavy collapse. Carefully, he tore open the corners of a few rice bags, letting the glistening grains mix with filthy ice shards and dust, scattering a mess across the frozen ground. Salt bags were ripped open, the pristine white crystals blending with the gray-black ice and snow. He deliberately knocked over several water bottles and even meticulously scattered a few footprints, erasing all signs of human order. Having survived a decade in the apocalypse in his past life, Qin Feng knew that flaws sprouted from the smallest details, and life or death hinged on the tiniest speck. In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, any untimely flaw could bring unforeseen trouble. Details determined fate. After perfecting the disguise and double-checking for any issues, Qin Feng withdrew in silence. The round trip took barely an hour, and he slipped back into the warm bed, as if returning from a trip to the restroom. In her sleep, Lin Wei unconsciously nestled into the crook of his arm, murmuring indistinctly. In the darkness, he exhaled a silent puff of white breath. The next day, he found Lu Chuan. This once refined man now had sunken cheeks, his brows etched with the deep lines of exhaustion and hardship. Old Lu. 2 kilometers north, deep inside that abandoned steel mill, it seems an earthquake cracked open a corner of an old warehouse. There might be something in there. Lu Chuan rubbed his frostbitten fingers subconsciously over his face, a glimmer of disbelief bursting in his eyes. Really? Brother Feng? What is it? Lucky break. It should be an old emergency supply depot, Qin Feng said calmly, though his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Rice, oil, salt water. Not a huge amount, but enough to sustain us for a while. Pick a few steady, sharp-eyed men. Bring sleds. Be quick and careful. Keep this under wraps. Only our core group must know. He paused, watching Lu Chuan's trembling hands, and added, don't rush. In 2 weeks, it'll take everyone to settle in my place. Lu Chuan nodded emphatically, his voice choked with hope. Understood, Brother Feng. I'll lead the team myself. No mistakes. At noon, the shelter briefly felt a touch of warmth. Firewood crackled in the hearth, and Lin Wei busied herself at the simple kitchen stove, cooking a mixture of dehydrated vegetables and dried meat. She bent over, focused on her task, with a few strands of hair clinging to her smooth forehead. Qin Feng approached, his hand resting on her slender waist with an unyielding warmth. Lin Wei's body trembled slightly. She didn't turn around, but a faint fragmented sound escaped her throat as her wooden spoon continued to stir the pot. In the living room, Sue Weiner sat on a chair draped with a thick woolen blanket, an old heavy book open on her lap. Her eyes were downcast, yet her fair cheeks were tinged with an indescribable blush. The pages remained unturned for a long time. Clearly, the suppressed yet distinct sounds from the kitchen had fallen clearly upon her ears. Her fingers unconsciously twisted a corner of the page, nearly crumbling the fragile paper. After soothing Lin Wei, Qin Feng walked over to Sue Weiner. He reached out and gently brushed his hand over her soft hair. Sue Weiner looked up, her clear eyes meeting his gaze, shimmering with unshed tears. Without a word, she slowly slid off the chair, kneeling on the thick carpet, her posture as docile as a cat awaiting a caress. The firelight from the hearth flickered, casting dancing shadows on her lowered neck and trembling shoulders, a fragile, submissive state of complete surrender. Dinner was a thin porridge carefully simmered by Lin Wei. Its taste was bland, but it was essential for survival. At the table, Qin Feng calmly set down his bowl. Starting tomorrow, I'll be away for about 10 days. Lin Wei's hand holding her spoon froze midair. Sue Weiner raised her eyes, locking onto him with deep concern and reluctance. There were no questions, no protests. Only Lin Wei's soft reminder out there. Be very careful. Late into the night in the master bedroom, words were unnecessary. The 2 women fell into an exhausted sleep, curled up beside Qin Feng, like young animals seeking shelter. Qin Feng lay wide awake, recalling his past life. Back then, he was merely an ordinary man struggling to make a living. The apocalypse was a cataclysmic wave, a devastating flood, bone-chilling cold, and the collapse of civilization and order. For scum like Xiao Yin, the end of the world was nothing short of a hedonistic paradise. But now what he possessed was a secure fortress, supplies that could last dozens of lifetimes, spatial abilities, and the heavy warm comfort and loyalty nestled in his arms. The morning light was faint, and the biting cold wind swirled the freshly fallen snowflakes, dancing on the desolate icy surface. Qin Feng concluded his routine morning exercise and returned indoors, swiftly donning a bulletproof vest, Kevlar, heavy winter clothing, and goggles. Behind him were the skis. He pushed open the bedroom door, revealing 2 stunning faces tinged with worry, yet trying to appear composed. Lin Wei and Sue Weiner. I'm going out for a while, the time is uncertain. Qin Feng's voice was low and steady, carrying an undeniable weight. Remember, regardless of who knocks, no matter how familiar or pitiful it sounds, do not open the door. Food, water, fuel, all those rooms are stocked well enough for you to stay safe for over half a year. Lin Wei nodded vigorously, while Sue Weiner softly asked, Brother Feng, where are you going? Is it dangerous? Just going to a place that needs to be visited. Qin Feng offered no further explanation, merely reiterating guard this place well. Surviving safely is the greatest help you can give me. With his instructions complete, he did not linger and turned to head downstairs. In the living room downstairs, Lu Chuan was meticulously cleaning an old machete. Once a scholarly intellectual, he had now transformed into a rugged man, becoming a reliable ally. Old Lu, Qin Feng called out. Lu Chuan immediately looked up, standing straight. Brother Feng. Qin Feng took out 2 items from his backpack and placed them on the table. One was a slightly worn but well-maintained Type 54 pistol, its cold metal exuding a heavy presence. The other was a sawed-off shotgun commonly known as a scattergun, rough and fierce. This old fellow, Qin Feng pointed at the Type 54, was used by that kid Xiao Yin before. It's still reliable. The scattergun has powerful firepower useful for close combat. Both are yours. How to use them you can judge for yourself. He refrained from saying trivialities like use them sparingly or save them for critical moments. Someone as clever as Lu Chuan would certainly maximize the use of the weapons at hand. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up as he solemnly picked up the 2 weapons, expertly inspecting them. He replied, understood. Brother Feng, rest assured. Qin Feng patted his shoulder and provided a few more instructions regarding the outpost's vigilance, resource management, and contingency plans for unexpected situations, confirming that Lu Chuan had memorized everything before he walked to the door. He stepped onto the specially designed wide snowboards, casting one last glance at this temporary home before he pushed off, with forces figures soaring like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the southwest direction of the city ruins. The cold wind whipped against his face, but he felt no chill, only an indescribable urgency burning within his chest. Destination Linglong Tianqing. His true lair, the final bastion and the core foundation for his return and future plans. Hangzhou Base, Chengdu Base, Deep City Base, Harbin Base. These 4 were the stages for stirring up the winds and gathering resources in plain sight, accumulating power. They served as his shields and spears, the capital for him to stand firm in this cruel end of the world. However, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. What more for Qin Feng, who had endured 10 years of brutal trials in the apocalypse only to fall tragically? He understood well the necessity of not putting all his eggs in one basket, and even more so the unpredictability of human nature. Official forces still possessed unimaginable insight and destructive power. Linglong Tianqing Villa Complex was his most concealed burrow, prepared for himself and for the future. This massive project, which consumed the majority of his funds after Rebirth and was completed in secret, had its core insurance in its invisibility. From the very beginning, Qin Feng eliminated any risks that could expose him to the official gaze. He employed extremely complex operations. 1. Shadow legal entities. He carefully selected several individuals with clean backgrounds, simple social ties, and who were themselves societal outsiders to serve as legal representatives. These individuals did not know each other, each responsible for one or several shell companies registered in extremely remote areas. 2. Multi-layered nesting. Between these shell companies, funds were transferred through complex crosshair holding and offshore accounts, forming layers of ownership fog, ultimately directing to the funding source of the Linglong Tianqing Project Development Company, which superficially appeared to be from an obscure overseas investment fund, the actual control chain of which had long been washed clean and severed by Qin Feng using cryptocurrency and other means. 3. Construction isolation. The entire villa complex's construction process took confidentiality to the extreme. The main structure construction team came from afar in northeast China, while the internal decoration team was from the southwest. Specialized equipment such as reinforcement materials and initial installation of security systems was completed by several unrelated small engineering teams and stages. All teams signed confidentiality agreements, only responsible for their small segment, completely unaware of the project's overall scope, location, or the boss behind it. Project payments were made through different shell companies, with cash flow being dispersed and concealed. 4. Information isolation. The design drawings were crafted by Qin Feng, combining memories from his past life and professional materials collected in this life, personally drawing the core sections, especially the defensive structures and underground spaces. These were then broken down into different modules for various design institutes to deepen, ensuring that no single organization held the complete blueprint. All procurement lists were split and disguised. Large sensitive materials such as special steel and cement were obtained through multiple trading companies or special channels, with logistics information heavily encrypted. While creating a safe house for himself, Qin Feng had perfectly hidden himself behind countless agents and shells. He was keenly aware of the power of certain official departments, especially during peacetime, when order had not yet collapsed. The monitoring of large-scale, unusual capital flows and construction projects still existed. His incredibly dizzying system for avoiding legal entities was designed to ensure even if someone happened to notice this villa complex under construction in the deep mountains following the business registration, would ultimately lead only to a dead end of shell companies and legal representatives that were either already canceled or untraceable. Moreover, he had fully paid for the construction fees. In this day and age, anyone who could pay promptly was favored, and who would take the time to report on Qin Feng. That would cut off their own source of income. Only a fool would do something so foolish. Thus, with various factors at play, as long as the government did not target him, it was absolutely impossible to trace back to the name Qin Feng. Until the apocalypse fully descended and order collapsed, this system would naturally fail, but by then who would have the capability to investigate? Who would still care who the legal representative was? The skis carved faint trails in the thick snow, and at -60 degrees the snow froze even harder. Qin Feng's figure gradually distanced itself from the ruined city, delving deeper into the continuous mountains of western Hangzhou. This was a sparsely populated primitive area located at the junction of the Dabi mountain range and the eastern foothills of Wui mountain, with steep terrain and dense forests. Choosing this place, Qin Feng had undergone incredibly meticulous calculations and validations from his past life. 1. Geographical advantages. Linan District West. This vast mountainous region was one of the areas where Qin Feng was most active and familiar in his past life. After the apocalyptic disaster, the Earth's spiritual energy mutated, giving birth to countless rare, mutated plants, minerals, and even heavenly materials and earthly treasures with miraculous powers, as well as energy cores within powerful mutated beasts. The mysterious fruit that allowed Qin Feng to awaken his spatial abilities in his past life, as well as the critical energy core that supported his rapid advancement, mostly originated from the deep mountains and old forests of this area. Building the core base here was akin to holding the key to a treasure vault. Truly, achieving the early bird catches the worm. This was his greatest reliance for rapidly rising in personal power and surpassing others in the future. Moreover, this location was not far from the Hongrui Expressway, allowing his subordinates to use snow vehicles to travel to various places for hunting mutated beasts and energy cores. 2. Timing. Qin Feng clearly remembered that after the Great Earthquake, this area located at the junction of two mountain ranges with relatively stable geological structures suffered minimal damage during the cataclysm in his past life. After racing for nearly 3 hours and crossing a steep ridge, the scenery suddenly opened up before him. Linglong Tianqing. We've arrived. The entire villa complex is built on a relatively flat and open terrace halfway up the mountain, cleverly nestled within the mountainside. 11 villas of varying sizes are not scattered randomly, but arranged in an intricate layout akin to a formation. 10 smaller villas resembling petals form a perfect circle, encircling the most central and grandiose main villa, creating a magnificent pattern akin to the stars surrounding the moon and lotus blossoms emerging. This design is not only for aesthetics, but also serves as a three-dimensional defensive formation. Any threat from any direction would be simultaneously exposed to the crossfire from at least 3 surrounding villas. Qin Feng's gaze was directly locked onto the central Lotus Heart, his Doomsday throne. Main villa. Lotus Heart residence scale and structure, 2 floors above ground, 4 levels underground, with a total area reaching an astonishing 6,000 square meters. Its grandeur far exceeds that of an ordinary villa, resembling a small fortress castle. This is the ultimate embodiment of Qin Feng's engineering expertise. The main exterior wall is made from an extremely rare C100 grade ultra-high-strength industrial cement cast into shape. This is no ordinary building cement. Its grade signifies extraordinary compressive and impact resistance, commonly used in extreme environments such as large dams and core facilities of nuclear power plants. The thickness of this cement wall reaches a staggering 2 meters. In the middle of the 2-meter thick C100 cement wall, Qin Feng spared no expense, embedding 2 layers of special alloy steel plates, each 15 centimeters thick. These steel plates possess strength and toughness far superior to ordinary steel, with excellent corrosion resistance and explosion-proof capabilities. The composite structure of cement and alloy steel plates forms the absolute core of physical defense. The surface and internal structure of the walls are treated with top-tier anti-corrosion measures, resisting acid rain, biological corrosion, and radiation, addressing potential nuclear contamination or ability radiation. The inner walls are filled with high-efficiency thermal insulation materials, ensuring that even in extreme cold or heat, the interior can maintain a comfortable temperature. The top floor serves as a firepower platform, with the second floor's rooftop meticulously designed and embedded with sturdy concrete bases and electrical data interfaces from 4 directions reserved for shooting parameters. In Qin Feng's space, several sets of collected trophies. The Mk-15 Phalanx CIWS Block 1B Closian weapon systems, improved land-based version, are already prepared. Originally used for terminal defense on warships, this metal storm, with a terrifying firing rate of 4,500 rounds per minute, can shred missiles and aircraft. Once installed and connected to the base's control system, it will become a nightmare for anyone daring to launch a large-scale assault from the air or ground. The system is preset for automatic power connection, intelligent targeting, delivering devastating saturation strikes. The ground floor, serving as the portal to the main building, covers approximately 800 square meters, yet the style does not fully compromise on militarization. Qin Feng ingeniously infused the essence of a traditional Chinese garden. Exquisite pavilions and towers are scattered throughout. A small patch of lush bamboo thrives under the temperature control system, and even a mountain spring has been introduced to form a small circulating pond. The kitchen, living room, and dining area are spacious and bright, while several comfortable bedrooms provide convenience for daily living, creating a rare tranquility and elegance amidst the apocalypse, serving as a harbor for relaxation between battles. Underground Level 1, taking the reinforced elevator down the first destination, is the ultimate comfort zone. The core is a master suite covering over 100 square meters. The most striking feature is the customized Super King bed equipped with a topophyline luxury mattress system worth millions, offering a heavenly level of comfort while accommodating a dozen people with ease. The suite is outfitted with a large-screen TV, a walk-in luxury closet, a smart bathroom with a top-tier massage bathtub, and a divided wet and dry area. Surrounding the master bedroom are over 10 equally lavishly decorated independent guest rooms, each with its own bathroom. Additionally, this level features a dedicated laundry room and a well-equipped, small comprehensive hospital, approximately 200 square meters. Although not vast, Qin Feng required that this space must be fully equipped, able to handle most external injuries, diseases, and conduct minor surgeries, stocked with a large amount of medical supplies and equipment collected from before the apocalypse. There is also a media room and a dance studio. Underground Level 2. This level has the most open space and sufficient height, serving as pure utilitarian space. An indoor constant temperature swimming pool, a badminton court, a tennis court, half a standard basketball court, and a professional shooting range equipped with advanced soundproofing and noise reduction systems, along with automatic target delivery devices, form the main body. Changing rooms and shower areas are all available. Besides training functions, this vast space also accommodates a large amount of material storage. Although Qin Feng's spatial abilities are convenient, he still requires some visible and easily accessible reserves. This is the best location. A heavy blast door separates this area from others. Underground Level 3. Here lies the stomach of the base and the hope for future sustainable development. Qin Feng has made massive investments to establish a complete indoor ecological planting system. Special spectrum LED plant growth lights simulate sunlight, combining soil-free cultivation and hydroponics techniques, planting areas for high-yield crops such as rice and wheat alongside various vitamin-rich fruits and vegetables like strawberries, tomatoes, lettuce, and greens. He even opened several small circulating aquaculture ponds, raising fast-breeding freshwater fish like tilapia and carp, providing valuable animal protein supplementation for the base. Air, water source, temperature, and humidity are all precisely regulated by the central control system. Underground Level 4. Here lies the beating heart and circulatory system of the entire fortress. All key equipment maintaining the base's operation is concentrated here: wastewater treatment and purification system, multi-layer filtration, reverse osmosis, ultraviolet sterilization, ensuring that domestic wastewater and collected rainwater and snowmelt are purified to drinking and reusable standards. Power system. A location has been reserved for a super large diesel generator set with a fuel depot in a nearby independent shelter and buried pipelines for connecting large solar photovoltaic panel arrays and wind turbines. While the equipment from before the apocalypse has been scrapped, Qin Feng's space contains 3 brand new replacements. Air circulation and purification system, multi-layer filtration, including highly efficient particle filters, HEPA-activated carbon layers, negative ion generation, and oxygen CO2 absorption devices, ensuring that internal air remains fresh and safe even when external air is polluted, nuclear, biochemical, toxic gas, or in a long-term sealed state. Domestic waste treatment system, combining high-temperature incinerators with organic waste biodegradation equipment to minimize waste accumulation and pollution. Wireless signal communication system, high-power base stations, satellite communication terminals, radio signal receivers, ensuring communication within the various bases. Core of the central security system. Here lies the brain of the entire base's defense and automated management. The signals from various sensors, vibration, infrared, thermal imaging, sound, gas, and surveillance cameras converge here, connecting all preset weapon platforms, such as Closian weapon systems, access control systems, and life support systems. Although the huge screen wall and control panel are currently dim and lifeless, once the spare new equipment from Qin Feng's space is installed, it will instantly activate the nerve center of this fortress. Qin Feng had been observing and learning the installation and debugging process throughout the construction period and was already well versed in it. The 10 outer villas petals compared to the extreme investment in the main villa. These 10 petal-shaped villas embody Qin Feng's pragmatism and resource allocation wisdom. Scale and structure. Each villa has 2 floors above ground and 1 level below, covering an area of about 300 square meters. The scale is moderate, facilitating management and defense. Qin Feng's requirements for them focus on basic survival guarantee structures with a very high seismic resistance level, thermal insulation, and anti-corrosion treatment. Beyond that, no excessive luxury decoration or complex functional zoning was implemented. Each villa has 10 independent rooms, each equipped with a private bathroom, with a simple and practical layout primarily serving as living quarters for future team members, as well as outer firepower points and watch posts. In the community, now Qin Feng silently murmured the name Linglong Tiancheng, a cold and controlling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Here will become his true starting point to devour the apocalypse and ascend to the peak. What he missed in his past life will be reclaimed 100-fold in this life, or what he lost in his past life will never be touched by anyone in this life. He pushed open the door, symbolizing absolute safety and power, his figure merging within, and the heavy door slowly closed behind him, isolating him from the cold and cruel outside world. In the coming days, he would be very busy replacing all the damaged equipment, and he would also make some simple preparations for the 10 outer villas, preparing for the group of people arriving in a few days. The cold metallic sensation lingered on Qin Feng's fingertips as he gazed at the diesel generator humming steadily before him, exhaling a long, weary breath. For 2 full days, without rest or sleep, he had replaced and meticulously calibrated every modern chip-dependent device in the villa, delicate high-maintenance machines that once defined convenience. The shockwave from a hyperstellar explosion deep in the cosmos had instantaneously obliterated all precision electronics. Mobile phones, computers, smart appliances, even the engine control units embedded within automobiles, reducing them to charred wreckage in a single silent flash. In that moment, the very bedrock of modern civilization crumbled, transforming into twisted scrap metal and the acrid stench of burnt plastic. The world was violently wrenched from the information age back into raw, untamed barbarism. Qin Feng was the only one who had known it would come before it happened. Armed with memories from a past life he had prepared in advance, using his spatial ability, he had fine-tuned the core systems of this apocalyptic stronghold dozens of times, until every subsystem within the villa operated flawlessly, allowing his taut nerves to finally relax, if only slightly. That night, having restored order to all things, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, a cigarette, harmony under heaven. Between his fingers, its slender plume of blue-gray smoke curling upward as his thoughts surged like turbulent waves. He needed power. He needed loyal followers. He needed people, rare individuals capable of not merely surviving the brutal wasteland, but of wielding unique, irreplaceable value within it. And they, those women, were the linchpin of a plan he had laid years in advance. Tomorrow he would depart for Hangqing Tower to retrieve the young women selected through the rigorous Miss Global Beauty Initiative. According to fragmented memories from his previous life, among all structures within a 3-kilometer radius of Wallin Square, Hangqing Tower, with its robust architecture and relatively abundant supplies, had remained the most intact through the initial chaos and subsequent cascading disasters. That was precisely why he had overruled all objections and insisted on establishing the semifinals and finals camp there to safeguard these precious seeds with maximum certainty. In the desolate ruins of the apocalypse, men endowed with strength often swell with unchecked ambition, wild, unbridled, impossible to rein in. Lu Bu's defiant cry, "A true man born between heaven and earth must never languish forever beneath another's shadow," epitomized the psyche of countless post-apocalyptic warlords. By contrast, women, especially those rigorously vetted who had witnessed firsthand the magnitude of his power and the sanctuary he provided, tended under equal conditions to channel their ambition into devotion and unwavering loyalty. As an ancient poem declares, "Let my Lord be the steadfast rock, let me be the reed. Soft yet unbreakable, resilient as silk, let the rock remain unmoved, eternal." What he required was reeds of extraordinary tenacity, clinging tightly, inseparably to him, the sole unshakable rock in this shattered world. Qin Feng calculated silently. The apocalypse had already unfolded for some time. Relentless calamities, starvation, disease, and lawless conflict had culled the vast majority of ordinary people. Those who had survived thus far, and whom he had marked and gathered within Hangqing Tower, could number no more than 200. And these 200 souls would become the indispensable foundation and lubricant of his emerging domain. Their worth far exceeded that of an equal number of common survivors, a truth rooted in a breathtaking 6-month stratagem he had orchestrated. The floodgates of memory opened, and the scene reappeared with crystalline clarity inside the conference room of newly acquired Stellar Radiance Media. The air hung thick and still. The whir of the air purifier, the distant roar of traffic beyond the windows. Everything seemed perfectly normal save for the seismic declaration just issued by CEO Qin Feng. Yang Meyer, recently appointed general manager, 40 years old, yet exquisitely preserved her bearing sharp and commanding, stared at Qin Feng with a mixture of stunned disbelief and the unspoken question, "Has our boss lost his mind?" Her perfectly manicured fingers tapped unconsciously upon the tabletop, her crimson lips parted, yet no words emerged. "Mr. Qin, you mean to hold a global beauty pageant?" "Miss Global." Her voice trembled almost imperceptibly as she sought confirmation. "Yes." Qin Feng leaned back in his expansive executive chair, his expression so calm it seemed he were choosing dinner, not announcing a project potentially costing billions. Initial budget 15 billion yuan. 15 billion. Gasps rippled around the table as department heads exchanged hushed, incredulous glances. The figure was staggering. Yang Meyer drew a slow, steadying breath and instinctively shifted into professional mode. Silently withdrawing a pen and notebook from her elegant portfolio, she turned to a fresh page, sat upright, and fixed Qin Feng with a gaze both incisive and resolute. Mr. Qin, please give your instructions. In that instant, all prior astonishment vanished. She embodied pure professionalism. Calm, disciplined, utterly committed. Capital speaks louder than doubt. I yield. Tell me what to do, and I will execute it. All despise capital, yet all yearn to wield it. Its sheer scale was the most persuasive argument of all. A flicker of quiet approval passed through Qin Feng's eyes. Yang Meyer possessed formidable psychological resilience and exceptional execution capability. He rapped the table once, commanding silence, his voice firm and resonant. Very well. First order corporate restructuring. Merge Stellar Radiance Media with our previously acquired Light Shadow Workshop to form Neo-Edge Film Television Group Co. Ltd. Yang Meyer, you are appointed Group General Manager with full authority. Tian Fei, he turned to the sharp-eyed, slightly balding, middle-aged man from the technology department. You will serve as Deputy General Manager overseeing technical infrastructure and platform operations. Any objections? None, Mr. Qin. Both Yang Meyer and Tian Fei responded instantly. The others nodded in swift, unanimous assent. Consolidation and resource centralization were not merely logical, they were inevitable. Next, the flagship initiative, the Miss Global Project. Qin Feng swept his gaze across the room, unveiling the heart of his vision. This is a world-class global talent search. Our objective is simple: recruit and ultimately select 10 extraordinary women, each possessing peerless beauty, exceptional intellect, flawless physiques, and consummate artistic mastery, drawn from every corner of the globe. We seek nothing less than true Miss Global, elite individuals chosen from among a million. A soft collective intake of breath stirred the air once more. The ambition was immense, but Yang Meyer furrowed her brow, speaking with careful diplomacy. Mr. Qin, your vision commands profound respect. Yet I must respectfully note numerous large-scale beauty contests and talent shows, both domestic and international, have attempted similar feats, yet few have achieved lasting success. Many faded quickly, their impact fleeting. Given our colossal investment, is the risk too great? Is the market saturated? What precisely guarantees our triumph? These were questions a responsible general manager could not avoid. Qin Feng seemed to anticipate the query. Leaning forward slightly, he tapped the table, deliberately articulating his reasoning with crystalline clarity. Ms. Yang has struck the crux. Their failures stem from three fundamental flaws. First, narrow promotional scope, confined either to domestic borders or isolated regions, utterly lacking truly global omnipresent resonance. We will ensure every gifted eligible woman across this planet knows of Miss Global, a life-altering opportunity echoing from every village, city, and remote hamlet. Second, unsustainable momentum. What follows the final selection? Without continuous high-value commercial development, contestants' popularity evaporates, their influence collapsing into ephemeral noise. Third, rigid operational thinking. Failure to recognize and unlock the contestants' inherent monumental value. He paused, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Tian Fei before continuing. Our advantages are decisive. First, we stand upon the shoulders of Neo-Edge Film Television Group, possessing unparalleled content creation and commercial operation capabilities. Every finalist, and especially each selected Miss Global, will sign directly with our group as contracted artists and deeply integrated partners. I emphasize deep partnership, not mere nominal affiliation. Second, content is sovereign. We hold extensive premium intellectual property rights. The world's most popular web novels, boasting vast devoted fanbases, await adaptation into films, television series, and short-form dramas. And these Miss Global candidates are themselves the epicenters of attention and discourse. Let them embody the protagonists of these blockbuster IPs. Imagine the most beautiful, most talented women selected from across the globe, bringing to life the most electrifying stories ever told. What explosive synergy would that ignite? They gain elite careers in entertainment and wealth beyond measure. Meanwhile, we generate revenue through film production, IP licensing, endorsement deals, sponsored events, and countless other streams. This is the ultimate irresistible allure for top-tier women who seek both fame and fortune. Qin Feng's voice carried an undeniable magnetic conviction, painting a future so vivid that the executive's eyes gleamed with awakened ambition. This was no longer a mere beauty contest. It was the genesis of a vast, self-sustaining entertainment empire. The third point, Qin Feng turned to the technical vice president Tian Fei, is the promotion mentioned by General Manager Yang, which is also your main battlefield Tian Manager, operational thinking. We must utilize every platform that can reach users globally. Douyin, WeChat, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, WhatsApp Messenger. Every mainstream social application you can think of must not be overlooked. On these platforms, what we need to do is not simply advertising, but a saturation bombing combined with precise traffic diversion and closed-loop operations. Tian Fei's eyes lit up as if he had grasped the key. General Manager Qin, do you mean we need to create a dedicated, powerful event platform? So advertising on these social media platforms is just the entry point for traffic, and ultimately we need to gather all potential participants into our own platform ecosystem. Exactly. Manager Tian has captured the essence. Qin Feng nodded in appreciation. We need to develop a fully functional official app and web platform for global miss. The social media advertisements must be attractive enough for users to click on them, allowing them to jump directly to our platform to complete an on-stop operation registration, detailed information submission, uploading high-quality photos, and talent showcase videos. Our backend will utilize intelligent screening AI pre-screening plus manual review for the first round of selection, with only those meeting the basic standards entering the next round. Through layered screening, we will ultimately select 500 of the most outstanding girls, gathering them in Hangzhou Huaghua for attendee ultimate selection to determine the honored global 10 beauties. Qin Feng's voice was firm and decisive. The conference room fell into silence, and the next moment enthusiastic applause erupted. The shock in everyone's hearts was beyond words. This plan not only has an astonishing scale, but its interconnected commercial logic and precise grasp of traffic and human nature also showcase an almost terrifying foresight and control. If successful, Xinrui film and television will leap to become a giant in the global entertainment industry. Just imagine the world's attention focused on this, and any subsequent film and television projects will carry massive traffic. What a spectacle that would be. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. Even the girls who ultimately don't make the cut, as long as they enter the top 500, will gain tremendous exposure and popularity, and their future acting careers will similarly shine bright. Yang Meyer, being an experienced manager, keenly sensed a potential risk point amid her excitement. She adjusted her sitting posture and asked in a steady voice, General Manager Qin's layout is grand and exquisite, truly admirable. But there is a practical issue. How can we ensure that enough truly top-notch girls are willing to participate actively? The current online environment is complex, with various audition and talent scout scams emerging incessantly. Many outstanding girls and their families are bound to harbor doubts about such global online beauty contests and take a wait-and-see attitude. If our promotion is grand, but the actual applicants are few or of varied quality, then the whole plan. She did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Massive initial investments could go down the drain, becoming a laughingstock. A knowing smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. That Yang Meyer could raise this issue proved that she was indeed seriously considering the execution risks of practical talent. Manager Yang's question hits the nail on the head. Regarding the enthusiasm of participants or the so-called driving force, I already have a complete solution. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to Technical Vice President Tian Fei. Manager Tian, this requires your technical team to fully cooperate. Take good notes. The core is instant incentives in real money. We want the participating girls to receive benefits at every stage, dispelling their doubts with tangible interest, driving them to engage continuously. Qin Feng's voice carried an undeniable determination. The specific plan is as follows. 1. Initial selection, traffic diversion, zero-cost participation with rewards. Any eligible female, age limit 1,630 years old, as long as they successfully upload the required personal basic information, photos, and a talent showcase video through our official platform or designated cooperation channels. The initial screening standards set by the technical department and evaluation team will receive 100 yuan in Huob currency in their linked electronic wallet, Alipay, WeChat Pay, and other mainstream platforms, regardless of whether they pass the initial screening. First, give a sweet taste, lower the participation threshold, and expand the base. 2. Initial screening advancement, small incentives to encourage for users who pass the first round of basic screening. We will notify them to submit supplementary materials, including higher resolution, more comprehensive angle, new photos, and new talent videos for more detailed assessment. As long as they submit the required supplementary materials, they will receive another 200 yuan in Huob currency immediately. This is a direct reward for their time and cooperation. It's as simple as buying a ticket on Alipay. 3. Semi-final qualification, medium incentives to lock in. Based on the supplementary materials, we will filter out about 1-0 contestants advancing to the semi-finals. At the same time as notifying them of their advancement to the semi-finals, each will receive 500 yuan in Huob currency in their electronic wallet. They will also be required to submit a barefaced front photo, a barefaced side photo, and a full body video wearing the unified provided tight sportswear to show their figures in the next stage with their hair tied back to avoid hairstyle masking their facial features. This step ensures authenticity and fairness, screening out contestants overly reliant on makeup and beautification. With real money in hand, their willingness to cooperate will greatly increase. 4. Semi-final qualification, heavy funds to lock in elites from the 1-0 semi-final contestants. We will strictly select 5-0 top contestants to enter the semi-finals. For them, we will show absolute sincerity and strength. Each will receive 500 yuan in Hoard currency directly. This amount is the minimum cash withdrawal limit on platforms like Alipay and bank cards, ensuring they can actually take this huge sum home. This money is enough to make them and their families thoroughly believe in the authenticity of this event and the strong capabilities of the organizers. 5. Finals entry ticket top-tier resource commitment. From the 500 semifinal contestants, we will ultimately select the 100 most outstanding girls who will qualify to participate in the finals in Hangzhou. At the same time as notifying them, each will receive 100 yuan in Hoard currency as travel preparation and confidence assurance. This money is enough to make girls from anywhere in the world excited and take action. 6. Ultimate glory binding and win-win. Finally, at the finals in Hangzhou, after 10 days of selection, the ultimate global 10 beauties will be determined. Each of the winning global misses will be awarded 5 million Hoard currency on the spot. At the same time, we will sign long-term, generous, exclusive artist contracts with them, making them core artistic resources of Xinrui Film and Television Group, sharing in the future massive entertainment empire dividends. As Qin Feng's words fell, the conference room fell into a dead silence. Yang Meyer and Tian Fei were completely petrified. They gaped, their eyes wide, the shock on their faces nearly overflowing, unable to produce a sound for a long time. A budget of 1.5 billion. Among which just the massive tiered cash incentives will preliminarily require nearly 1 billion Hoard dollars. What a crazy undertaking. It's practically throwing money around, using cash to smash a path to the world's top beauty resources. However, after the shock, Yang Meyer's astute business mind began to operate at high speed. Her gaze shifted from extreme shock to a near fanatical realization. High, truly high. So high it takes one's breath away. The seemingly crazy spending at the beginning, but every cent is spent precisely using small incentives, 100 yuan, 200 yuan, to leverage massive user participation and create viral spread. Using medium rewards, 500 yuan, 500 yuan, to filter out truly capable and sincere contestants, firmly binding them. Using heavy cash incentives, 100 yuan, 5 million yuan, to ensure top contestants will definitely attend, showcasing the company's unparalleled strength and credibility. More importantly, when this event ignites global public opinion due to such lavish incentives, turning it into a phenomenon, it will itself attract tremendous sponsorship. International top brands will fight to get exposure. In the later stages, income from advertising sponsorships, exclusive naming rights, and media broadcasting rights is likely to multiply the initial investment of this 1.5 billion or even more. This is not merely a beauty contest. This is clearly using global capital and brand money to filter, gather, and preliminarily purchase the most precious batch of female talent resources for Qin Feng. A double harvest of fame and fortune, killing multiple birds with one stone. Business acumen. This is simply a divine hand that sees into the future. Yang Meyer looked at Qin Feng with deep respect and admiration. This young boss' vision and determination are unfathomable. Tian Fei also recovered from the shock of technology, filled with admiration. The boss' understanding of user psychology and internet operations is too profound. Qin Feng seemed oblivious to the shock of his subordinates and calmly made the final arrangements. The entire activity cycle is expected to last about 6 months, with ample time for the initial selection and online screening to ensure quality. The final grand ceremony for Global Miss is scheduled to be held on May 27th next year, lasting 10 days. All girls who qualify for the finals 100 people will have their round-trip international tickets, transportation, accommodation during their stay in Hoard fully covered by the company at the highest standards and must be arranged properly. He stood up, glancing over everyone. These are my requirements and framework. Manager Yang, Manager Tian, you will immediately organize a team to detail the execution plans, budget breakdowns, technical requirements, promotional strategies, legal documents. According to this outline, and send me a detailed plan within 3 days. Yes, General Manager Qin. We will ensure the task is completed. Yang Meyer, Tian Fei, and the others immediately stood up, their voices loud and filled with vigor and unprecedented confidence. Back to reality, outside the window is a true apocalyptic scene, forming a cruel contrast with the prosperous, bustling world and memories where everything could be moved with money. 1.5 billion Hoard dollars. That's merely Doomsday paper. But the game set up with this paper is about to bring him the most precious resource in the apocalypse: people. Especially those who have been carefully selected, possessing top appearances, figures, talents, and who were rescued by him at the most desperate moments, provided with a safe haven. They will be key pawns to stabilize his future power, pass on the spark of civilization, and even continue his genes. Hangzhou building. Qin Feng murmured to himself, a cold, yet anticipatory curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow his carefully selected reeds, after enduring the initial cruel baptism of the apocalypse, will still have how much resilience left, and what kind of sharpness will they have honed. The winter in the magical city is always somewhat damp and chilly, but Shinsini has grown accustomed to it. She is even more familiar with the feeling of her dance practice clothes soaked in sweat and the heavy anticipation that comes from her working-class parents. As the top beauty of her senior year at the Shanghai Dance Academy, Shinsini's beauty is beyond question. Her stunning features blend the exquisite elegance of the East with the unique grace of a dancer. The curves sculpted by years of dance training are enough to take one's breath away, even when wrapped in a simple practice outfit. Due to her considerable talent, she was specially recruited into the Shanghai Dance Academy. However, behind this dazzling aura lies the near-total sacrifice of her parents. Her father often works overtime in the factory until late at night, while her mother takes on side jobs after work. Dance is expensive. A decent private lesson can cost $400 to $500. After several years, their savings have long been depleted, and life has become quite tight. Shinsini sees all of this and feels the pain in her heart. Dad, Mom, wait for me to graduate and become a dancer. I will make sure you live a good life. This is her deepest obsession. For this goal, she has turned down all suitors, including the wealthy heir known as Su Xiao, who pursued her tirelessly for a year and drove a sports car that made her roommates envious. She knows that someone from a wealthy family like him is likely interested in her body and would discard her after use. She doesn't want to become that kind of person, as she wants to change her and her family's fate through hard work. She dedicates all her time to the practice room and the library, even squeezing in time for part-time jobs just to lighten her parents' burden. Cindy, are you foolish? Her roommate Wang Lanlan said while touching up her makeup in front of the mirror, feeling exasperated. With your conditions, how many handsome rich guys are lining up for you? That Su Xiao has money and looks, and he has been devoted to you for a year. If you just nod, you could immediately fly up to become a phoenix. Do you really need to work part-time in the cafeteria washing dishes? Exactly. Another roommate, Chen Qian, chimed in, her voice tinged with undisguised bitterness. You don't know, yesterday 2 boys at the school gate fought over sending you flowers. TSK tisk, this scene is so enviable. Cindy, stop being so stubborn. While you're young and beautiful, finding a good partner is better than anything else. Shinsini merely smiled faintly and continued to stretch her legs. Dancing is my destiny. Lanlan Qianqian, you don't understand. All right. Cindy, haven't you always wanted to make money? Wang Lanlan said, her eyes brightening. Have you seen the new Talent Entertainment World Beauty Pageant on Douyin? The entry requirements are ridiculously low. Just upload a few photos and a talent video, and if you pass the review, you get paid. It's a real name certification, an official event, absolutely reliable. I heard that the final top 10 will win 5 million. You can even sign a contract directly. Chen Qian immediately chimed in excitedly, yes. I signed up too. The next day, I had an extra 100 yuan in my wallet. I've passed 3 rounds and already earned 800 yuan. It's like picking up money. She waved her phone screen, which indeed showed the transaction records. Who says it's not? Wang Lanlan exclaimed animatedly. The entire internet is buzzing. Beautiful girls from both home and abroad are signing up, and star endorsements are everywhere. If I can just make it into the top 5,000, I could earn 50,000. I feel like there's a good chance. But I heard that the competition is even fiercer abroad. She glanced at the silent Shinsini. Cindy, with your looks, if you just wear something casual, you could definitely make a lot of money. Why not give it a try? Even if it's just for some pocket money to help the family. 800 yuan. 5 million. A contract. These words struck Shinsini's taut heart like little hammers. 5 million would be enough for my parents to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. A contract. Perhaps. I could really step onto the path of acting. A broader future seemed to be faintly beckoning to her. After hesitating for a long time, she inadvertently downloaded the new Talent Entertainment app. Following the prompts, she uploaded several daily photos and a side profile of herself during practice. With trembling fingers, she clicked submit. Ding. In less than 10 minutes, her phone pinged with a bright notification. Douyin wallet credited 100 yuan. Shinsini's heart raced. This is real. She immediately uploaded a few photos from different angles and a video of her basic ballet practice that lasted over 10 seconds. Ding. Ding. Again, in under 10 minutes, 200 yuan. 500 yuan. Watching the 800 yuan that accumulated in her wallet in just half an hour, Shinsini's breath quickened. This was more than she earned in a week of hard work. The immense temptation and a hint of unreal fantasy instantly drowned the little doubts in her heart. When the next request came for photos of high ponytail, tight-fitting clothes, no makeup, and a dance video, she almost immediately pulled out her training materials, carefully selected them, and uploaded. This was her most confident state. Ding. This time the notification sound was particularly loud. 5,000 yuan. The enormous figure struck her retina. Shinsini covered her mouth tightly to stifle a gasp. Her heart raced in her chest, and her blood seemed to rush to her cheeks. This is not a dream. Everything is real. A great joy and ambition ignited within her in an instant. Keep going. I must continue to participate. She clenched her fists secretly, her eyes sparkling with unprecedented light. I will win a ranking. Win the prize. Sign a contract. Let my parents live a good life. I also want to stand on a bigger stage. At that moment, the fatigue of her part-time jobs and the foolishness of rejecting the rich second generation seemed to find their meaning. A future glittering with gold seemed within reach. Unbeknownst to Shinsini at this moment, in corners around the globe, countless young and beautiful girls like her are experiencing the same rapid heartbeat and swelling ambition. In Tokyo, Japan, Ogura Yuna looks at the newly credited yen in her account, practicing her sweet smile in front of the mirror. In Los Angeles, USA, Jennifer Lawrence excitedly shares the news of her video passing with her family. In Seoul, South Korea, Han So-hee nervously stares at her phone screen, waiting for the results of the next round of reviews. In Moscow, Russia, Dasha Karen uploads a segment of Ice Ballet hoping for a substantial rupee deposit. There are also Jessie Vard from the UK and a beauty queen candidate from Brazil. The pervasive online promotion of new talent entertainment, along with the allure of huge prizes and dreams of stardom, has drawn millions of young girls with different dreams into this feast. From the initial, let's give it a try, to taking it seriously after earning real money, and then to an intense desire after seeing the enormous prizes and the glimmering star path, they gradually stepped into the magnificent cage that Qin Feng had meticulously woven for them. After 4 months of brutal 3-round eliminations, less than 100,000 remained from the million-strong army. The semifinals lasted a month, selecting 5,000 outstanding contestants from the 100,000. These are the true pinnacles of human beauty and figure, each one capable of shining brightly in front of the camera. In the upcoming 5,000 to 1,000 elimination round, a global live broadcast mode has been initiated, with major media outlets reporting wildly and the heat sweeping across the globe. Those who make it into the top 1,000 are already the top beauties of their respective countries. Their looks, figures, talents, and even nascent fame are on par with some moderately famous stars. Any one of them possesses the potential to star as the female lead in a movie. The final 500 that advance to the semifinals are even more breathtakingly beautiful, each equally stunning. They are like 500 unique, budding rare flowers arranged by New Talent Entertainment to a top luxury hotel in Hangzhou, the Hangzhou Mansion, by private plane and car under the guise of closed training. Every girl is filled with excitement, anxiety, and infinite longing, dreaming of making a stunning debut on the final competition stage, changing their fate, and stepping onto the road to stardom. However, the joke fate played on them is cruel to the point of suffocation. The apocalypse has arrived. They who were once vibrant are now like frozen roses, waiting for a prince on a white horse to rescue them. At this moment, Shinsini is curled up in the wardrobe of a luxurious suite on the 16th floor of the Hangzhou Mansion. What once symbolized status and comfort is now a lavish ice cellar. Beyond the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows lies a white and desolate world of ice and snow. The temperature has already plummeted to -60 degrees. The central air conditioning has long stopped working, and the floor heating is virtually non-existent. A fireplace. That is merely a cold decoration. The only place that can absorb a bit of pitiful warmth is this cramped wardrobe. She wraps all her clothes and blankets around herself like a frightened chick, tightly curling into a ball, her teeth uncontrollably chattering. Hunger clutched her stomach like an invisible hand, twisting it with relentless grip. In her hand, she held tightly the last small packet of crackers, a secret gift from Li Ziki, the lively girl from Sichuan who once shared the same floor. Sister Cindy rationed them. Li Ziki's voice seemed to linger in her ears, laced with forced cheerfulness. But now where was Li Ziki? Shinsini dared not think. After the nightmare attack days ago, several familiar faces had vanished. She carefully broke off a tiny piece of cracker, held it in her mouth, softened it slowly with saliva, and swallowed it bit by bit. This meager warmth barely sustained a minimal level of consciousness, preventing her from slipping into oblivion. The icy despair, more biting than the chill outside the window, eroded her will inch by inch. The horrifying scenes from days ago replayed in her mind like the bloodiest nightmare on a snowy afternoon. When the wind briefly subsided, dozens of men clad in thick animal hides, wielding machetes, iron bars, and even homemade Molotov cocktails burst through the hotel's outer defenses like demons crawling from hell, howling as they charged in. The ground floor of the building instantly became a slaughterhouse. The few security personnel left by Shinrui Entertainment, along with the security team assigned by Qin Feng for perimeter guard, though well-trained and equipped, were hampered by the extreme cold and vastly outnumbered. They were swiftly overwhelmed by the frenzied tide of attackers. Screams, curses, the clash of metal, the crack of bones, mingled with the howling blizzard, drifted faintly from below, piercing the ears of every girl upstairs with chilling clarity. Terrified out of their wits, Shinsini and her roommates barricaded the door, huddling together and trembling. The battle raged for an unknown duration before gradually subsiding, leaving only the wind and faint moans of pain. Later they learned from the blood-soaked security chief, who had narrowly escaped back upstairs, the invaders had been temporarily repelled, but at a devastating cost. Most of the security personnel were dead or wounded. The survivors, all injured, faced fatal threats from wound infections and hypothermia in the severe cold, rendering them largely combat ineffective. Even worse, several of the competing girls had been violently abducted by the thugs in the chaos. This news, like a final death knell, shattered the psychological defenses of all the girls. Hangqing Tower, once a palace symbolizing dreams and luxury, had become a true prison of despair. The cold relentlessly drained their life force. Hunger weakened their bodies, leaving them dizzy and lightheaded. The shadow of death had never loomed so close. More terrifying still were the thugs prowling downstairs like hyenas. Having tasted blood, they knew this beauty concentration camp held even more coveted prey. Though major assaults had ceased for days, the sounds of doors being smashed and locks pried, along with crude laughter and curses from men, could always be heard late at night from below. Every strange noise made the girls curled up in corners stop, their hearts silent as cicadas in winter, barely daring to breathe, lest they attract the demon's attention. Who would be dragged away next? Would it be her? Despair coiled around every heart, like icy vines tightening with each passing moment. Shinsini curled up in the wardrobe, her thoughts a tangled mess. She recalled her parents' faces wrinkled, yet filled with hope. How were they now? Had Hebei become like this too? Were they still alive? Overwhelming guilt and terror threatened to tear her apart. She had delivered herself to this dead end for the illusory dream of 5 million. She had fantasized about becoming a dancer, earning big money to honor them. How ridiculous! How foolish! Tears of regret slid silently down her icy cheeks, instantly forming frost. She also remembered the suitors who once surrounded her, especially the persistent, young Master Su. If he were here, would he protect her? The thought flickered and vanished, extinguished by bitter reality. In times like these, what meaning did money or family background hold? Before the bitter cold, everything was as fragile as paper. She didn't even dare hope anyone would come to rescue them. So many days had passed without help, as if the world had abandoned them. She shivered in the wardrobe, despair spreading through her heart. The situation was similar in other rooms. She could hear the muffled, intermittent sobbing from next door. It was Chai Subin from Korea, a girl who had always been shy. Occasionally, a piercing scream or hysterical wail erupted from the end of the hallway, quickly stifled by others. Silence and fear were the dominant notes here. Every girl, no matter which country's pride she once was or how enviable her attributes, had become a lamb trapped in an ice cave awaiting slaughter. Their eyes were hollow and numb, yet deep within burned a final spark of desire for life and the ultimate terror of an unknown fate. They could imagine only two outcomes: freezing or starving to death in this opulent hotel, or being dragged away by the men downstairs, reduced to tools of pleasure and food, dying in endless humiliation and agony. A hero, a Prince Charming. The word existing only in fairy tales uncontrollably flashed through Shinsini's mind. How absurd, how unrealistic. Yet in this boundless despair, it became the last faint ember sustaining her consciousness from total collapse. Deep inside, a voice cried out, "Who can come? Who can save us? Save me." She didn't even dare hope for a prince on a white horse, just a strong, reliable person who could lead them out of this hell. But where was he? Was he still alive? Would he come? Hope was repeatedly extinguished by cruel reality, yet it flared up again in despair, only to meet deeper disappointment. Every disturbance downstairs made this faint flame of hope flicker violently, nearly dying out. Heavy pounding sounded from below once more. More violent and intense than previous days, accompanied by the excited shouts and manic laughter of men. "They're here again! They're here again!" A piercing scream from someone unknown instantly ignited panic across the entire floor. Shinsini clamped her hand over her mouth, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. She could clearly hear more intense sounds of fighting and screams from below, but they were noticeably shorter and feebler than last time. The guards. They couldn't hold on any longer. "Hold the stairwell. Stand firm." A hoarse voice from the security chief cried out, filled with despair and determination. "Mr. Qin will send reinforcements. Everyone hold on." Let me go. Help." A girl's shriek, twisted and piercing, cut through the air, then was brutally cut short, leaving only the sound of dragging and men's triumphant sneers. "Help!" Another sister had been taken. Terror like icy water flooded the 16th floor in an instant. All the girls curled up in their corners, trembling, their faces drained of color. The scythe of death now hovered over everyone's head. The dark clouds of despair were so thick they were suffocating, pressing down until breathing became impossible. They could clearly hear heavy footsteps and violent door-smashing sounds climbing up the stairs floor by floor. 16th floor, 15th floor, 14th floor. The sound of a death warrant drew nearer and nearer. Shinsini bit her lower lip until she tasted blood, oblivious to the pain. She curled into the deepest corner of the wardrobe, hugging her knees, eyes closed, trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Her mind was a blank void filled only with boundless terror and that increasingly clear yet fading thought: who can save us? In the desperate waiting, each second stretched into an eternity. The chaos, screams, and manic laughter from below told, like hell's funeral bells, pounding on the nerves of every survivor. They waited like prisoners for final judgment, draining their last ounce of strength in the biting cold and boundless fear. Qin Feng lay prone on the relatively intact top of a ruin, his body merging with the cold concrete, with only his eyes visible observing. The high-powered binoculars in his hands pierced through the swirling snow dust, firmly locking onto the Hangzhou Tower not far away. A bloody battle was unfolding there. Hundreds of thuggish assailants bundled up, like Zhongzi, surged toward the tower's crumbling defenses, like hyenas scenting blood. Near the entrance of the tower, the snow had been stained a glaring dark red, with hundreds of corpses lying haphazardly. Qin Feng's pupils slightly contracted. He recognized many of his security personnel from the remnants of uniforms among those bodies. Clearly the force he had left behind had already spilled its last drop of blood. Inside the tower, the panicked and desperate screams of women intermittently pierced through the air like dull knives cutting into his nerves. In the binoculars' view, several ragged, emaciated girls were being dragged out roughly by the thugs from their hiding places like lambs awaiting slaughter. With the defensive line on the brink of collapse, once the criminals fully occupied the tower, the fate awaiting these girls was self-evident. Qin Feng felt no pity, only cold calculation. He quickly set down the binoculars and switched to the thermal imaging device. Within the lens, the world transformed into an eerie blue-green hue, with orange-red points of life clearly visible. The heat sources inside and outside the tower resembled a boiling ant swarm, fiercely clashing and moving. However, Qin Feng's gaze, like that of the most seasoned hunter, was not deceived by the chaos before him. Instead, he calmly surveyed a 5-kilometer radius around the tower. His sight swept over every dilapidated building, every possible hiding place in the ruins, and every street half buried in snow inch by inch like the most precise radar. The wind wailed through the empty window frames, the sound of snow sliding from the broken eaves all clearly reached his ears, corroborating the view from the thermal imaging device. He missed not a single unusual heat source fluctuation and overlooked no shadow that might obscure his vision. This almost harsh meticulousness was an instinct etched into his bones after countless struggles on the brink of life and death. Indeed, in the vicinity of the Kunhi Center, about 500 meters from the Hangzhou Tower, a dense and relatively stationary cluster of orange-red points appeared, lurking like venomous snakes in the dark. Their numbers hovered around 80. They were well hidden and orderly, clearly waiting patiently, their intent obvious. They aimed to fish in troubled waters. Typical of the thinking, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A cold smirk played at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. Those who could survive this hellish apocalypse for so long and muster a team could hardly be saints or fools. Such naivety and foolishness had long been devoured by the brutal reality. Both groups before him, whether attacking fiercely or lying in ambush, were obstacles that must be eliminated. To take these girls away, not a single one of these people can be spared. Otherwise, he would have to defend against omnipresent attacks and covetous eyes, while protecting a group of women nearly powerless to defend themselves. Under such divided attention, even the slightest misstep could lead to irretrievable disaster. This deal is too costly. He silently left the observation point like a ghost, merging into the shadows, cautiously maneuvering from the ruins toward the Kunhi Center. Every step was taken in the soft snow to minimize noise, avoiding all potential reflective surfaces. His stealth route completely evaded any possible observation angles of the ambushers. The thermal imaging device remained on, ensuring he moved like a cold, heatless object. Reaching the selected position, behind a thick load-bearing wall capable of withstanding small-caliber bullets. Here he could perfectly conceal his form, while providing the best shooting angle, covering the entire Kunhi Center Hall and its entrance area. He held his breath, his thoughts stirring. A massive, cold, and heavy steel beast suddenly appeared before him. The Lu Dun 3000 Closian weapon system. This ultimate weapon from the distant shores of $0 purchase was swiftly and precisely operated by Qin Feng, his fingers dancing rapidly over the control panel as he input the preset shooting parameters, locking onto the orange-red area representing life. Taking a deep breath, a cold light shot from Qin Feng's eyes as he unhesitatingly pressed the activation button. Buzz! In the next moment, 6 stout gun barrels suddenly began to spin at high speed, emitting a low, terrifying growl as they instantly accelerated to their limits. Tat 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 tat. In an instant, a torrent of destructive flames erupted violently. The 30mm caliber shells transformed into visible crimson chains of fire, tearing through the cold air at a terrifying rate of thousands of rounds per second. Tracer rounds lit up their trajectories, every 10 shots drawing straight and deadly lines of death through the dim snow curtain. The chain of fire swept everything aside. The solid concrete walls were easily torn and shattered like tofu. Steel bars twisted and snapped. The dense orange-red heat sources in the hall extinguished and exploded in large clusters, as if candles had been thrown into a furnace the moment the chain of fire swept through. A raging metal storm engulfed the entire hall. Humans were as fragile as paper under such terrifying firepower. Heads exploded like watermelons, torsos torn in half, limbs directly broken and crushed. Scalding blood mixed with shattered entrails and bone fragments sprayed everywhere like a filthy fountain. The wail's more horrific than human screams lasted less than half a second before being completely drowned out by the denser cannon fire. Those who fortuitously survived the first wave were also met with broken concrete shrapnel that shattered their bones, or were violently hurled by explosive shockwaves crashing into walls and becoming a puddle of indistinguishable flesh and blood. Just 15 seconds. Just 15 seconds. The deafening cannon fire suddenly ceased. The high-speed rotating gun barrels slowly came to a halt, the gun muzzles steaming with hot white smoke, the air thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the nauseating scent of charred blood. Qin Feng raised the thermal imaging device again. In his view, the Kunhi Center Hall and its surroundings were left with only cold ruins and rapidly cooling deep blue. No more life sources remained. Only a few spots of embers that had not completely cooled were faintly wriggling. That was the unfortunate souls whose limbs had been severed and entrails spilled but were not yet dead. However, the extreme cold of several dozen degrees below zero was the final executioner. The exposed wounds and entrails quickly froze, and necros, their weak wriggling and inaudible moans disappearing within seconds, turning into eternalized sculptures. Qin Feng's expression remained impassive as he willed the equalizer of all lives, which had just completed its bloody harvest, back into space. The snow mist mingling with dust and gunpowder gradually settled, covering this newly birthed hell. Inside the building, both the victorious thugs and the remaining security guards who were stubbornly resisting were rendered utterly terrified by the sudden horrifying sounds. The dense barrage of bullets tore through the walls, and the flashes passing by left them quaking with fear. What the hell is that? A burly thug cowering behind cover trembled as he spoke. Outside, there's heavy firepower. It sounds like thunder. Another thug's face turned pale. Brother Chun. Brother Chun. A lean man with shifty eyes, Lu Haizhu, scrambled to the side of the bearded thug, Qin Pingping, his voice betraying his overwhelming fear. Listen to that noise. It's definitely not an ordinary rifle. It sounds like a machine gun. There's something big out there. We can't hold on any longer. If we don't retreat now, we'll all be finished today. Qin Pingping's heart sank to the depths. He had expended every effort, losing most of his men, and finally managed to chew through this group of tough security guards. He was just about to enjoy the delicate spoils inside, yet at this crucial moment someone had burst in like a bolt from the blue. Which lurking force is making a move? Or is it an even more terrifying presence? A huge sense of unwillingness gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Damn it. A cooked duck is about to fly away. Qin Pingping slammed his fist against the wall, his eyes bloodshot. But that terrifying cannon fire outside made him realize that fighting Hedon would only lead to death. He gritted his teeth, his face twitching with determination. Zhuzi, gather the brothers. Forget about the remaining security guards. Each of you grab a girl and retreat immediately. Right now? Right now. Each one gets a girl. Lu Haizhu's eyes instantly ignited with greed and lust, the pitiful image of the school beauty Shinsini immediately flashing in his mind. He excitedly shouted, brothers, it's time to move. There's big trouble outside. Each of you grab a woman and run. Quickly. The order spread like wildfire. The thugs snapped back from their panic, instantly ignited by the promise of each one gets one. The sounds of doors being smashed, women's cries, and the thugs' excited roars once again filled the building, more frenzied and chaotic than before. Soon each thug was roughly dragging a weak, nearly helpless girl, like dragging spoils of war, flooding out of the Hangqing building, forming a disordered line in the snow. Qin Pingping and Lu Haizhu were surrounded by a few loyal subordinates in the middle of the group. Not far away in the shadow of a half-collapsed building, Qin Feng remained motionless like a rock. He had already changed positions and was now lying on the cold rubble covered with camouflage fabric that blended with the environment. In his hands, an M416 rifle equipped with a 4x scope and a high-efficiency suppressor was steadily aimed. He did not rush to pull the trigger, breathing long and steady, his gaze terrifyingly calm. He was observing, waiting. In the chaotic crowd, who was the leader giving the orders? Only by accurately taking down the leader would this rabble completely collapse, turning into lambs for the slaughter. He needed an open hunting ground without complex cover. The group moved slowly, the girls' cries and the thug shouts drifting in the cold wind. Finally, they stepped onto a relatively open square area surrounded only by low snowdrifts and a few wrecked cars. The moment had come. Qin Feng's gaze locked onto the bearded Qin Pingping, who was subtly protected by the crowd, and the lean man Lu Haizhu, who was shouting and appearing quite active beside him. The crosshairs steadily locked onto the back of Qin Pingping's head. Puff! A faint muffled sound like the opening of a champagne bottle. Qin Pingping's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Red and white splattered across the pristine snow, creating a shocking abstract painting. His robust body swayed and fell straight to the ground. Lu Haizhu next to him was splattered with warm brain matter, stunned, instinctively turning to look. Puff! The second muffled sound almost followed immediately. Half of Lu Haizhu's skull, along with the brain tissue inside, was violently blown away, exposing a white, bony surface. His face froze in extreme shock and fear, and his body slumped down beside Qin Feng's corpse. Silence. A brief, suffocating silence. The entire group seemed to have hit the pause button. The thugs stared blankly at their suddenly deceased leader and second-in-command. Then boundless fear poured over them like icy water instantly igniting. Oh my god! Brother Chun, Brother Zhu, there's a sniper. Run for your lives. Panic spread like a plague. The thugs completely lost their backbone, no longer caring about the spoils in their hands like a swarm of disturbed hornets. They violently pushed away or directly threw the women aside in the snow, fleeing in all directions. Only the group of girls on the edge of despair curled up helplessly in the cold snow, blankly watching this sudden upheaval. Qin Feng's gaze did not waver, his finger steadily pulling the trigger. Puff, 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 puff. The barely audible gunfire resonated in the cold wind like the whispers of death. Each faint muffled sound was accompanied by a sudden halt and fall of a running figure. The precise shots were like guided kisses of death, eliminating those fastest and most conspicuous targets one by one. After emptying one magazine of 30 rounds, nearly 20 corpses lay on the ground. Qin Feng's movements were incredibly fluid as he instantly stowed the empty M416 and produced another rifle with the same configuration. Continue firing. Puff, puff, puff. The gunfire continued like a merciless metronome. Another 10 thugs were hit in the back, head, and thigh as they ran screaming as they fell into the snow. Blood quickly spread beneath them, then froze rapidly. In less than a minute, only over 60 bodies in various positions remained in the open square, along with a few survivors who had rolled and crawled behind abandoned cars and low walls, terrified and shivering. They tightly covered their mouths, fearing the slightest sound would attract the deadly bullets, their eyes filled with overwhelming fear of survival and a deep, bone-chilling cold. Through the scope, Qin Feng clearly saw the trembling heat signatures of those hiding behind cover. The cold curve of his lips lifted again, tinged with mockery. Do you think hiding makes you safe? Naive. He put away the rifle, his will moving again. A longer, colder killing instrument appeared in his hands, the M200 Tactical Intervention Sniper Rifle. The rifle was equipped with a high-magnification 8x scope, a thermal imaging module, and a high-efficiency suppressor. He skillfully ejected the standard rounds, loading specialized armor-piercing rounds that shimmered with a cold metallic sheen into the chamber. The cold stock pressed against his shoulder in the thermal imaging scope. The orange-eared, human-shaped heat signatures hiding behind car hoods and low-wall corners were as clear as fireflies in the night. Qin Feng adjusted his breathing, his heartbeat steady as usual. The crosshairs steadily locked onto a heat signature hiding behind the car engine compartment. Puff! The armor-piercing round, carrying tremendous energy, easily tore through the already rusted car hood and the engine block beneath, precisely drilling into the curled human body behind. The bullet rolled and fragmented in the confined space, creating a massive scorching halo representing the end of life. Severed limbs and shattered metal parts scattered everywhere. Puff! Another heat signature hiding behind a low wall. The bullet penetrated the half-meter-thick brick wall, as if a red-hot iron rod pierced through butter, exploding into a cloud of blood. A short piercing scream came from behind the low wall, which abruptly stopped. Puff! 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 Qin Feng, like the most efficient assembly line worker, steadily and precisely pulled the trigger. Every muffled sound represented a supposedly safe cover being completely penetrated, a hidden life being ruthlessly harvested and shredded. In the thermal imaging scope, orange-eared light spots exploded, dimmed, and disappeared one after another. The terrifying penetrating power and lethality of the armor-piercing rounds caused devastating effects behind relatively enclosed cover. Cars were perforated and torn apart, and the bodies hiding behind them were directly turned into indistinguishable piles of flesh and bone. Severed limbs mixed with chunks of internal organs were scattered in the cold snow and around the broken cover, creating a hellish scene. In less than 2 minutes, the last muffled sound dissipated in the cold wind. The square fell completely silent, only the cold wind whistling through the ruins. In the thermal imaging scope, besides the dense orange light cluster in the center representing the rescued girls huddled together and the faint light dots indicating the remaining security guards inside the building, there were no longer any live heat signatures representing enemies in the entire square and surrounding cover area. Qin Feng did not rise immediately. He remained in his sniper position like the most patient of hunters. Once more, he meticulously, slowly, and thoroughly scanned every corner of the square, every shadow where an enemy might lurk, and every broken window of the buildings overlooking the area using the thermal imager. After ensuring no survivors or new infiltrators remained, he set down the thermal imager and picked up a high-powered telescope, conducting an equally meticulous visual inspection. He focused on piles of corpses and the depths of ruined cover, searching for any signs of feigned death or subtle movement. In the biting wind, only tattered cloth fluttered. The coagulated blood had turned a eerie dark purple in the low temperature. He held his breath, straining to listen. Aside from the wind-distant indistinct roars and the suppressed sobs of the girls in the square, there was no other suspicious sound. Finally, he extended his spiritual sense, probing all objects within a 50-meter radius, like an invisible radar sweeping the area. Triple confirmation left no room for error. Only then did Qin Feng slowly stow away the heavy M200, returning it to his spatial storage. He stood up, stretching his body, which had grown stiff from the long period of immobility. He did not immediately approach the group of girls. Instead, he walked to a concealed corner formed by a collapsed wall. With a flicker of thought, the tactical vest, slightly dusty and speckled with snow, and the holster at his waist vanished, stored away into his spatial dimension. Simultaneously, a bulky, heavy-looking, ordinary outdoor hiking backpack appeared on his back. The movement was natural and fluid, as if he were merely adjusting his gear. The guns naturally were not on his person, nor in any visible holster. They all rested within the absolute safety of his dimensional space. This seemingly supply-laden backpack became the most plausible cover for his identity, a rescuer with some provisions. No one would think to check his bag. If they did, they would not live to tell the tale. With the large backpack on his shoulders, Qin Feng finally strode forward, stepping through the snow, stained with blood and corpses, toward the cluster of girls huddled together like frightened quails in the center of the square. Their clothes were thin and tattered, shivering from the cold, their faces streaked with tears and grime. Their eyes held a mix of post-apocalyptic bewilderment, extreme terror, and a faint glimmer of hope, as fragile as a candle flame in the wind. When they saw Qin Feng, the man who had descended like a god, annihilating all the demons with thunderous force, and was now walking toward them, that faint glimmer of hope instantly swelled into a torrent. Shinsini, once a radiant school beauty, was now gaunt beyond recognition, but her large eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, tears streaming down like broken pearls. It was him. It was really him. The only faint hope that had sustained her through countless prayers and despair and countless awakenings from nightmares now stood before her very eyes. An overwhelming surge of gratitude, dependence, and an indescribable sense of belonging flooded her. The other girls felt much the same, their gazes fixed on Qin Feng, filled with awe, gratitude, and the reassurance of having found a pillar of strength. After enduring the despair of being dragged like cargo on the verge of falling into an abyss, Qin Feng's appearance and rescue had brought their instinct to admire power to its zenith. Powerful, mysterious, a provider of food and safety. He was their sole beacon in the darkness of the apocalypse, a deity worthy of their total devotion. Qin Feng stopped before them and crouched down. His gaze swept across their haggard, yet hopeful faces, finally resting on Shinsini, giving her a slight nod. Without any superfluous words of comfort, he directly shrugged off the large backpack and unzipped it. You must all be starving. Eat something first, regain your strength. His voice was low yet carried a reassuring steadiness. The backpack was filled with individually wrapped Snickers bars. High in calories, they would quickly replenish their energy. He grabbed several handfuls and distributed them to the girls, 2 each. At the sight of the golden packaging, a symbol of survival and hope, the girls' eyes lit up instantly. Shinsini's trembling hands took the bar. The effort to tear open the wrapper nearly exhausted her last ounce of strength. But when the sweet, high-calorie mix of peanut butter and chocolate filled her mouth, an immense sense of happiness accompanied by a surge of warmth as energy flowed into her body nearly made her sob. The other girls wolfed down their bars as well. In that moment, food was life itself, the new life bestowed upon them by Qin Feng. Having eaten and replenished their sugar, the girls regained some strength. Though still weak, they could at least stand on their own. They instinctively gathered around Qin Feng, like fledglings finding their leader. Follow me. Let's get back inside the building. It's too cold out here. Qin Feng's words were concise. He turned and led the way. The girls, supporting one another, followed closely behind, their eyes never leaving his back, as if it were their only source of light. Upon re-entering the first-floor lobby of Hangzhou Tower, the thick stench of blood and gunpowder assaulted their senses. The scene inside was even more gruesome than outside. The bodies of thugs and security guards lay intertwined in heaps. The coagulated blood had turned the floor into a dark red sheet of ice. The marks of battle scarred the walls and floor, a silent testament to the recent carnage. Qin Feng's gaze swept the room, finally settling beside a load-bearing pillar in the lobby. There, slumped against it, was a man in a tattered security uniform. He was drenched in blood, with several gruesome wounds on his chest and abdomen that had long since frozen solid. His head drooped slightly, his face frozen in an expression of defiance and resignation. His body was stiff and cold, still in the posture of his final struggle. One hand still gripped a broken metal table leg tightly, while the other hung limply at his side. It was the head of the security team, Wang Chong. Qin Feng looked at Wang Chong's rigid corpse, a flicker of subtle emotion passing deep within his eyes before settling into a profound calm. This man had been his carefully chosen pawn. The 40 security guards left behind were all veterans like Wang Chong, the elite of the elite. They all shared a common trait: they were burdened with heavy family responsibilities, especially with close relatives suffering from severe illnesses, leaving them in deep debt and dire straits. In the year before the apocalypse, using the information advantage from his rebirth and the vast wealth accumulated through his spatial ability, Qin Feng had secretly and precisely located them through a headhunting firm. He paid off their debts, hundreds of thousands, even millions incurred from diseases like a father's cancer or a mother's uremia, and secretly relocated their parents, wives, and children to his pre-built apocalypse base, providing them with the best medical care and living conditions. The price was their absolute loyalty and their promise after the apocalypse descended to execute Qin Feng's orders: protect the girls in this building at all costs until his return or until the last man fell. Wang Chong and his men had kept their word. 40 men facing a brutal mob, several times their number, fought to the last man, shedding their last drop of blood. They fulfilled their promise with their lives. Qin Feng felt little sorrow in his heart, only a cold sense of confirmation. This investment, though it cost him his pawns, had validated the value of loyalty and laid the foundation for his subsequent plans. The girls had witnessed the security guards' desperate protection firsthand. This debt of gratitude would be credited to Qin Feng's name. And with Wang Chong's family still in the base, this bloodline of loyalty would become the best example and an invisible shackle to compel others to fight to the death for him in the future. The essence of a warlord lies in weighing all people and all things on the cold scales of value, then placing his bets without hesitation. Flawless in calculation, ruthless, yet always able to make others willingly die for him. Qin Feng averted his gaze from Wang Chong's body, as if it were just another ordinary relic on the battlefield. He turned to the trembling girl, still in shock from the sight of the hall filled with corpses, and commanded in a calm voice, "Gather the bodies of our security brothers that you can find. Try to put them together. The rest of you," he paused, his gaze sweeping over the few surviving security guards, blood-soaked, grief-stricken, emerging from the dark corners of the building, supporting each other. "Tend to your wounds and guard the entrance. We will leave soon. Shinsini, race a box of food. Take a few girls and deliver it to each room. Tell everyone to gather in the second-floor meeting hall after they eat." "Yes," Shinsini replied immediately. His words carried an unquestionable authority. The girls and the remaining security guards, as if finding their anchor, sprang into action. The rescue was only the first step. The true test had just begun, and he had already laid out his chessboard. After hastily bandaging the few surviving security guards and leaving some food and water behind, Qin Feng's gaze swept over the girls huddled in the hall. Although it was disappointing that only this many survived out of over 500, Qin Feng had anticipated this outcome. He intended to select a group of survivors who were not too foolish, bringing back over 100 people safely to the Linglong villa. This was indeed a troublesome matter. He was contemplating the modifications needed for the vehicle. Shinsini approached cautiously, a hint of barely perceptible tension on her face. "Qin. President Qin, everyone has gathered in the conference room as you instructed. Let's go." Qin Feng nodded and stepped forward. As he pushed open the door to the conference room, a mix of fear, sweat, and faint traces of perfume wafted towards him. Inside, it was packed with people, their young but weary faces lifting to look at him, filled with confusion and a flicker of hope. Qin Feng quietly released his mental energy, sweeping through the entire space like an invisible tide. Very good, there was no threat of firearms, only a few individuals hiding cold kitchen knives on their bodies, likely their last means of self-defense. His gaze fell on these girls, most of whom were pale and emaciated from hunger, yet traces of their past beauty could still be discerned in their eyes. Qin Feng knew that as long as they were given enough time and food to recuperate, their brilliance would once again shine forth. Among the crowd, faces from China made up about half, while the other half resembled a small United Nations, blonde, blue-eyed girls from Maoxiong country, beautiful girls from other nations, and some brown-skinned South American girls, along with a few faces from neighboring East Asian countries. Qin Feng cleared his throat and spoke in fluent English for the next words. "Please try to understand as much as you can. If there are any who do not understand, please ask a sister nearby to help with translation." Immediately, whispers of translation rose in the crowd like pebbles dropped into a calm lake, creating ripples. "I am Qin Feng. The one who rescued you from those scum is me." His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable force. The outside world has already completely changed. The government and military have suffered heavy losses and are unable to take care of themselves. Relying on them for rescue is a faint hope. Now it is the era of survivor gangs competing for resources, territories, and... He paused, sweeping his gaze across the room, "competing for women. Too many people know that you are in the Hangqing building. After all, that globally prominent event was nearly known by everyone. You staying here for your beauty will soon attract new hunters following the scent." As his words fell, fear instantly wrapped around the hearts of every girl in the conference room. They couldn't help but recall the hellish experiences of the past few days, brutal, tugging, desperate cries, the disappearance of companions. The chilling sensation penetrated their bones, making them collectively shiver, their faces growing even paler, many instinctively hugging their arms, as if seeking a shred of pitiful security. Qin Feng noted their reactions, knowing his words had struck at their deepest fears. He no longer exaggerated the horror and directly presented a choice. Now, I offer you three options. First, stay here and wait for the official rescue that may never come. In a few days, I will notify my base to send someone to take you to live there. Second, come with me tonight. I will take you to my private villa. There is enough space for all of you. Third, for those who do not wish to go to the base or follow me, I will provide 1 day's food and water, and you may leave and venture outside on your own. The choices were laid out, and the conference room fell into a brief silence with only the sound of suppressed breathing remaining. But this silence was soon broken. A Western girl with delicate features and fair skin stood up first. She seemed to muster her courage, her voice trembling, yet unusually clear. Qin. President Qin, can I follow you? In her blue eyes, a desire for safety was evident. Yes, Qin Feng replied succinctly. It was as if a fuse had been lit. His answer instantly ignited the silence. Almost all the girls scrambled to stand up or raise their hands, their voices overlapping. I want to go with you. President Qin, please take us. We are willing to go to the villa. Please take us in. We are willing to do anything for you. No one chose to stay and wait for rescue or leave alone. What a joke. The base belonged to this President Qin. Why go to an unknown place when they could follow this powerful, mysterious man who had rescued them from over 100 thugs? Moreover, going to live in a villa. The scene of Qin Feng sweeping through the thugs like a war god had long been passed down among the rescued girls, embellished with a touch of legend. The sense of security brought by that power, the confidence of controlling the situation, was like the most primal magnet attracting their souls that had survived disaster. Relying on the strong was almost inscribed in the survival instincts of women in this apocalyptic world. Very well. Qin Feng's voice rang out again, instantly silencing all the noise. This time his tone carried a hint of coldness, since everyone has made a choice from this moment on. I am your master. He deliberately emphasized the word master, clearly seeing many girls shudder slightly. I will provide protection, give you warm shelter and sufficient food, allowing you to survive, even live better than most people outside. His gaze was sharp as a knife sweeping across the room, but you will also be my private property, trophies earned through my strength and resources. Remember this. Obey and you will receive protection. Disobey. He paused slightly, his voice as chilling as winter's frost. The corpses outside serve as a warning. In the conference room, one could hear a pin drop. The girls fell silent, lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Fear and submission intertwined at that moment, becoming their new baseline. Now Qin Feng's tone softened slightly, but remained unquestionable. Go back and put on the thickest clothes you can find. In 2 hours, everyone gather downstairs. I will drive to pick you up. Remember, it's a container. Watching the girls pour out as if released from the gallows, Qin Feng turned and left the Hangqing building. He strode towards the depths of the city, stopping in the shadow of a building that had been torn apart and partially collapsed by an earthquake. The night was the best cover. He focused his mind, his mental energy spreading like a precise radar to confirm that no one was watching. At the same time, he activated the thermal imaging device, revealing a scene of cold, deathly silence. Safe. After confirming that no one was around with a single thought, a powerful heavy-duty snow vehicle appeared out of nowhere in the open space beside the ruins. Next, 2 massive cold-resistant containers were securely placed behind the snow vehicle, connected by sturdy hooks. Qin Feng then placed specially made, thick iron plates at the bottom of each container to prevent severe friction and bumps from injuring those inside while being dragged over icy roads. He estimated that each container could comfortably fit over 80 people. Just now in the conference room, his mental scan revealed roughly around 165 people, so 2 containers were just right. Finally, on the top of each container, he accurately created several fist-sized ventilation holes with a blowtorch, ensuring proper air circulation inside. After completing all this, he began to handle the snow vehicle. The water stored in the space was directed out and splashed over the front of the vehicle and the containers. In the biting cold, the water instantly froze into a thick layer of ice, completely encasing the entire vehicle. From a distance, it looked like a giant ice block moving perfectly, blending into the backdrop of this icy wasteland. The disguise was complete. Qin Feng jumped into the driver's seat. The engine let out a deep, powerful roar, and the tracks rolled over the snow and ice, heading towards the Hangqing building. On the 16th floor of the building, in a makeshift resting room, 2 tall girls from Maoxiong country with deep features were whispering to each other in the dark. Natasha, one girl with flaxen hair and a determined gaze, grasped her companion's hand, her voice low and serious. We are the only 2 left from our Maoxiong country. From now on, we must support each other and be each other's backbone. Her tone carried the weight of survival and hope for the future. The girl named Natasha had thick chestnut curls. She squeezed back firmly, forcing a smile of optimism typical of a warrior nation. Don't worry, Ludmilla, look at us. We Maoxiong girls are powerful and resilient. The master will need us. We will survive and we will live well. Under the faint moonlight, the light that had once been devoured by despair in their eyes was being reignited by something called hope and purpose. And this hope was brought by the man named Qin Feng. In another room at the end of the corridor, several girls from the Korean peninsula sat together, softly conversing in Korean, occasionally interspersed with their unique particle Semida. Han Suhi, with a lovely face and a hint of stubbornness, lowered her voice. Yuni, we finally got rescued. When that Qin Feng appeared, I truly thought I saw a god descending. She flashed a hint of fear, soon replaced by strong dependence. But Yuni, there are too many beauties here. We few have no distinct advantage. We must unite and look out for each other, Samaida. The girl called Yuna had a gentle demeanor and nodded immediately, her gaze equally resolute. Suhi is right, Samaida. By the side of our master, we sisters from the Korean peninsula are the closest to him. We must work together to become an indispensable force beside our master, Samaida. Only by uniting can we stand firm here. Samaida. That's right, Samaida. Master Samaida is our savior. We must repay him. Other girls nodded in agreement, expressing the same determination in a chorus. In this strange environment, an uncertain fate, Qin Feng had become their new spiritual pillar. In a room near the stairwell, two beautiful girls from the beautiful nation leaned against each other. Jennifer clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her eyes dreamy. Oh my God. Scarlet, did you see that? He is my God. Do you know? Every day, every minute, every second I praying that God could hear my cries and send an angel to save me. But all I received was darkness and despair. Her voice choked, but then it erupted with intense brilliance until he appeared. That man. When he handed me that life-saving food, when he looked into my eyes. Scarlet, at that moment my heart, my soul completely belonged to him. He is the savior sent by God. He is my faith. Scarlet was also overwhelmed with emotions. She hugged Jennifer tightly, as if drawing strength. This is not a dream, Jennifer, I understand. I completely understand that feeling. When I was dragged away, I also swore in despair that whoever could save me, I would give everything, all of me. And then, he came, like a beam of light. Now my heart can hold nothing but him. Fear is gone, confusion is gone, only he remains. He is our future. Her voice was filled with fervent worship and a sense of belonging. For them, Qin Feng was not merely a powerful protector, but also a spiritual redemption, an embodiment of faith. The moonlight illuminated the girls' hearts. Fear was being replaced by something new: dependence, calculation, unity, worship, gratitude, and a shared recognition. That man named Qin Feng would be their only and must be tightly grasped lifeline in this apocalypse. Heading towards a new refuge marked the start of their mental transformation, returning to a new order. Over an hour later, Qin Feng drove a strangely shaped vehicle out of the corner of the ruins. Its body was made of thick, condensed ice, sharp-edged and rugged with a rough front. Behind it, he towed 3 rectangular containers, also made of ice, which held cargo containers inside. He had poured water over the outside, making them look like moving blocks of ice. He had left ventilation holes. The women waiting at the entrance of the first-floor hall gazed at the behemoth, their eyes filled with wonder and a subtle, almost imperceptible sense of relief. In this frozen hell, any vehicle that could move was precious. They wrapped their clothes tighter, stood quietly, and fixed their eyes on Qin Feng, awaiting his orders. Qin Feng brought the ice vehicle to a halt, jumped down, and a faint crunch of ice sounded beneath his feet. He patted the sturdy wall of the carriage, his voice unusually clear in the silent, snowy night. Everyone divide into 3 groups and get inside. There's enough space if you squeeze in. I've reserved ventilation holes so breathing won't be a problem. The ice is thick and it's much warmer than an ordinary carriage. All right, Brother Feng. Understood. Roger. A string of crisp, pleasant female voices rang out like a string of silver bells swaying in the cold wind, dispelling some of the post-apocalyptic stillness. These sweet voices drilled into Qin Feng's ears, warming his heart and stirring something in his lower dantian. He gritted his teeth inwardly. These little vixens, once my inner arts are somewhat accomplished, just you wait and see how I'll deal with you. They'll make you beg for mercy. As instructed, the women quickly and orderly divided into 2 groups and stepped into the icy containers one by one. When the last graceful figure disappeared behind the door, Qin Feng closed the heavy ice door. He turned, jumped into the driver's seat, took a deep breath of the frigid air, and started the engine. Inside the ice carriage, the light was dim, with only faint moonlight filtering through the reserved ventilation holes. Dozens of women huddled together, feeling each other's body heat and breath. After a brief silence, a soft laugh came from someone in the darkness. Then, as if a tacit understanding had been unlocked, low whispers and comforting murmurs spread through the cramped space. Their eyes met in the dimness, and without words a sense of being in the same boat arose spontaneously. From now on they were family. Or rather, their support was the same man. This thought crossed many minds. Qin Feng drove this peculiar snow vehicle, its engine emitting a low, powerful roar as it glided smoothly over the thick snow. The wheel tracks crushed the snow, producing a creak-creak sound. The hum of the high-power engine echoed through the empty, dead city ruins. Moonlight poured like liquid silver, illuminating the snow-covered wreckage. The snow vehicle drove alone for nearly 2 hours, with only the wind and engine noise for company. As the vehicle entered the relatively wide main road at the entrance of the resort, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Crash! Smash! From the previously silent rooftops on both sides, a large amount of debris fell without warning. Broken tables and chairs, heavy rocks, and massive ice chunks rained down like hail onto the moving ice vehicle and the towed containers. Instantly, a terrifying drum-like thump, thump, thump echoed from the roof of the vehicle and containers. Large splinters of wood and ice flew in all directions. Some heavy obstacles got stuck directly in front of the ice vehicle and between the wheels. The powerful inertia caused the ice vehicle to jerk violently and come to a grinding halt. The women inside the carriage, caught off guard, were thrown together by the inertia, letting out a muffled cry of surprise before immediately clamping their hands over their mouths, stifling the sounds in their throats. The carriage fell into a dead silence, leaving only the frantic pounding of a dozen hearts and heavy suppressed breathing. The law of survival in the apocalypse was etched into their bones when facing an unknown attack. Maintaining absolute silence was the top priority. Screaming and crying only provoked the attacker's cruelty, inviting more frenzied looting and killing. It was this very forbearance and vigilance that had kept them alive until today. Qin Feng's eyes turned sharp instantly, without a trace of panic. He immediately took out a military-grade night vision device from his spatial ability and put it on. The cold lenses fit snugly against his eye sockets, and a greenish field of vision instantly replaced the thick darkness outside the window. He quickly scanned the rooftops on both sides and the shadows of the surrounding buildings, while his powerful mental energy spread out like an invisible radar. In just 10 seconds, the enemy's distribution was clear. About 7 or 8 people were ambushed on the rooftops. A dozen or so were hiding behind the windows of the buildings on both sides, totaling nearly 20. Further away, on the second-floor windows of villas on the left and right, there was a figure holding a gun, each exuding a chilling, killing intent. As expected, Qin Feng sneered inwardly. Driving with headlights on at night was like a beacon in the darkness. He had hoped that the biting cold in the night would scare off most survivors and reduce trouble. But there were still desperados willing to risk freezing stiff for a chance to rob. Just as Qin Feng was observing, the encirclement had already formed. A tall man in a police coat, flanked by a group of thugs wielding clubs, fire axes, and even a few sawed-off shotguns, emerged from the shadows ahead. A sinister smile of total control was plastered on his face. This was the leader of the group, Sun Lianqing. Beside him, Li Dakong, a brutish man with a face full of flesh, boldly pointed his shotgun directly at the cab. "Get the hell out of here," Li Dakong roared in a grating voice, piercing the silence. "What are you waiting for? Believe me, you'll blow this damn ice block to pieces with one shot." Sun Lianqing was relatively calmer, but his eyes were equally greedy and fierce. He sized up the strange ice vehicle and trailer and said in a deep voice, "Brother, which path do you walk? You managed to make this thing. Looks like you've got some resources, huh?" He was trying to probe Qin Feng's background. Qin Feng pushed open the door, moving steadily, showing no sign of aggression, and even obediently raised his hands. He closed the door and calmly swept his gaze over Sun Lianqing, Li Dakong, and the rabble behind them. His mental energy, like the most precise scanner, covered a 50-meter radius. The position, weapons, and even the slightest movements of every person were clearly reflected in his mind. A decade of bloody battles in the apocalypse had long accustomed him to such scenes. Countless response plans instantly took shape, were filtered, and optimized in his mind. "Are you police? Or security guards?" Qin Feng spoke, his tone as flat as if asking for directions, completely ignoring the dark gun muzzles before him. "F you. Let's talk." Li Dakong was enraged by Qin Feng's calmness, feeling disrespected. He wanted to scare him, so he lunged forward and swung the butt of his shotgun hard at Qin Feng's head. "Get on your knees and put your hands up, or you're dead." "Good opportunity," Qin Feng muttered inwardly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Just as Li Dakong charged forward, his bulky body perfectly blocking the line of sight of the gunman on the second floor of the right villa, Qin Feng moved. Fast as a ghost. His raised hands moved like magic. His right hand suddenly produced a Glock 17 pistol. His left hand shot out like lightning, precisely grabbing the barrel of Li Dakong's incoming shotgun and yanking it aside. At the same time, the Glock in his right hand fired. Bang! The muzzle flash flickered in the darkness. The sneer on Sun Lianqing's face instantly froze, a burst of blood blooming from his forehead as his body fell backward. He didn't even see where the bullet came from. As Qin Feng fired, he used the force of pulling the shotgun with his left hand to make a subtle sidestep, the muzzle barely pausing as his index finger pulled the trigger again. Bang! Another gunshot. Another thug beside Li Dakong, who had just raised his shotgun with a look of shock, had his temple explode and collapsed without a sound. From stepping out of the car to 2 headshots, only a little over a second had passed. 2 of the most threatening armed thugs were dead in an instant. Qin Feng had no time to confirm the results. In the gap before the 2 falling bodies completely blocked his view, his muzzle instantly aimed at the gunman on the second floor of the left villa, who had just reacted. That man was frantically trying to aim at Qin Feng. Bang! The Glock roared again. The bullet precisely passed through the gap in the second floor window, and the figure with the pistol fell back, disappearing from the window. All this happened with breathtaking speed. Only then did the gunman on the second floor of the right villa finally fully aim his gun at Qin Feng's position. But he was horrified to find that Li Dakang's massive headless body from the first headshot was slowly falling, once again blocking his line of fire. A fatal hesitation flashed in his eyes, less than a second of delay. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Qin Feng the moment he shot the left gunman used the forward momentum to execute a smooth half-turn. The Glock's muzzle traced a deadly arc and steadily pointed at the second-floor window on the right. Bang! The fourth bullet held out. The gunman at the right window shuddered, his gun dropping from his hand as he slumped weakly. Only then did Li Dakang, whose shotgun barrel was still gripped by Qin Feng's left hand, react in agony and fear, instinctively pulling the trigger. Boom! The shotgun let out a deafening roar. Countless pellets grazed Qin Feng's clothes and embedded into the snow behind him, kicking up a large cloud of snow dust. The tremendous sound made Qin Feng's ears ring, worsening the tinnitus, an old ailment from his time in the military. Li Dakang's eyes were filled with nothing but boundless terror and despair. Bang! The fifth gunshot. The close-range shot caused Li Dakang's head to burst like a ripe watermelon, splattering red and white matter onto the pristine white snow as his headless corpse collapsed heavily. In a flash, 5 gunshots rang out. 4 armed thugs, including the leader's son Lianqing and the fierce fighter Li Dakang, were all killed. The entire process was as smooth as if rehearsed 1,000 times, cold, efficient, and precise to the extreme. The remaining dozen or so underlings were utterly petrified by this godlike slaughter. They only saw Qin Feng's figure flicker like a ghost a few times, gunshots crackling like popping beans, and then their most relied upon boss and gunman, who possessed formidable firepower, all lay dead on the ground. Mommy! A ghost! He's a ghost! Mercy! Mercy! Fear instantly shattered their will. The remaining thugs, terrified out of their wits, threw away their clubs and axes, thudding to their knees on the icy snow, kowtowing frantically, and begging for mercy with tears and snot streaming down their faces. "Boss! Mercy! Mercy!" One thug closest to him had wet his pants in fear, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "It's not our fault. It's all Sun Lianqing. He used to be a neighborhood cop in this area. After the disaster, he led people to rob the police station's armory and forced us to follow him." Another quickly chimed in, Right, boss. We were forced. He also captured many female high school students. They're locked in the basement of that villa over there. More than a dozen. The pretty ones he planned to defile, and the disobedient or ugly ones were used as food. He stopped there, his face full of terror, not daring to continue, only kowtowing desperately. Qin Feng's eyes swept coldly over this group of groveling men. He walked over to the thug who had spoken relatively clearly and gestured with his gun, "Lead the way. First to the armory, then to where the captives are held. Try any tricks, and you know the consequences." Yes. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. The thug, as if pardoned, scrambled to his feet and led the way. In a relatively intact villa deep within the resort, Qin Feng found Sun Lianqing's gang's armory, a storage room cluttered with a few police bulletproof vests, some batons, and most importantly, 2 open gun cabinets. They were empty. Clearly the weapons had been distributed. Aside from the shotguns and pistols Qin Feng had taken down, the rest were likely on the thugs outside or hidden away. Qin Feng swept his spiritual sense through the room, finding no hidden compartments, only a few scattered boxes of 9mm pistol rounds and shotgun shells. He unceremoniously pocketed them all into his space. Next, led by another thug, Qin Feng arrived at the villa where the female students were held. The basement entrance was chained shut, reeking of mildew, and the trembling thug pulled out a key to open it. The heavy iron door swung open, releasing a faint air of stench and fear. In the dim light, a dozen or so figures were seen huddled in the corner of the basement, wrapped in thin, ragged coats, pressing tightly together for warmth. Hearing the door open, they flinched like startled rabbits, curling up even tighter, burying their heads deeply, not daring to look at the newcomer. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the girls. On the surface, they were disheveled faces, dirty, dressed in bulky, tattered clothes, revealing no trace of beauty. But Qin Feng's powerful spiritual sense instantly pierced through these appearances. Under his spiritual scan, everything was laid bare. The huddled figures immediately became clear. Beneath the ragged, oversized clothing were the graceful curves unique to young bodies, full of vitality, undiminished even by prolonged malnutrition. Though their faces were smeared with dirt, their features were exceptionally fine. Delicate brows and eyes, straight noses, beautiful lips, and a few even possessed looks and auras that rivaled the beauty queens he had carefully selected to keep by his side. More importantly, his spiritual sense clearly told him that most of these dozen or so girls were still untouched virgins. Clearly, Sun Lianqing's gang hadn't yet had the time or intention to enjoy all their prey. An indescribable feeling washed over Qin Feng. He frowned slightly, then relaxed. In this apocalypse, beauty itself was both a sin and a resource. He hadn't intended to meddle, but since he had stumbled upon it and dealt with the trouble, then. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp, clean gunshots echoed in the cramped basement, piercing the eardrums. The two thugs leading the way still wore flattering, hopeful expressions, praying for their lives. But blood holes appeared simultaneously on their foreheads. Without even a groan, they collapsed to the ground, blood spreading rapidly. The sudden gunshots and the dull thud of bodies hitting the floor sent the huddled female students into terrified screams, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Qin Feng's voice rang out calmly, overriding their fear. Sun Lianqing Li Dakong, and their core underlings. I've killed them all. You're free now. His gaze swept over the terrified girls. I have things to do and am leaving immediately. Those willing to follow me, stand up now and come with me. Those who want to stay or find their own way out, suit yourselves. Silence. Only heavy breathing and suppressed sobs. After a few seconds, a trembling, tearful, but resolute voice sounded, They'll go with you. A slightly older girl mustered the courage to lift her head. Though her face was dirty, her eyes shone startlingly bright in the dim light, filled with the hope of survival and dependence on this powerful man. They'll go with you too. Take me, please. We'll go with you. Like a chain reaction, the girls lifted their heads one after another, vying to shout. Their faces were a mix of tears, grime, and an urgent desperation, as if clutching at a lifeline. Big brother, the first girl spoke, choked with sobs, voicing everyone's thoughts. Our families. We're all killed by them. Some, even eaten. We have nowhere to go. Please take us in. Give us a way to survive. By the end, she was weeping uncontrollably. The other girls nodded in agreement, tears streaming down their faces. Qin Feng looked at these young, ravaged faces. He nodded, his voice still calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. All right. Since you choose to follow me, I will give you food, provide shelter, and protect your safety. But his tone shifted abruptly, his gaze turning sharp as a blade, sweeping across every face. From now on, your lives belong to me. You must be absolutely loyal, unwavering. If any of you have second thoughts or commit betrayal. His eyes fell on the two still bleeding corpses on the ground, the implication clear. The girls were jolted by his gaze, then responded with even more frantic assurances. We wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. You are our savior. Our second parent. We have nothing to repay you with. From now on, our whole selves belong to you. A bolder girl, her cheeks flushing red though hidden beneath the grime, spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper, yet with a sacrificial resolve, uttering that ancient, straightforward phrase. The other girls, though shyly lowering their heads, did not refute her, instead drawing closer to each other in tacit agreement. Qin Feng felt a slight stir in his heart. Offering themselves to him. This apocalypse truly was simple and direct. His expression remained unchanged. Enough. Gather whatever wearable clothes you have, and follow me now. The girls, as if pardoned, quickly helped each other to their feet. They found some slightly cleaner, thicker clothes in the corner of the basement, and hurriedly put them on. As they moved, their youthful, graceful figures were faintly visible beneath the bulky clothing, exuding a youthful allure. Soon these dozen or so female students joined Qin Feng's convoy. With reverence and gratitude, they carefully squeezed into one of the 3 ice containers at the back. When the ice door closed again, sealing out the external cold and danger, the compartment carried a heavy silence, yet also a newfound hope. Qin Feng returned to the driver's seat, feeling the vibration of the engine restarting. The ice truck once again crunched over the snow, dragging 3 heavy blocks of ice, continuing toward their destination under the gaze of the moonlight and ruins. After the episode with Sun Lianqing and his men was utterly crushed beneath the tracks, the journey westward became eerily silent. Qin Feng drove the snowmobile, towing 3 heavy containers, carving deep furrows across the increasingly desolate snowfield. The further west they went, the sparser the population became, with nothing but a vast expanse of white as far as the eye could see. This was a good thing, yet it also meant that any trace stood out glaringly. Qin Feng knew well that in the early days of the apocalypse, keeping a low profile was paramount. He stopped the vehicle roughly every 5 kilometers, swiftly retrieving buckets of cold water from his space, or gathering large amounts of snow from nearby drifts, evenly splashing and covering the tracks left by the snowmobile and containers. The icy water and snow instantly froze, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, completely erasing their trail. We must vanish without a trace. Qin Feng thought to himself. Now both he and the girls in the containers were still too fragile. It had only been a short while since the global catastrophe erupted, and true power had yet to awaken. According to his memories from his past life, the vast majority of people would awaken their abilities or become evolutions a year later. And he, Qin Feng, a reincarnator, wielded spatial abilities and had stockpiled mountains of supplies. He calculated that his evolution speed would be over 10 times that of an ordinary person. This advantage of foresight was the foundation of his survival in the apocalypse. The origin of it all was that devastating cosmic event, the explosion of a massive supernova. Its terrifying shockwave crossed endless star seas and precisely baptized Earth. It brought not only disaster, but also a formless, mysterious energy containing the factors of life's evolution. This energy permeated every corner of the Earth, forcibly prying open the shackles deep within the genes of life. Evolution became the only path for all creatures to struggle for survival in the face of despair. However, evolution did not arise from nothing. It required vast amounts of energy and pure nutrients as fuel. Just like building a skyscraper without mountains of bricks and steel, even the best blueprint is just empty talk. The experience of his past life clearly told Qin Feng that those who ultimately stood at the top of the apocalypse's food chain had all in the early stages grasped resources far exceeding others. They had ample food and clean water, allowing them to surge ahead on the path of evolution, leaving ordinary people far behind and establishing their own dominions. In this life, Qin Feng possessed the greatest cheat, spatial abilities. He had not only stockpiled enough supplies to sustain a large city for several years, but also using his pre-reincarnation experience tempered his physique and practiced martial arts in advance. Through high-intensity training, he constantly expended energy, stimulating his bodhi's craving for power and accelerating the absorption and transformation of the mysterious energy within his genes. He was like a precise evolutionary machine accumulating power at an unimaginable speed, merely awaiting the final moment of transformation. Regarding the awakening of abilities, Qin Feng understood the intricacies better than anyone. The first awakening came through only two paths. One was through extreme emotional stimuli, such as intense fear, rage, desire, ecstasy, or despair, causing violent fluctuations that triggered an eruption of the latent mysterious energy within. The other, luckier path, which he had experienced in his past life, was to find ability fruits nurtured by the mysterious energy. These strange fruits were products of the world's great transformation, containing extremely pure and vast energy, and might even carry certain unknown special effects. They were the most direct keys to unlocking the treasure trove of abilities. The snowmobile advanced through the monotonous white world, the hum of the engine like a lullaby. Yet Qin Feng's thoughts drifted back to the moment in his past life that changed his destiny. It was a year after the apocalypse began. Feng Yuqing and that Wang Lang, whom he loathed to the bone, along with a few other survivors, formed a team to search for supplies. They spent the night in an abandoned factory. In the middle of the night, he got up to relieve himself and walked to a remote corner deep within the factory. Just as he was about to proceed the corner of his eye caught a bizarre sight. In the shadows of the wall, a small tree about man-height was growing. This vision was utterly eerie amidst the ruins of the apocalypse. What made his heart race even more was that on the bare branches hung a single solitary fruit. The fruit was not large, about the size of a baby's fist, with a deep dark red skin. An eerie visible light shimmered on its surface, and its shape somewhat resembled a ripe plum. The moment he saw that fruit, Qin Feng's body experienced an unprecedented reaction. Every cell screamed and leaped in frenzy. A powerful craving from the very instinct of life swept over him, leaving only one deafening voice in his mind: eat it. Back then, they were merely ordinary survivors struggling on the brink of starvation, perpetually half-starved. Faced with such an irresistible temptation, Qin Feng hesitated not a moment. He reached out, plucked the fruit, and gulped it down in 2 or 3 bites. The flesh was sweet as honey, juicy and crisp, the most delicious food he had tasted since the apocalypse began. But this bliss lasted only a fleeting instant. Then an indescribable, violently extreme torrent of energy exploded in his abdomen. Even recalling it now with his current fortitude, a chill shot up Qin Feng's spine. The agony at that time was etched into his bones. He felt his body like a balloon being crazily inflated, every cell stretched to the point of bursting. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain, muscles twisted and tore in searing pain that instantly engulfed his entire body. His head throbbed, as if splitting darkness swam before his eyes, as if countless red-hot steel needles were madly churning in his brain. That pain surpassed childbirth, surpassed torture. It even made death seem like a release. He thought he would explode into a mist of blood at any moment. Time blurred in the boundless agony. Just as his consciousness was about to sink into eternal darkness, certain he would die. In his mind, it was as if a world-shattering roar resounded. That rampaging, pent-up energy wreaking havoc within him finally seemed to find a massive outlet, surging like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, madly rushing toward the depths of his brain. The excruciating pain receded like a tide, replaced by a strange sensation of swelling and an indescribable coolness. He could sense something condensing and taking shape deep within that mysterious mental realm. A tiny crystal core brimming with vast spatial power slowly came into being. When he opened his eyes again, the world appeared different to him. He could see the subtle ripples in the surrounding space. With a mere thought, his consciousness easily pierced the warehouse walls, perceiving the falling snow outside. He tried to focus his mind on a discarded iron barrel in the corner. His will locked on. A faint spatial fluctuation arose, and the barrel vanished into thin air, only to appear in his palm. Spatial abilities, and an extremely rare and precious spatial type ability. A torrent of ecstasy overwhelmed Qin Feng. He attempted to move his body and discovered that his strength, speed, and reflexes were all far beyond before. With one hand, he effortlessly lifted a box loaded with supplies weighing at least 100 caddies without the slightest strain. The physical transformation brought by the first awakening of his ability was earth-shattering. This spatial crystal core not only granted him the power of storage even if the initial space was limited, it had also vastly enhanced his physical constitution, granting him the true capital to struggle for survival in the cruel apocalypse. Relying on this ability and his experience serving in the military, he led Feng Yuqing and Wang Lang and managed to endure through 10 grueling years in the apocalypse. Yet the acquisition of power did not come without a price. That violent evolution, the extreme sublimation and eruption of energy within his body, though ultimately reined in by the crystal core, had left behind an unspeakable aftereffect. Each time his ability advanced, or after a massive expenditure of energy, the surging torrent of energy within him would become unusually active, even somewhat uncontrollable, bringing forth an intense, hard-to-suppress restlessness and a bloodthirsty impulse. It was as if a primal wildfire blazed through his veins, demanding release, demanding an outlet. Only through fierce combat, frenzied training, or the most primal of releases could this restless energy be gradually calmed. Qin Feng would never forget that night after his first ability awakening. Once the energy subsided, that primal desire ignited by the violent energy and stemming from the deepest recesses of life surged like a runaway stallion, nearly consuming his reason. He dragged Feng Yuqing, the only one by his side at the time, almost roughly into the dark corner deep within the warehouse. For an entire day and night, Feng Yuqing was eventually driven into complete unconsciousness. Had it not been for the fact that everyone's physique had improved after a year in the apocalypse under the influence of the harsh environment and faint energy, that frenzied release would have cost her life. That experience lodged itself like a thorn deep in Qin Feng's memory. It was not merely a physical need, but a latent danger born from the loss of control over his power. Upon being reborn, Qin Feng was acutely aware of this fact. He knew deeply that in this life, his evolution speed would far exceed that of ordinary people. His energy accumulation would be faster and more violent, and the energy restlessness and physiological needs after evolution would only be more intense and harder to control than in his past life. He needed to channel a safe and controllable floodgate. Rather than losing control at a critical moment, harming those who might be important to him, or suppressing it to the point of affecting his combat effectiveness, or even being exploited by enemies, it was better to take precautions. These girls, carefully selected and gathered around him through auditions, were first and foremost a key part of solving this side effect. They were young, healthy, dependent on him for survival in the apocalypse, and thus more likely to accept such an arrangement. Qin Feng would provide them with food far above the average apocalypse standard, safe shelter, and opportunities to become stronger. In return, they bore the responsibility of soothing his violent post-evolution energy. This was a cold, realistic exchange based on the laws of survival in the apocalypse. Of course, this was not all. Qin Feng's vision extended further. These girls, helpless in the apocalypse, were given by him the hope of survival in a relatively superior environment. The bond established through this method, coupled with the immense power he displayed, would greatly strengthen their dependence and loyalty towards him. They would become part of his core team, the steadfast supporters and executors of his future faction. In the cruel apocalypse, the cohesive force of loyalty gathered around a powerful leader was the cornerstone of survival and development. He was cultivating his own roots. The snow vehicle continued across the frozen wasteland for nearly 3 hours. Qin Feng stopped the vehicle again. He jumped out, stretched his somewhat stiff body, and then opened the doors of the 3 containers one by one. "Come out to get some air, relieve yourselves, and have something to eat." His voice was calm, carrying an undeniable authority. The girls inside the containers, already terrified by the intense gunfire and fighting earlier, felt their tense nerves suddenly relax upon hearing Qin Feng's voice. When they saw Qin Feng standing unharmed in the wind and snow, his upright figure seemingly radiating a reassuring power, fear was quickly replaced by a complex emotion mingled with relief, awe, and intense dependence. "Brother Qin is fine. Thank goodness. He took down all those people by himself. He's so strong. Following him, we can definitely survive." The women murmured among themselves, their eyes fixed on Qin Feng with undisguised worship and reassurance. In the apocalypse, strength was the greatest charm and the only source of security. Having witnessed the thunderous methods Qin Feng displayed, any lingering hesitation or unease in their hearts had now completely transformed into unwavering loyalty. Qin Feng had intentionally arranged the containers into a small circle, somewhat blocking the biting wind and snow. The girls lined up to relieve themselves in the center of the circle. For a moment, the snow-covered ground was filled with a pattering sound. In the apocalypse, the sense of shame had been largely worn away by the pressure to survive, but this scene still caused many girls' cheeks to burn as they hurriedly finished. Soon everyone had returned to the relatively warm containers. Qin Feng carefully checked and locked each door. The snow vehicle started again, dragging its heavy load, continuing its journey towards the destination. Due to towing the 3 containers, the vehicle's speed could not be increased. What should have been a 2-hour straight-line journey ended up taking over 6 hours under the influence of the wind, snow, and heavy load. When the sky was fully bright and the wind and snow seemed to have subsided a little, a cluster of buildings surrounded by high walls, their exquisite outlines still discernible even against the snowy night, finally appeared on the horizon. Linglong Villa District, they had arrived. In the early morning, the snow vehicle slowly came to a halt in the central square of the Linglong Villa area. Following closely, 3 shipping containers with a slight groan from metal friction came to a steady stop amidst the thick snow. With a clang, Qin Feng swiftly pulled open the heavy door latch of the container, and a rush of warm air mixed with human heat, sweat, and the scent of long-distance travel greeted him. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly pierced through the vehicle. "We have arrived, everyone come out." One by one, figures wrapped tightly resembling moving zongzi carefully stepped onto the platform, filled with uncontrollable excitement and curiosity entering this icy paradise. As soon as their feet touched the ground, a loud exclamation with a strong Korean accent erupted. "Uni Unera. Is this really our new home? Wow, this is amazing. It really is a villa. So big and beautiful." Jean Sujong jumped up excitedly, her bulky down jacket unable to hide her elation, her eyes wide with greed, as she swept her gaze across the row of villas that appeared even more grand against the snowy backdrop. "My biggest dream in this life was to live in a big villa. Now, it has actually come true. Long live our master." Beside her, Lin Yunera tried hard to maintain her composure, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise as she gazed at the main villa standing tall and imposing at the center of the square. Her voice carried, "Ah, Sujong, quiet down. We have already witnessed our master's power, haven't we? How could he deceive us? However, the main residence is truly magnificent, worthy of being our master's abode." Her gaze was filled with reverence. "Oh my God." Jennifer exaggeratedly covered her mouth, her bright blue eyes filled with shock. "Scarlet, look, this is simply like a top-tier wealthy community before the apocalypse. No, it's even more solid, safer. Can we really live here in the future?" She turned to her equally blonde and tall companion. Scarlet took a deep breath of the cold, yet incredibly freeing air, her gaze towards the main villa filled with a nearly devout conviction. "Jennifer, you are right. Our master is like a god to us. Not only is he powerful, but he has also granted us such a fortress-like home. This is simply a miracle." Her voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly, prompting a dozen or so Western girls around to nod vigorously. On the other side, Xiao Tsang Yukai excitedly grabbed her companion Jean Mei's arm, her voice trembling. "Mei-chan, look, this is a house I couldn't even dream of. It's so big. When we initially participated in the selection, we worked so hard to climb up just to earn more money and have a stable place to live in the future, right? I never expected. Our master directly gave us a paradise. Wow. Yamti, Yamete. I'm so happy." She was so excited that she stammered, her face turning red. Jean Mei looked at Xiao Tsang Yukai's love-struck expression and couldn't help but chuckled, gently nudging her with her elbow and teasing in a low voice, "Little flirt, are you already unable to handle this? Look at you, so pathetic. In front of our master, you should show some real skills. Don't just stand there grinning foolishly." Her eyes held a hint of mischief and suggestion. "Humph." Xiao Tsang Yukai puffed out her chest, her face blushing, but her eyes sparkled with a bit of pride. "You can rest assured, Mei-chan. I have studied plenty of learning materials from our country, and when the time comes, I will definitely satisfy our master." This remark drew giggles from several girls from her country, and the atmosphere instantly became a bit ambiguous. The girls who had been holding back all along at this moment burst forth like caged larks, their chattering voices overlapping various languages of astonishment, emotion, and teasing intertwining, as if to pour out all the emotions that had been pinned up in the containers. They looked around this territory, which seemed so luxurious, so solid, filled with technology and hope amidst the apocalypse, their tired faces glowing with unprecedented radiance. Filled with hope for a future life. Qin Feng observed the faces before him, red from the cold, yet brimming with excitement, admiration, and boundless hope, listening to their unabashed praises and dreams for the future. A feeling of satisfaction from controlling everything being looked up to arose within him. He curled his lips into a barely perceptible smile and cleared his throat. "All right, enough standing around like fools. It's too cold outside. Follow me, I'll take you to a warmer place." Leading the female army, he passed through an inconspicuous passage beside the main villa, entering a spacious underground garage. The heavy concrete insulated them from the terrifying cold outside at -60 degrees, and while the temperature inside was still around -10 degrees, it felt like spring compared to the outside. "Ah, it's so warm, I feel like I'm alive again. Heavens, I can finally stop hunching." The girls all sighed in relief, eagerly unwrapping their thick scarves, shedding the bulky down jackets that nearly restricted their movements, and taking off their frost-covered knit hats. Long-term lack of cleanliness had made their hair appear somewhat greasy and messy, but those carefully selected faces, all with an average beauty rating above 90, now under the bright light of high-powered flashlights, shed the disarray of their journey, revealing stunning beauty. Youthful, charming, pure, and cold. Various charms blossomed quietly once the heavy burdens were released, making Qin Feng's gaze darken slightly, as a hot, wicked flame quietly rose in his lower abdomen. He suppressed his emotions and stood firm in a relatively open area at the center of the parking lot. 180 pairs of eyes filled with anticipation, dependence, and a hint of awe focused on him in unison. All right, Qin Feng's voice echoed in the underground space. This is the foundation of our future. The Linglong Villa area will be your home from now on. Outside, you saw 10 subsidiary villas, each specially reinforced and transformed, warm, solid, and capable of comfortably accommodating 20 people. I can see many girls' eyes showing a desire to live with familiar companions. I will directly give the plan. Now it's time to form groups. The principle is that each villa will have a Chinese girl as the leader, paired with 17 members striving for balanced nationalities for easier management. As soon as the words fell, the crowd instantly quieted down, leaving only tense breaths. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the name that would determine the group affiliation. Qin Feng leisurely took out a printed list from his pocket, actually from space, and scanned it with eyes like lightning. The girls who were met by his gaze unconsciously straightened their backs. Now when I call your name, step forward and take on the role of villa leader. His voice was steady and powerful. Shen Sini Yang Meyer Ten Song Yun Zhao Jin Mai Xiao Rong Yu Jiang Xiaofan, Li Qianqian Shin Youchu, Li Hani Zhang Ruolan. 10 names were clearly announced. The girls who were called out felt a mix of surprise and excitement, which then turned into solemnity. They took a deep breath, and under the envious or blessing gazes of the crowd, they stepped forward with firm strides, walking out from the group to stand before Qin Feng. Shen Sini stood at the front, her posture upright, and her gaze blazing, already bearing a hint of a leader's demeanor. Qin Feng looked at these 10 young and beautiful faces and nodded with satisfaction. I have carefully reviewed your profiles. Top students from prestigious universities, clear-headed, strong-willed, and able to endure hardship. I believe in your abilities. From now on, each of you will be responsible for coordinating and managing the 18 people, including yourselves, in one villa. Daily living discipline and order, resource allocation, and teaching the foreign girls Chinese. All of these are your full responsibility. Any questions? No, master. 10 clear or steady female voices replied, in unison, resolute and decisive. A sense of intangible responsibility and the honor of being trusted surged within their hearts. Very good. Qin Feng nodded. Now with Shen Sini as the overall coordinator, you 10 will immediately begin dividing into groups. They'll give you 10 minutes. What followed was an efficient and orderly scene. Shen Sini demonstrated excellent organizational skills, quickly communicating with the other 19 leaders. Based on Qin Feng's requirement for nationality balance, and taking into account the small groups and personality traits observed along the way, she swiftly and fairly allocated the remaining 170 people. Although the women felt a slight regret at not being able to live entirely with their fellow townspeople, they were more filled with anticipation for the new environment and new roommates. Coupled with their absolute obedience to Qin Feng's decisions, the entire process proceeded without any chaos, and they cooperated very well, standing together under their respective team leaders. Qin Feng watched the 10 neat small square formations quickly take shape and nodded inwardly. The quality of this team was indeed worth his investment. Grouping complete. Now team leaders, lead your teams to the villas assigned to you. Qin Feng issued the command. The fireplaces in the villas have already been lit in advance, and the temperature can be maintained at around 10 degrees, which is comfortable enough. The basement is a storage room stocked with enough food, drinking water, fuel, and various daily necessities to last all of you for a year. Most importantly, he paused, looking at the girl's eyes that instantly lit up, and smiled. There's a hot water system upstairs. All of you take a good bath and get yourselves cleaned up. There are change of clothes and basic toiletries prepared for you in the closets. Wow, a hot bath. We have clothes to change into. That's great. Long live the master. Uncontrollable cheers erupted instantly, and an immense sense of happiness washed over everyone. After experiencing the despair of the apocalypse and the breathtaking long journey, a warm, safe place with food, a bath, and clean clothes was the most sacred heaven in their hearts at that moment. Their gazes towards Qin Feng were overflowing with adoration. Go! Qin Feng waved his hand, watching the 10 team leaders like a flock of cheerful birds lead their teams and eagerly rush towards their new homes. He called Shen Sini aside and gave her a few low-voiced instructions, mainly emphasizing safety and discipline, letting them arrange internal affairs on their own. Finally, he said, tomorrow at 8 in the evening, you 10 team leaders will meet me in the living room of the main house. Yes, master. Shen Sini promised solemnly and quickly left with her team members. The noisy underground parking lot finally fell silent. Qin Feng let out a long sigh, and a wave of immense fatigue swept over him instantly. Driving, killing, planning, coping. The continuous high-intensity operations had taken a particularly heavy toll on his mental energy. What he needed most now was a deep sleep. Returning to his impregnable, luxurious, and comfortable main residence, Qin Feng threw himself directly onto the oversized custom bed in the master bedroom, which was large enough to accommodate over a dozen people. Almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, a heavy drowsiness completely engulfed him. He slept until after 8 in the evening, when he was awakened by the pangs of hunger in his stomach. He pushed aside the thick blackout curtains. Outside it was pitch black with only the wind and snow still raging. However, what made the corners of his mouth involuntarily curl up was the sight of wisps of pale blue cooking smoke rising gracefully from the chimneys of the 10 auxiliary villas within his line of sight, appearing exceptionally warm and full of life in the cold night sky. Very good, they've all settled in. His last trace of worry was also laid to rest. As long as he gave them time to recuperate, this carefully selected logistics core would soon become an indispensable asset to him. After washing up and enjoying a hearty meal of top-grade steak taken from his spatial storage, Qin Feng went to the specially designed atrium on the first floor. A patch of verdant bamboo grove had been transplanted here, accompanied by exquisite pavilions and waterside pavilions. Protected by a climate control system, it was full of vitality, forming a stark contrast with the icy world outside the window. He sat on a bamboo rocking chair listening to the rustling of bamboo leaves in the artificial breeze, and his mind gradually calmed down. Rescuing these 180 women was a crucial step in the carefully laid plans he had made since his rebirth. They were not only the core human resources for the future operation of the base, but also the cornerstone for him to establish order and consolidate strength. Now this move had been perfectly executed. Next, I need to focus entirely on improving myself. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Spatial ability was fundamental, but his own physical strength was equally important. He needed to quickly accumulate the energy within his body to a critical point, and then set out to seize those few crucial ability fruits from his memories. To complete the first evolution of his life form. The sooner the evolution was completed, the sooner he could be at ease. He set a goal for himself for the next half-month. He must be utterly single-minded, engaging in extreme physical training and ancient martial arts tempering. He must adjust his body and mind to their optimal state within half a month, and then go to pluck the fruits. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the meeting room of the underground garage, Qin Feng sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over these 10 young and immensely potential beautiful faces. Without any preamble, he got straight to the point. I called you here to brief you on the arrangements for the next half-month. This half-month is a critical period for you to rest and recover, and also to learn and improve. I will be going into seclusion for special training. Unless it's an emergency, do not disturb me. The women's expressions turned serious, and they sat up even straighter. There are a few things you need to do. Qin Feng was clear and methodical. First, daily life management. 2 meals a day with enough food, but waste is strictly prohibited. For bathing, organize a group bath every 5 days. The weather is too cold. Bathing too frequently can lead to illness, so pay attention to keeping warm. Personal hygiene must also be maintained. Second, physical recovery and basic training. Organize everyone in their respective villas or the open area of the underground garage for restorative physical exercises, jogging, stretching, and basic strength training. Third, and most importantly, learning. He emphasized his tone. Starting tomorrow, I will provide a batch of teaching materials and firearms. The content will mainly cover the structured disassembly and assembly of firearms, basic shooting principles and safety regulations, simple fighting techniques, focusing on practicality and survival, and basic outdoor survival knowledge. We need to protect ourselves and avoid revealing our position to attract thugs. Teach the foreign girls the Chinese language, how to identify directions in extreme environments, set up shelters, and so on. Shinsini is an overall charge. You 10 team leaders must lead by example in learning, and then organize your team members to study and practice. When I'm away, you are both instructors and students. In half a month, I want to see initial results. Yes, master. The 10 women replied in unison, their voices laced with excitement and a hint of nervousness. Learning about firearms and combat. This was something they would never have dared to imagine before. This meant that the master was not only providing them with shelter, but also empowering them. This trust and expectation made their blood boil with passion. Remember, Qin Feng emphasized finally, safety first. Discipline first. I don't want any trouble. Understand? Understood. Master, we guarantee to complete the task. The reply was even louder and more resolute. Very good, go ahead. Qin Feng waved his hand. Watching the backs of the 10 team leaders, Qin Feng knew that the gears of the base had already begun to turn. The next morning, in a training room deep within the main residence, Qin Feng was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of athletic shorts revealing his lean and fluid muscle lines. He took a deep breath and his gaze became as sharp as an eagle's. Let's begin. In the morning, it was extreme physical training that squeezed out every ounce of potential ultra-high-intensity. Interval running on the treadmill kicked up a gale, heavy barbell plates were lifted with difficulty on the squat rack time, and again a sweat streamed like a small river over his bronze skin, dripping onto the anti-slip mat with a faint pat sound. Every gasp after reaching exhaustion was accompanied by a deeper craving for strength. In the afternoon, an ancient and solemn rhythm echoed through the training room. Qin Feng's figure leaped, turned, and dodged in the empty space, sometimes as agile as an ape leaping across a ravine, sometimes as fierce as a tiger pouncing on its prey, sometimes as powerful as an old bear shaking a tree. He was practicing the ancient martial arts inheritance he had obtained at a great cost before the apocalypse. Every punch and every kick carried the sound of tearing air. The movements were simple and unadorned, yet they contained explosive power and profound striking techniques. Sweat had long since soaked his shorts, but his gaze was focused as if he knew no fatigue. He repeated those seemingly simple, yet highly refined moves over and over, honing his muscles and bones, tempering his blood and chi, guiding the warm current within his body to circulate slowly, strengthening every inch of his being. Time in this almost self-torturing ascetic practice flew by rapidly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On July 1st, 2040, the apocalypse descended, and it has been a whole month. In the underground training room of Lianshin residence at Linglong Community, Qin Feng stood bare-chested, sweat trickling down through the chiseled muscles of his torso, splattering onto the rubber floor. He was shouldering a barbell weighing a full 100 kilograms. With every deep squat, his thigh muscles tightened like rock, erupting with astonishing power. It's worth noting that before the apocalypse, he struggled to lift 50 kilograms. Yet now he was performing standard, powerful, deep squats with a weight that exceeded normal human limits. Such intensity would deter many professional weightlifters, let alone someone like him, who had completed over 100 sets. The reflection in the mirror showed a figure with full pectorals and six-pack abs, as if chiseled by knife and axe. This month of high-intensity training, infused with ancient martial arts videos and practical techniques, yielded astonishing results, surpassing the effects of those who had long been sculpting their bodies in gyms. This powerful physique could captivate anyone's eyes. Huff! With the last deep squat completed, Qin Feng heavily placed the barbell back onto the rack, producing a muffled sound. He leaned on his knee, breathing heavily, reaching his limit. He could clearly feel that his body's potential had been pushed to the peak of this current stage. Relying solely on training, it had become difficult to achieve further qualitative leaps. Wiping the sweat from his face, he walked to the mirror. Looking at his transformed self, a satisfied smile curved at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. His muscle lines were smooth and filled with explosive power, and his gaze was sharp like an eagle. Excellent, this body was already prepared for the next step. It's time, he murmured softly, a glint of fervor flashing in his eyes, to pluck that fruit. The opportunity for breakthrough was right before him. As long as he swallowed that crucial mutated fruit from his past life, he would be able to step into the ranks of a first-level awakened being in one fell swoop. At that time, his physical attributes would undergo a comprehensive and quantum leap in enhancement. Speed, agility, explosive power, endurance, and resistance to blows. Each aspect would surpass that of ordinary people by several times. It was a leap in the essence of life at the cellular level, a key step that would thoroughly widen the gap between him and ordinary individuals. At that time, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he could see certain figures you all just wait to kneel and beg for mercy. After a shower and changing into clean clothes, Qin Feng felt revitalized. He exited the master villa of Lianshin residence, preparing to check on a few attached villas. Pushing open the door of one of the villas, a warm breeze mixed with a faint fragrance greeted him. In the living room, Jiang Xiaofan was patiently teaching a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls from Bear Country how to speak Chinese, dressed in a fitted casual outfit. She was focused, her silky black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Though she was wearing 2 layers of clothing, her curvaceous figure was still subtly discernible. Coupled with her delicate and beautiful face, the entire scene was tranquil and lovely, a feast for the eyes. The girls in the room noticed Qin Feng, at once initially stunned, then erupting with joyous cheers. A dozen vibrant figures quickly surrounded him, chirping enthusiastically to greet him. These girls, each with different appearances, some alluring, some pure, and all graceful, gathered together. The rush of youthful vitality and adoring glances was enough to set Qin Feng's heart ablaze, even with his extraordinary composure. Master, Mr. Qin, you finally came out. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Seeing you all in good spirits puts me at ease. Continue your studies, I'll take a stroll elsewhere. Master. A girl from Bear Country, still struggling with her Chinese, boldly approached, affectionately linking her arm with his, and in a soft, sweet voice, with a foreign accent, pouted, "We miss you so much. Will you stay and keep us company?" Her tall, voluptuous frame pressed closely against Qin Feng, the incredible elasticity of her body clearly transmitted through the thin fabric. Qin Feng felt a soft yet elastic pressure on his arm, and the mingled fragrance lingered at his nose, a wave of heat uncontrollably rising from his lower abdomen. He mused, this foreign girl is indeed as passionate as fire. Looking at the other girls, each with shimmering eyes and slightly flushed cheeks, their bashful yet expectant expressions were simply irresistible. Adding to this was the tension built up from over a dozen days of closed-door training, his body brimming with pent-up energy. Surrounded by this gentle haven, Qin Feng decisively decided no more restraint. He grabbed Jiang Xiaofan and the most enthusiastic girl from Bear Country, Zhou, and spoke loudly to the other girls, "All of you come with me." His tone carried an undeniable authority. The girls were first taken aback, then quickly understood, their faces flushing as excitement and anticipation sparkled in their eyes, obediently following behind him into a spacious bedroom. The door gently closed. Moments later, sounds of surprised and delighted gasps from the girls began to faintly echo from the room. Then came rhythmic sounds akin to clapping, interspersed with suppressed melodious murmurs that could not be contained. This exciting and splendid symphony of sounds persisted for over 2 hours before gradually quieting down. When the door opened again, Qin Feng leaned against the door frame as he stepped out. His face looked slightly pale, beads of sweat still clinging to his forehead and his walking posture, while it bore a hint of subtle unsteadiness, and his thighs felt a bit weak. He slowly strolled to the living room sofa, took out a pack of Hatian Xia from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep puff. Amidst the swirling smoke, he closed his eyes to rest, striving to calm his somewhat rapid breathing and exhausted body. In the room, a scene of idyllic springtime unfolded. On the bed and the carpet lay the girls, sprawled in sweet slumber. Each of them appeared relaxed, a rosy hue lingering on their cheeks, with sweet smiles at the corners of their mouths, as if they had just experienced an exquisite feast of joy. After finishing one cigarette, Qin Feng felt his strength returning somewhat, and the sensation of soreness in his waist and knees eased considerably. He stood up and decisively left the villa. He decided not to go to other places for now. He truly feared being fervently detained by some villa's beauty brigade, which would leave him completely drained. Upon returning to Lianshin residence, Qin Feng immediately instructed a campus bell to notify 10 female team leaders to gather in the underground garage. In no time, 10 stunning and radiant women assembled in the garage. They all wore neat combat uniforms exuding a heroic charm. Especially Jiang Xiaofan, who had just received special attention, looked particularly radiant at that moment, with an alluring blush on her fair cheeks and a myriad of enchanting expressions in her eyes. Seeing this line of beautiful scenery before him, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly steadied himself, suppressing those stirring thoughts. He pointed to a few heavy wooden boxes piled nearby. Here are some supplies. Team leaders come over to collect the gear. Qin Feng's voice was calm. Inside are 40 military-grade compound bows and 400 alloy-tipped arrows. You 10 teams will split them evenly. Upon returning, immediately organize all team members for training. The requirement is simple. You must quickly master the skills of drawing bows and shooting arrows with the goal of hitting any target within 100 meters, 100 accuracy. He scanned the crowd, his tone serious. In terms of strength and stamina, women may not hold an advantage compared to men, but your strengths lie in agility, cooperation, and precision strikes. Long-range weapons are key to leveraging your advantages. Go back and study how to coordinate and enhance the overall combat effectiveness. This is crucial for the survival of all of us. Yes, Master. The female team leaders replied in unison, their voices crisp and powerful. At this moment, Zhang Ruolin, standing beside Jiang Xiaofan, spoke with a hint of grievance in a delicate tone. Master, you spent so long with Captain Jiang this afternoon, why didn't you come visit us? When she spoke, the other team leaders also cast looks of expectation, mixed with a hint of pouting. Qin Feng cleared his throat twice to mask his awkwardness. Well, originally I did plan to check on every place. But then, Captain Jiang and the others were too enthusiastic, which delayed me. Don't worry, in a few days I will definitely inspect each of your works and provide proper guidance. Before they could complain again, Qin Feng quickly took out 10 rugged-looking military-style walkie-talkies from an inconspicuous backpack. Take these. He distributed the walkie-talkies one by one to the team leaders. Walkie-talkies. The team leaders received the heavy devices, their faces displaying clear astonishment and disbelief. After the apocalypse hit, all electronic devices had instantly malfunctioned, a fact they had witnessed and experienced firsthand. Now Qin Feng had produced walkie-talkies that were still functional. Qin Feng noticed the confusion in their eyes and casually explained, no need to be surprised. These are military-grade products that I spent a fortune on from special channels before the apocalypse. To avoid possible tracking, they were specially treated with the highest level of shielding protection. I didn't expect that this layer of protection would still be effective and manage to survive. Now it all makes sense. The team leaders suddenly realized their shock, instantly transforming into deeper admiration and respect for Qin Feng. The master is truly powerful. He even has this. They carefully cradled the precious communication tools as if holding rare treasures. I need to go out for 2 days to handle some matters, Qin Feng instructed. I'll return in 2 days. You all pay attention to the walkie-talkies at all times. When I call, immediately gather your respective teams, freshen up, and come to my Lianshin residence. Understood. Understood, Master. The 10 female team leaders straightened their backs and responded in unison, their gazes resolute. Qin Feng nodded, watching them leave with their weapons and walkie-talkies, letting out a long sigh of relief. The faint sense of fatigue deep within him resurfaced. He rubbed his lower back and turned towards his vehicle. It was time to retrieve that crucial fruit. The night, like thick ink, completely enveloped the Linglong residential area. Inside the dining room of the Liang Xinju villa, under the warm yellow light, a sumptuous yet quiet dinner had just concluded. Qin Feng put down his chopsticks and without delay rose and headed straight for the equipment room. Time was pressing. The ability fruit that could break through the shackles of a level 1 awakener was still waiting for him amidst the ruins of the Jiangbei chemical plant. Shall I check the villa's perimeter security? Qin Feng spoke into the air as he walked towards the equipment rack. The intelligent butler's gentle electronic voice immediately echoed in the room. The perimeter security system is operating normally, master. No abnormal life form signals detected. Qin Feng acknowledged, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of equipment on the rack. Thermal underwear, tactical vests with ceramic plates, ultralight but highly insulating down jackets, and extreme cold weather gear specifically for low temperatures. These were all top-tier equipment he had spent a fortune to acquire before the apocalypse, now quietly resting in the independent area opened by his spatial ability. Qin Feng dressed swiftly. Taking advantage of the night, he left the villa, took out the drone, and launched it. Target: Jiangbei chemical plant. Planning the shortest straight-line path, Qin Feng expertly maneuvered the drone. Like a ghost in the dark, it silently flew out through the open window of the villa. It instantly merged into the thick night, speeding towards the direction of Jiangbei. No need to take detours, ignoring the obstacles of rubble and ruins on the ground. Fly in a straight line. This was the advantage of the drone, and also the confidence that allowed Qin Feng to act alone at night. In less than half an hour, the drone hovered steadily in a hidden corner about a kilometer away from the chemical plant ruins. Qin Feng confirmed the landing point was safe through the remote control screen and decisively issued the landing command. With a thought from Qin Feng, the drone vanished, instantly returning to his space. He shouldered a tactical backpack as a decoy and put on a tactical helmet integrated with night vision and thermal imaging. His field of vision instantly switched, a cold, gray-green world intertwined with orange blobs representing heat sources appearing before him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng melted into the shadows and began to creep towards the chemical plant ruins. The subtle sounds of debris underfoot were deliberately minimized. The night vision scanner swept over the broken walls while the thermal imager vigilantly probed for life signals in the surroundings. Now is not the time to be reckless, Qin Feng warned himself in his heart, each step taken with extreme caution. I have mountains of supplies in my space, a villa full of beautiful women, and this impregnable fortress. My good days have just begun. If I capsize in a ditch, that would be a loss too great to bear. He clearly remembered that a month after the apocalypse, the animals that had managed to survive, catalyzed by mysterious energy, had begun terrifying genetic evolution. Mutant beasts. They would instinctively enhance their most adept abilities: the sharp claws and agility of wild cats, the biting power and endurance of wild dogs, even the burrowing ability of rats. All would become extremely terrifying. A once harmless rabbit, after evolving, could leap over 10 meters and break a person's bones as if it were nothing. Encountering them early on would be extremely dangerous. His spiritual power, like an invisible tentacle, cautiously spread outward from his center, covering a range of about 50 meters. This was the current limit of his spiritual power and one of his most important early warning methods. The data streams from the night vision and thermal imaging devices constantly refreshed on the helmet display. As he approached the rusted, twisted, and deformed gate of the chemical plant, the thermal imager captured several faint but clear human-shaped heat source signals in the ruins of a suspected dormitory building ahead to the side. Survivors. Qin Feng's steps did not pause for a moment. He didn't even spare a glance in that direction. His goal was unmistakably clear: the ability fruit. Nothing else, no one else's life or death, was within his consideration at this moment. Like a silent shadow, he used the ruined buildings for cover, heading straight for the corner in his memory. Passing through collapsed workshops, bypassing huge reaction tanks, emitting a pungent smell of chemical residue, he finally saw it in a relatively intact, secluded corner of the wall. A sapling about a man's height stood alone, rooted in a crack in the concrete. In the night vision scope, it appeared a deep, dark cyan throughout. And at the top of the tree, a fruit the size of a fist, completely dark red, hung silently. This was it. The moment Qin Feng's gaze locked onto the fruit, an intense craving stemming from the very essence of life erupted like a volcano from the deepest part of his being. Every cell screamed the same desire: eat it. Eat it. This feeling was exactly the same as in his past life. The temptation that could transform one's being and shatter the shackles of life was profoundly stirring, no matter how many times experienced. Suppressing the urge to devour it immediately, Qin Feng moved with lightning speed. He quickly stepped forward and carefully plucked the dark red fruit, which emitted a strange faint glow. The moment his fingertips touched the skin, a gentle yet surging wave of energy transmitted, causing the fine hairs on his arm to stand slightly on end. Without a moment's hesitation, the fruit vanished, safely stored away in the absolutely secure dimensional space. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It would be safest to consume it back at the villa. The breakthrough process would inevitably be accompanied by intense energy surges and physical transformation, which needed to be carried out in a safe sanctuary to ensure absolute success. Furthermore, a subtle curve touched his lips. The impurities expelled from the body after the breakthrough, along with that unpleasant odor and the subsequent certain side effects, would be much more convenient to handle in the villa. It would be the perfect opportunity to let Jiang Xiaofan and the others lend a hand. He carefully sensed within his space. The fruit floated quietly, showing no signs of energy leakage or mutation. Qin Feng wasted no time. He immediately took out the DJI T-100 drone and flew directly back to the villa. It was already past 2 in the morning when he returned to the Liangxinju villa. All was silent, with only the villa's internal microlight system providing a soft glow. Qin Feng quickly removed his equipment. With a sweep of his mind, all the gear automatically returned to its place. He walked to the center of the living room and activated the intelligent butler. Xiao AI, I am here, master. The soft lighting brightened and Xiao Ai's virtual avatar appeared on the control panel. Listen, Qin Feng's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. From now on, raise the villa's security level to the highest fortress mode. Activate all defense systems at full power, seal all external passages and airtight doors, and initiate the independent oxygen circulation system. Enter level 1 radio silence. For any attempt to enter or breach by any person or any means without my biometric identification, command the protocol is kill on sight. Understood, master. Fortress mode has been initiated. All defense units activated sealing passages. As Xiao AI responded, a low mechanical hum echoed from within the villa. Thick alloy armor plates slid out from the walls and ceiling, completely sealing the doors and windows, and the ventilation system switched to internal circulation. Qin Feng paused, then added, final instruction: if I enter the master bedroom and fail to proactively cancel the silent mode within 3 days or fail the biometric verification, then permanently seal the shelter. Execute the final protocol. Xiao Ai's virtual avatar seemed to gaze at Qin Feng for a second. The electronic voice remained steady yet carried a trace of finality. Instruction confirmed: maximum security level fortress mode is active. Final protocol conditions set: if the master's proactive deactivation command and biometric verification are not received within 72 hours, the shelter will be permanently sealed. Initiating the self-destruct sequence countdown. Xiao AI will accompany you until the end, master. Very good. Qin Feng nodded, satisfied with Xiao Ai's absolute obedience. This was the final safety measure he had prepared for himself. Having given his instructions, Qin Feng strode towards the master bedroom, heading straight into the spacious and bright bathroom. He stripped off his clothes in a few swift motions, standing naked on the cold tiles. He clearly remembered that after consuming this fruit in his past life, his body would undergo a marrow cleansing and tendon washing, expelling a large amount of black, foul-smelling impurities. The stench could knock out an ox. Dealing with it in the bathroom by washing it directly down the drain was the most convenient. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng retrieved the dark red ability fruit from his space. It lay quietly in his palm, radiating an enticing luster and a surging aura of life energy. The very air in the bathroom seemed to tremble slightly at the fruit's appearance. Success or failure all hinged on this moment. Qin Feng's gaze hardened. With no further hesitation, he opened his mouth and in a few bites consumed the fruit that carried his future power and hope. The instant the fruit, brimming with immense energy, slid into Qin Feng's stomach, it was as if a miniature bomb had detonated within him. An indescribable torrent of energy erupted violently, rampaging through every corner of his limbs and body. Qin Feng let out a muffled groan, his body arching sharply like a shrimp plunged into boiling oil. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly like a bowstring pulled to its limit. His teeth ground together with a grating sound, and a trace of metallic sweetness seeped from the corner of his lips. He had bitten through the inner lining of his mouth. Pain. A bone-gnawing, heart-wrenching agony. Every cell felt like a balloon being forcibly inflated, swelling and distending wildly on the verge of bursting. His bones emitted sharp cracking sounds under the unbearable strain, as if they would shatter at any moment. Even though Qin Feng had endured this inhuman torment once in his past life, the pain now made his vision blur and sweat pour from his skin. He looked as if he had just been pulled from the water. Damn it, this wretched fruit still packs such a punch. He cursed through clenched teeth, yet deep within his consciousness he remained remarkably clear-headed. He knew this was the indispensable tempering on the path of evolution, the price that must be paid for a leap in the hierarchy of life. Skin, muscles, bones, organs. The most minute units of his body greedily, even frantically absorbed this violent energy. The power accumulating to its peak drove a subtle, yet fundamental restructuring of his genetic sequence. Time became blurred amidst the extreme agony. He didn't know how long had passed. Perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity. Just as Qin Feng felt he was about to be torn apart by the energy, and his consciousness was sinking into darkness, a faint, yet strikingly clear light ignited deep within his mind. It was the crystalline core, a shimmering core the size of a grain of rice, yet seemingly containing a universe of stars slowly condensed into form at the center of his consciousness. The moment it appeared, the rampaging, unrestrained energy within his body, as if finding its destined home, let out a silent roar, and surged madly toward that tiny core where it was greedily absorbed, compressed, and stored. The mysterious substance within the fruit, like a masterful genetic engineer, precisely adjusted the code of his life. Under the relentless scouring of energy, his entire body cells were like refined iron being hammered repeatedly. Impurities were forcibly expelled through blood vessels and pores, leaving behind denser, tougher, and more vibrant new cells brimming with vitality. The density of his bones increased, taking on a subtle jade-like luster. The peristalsis of his internal organs grew more powerful, their functions exponentially enhanced. Each breath became long and deep, accelerating his blood circulation and aiding this earth-shattering metabolism. The physical transformation was accompanied by a violent rejection reaction. Sweat mixed with a sticky gray-black grime continuously oozed out, forming a thick, foul-smelling crust on his skin. About a day later, Qin Feng's eyes snapped open as consciousness returned like an ebbing tide. The first thing that assaulted his nostrils was an indescribable stench, like garbage left to rot for a decade mixed with sewer sludge. Ugh! Even with his iron will, the smell nearly made him faint. Looking down, he saw he looked as if he had just crawled out of a septic tank. He quickly turned on the shower, letting the hot water wash over his foul body. The powerful stream of hot water cascaded down, carrying away the black-gray filth down the drain along with the nauseating odor. When the warm water had thoroughly cleansed his body, Qin Feng stood in the cascade, feeling an unprecedented lightness and the surging, seemingly boundless power within him. He couldn't help but let out a gratifying low roar. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. This was the feeling of evolution. Yet this exhilaration lasted less than 10 minutes. An inexplicable scorching heat suddenly erupted without warning from deep within his lower abdomen, like a wildfire ignited, instantly engulfing his entire body. The blood that had just calmed seemed to have oil thrown into it, boiling once more, rampaging through his veins. A violent primal aggressiveness, like a beast breaking free from its cage, madly assailed the dikes of his reason. His eyes uncontrollably filled with terrifying bloodshot streaks. His breathing grew heavy and burning. Every inch of his skin became so sensitive he could feel the air's flow, as if countless tiny electric currents were darting beneath the surface. Here it comes, the side effects. His heart jolted. The symptoms of energy overload he had experienced in his past life surged into his mind. This physiological imbalance, triggered by the explosive expansion of life energy, required immediate and effective channeling. Otherwise, it would at least damage his foundation and at worst shatter his sanity, reducing him to a beast driven only by destruction. The surge in strength and spiritual power had become the spark igniting the powder keg. The primal violent energy born of life's instinct demanding release was violently battering his crumbling willpower. At this rate, my body won't hold out much longer. His mind felt as if it were on fire. The last shred of reason told him he had to act immediately. He suppressed the urge to tear everything apart and roared in a hoarse voice, "Shao AI, lift the safety protocols. Restore the shelter to normal operation." He called Shinsini and the other women via the intercom. His voice carried an unquestionable command and a barely concealed urgency. Upon receiving the order, Shinsini and the others dared not show the slightest hesitation. Though filled with awe and curiosity at his impregnable shelter's interior, they were even more aware of their master's authority. They swiftly passed through a series of security doors and, guided by Xiao Ai, nervously arrived at the door of his bedroom. As the door swung open, a wave of scent mixed with the fragrance of body wash and an indescribable, overwhelmingly masculine aura rushed toward them. In the center of the room, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, clad only in a bathrobe, his back to them. Though she had vaguely understood what might await her when he took her in and had mentally prepared herself, now facing that intimidating back radiating immense pressure, her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He spun around abruptly. His eyes were bloodshot, the flames within them threatening to consume all. "Come here." His voice was low and husky, carrying an irresistible force. What followed was a fierce storm of energy channeling. The room was filled only with heavy breaths, stifled sobs, and heartbeats like thunderous drums. Like an untamed beast driven by the violent energy within, he ceaselessly sought the channeling and balance of life force. Shinsini's first team arrived on the scene. Yet only a fraction of the surging energy from his evolved body had been released. The heat and wildness continued to assault his nerves. Soon Li Chanxian, Xiao Rongyu, Shen Youchu, Zhang Roland, Zhao Jinmai, Tan Songyun, Li Hani, Jiang Xiaofan. All the chosen members under his command. Time slipped away in the chaos. Not until the dead of night on the third day, when the last trace of violent energy receded like a tide, the churning heat and sanity-shattering fury within him finally subsided completely. He abruptly stopped, drawing a long, deep breath like a beached whale returning to the deep sea. An unprecedented sense of relief and mastery flooded his entire being. He could clearly see within himself that the crystal core deep in his mind was now radiating a stable and powerful energy fluctuation like a newborn star in the universe. Every muscle, every bone, every cell in his body brimmed with explosive power, yet they obeyed his will with docile precision. It's done. Finally, it's done. Feeling the surging power within, a wave of ecstasy washed over him, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! A first-tier evolver. I've finally crossed this threshold. The laughter was filled with the release of pent-up tension and a profound confidence in the future. With this power, he finally had the capital to stand and contend in the impending brutal apocalypse. The laughter echoed in the silent room, startling the exhausted figures lying on the floor. As the laughter gradually faded, his gaze swept across the room. Seeing their utterly drained, almost disheveled state, the wild joy within him was tempered by a complex emotion, giving rise to an indescribable guilt and pity. He gently exhaled a breath of foul air, his eyes softening. This time it was thanks to them. Though the process was primal and born of necessity, the outcome was favorable. They had helped him safely through the most dangerous eruption of side effects. You've worked hard, he murmured to himself, a rare warmth in his voice. Later, they'll make it up to you properly. They'll bring out the very best. This compensation was not just to restore their vitality, but also reflected his principle toward his own people. Reward from merit. He carefully stepped over the sleeping crowd and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window lay the tranquil city nightscape before the apocalypse. But he knew this peace would soon be shattered completely. He clenched his fist, feeling the vastly different, effortless surging power within his body. A confident, icy smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A first-tier evolver. This was the true beginning of his dance in the apocalyptic tide. Now he finally had the means to protect himself in this end times. The next day at the break of dawn, a languid yet subtle atmosphere permeated the villa. The intense exchange from the previous night had clearly drained the girls, who stirred awake intermittently with soft groans, as if their very bones had been extracted. Qin Feng lounged on the sofa, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, observing them with keen interest. Their expressions were indeed a splendid spectacle. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. His gaze swept across their beautiful faces, each etched with a complex tapestry of emotions, a trace of lingering fear and apprehension of further exertion, a hint of bewilderment at the surreal luxury of this post-apocalyptic mansion, of speculation about his next move, a dazed dewy radiance from recent satisfaction, layers of deep ineffable affection, a blissful peak sensation, an almost fervent infatuation, a reverence as for a savior, a longing as if he were their sole beacon, and finally, utter contentment and fulfillment. All right. Qin Feng waved a hand, his voice carrying a morning rasp, yet an undeniable authority. Stop lazing about. Return to your rooms and rest properly. Consider today a day off. He paused, his eyes scanning the taller, more robust European and Russian girls, who seemed to recover faster. Natasha, Elizabeth, if you can manage, please prepare some food and look after those who can't get up yet. Yes, Qin. Natasha's voice was robust, her azure eyes brimming with vigor and even a hint of pride at being singled out. Elizabeth nodded as well, deftly beginning to gather the scattered clothes. The advantage of their physical constitution was strikingly evident at this moment. The girls, as if granted a pardon yet reluctant to leave, dragged their sore bodies with unsteady cotton-like steps, turning back repeatedly as they left the main villa for their respective surrounding annexes. Soon the main villa fell silent, leaving only the faint lingering fragrance in the air. Qin Feng exhaled deeply. It wasn't fatigue, but exhilaration. Once they were gone, the languor in his eyes vanished, instantly replaced by a sharp, eagle-like gleam. Having been reborn, he understood better than anyone the paramount importance of power. Last night's dual cultivation seemed to have exceeded expectations. He felt an unprecedented surge of energy within him and needed to ascertain the extent of his evolution immediately. He turned his purpose clear and strode purposefully toward the villa's basement level 2, the private training ground he had spared no expense to build. Training ground basement level 2, the heavy alloy door slid open silently, and cold white lights illuminated the space, revealing a realm of metal and power. Various professional fitness equipment and testing instruments were arranged neatly. The air smelled of rubber and steel. Qin Feng removed his shirt, revealing a lean, well-proportioned, and smoothly muscled torso. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then unleashed his spiritual sense. A hum resonated as an invisible force radiated outward from him. Like a boulder dropped into a still lake, it sent out ripples of intangible waves. The sensation was both familiar and alien. Familiar was the essence of his spiritual sense. Alien was its unprecedented intensity and range. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. Qin Feng counted silently in his mind. His spiritual sense, like extended tendrils, effortlessly covered the entire vast training ground, even penetrating the thick floors and walls, extending upward and outward. The structure of the villa's first floor was clearly imprinted in his mind's eye. The sports car in the garage, the potted plant in the living room corner. Continue. His spiritual sense stubbornly probed outward, passing through the garden's flora, skimming the pool's ripples all the way to the boundary wall of the villa complex. 120 meters. Qin Feng's eyes snapped open, shooting a brilliant light. A spherical perception range of 240 meters in diameter. This was a full 70 meters increase from before. Hiss. Despite being mentally prepared, Qin Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, followed by a surge of immense elation. He clenched his fist tightly, knuckles cracking crisply. 70 meters. A full 70-meter increase in radius. He growled, his voice echoing in the empty training ground, filled with power and cathartic release. What did this mean? It meant that within a 240-meter diameter, no subtle movement could escape his notice. An enemy's ambush. Ambushes from other survivors. They were all laughable in the face of absolute spiritual perception. His survival guarantee had instantly been elevated by several levels. Awesome. Qin Feng couldn't help but grin, revealing stark white teeth. This was the true foundation for surviving the apocalypse. A significant boost in self-preservation ability reassured him more than hoarding tons of supplies. He didn't stop, continuously maintaining the maximum range of his spiritual scan. Time ticked by. 1 hour, 2 hours. It wasn't until nearly 3 hours had passed that he felt a faint wave of fatigue. This fatigue was peculiar. It wasn't pure mental exhaustion, but rather a deep-seated strain, as if his physical muscles were also being taxed by the powerful spiritual energy. Indeed, Qin Feng mused, withdrawing his spiritual sense and stretching his stiff neck. No matter how strong the spiritual sense, a powerful physical body is needed as its vessel and foundation. It seems I cannot neglect physical training in the future. Next, it was time to test his physical abilities. He walked to the strength testing area. Previously easily lifting a 25-kilogram dumbbell with one hand was a warm-up. Now, he casually grabbed a 60-kilogram barbell plate, lifting it overhead with one hand, as if it were an empty water bottle. Steady and stable, his arm muscles bulged slightly, the lines smooth and powerful without a tremor. 60 kilograms, one hand easy. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He set down the plate and approached a specially made heavy barbell, gripping it with both hands. Taking a deep breath, he integrated his waist and legs, unleashing terrifying power from his arms. Up. With a low shout, the barbell, weighing a total of 300 kilograms, a weight that would challenge professional strongmen, was lifted from its rack. His effortless demeanor would have stunned any professional athlete. 300 kilograms. Maximum with both hands. Qin Feng slowly lowered the barbell, feeling the surging power in his arms. With this strength, one punch could easily shatter an ordinary brick wall. If he ever encountered scum like Sun Lianxing, who tried to rob his supplies by relying on numbers, he could dismantle them all into pieces with his bare hands. Next was the agility test. At the starting line of the 100-meter track, Qin Feng assumed a sprinter's stance. Previously, his 100-meter time was around 12 seconds average for an ordinary person. Now, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow, no more like a black panther spotting its prey. His legs unleashed terrifying force, the ground seeming to tremble from his push-off. His figure blurred into a streak. The wind roared past his ears. The 100-meter distance was crossed in an instant. The electronic timer froze. 3:98 seconds. Under 4 seconds. Qin Feng stopped at the finish, his chest heaving slightly, his face flushed with excitement. This speed. It might still fall short of catching bullets barehanded, but evading arrows and crossbow bolts from the age of cold weapons. A mere trifle. Imagining enemy arrows turning into slow motion before his eyes, easily dodged by him. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. This is the taste of wielding power. Finally, the body strength test. He picked up a sharp tactical knife and without hesitation made a light cut on his forearm. Before, such force would have broken the skin and drawn blood. But now, as the blade slid across his skin, it left only a clear white mark, not even fully cutting through the epidermis. Skin toughness has greatly increased. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed even brighter. Sensing that his cavernous tissue had also been significantly enhanced, he grew even more smug. He then picked up a hard alloy baseball bat, weighted in his hands, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly exerted force and slammed it hard against the outer side of his thigh. Bang! A dull, heavy sound like striking tough rubber tire. The anticipated sharp pain did not appear, only a strong impact and a slight numbness. The spot on his leg quickly turned red, but the bones and muscles were clearly intact. Good. Qin Feng put down the bat, vigorously rubbed the struck area, feeling the solidity of his muscles and bones. With this resilience, taking a full-force blow from a thick wooden stick wielded by an ordinary person is absolutely no problem. The comprehensive evolution of his body gave him more contemptuous confidence in the impending apocalypse storm. Before the excitement from the physical test subsided, Qin Feng's mind was completely captivated by another new power. When he had just fully unleashed his strength and speed, when he withstood the heavy blow of the baseball bat, he clearly felt at the spot of his lower abdomen's dantian a small warm current of energy slowly flowing and gathering. This current was very faint, like a newly thawed stream in early spring, small, yet brimming with vibrant life. But the sensation it brought was unprecedented. Not only did it warm his internal organs, making him exceptionally comfortable, but more importantly, Qin Feng concentrated his mind and attempted to use the internal cultivation method he had learned to guide and sense this faint inner energy. As he focused his will upon it and slowly guided it through his limbs and bones, a marvelous perception quietly descended. The world around him seemed a little different. It wasn't a change in vision or hearing, but an indescribable sense of harmony. He felt a faint, ineffable connection with the solid ground beneath his feet, the cold equipment in the training ground, and even the gentle breeze flowing through the air. As if he were no longer an individual separate from the environment, but had merged into it, becoming a part of it. This feeling was vague, like looking at objects through frosted glass, yet it was real. This is... Qin Feng's heart shook violently, and a bold, exhilarating guess instantly surfaced. Could it be that this inner energy allows me to perceive the aura of my surroundings? Qin Feng had a faint suspicion. To verify this guess, he could hardly wait to leave the training ground, heading directly toward the adjacent annex building where Shinsini lived. Shinsini was arranging flowers in the living room. Seeing Qin Feng push the door open, her face immediately bloomed, with a bright smile, her eyes full of pure joy and attachment. Feng Gu, why are you here? She ran over lightly like a cheerful little bird, intimately taking his arm, her soft touch transmitted through the thin fabric. Qin Feng smiled, but said nothing. He quietly activated the faint yet miraculous inner energy in his dantian, guiding it toward his senses, especially that ability to perceive aura. Whoosh! As the inner energy flowed, the world seemed to be overlaid with a special filter. In Qin Feng's perception, the aura emanating from Shinsini was crystal clear, a warm, bright energy thick with attachment and trust, filled with unreserved amiability. This aura made him feel incredibly comfortable, like basking in the warm winter sun. Indeed, Qin Feng rejoiced inwardly, but kept his expression calm. He patted Shinsini's hand. It's nothing, just came to see how you're recovering. You go ahead with your business, I'll just look around. Leaving Shinsini's building, Qin Feng's heartbeat quickened. This ability was too useful. He immediately began his testing journey. Like a walking radar, he moved discreetly among the rows of attached villas, visiting the girls who were recuperating. He arrived outside Su Wonking's door. She had once been a graceful dance teacher with a cool temperament. He didn't enter, just silently activated his inner energy to sense through the door. The aura from within was slightly lighter, but also peaceful and serene, carrying a hint of admiration and faint affection. The amiability was moderately high. He then moved to Lili's window. She had been a fiery fitness coach. The aura inside was a blazing red, full of vitality and, well, undisguised desire and possessiveness. The amiability was very high, but carried strong aggressiveness. Most of the girls emitted auras that felt amiable to him, varying in degree, but all were positive and centered around him. However, when he approached the small building on the westernmost side where a beauty from the Korean peninsula named Zhang Yi lived, the aura feedback from his inner energy perception made him pause slightly. It was a kind of resentment, a hostile aura with a hint of barely perceptible jealousy and grievance. The amiability was very low, even carrying a chilling sensation that instinctively made Qin Feng uncomfortable. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. He memorized this feeling and the location of this building. In the apocalypse, such individuals harboring hidden malice were often more dangerous than open enemies. For an entire day, Qin Feng, like a tireless gardener, meticulously sniffed the auras emitted by every flower in his back garden. He continuously utilized his inner energy, adjusting the precision of his perception, striving to discern the subtle differences contained within those complex auras. At dusk, he stood alone on the terrace of the main villa, gazing at the last rays of the setting sun, his mind now clear. I understand. Qin Feng murmured to himself, a smile of absolute control curling at the corners of his mouth. This day of high-intensity perception had allowed him to basically grasp the wondrous uses of this newborn inner energy. This inner energy, accidentally catalyzed after dual cultivation, had granted him an almost instinctive emotional radar. It allowed him to perceive the degree of amiability others felt toward him. The higher the amiability, the greater their goodwill, kindness, and loyalty, and naturally the lower their hostility. Someone like Shinsini, whose amiability was off the charts, was virtually incapable of betrayal. Conversely, lower amiability indicated estrangement, indifference, and even stronger hidden malice. That Zhang Yi's aura was a typical example of low amiability with obscure hostility. Currently, he could only perceive a general strength and temperature direction along with extremely strong malice or goodwill. For example, with Zhang Yi's obscure aura, he felt uncomfortable and low amiability, but could not precisely interpret whether it was specifically jealousy or resentment. As for higher-level mind reading, that was still far off, but this was already enough. Especially on the eve of this apocalypse where hearts were unfathomable and morality had collapsed. Being able to perceive closeness and malice. Qin Feng gazed at the distant white snow, his eyes sharp as a blade. This ability in the apocalypse is more precious than gold. more lethal than guns and cannons. With it, he could instantly distinguish among countless hypocritical faces who was a trustworthy companion and who was a wolf harboring treacherous intentions. Building a faction, allocating resources, guarding against betrayal. This ability was practically a divine skill tailor-made for him. It seems that from now on, cultivating this inner energy along with mental and physical training must also be put on the agenda. Qin Feng clenched his fist, feeling that warm stream in his dantian, filled with unprecedented confidence and desire for control over the future. Zhangya, I hope you don't seek your own doom. The night wind blew, carrying the final tranquility before the apocalypse. Qin Feng turned and walked into the brightly lit villa, his back steady as a mountain. Power perception supplies fortress. The cards in his hand were growing ever more numerous. In this life, he would surely live more brilliantly and endure longer than anyone else. Before the morning sunlight had fully dispelled the chill, Qin Feng woke up refreshed and energetic. After a hearty meal, he headed straight for the villa under Zhang Wulin's charge. Having rested well last night, he was brimming with vigor, just in time to deal with this discontented housekeeper. In the villa, most of the girls were still rubbing the sleep from their eyes. Qin Feng gave them no time to react. With clear intent, he went directly to Zhang Wulin, who had just finished washing up and was still somewhat dazed. "Oh, if it isn't our great housekeeper," Qin Feng said, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "I heard you've been feeling a bit wronged lately." Zhang Wulin's face flushed, but before she could defend herself, Qin Feng pulled her into the room. The door clicked shut, cutting off the prying eyes peeking from outside. "Go ahead and complain, feel unbalanced." Qin Feng's voice carried an undeniable force, ringing out clearly. "Today I'll let you truly experience what it means to receive the Master's special care." What followed was quite a commotion, lasting intermittently for nearly an hour. When Qin Feng reappeared looking refreshed, an invigorated silence had already fallen in Zhang Wulin's room, broken only by the steady rhythm of her breathing. The other girls who had initially wanted to watch the drama unfold now huddled in their own rooms, barely daring to breathe, their faces a mix of lingering fear and relief. Qin Feng didn't linger. He moved on toward the other villas. He strolled with an air of casual indifference, but within he was channeling his supernatural perception. An invisible psychic energy spread out like ripples, meticulously probing every building and the subtle emotional fluctuations of each person. As he approached the villa under Zhang Ya's charge, Qin Feng paused. The malicious emotional fluctuation from yesterday had its source right here. His eyes turned cold as he pushed the door open and walked straight in. Zhangya was staring blankly out the window. Hearing the door open, she spun around. Seeing it was Qin Feng, a flicker of panic crossed her face, quickly suppressed as she forced an unnatural smile. "And Master, why are you here?" Her voice was tight. Qin Feng didn't answer immediately. His gaze swept over her face as if he could see straight through to her innermost thoughts. Zhangya felt a chill creep up her spine under his scrutiny, instinctively averting her eyes. Her mind, however, was a turbulent storm. Why did this bastard have to come to me? If it weren't for his damned selection, I'd be lounging comfortably in my own big villa, not crammed in this godforsaken place with all these people. I have to swallow my disgust and put up with him just to survive. Once I find a chance and get my things ready, I'm out of here. Back to my big house to enjoy life. Zhangya was indeed a wealthy heiress. On a whim, she had joined the so-called global beauty selection. Relying on her wits and the private training her family had paid for, she actually managed to become one of the final winners. She had secretly prided herself on being a 9 million beauty, destined to be with the richest tycoons before the apocalypse and a queen in the post-apocalyptic world. But then a sudden global deep freeze had frozen all her pride into ice shards. The chaotic sacrifice of yesterday in her eyes was merely repaying a debt of life for the shelter Qin Feng provided. To be utterly devoted to this man whom she had once considered a loser. Dream on. Still immersed in her fantasy of eventually escaping to her safe haven, she was completely unaware that the luxurious villa she longed for had long been reduced to rubble in the devastating earthquake not long ago. Some people always think that having been through something means they can control everything, little knowing that when facing true cruelty alone, reality will mercilessly shatter all unrealistic illusions. "Nothing much. Just looking around and checking on you too." Qin Feng's tone was flat as he walked over to stand beside her, also gazing out at the vast expanse of white. Zhangya grew even more tense, her body stiffening. She felt no fondness for Qin Feng, only resentment, yet she was forced to depend on him. This contradiction made her deeply uncomfortable. They stood in silence for a while, the snowy scene outside monotonous and cold. Zhangya tried to make conversation, asking in a dry tone about supplies and duty rosters. Qin Feng responded with half-hearted monosyllables. Suddenly, he turned around, his tall figure looming with an oppressive presence. Zhangya instinctively stepped back until her spine pressed against the icy window pane. Qin Feng reached out, and with a gentle tug made her place her hands on the windowsill, her back to him. Outside, the snow was still a pristine white, the view unobstructed. But Zhang Ya's heart was in her throat, her body rigid. She could clearly feel the heat and irresistible strength emanating from behind her. Blurry figures were reflected in the glass, the curtains swayed faintly, and the temperature in the room seemed to rise silently. Time flowed in the quiet, and even the snow on the windowsill seemed to melt a little from the warmth inside. After what felt like an eternity, the pressure behind her suddenly vanished. Qin Feng gently supported the somewhat limp Zhang Yi, steadying her. He looked at her flushed cheeks, his voice softening unexpectedly. You've worked hard. If you have anything on your mind or need anything, just tell me directly. Don't dwell on things alone. If I can help, I will. These words combined with the Hansen lesson he had just given, allowing her to deeply experience the dual exhaustion of mind and body and the complete loss of self in a wave of sensations, left Zhang Yi feeling utterly spent, her mind a blur. That strange yet utterly fatiguing sensation had not yet fully dissipated. Hearing Qin Feng's seemingly tender words and looking at his face, which now seemed less hateful, the taut string of hatred in her heart inexplicably loosened just a fraction. This bad guy, maybe. He's not entirely bad. The thought flashed through her mind, and even she found it absurd. She shook her head, suppressing the jumbled thoughts, and only let out a faint her voice barely a whisper. Qin Feng said nothing more, patted her shoulder, and turned to leave. After inspecting all the villas, Qin Feng was reasonably satisfied with the overall stability and alertness. Returning to the main villa, he immediately summoned the twin sisters, Shuezhira and Shuezhihan, who were among his more trusted assistants. Spread the word, Qin Feng ordered. Tell all team leaders to bring 2 members and come to me immediately to collect their shares. The order was relayed quickly. Before long, the villa's main hall buzzed with activity. Xin Sini, Li Qianqian, Zhao Jinmai, Yang Meyer, Zhang Ruolan. Though exhausted, she forced herself to come upon hearing collect shares. Zhang Xiaofan, Li Hanitan, Songyun, Xiaorongyu, Xin Yuchu. 10 team leaders in total, each accompanied by 2 core members, making 30 people gathered before Qin Feng. Curiosity and anticipation lit up the girls' faces as they wondered what goodies their master was about to distribute. Qin Feng looked at the bright, albeit weary, yet vibrant faces before him, and cleared his throat. Yesterday was tough for everyone. You've all been busy all day, you must be exhausted. His gaze swept over Zhang Ruolan, who instinctively shrank back. He then looked at Zhang Yi, who kept her head down, twisting the hem of her clothes. To make up for your efforts, Qin Feng pointed to a stack of neatly arranged cardboard boxes beside him. These are your compensation. All eyes were instantly drawn to them. There on the floor were 10 boxes of canned fruit adorned with tempting images of yellow peaches. 10 boxes with pictures of savory beef strips labeled Inner Mongolia airdried beef. 10 exquisitely packaged bird's nest gift boxes. 10 tightly sealed boxes of sunflower seeds, their aroma already imaginable. Wow! The hall erupted in a chorus of suppressed exclamations, followed by sharp intakes of breath and the sound of saliva being swallowed. Canned peaches. Oh my god, that's my favorite. Tan Sanjian's eyes lit up. Bird's nest. Is this for real? Zhao Jinmai couldn't quite believe it. Beef jerky. It's meat. Premium meat. Li Hani licked her lips, her eyes glued to the boxes of beef. And sunflower seeds. Awesome. A few of the younger members cheered softly. Only those who had experienced hunger and scarcity truly understood the value of food. In this apocalypse, having a hot meal was already a luxury. Sweet luxuries like canned peaches, high energy, and delicious dried meat like beef jerky, legendary nourishments like bird's nest, and even just recreational sunflower seeds. These were things they wouldn't have dared to dream of before. The immense surprise brought genuine smiles to every girl's face, seemingly washing away all their fatigue. These, Qin Feng pointed at the supplies on the floor. Each team gets 1 box of peaches, 1 of beef, 1 of bird's nest, and 1 of seeds. Take them back. The team leader is responsible for distributing them equally among all team members. Remember, equally. Yes, master. The 10 team leaders replied in unison, their voices crisp and clear, filled with gratitude and joy. Thank you, master. Xin Sini expressed sincere thanks on behalf of everyone. Master is the best. Xiaorongyu, bolder than the rest, called out cheerfully. Love you. Another member whispered, sparking a ripple of good-natured laughter. A hint of a smile also appeared on Qin Feng's face as he waved his hand. All right, enough flattery. Hurry up and move the stuff and get back to your duties. Remember, these are precious. Ration them wisely. The girls immediately sprang into action, happily beginning to transport their team supplies. The hall was filled with the rustling of cardboard boxes and the excited whispers of the women. Watching their satisfied smiles, Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, his eyes deep and contemplative. These supplies were a drop in the ocean compared to his vast spatial reserves, yet they effectively soothed hearts and maintained the team's stability and cohesion. In the apocalypse, the human heart is sometimes harder to control than material resources. The scene before him was exactly one of the effects he had aimed for. It had been a full month since Qin Feng returned to Linglong Villa with the group of women. His former life, crawling through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, living each day uncertain of survival, now felt like a distant, harrowing dream. Now above him arched a solid concrete dome, beneath his feet lay smooth training mats, and beside him stood, yes, a group of vibrant, rapidly progressing young women. It grounded him, this profound sense of security. Over the past month, he had lived like both an ascetic and a contented lord of abundance. Each morning, without fail, belonged solely to him. Intensive physical training pushed his stamina to its absolute limit, after which he immersed himself in the breathwork and energy circulation of internal martial arts, sensing subtle transformations within his body and guiding his inner force along its intricate pathways. With every drenching sweat and every deep, resonant breath, he drew one step closer to the pinnacle of mastery. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the vast training hall welcomed new protagonists. Qin Feng's role shifted seamlessly, from cultivator to stern instructor. For 4 precise hours, he devoted himself entirely to teaching combat and survival skills to Shin Yochu, Xiao Rongyu, Yang Meyer, Li Heni, and the others. The curriculum was unflinching practical hand-to-hand techniques, acute survival awareness, and how to eliminate enemies or mutated beasts with minimal effort and maximum speed. Halt! A low commanding voice cut through the heavy, labored breathing in the hall. Li Heni was practicing straight punches against a padded dummy. Sweat glistened on her smooth jawline, dampening her form-fitting athletic top. At the command, she instantly retracted her fist, snapped upright, chest still heaving. But her gaze sharp and questioning locked on Qin Feng. Heni, your power is sufficient, but your point of force generation remains incorrect. Qin Feng approached and lightly tapped the taut muscle of her forearm. Observe here, power originates from the heel, driving into the ground, transfers upward through the hips and waist, then surges through the shoulders. Only then does it culminate in the fist. You rely too heavily on arm strength alone, inefficient and dangerously prone to self-injury. Try again and feel the unbroken chain of force. Yes, brother Feng. Li Heni drew a deep breath, reset her stance, and launched another punch, focused, deliberate. Thud. This time the impact was deeper, heavier. The dummy swayed more violently. A flicker of quiet triumph lit her face. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. Fortunately, these young women possessed solid foundations. Shin Yochu, trained in classical dance, embodied the petite charm of a Sichuan native, and possessed extraordinary flexibility, allowing her to master evasive maneuvers, demanding extreme suppleness faster than anyone else. Xiao Rongyu had practiced taekwondo for years. Her leg techniques were fierce and precise, though lacking the raw, street-savvy ferocity required for true combat. Yang Meyer, formerly a fitness influencer, boasted the strongest baseline endurance and astonishing stamina. Li Heni, a model by profession, possessed ideal proportions, exceptional coordination, and remarkable aptitude for learning new movements. Their physical conditioning far surpassed that of ordinary women, making foundational training significantly more efficient. Yet challenges remained unmistakable. Rongyu. Qin Feng halted another trainee. Xiao Rongyu was sparring with a staff-wielding dummy. With a graceful side kick, she deflected the weapon, but faltered mid-combo, hesitating before following up. Why did you pause just now? Qin Feng stepped before her, his tone calm, yet charged with quiet intensity. Wiping sweat from her brow, Xiao Rongyu flushed faintly. I saw its weapon fall, so I wondered if I should. In real combat, there is no such thing as a dropped weapon. Qin Feng cut her off, the words crisp and clear, carrying to every corner of the hall. When an enemy falls, what is your first instinct? Finishing the strike. Yang Meyer, practicing chokeholds on the mat nearby, blurted out instinctively. Exactly, finishing the strike. Qin Feng offered her a brief, approving glance before turning back to Xiao Rongyu, his eyes sharpening like drawn blades. Rongyu, remember this: your hesitation may become the death warrant of your comrade, or yourself. Mercy toward an enemy is cruelty toward oneself. In the apocalypse, only life and death exist, no compassion, no rules. Again, eliminate it swiftly and mercilessly. Xiao Rongyu's cheeks burned, but her eyes hardened, resolve crystallizing. Understood, brother Feng. She faced the dummy once more, hesitation gone, replaced by a fierce predatory focus. Her subsequent strikes flowed seamlessly, each aimed unerringly at vital points. Qin Feng gave a silent, inward nod. This, forging battle consciousness, was the most difficult part of all. Women's innate explosive power and absolute strength typically lagged behind men's, a biological reality impossible to alter. Therefore, their technique and tactical awareness must be sharper, more ruthless, and more attuned to environment and timing. That demanded time, countless simulations, relentless refinement. He watched them evolve from gasping and turning pale after barely 2 kilometers to effortlessly completing 5-kilometer loaded marches, their physical prowess visibly strengthening day by day. Qin Feng was satisfied. Abundant nutrition combined with scientifically structured training yielded remarkable results. Their bodies were being rapidly fortified by rich sustenance and disciplined exertion alike. Yet he knew this was merely the beginning. When the apocalypse truly descended, a mysterious substance would permeate the world, a subtle transformative essence affecting every living being. The stronger the foundation laid now, and the greater the reservoir of accumulated energy, the higher the chance of breaking through bodily limits, first awakening latent abilities. That would mark the true qualitative leap. So he felt no urgency. He continued methodically, intensifying training across 3 pillars: physical conditioning, technical mastery, and battlefield awareness. None could be neglected. The whistles signaling the end of training rang out, pure sweet relief. Phew, finally over. Young Meyer collapsed onto the mat, breathing hard and unself-consciously. I swear my legs aren't mine anymore. Sister Meyer, you're the fittest among us, and still complaining. Shin Yuchu approached her figure, gently swaying as she handed over a towel. She wiped her own brow with effortless dancer-like grace, even as her breath came quick and shallow. You have no idea how tightly Brother Feng washed my lower body today. Young Meyer groaned, accepting the towel. I swear, if he'd pressed just a little harder, he'd have snapped my ligaments. He does it for your sake, Xiao Rongyu added, taking a long drink from her water bottle. Without a solid foundation, even mountains tremble. Brother Feng says stability in footwork and movement begins with rooted lower limbs. A faint flush still lingered on her cheeks from earlier reprimand, but her eyes gleamed with renewed clarity. Li Henyi rotated her wrists while glancing toward Qin Feng, who was tidying protective gear. Softly, she murmured to the others honestly. During training, Brother Feng is a demon, but he's incredibly handsome. That aura of absolute focus and total control. Even the feeling of being guided by him brings profound security. Hopeless romantic. Yang Meyer laughed, playfully shoving her, earning a mock scowl in return. All right, let's tidy up. It's my turn to help in the kitchen today. Shin Yuchu clapped her hands, gently reminding everyone. Life in the villa ran with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. By-day responsibilities were clearly divided. Some maintained perimeter sentry duty, others handled housekeeping, some tended the villa's compact ecological garden, and crucially, cooking duties rotated daily among them. Yes. Sister Yuchu, what delicious dish are we having today? Li Henyi perked up instantly, all fatigue seemingly forgotten. Yesterday's braised pork ribs were absolutely divine. Even Brother Feng ate an extra bowl. Shin Yuchu smiled demurely. He mentioned craving something light. I'll prepare seafood congee, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and steamed fish. Ooh, lucky us. Young Meyer sprang up. Come on, let's go shower. No need to overwhelm our chef with our sweaty stench. Laughing and chattering, the young women headed together toward the changing rooms and showers, leaving Qin Feng alone in the training hall. From beyond the door, their lively voices drifted in, and a faint knowing smile touched his lips. This past month, the villa had thrummed with purposeful energy and vibrant life. Each person had found her place, her goal, her hope. The confusion or fear that might have clouded their eyes at the apocalypse's onset had vanished, replaced by fierce determination, and even quiet rivalry, each striving to earn greater recognition from him. Their protector, their Brother Feng. He walked to the window, gazing out upon the meticulously tended courtyard. A sentry scanned the horizon from the watchtower. From the kitchen, the warm scent of cooking mingled with Shun Youchu's gentle guiding voice. Qin Feng drew a slow, deep breath of that tranquil, peaceful air. Yes, he had been happy this month. Mornings were spent shattering personal limits at the edge of endurance, through afternoons forging survival weapons from sweat and discipline. As for evenings, a faint, inscrutable smile flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Evenings' artistic guidance unfolded in an entirely different realm. The auxiliary villa boasted exceptional soundproofing. Their lighting softened, and the 18 members. These 18 blossoms he had carefully selected and sheltered before the apocalypse, revealed a side utterly distinct from their rigorous training selves. Dance, vocal training, physical expression, even elementary stagecraft, were all, in his terminology, artistic guidance. Having witnessed despair and numbness in his former life, he understood profoundly in the endless darkness of the apocalypse, preserving humanity's capacity to perceive and pursue beauty could sustain life more powerfully than brute strength alone. Of course, the instruction process itself, whether in the professional dance studio, the fully equipped audiovisual room, the carpeted lounge, or the moonlit terrace, each corner of the villa bore witness to their shared explorations of life's deepest artistic truths. In those moments, taut nerves relaxed, training fatigue dissolved beneath another kind of fervor, and the air shimmered with the mingled sense of sweat, delicate fragrance, and surging, irrepressible vitality. Qin Feng turned away from the window and strode toward his private bathroom. Hot water cascaded over his weary body, washing away exhaustion and softening the gravity etched deep within his gaze. Time remained, nearly 10 months, and each day was infinitely precious. Over the past period, Qin Feng had not been idle. He cleverly utilized the opportunities to interact with the girls around him, conducting numerous tests, and even sought out other survivors during his outings to repeatedly verify his findings. His sole objective was to thoroughly quantify the specific values of the affinity he sensed from his body. Perseverance paid off. After countless sheets of paper filled with records, analysis, and daily observations and investigations, Qin Feng finally marked this vague feeling with clear gradations. Affinity 0 to 30. Malice is evident. The other harbors a strong murderous intent, wishing nothing more than to eliminate him. 31 to 50. Vigilant and wary like strangers, no particular fondness, but no deep-seated enmity either. This relationship is extremely fragile, and the thought of harming him could arise in a single moment. 51 to 60. Acceptable impression, yet still cautious. Basically, they won't actively cause harm. 61 to 70. Slight fondness, but this goodwill is very thin and easily extinguished by external influences. Likewise, they won't attack proactively. 71 to 80. Relatively amicable, willing to follow him, usually driven by admiration for strength. Their loyalty is somewhat assured, and they are not prone to betrayal. 81 to 90. High loyalty, deep trust, strong affection, or profound romantic feelings. They are highly dependent. They are reliable comrades or subordinates with an extremely low probability of betrayal. 91 to 100. Unwavering devotion, absolute loyalty, and obedience accompanied by deep love. They are willing to give everything for him, including their lives. Gazing at the densely packed data in the notebook before him, Qin Feng let out a long breath. Although this conclusion still required more samples for verification and might have minor deviations, the general direction was undoubtedly correct. He could gradually refine it later. This data was the very foundation for his survival and control in the apocalypse. It allowed him to foresee the true attitudes of those around him, even anyone he encountered. The loyal, the wavering, the treacherous. Nothing could escape his perception. With forewarning, strategic planning, and prevention before trouble arose, he was inherently placed in an invincible position. This feeling, the sensation of total control, was his greatest reliance. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the numbers emerging in his perception, understanding all in his heart. Shun Sini 92 points. This number ranked highest among all the girls, representing unreserved trust and admiration. Closely following were the 10 squad leaders. He personally appointed Shun Sini, Li Qianqian, Zhao Jinsong, Zhao Jinmai Zhang, Roland Zhang Xiaofan, Xiao Rongyu Shin Yochu Yang Meyer, and Li Hani, along with over a dozen high school girls he had rescued from desperate situations. Their affinity levels were stable between 89 and 91, forming his most core and reliable team. Below them was the largest group, with affinity concentrated between 82 and 90. This group included almost all the foreign girls and a considerable portion of the Chinese girls. They were the main force of the camp, and their loyalty was trustworthy. There were also over 30 Chinese girls whose affinity lingered between 72 and 78. Qin Feng had a general idea when he looked at their numbers. This wasn't necessarily due to issues with their character, but rather certain deep-rooted concepts at play. Perhaps it was the influence of the online environment over the past decade which had accustomed them to an illusion of special treatment, making it hard to adjust their perspective, or perhaps it was the remnants of certain social phenomena that led them to misunderstand deserved kindness. But it didn't matter. These were things that could be gradually guided and improved over time. Time was on his side. The only two who truly made Qin Feng frown slightly were Zhang Ye and Dong Xiaojie. Their affinity was stuck around 65, neither high nor low, like a tiny thorn. Qin Feng had spent an entire month deliberately offering them preferential treatment and guidance, barely managing to pull them up from their initial wary 45 points to this acceptable impression level. To say he was completely at ease, that was impossible. In the apocalypse, even a single hidden threat could be fatal. With his experience of living two lives, the simplest approach was to eliminate the threat entirely. But Qin Feng's gaze passed through the window, as if seeing the figures of those two girls. They were indeed exceptionally outstanding. The term school beauty was insufficient to describe them. Their figures were nearly perfect, and their faces possessed a charm blending Eastern and Western allure, pure yet seductive. Even in peacetime, they would have been top-tier star material. To give up on them like this would truly be a waste of heaven's gifts. He'll give it a little more time, Qin Feng muttered to himself. He decided to observe for a while longer. He'll give it a little more time, Qin Feng muttered to himself. He decided to observe for a while longer. He believed that when these two girls left the relatively safe camp to carry out missions and truly witnessed the brutality of other survivor camps, where only naked survival of the fittest existed devoid of any dignity, let alone special treatment, the stark contrast should boost their affinity. If that still wasn't enough, a cold, hard smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. He could also orchestrate a meticulously planned hero saving the beauty scenario. In the apocalypse, such cliches were highly effective. If even this doesn't work, Qin Feng's gaze turned completely icy as his fingers tapped mindlessly on the table. Then there truly is no fate between us. He absolutely would not allow anyone around him, especially those who could have intimate contact with him, to harbor any wariness. The painful lessons of his past life were still vivid. One betrayal was enough to be fatal. In this life, he adhered to an iron rule: hidden dangers must be eliminated. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. This was a lesson earned through blood and death beyond dispute. Zhang Ye and Dong Xiaojie, 2 months. This was their final chance. August 1st, 2040. The world seemed to have been brutally pressed against the pause button by an invisible giant hand, then stuffed into a vast sound-absorbing sponge coffin. Over 2 months had passed since the apocalypse descended. The once boisterous hustle and bustle of human life had dissipated completely. There was no roar of engines, no piercing honks, and certainly no cacophony of human voices. Even the wind seemed to whimper cautiously as if afraid to disturb the terror lurking beneath the dead silence. As far as the eye could see, there was only a lifeless forest of reinforced concrete covered in thick, filthy snow and icicles resembling a vast cold shroud. Survivors like forest creatures nearly driven to extinction by natural predators huddled in corners they barely dared to call sanctuary. Every breath was deliberately softened, though every movement was as cautious as treading on thin ice. Glass windows were nailed shut with thick blankets and door gaps were stuffed with rags. Light was a luxury and a danger, sound was a death knell. The moral high ground that human civilization had built over millennia melted away like snow under the sun under this extreme pressure to survive. The law of the jungle etched deep in the genes had never before become the sole creed of survival, so nakedly and unabashedly. Fists, weapons, and cunning replaced law and order. Snatching a morsel of food or seizing a slightly warmer corner could instantly ignite bloody conflict. The gentle, peaceful veil of modern society had been torn to shreds, revealing the unchanged, cold, and brutal essence of existence beneath the strong survive, the weak perish, an eternal truth. At Lotus Heart Residence Linglong Villa District, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the floor covered with thick animal fur with gleaming yellow bullets scattered before him. His movements were steady and precise as he pressed each bullet into the magazine. The faint metallic clicks sounded exceptionally clear in the absolute silence. Outside the window was a frozen pale world. Inside it was the daily routine of an apocalypse survivor sharpening his claws. Suddenly, zzz, beep, beep, beep. A sharp, piercing, and utterly unexpected electronic noise violently pierced the stagnant calm. It was the military-grade walkie-talkie Qin Feng had specially made for his parents. It had been silent for so long that this sudden screech made Qin Feng's heart clench, freezing his movements. Then his father Qin Angshu's voice burst through, laced with heavy static. Xiao Feng, can you hear me? Something terrible has happened. Someone is attacking us. A lot of people. Captain Wang Chonglin and his men are defending the wall. They're fighting. Gunfire everywhere. Qin Angshu's words came rapidly, his voice trembling with panic and fear. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Having survived a decade in the apocalypse, he quickly snapped out of his shock. He took a deep breath, forcing down the surging adrenaline and instantly tensed nerves. His voice was eerily calm. Dad, don't panic. Steady. Listen to me. His voice carried a strange, soothing power through the walkie-talkie. Where are the enemies now? Did you see who they are? How many are there? What's their firepower like? Each question cut straight to the core, crystal clear. In life or death moments, an absolutely clear mind was essential, a lesson he had learned through countless bloody trials. Heavy panting came from the other end as Qin Anshua tried to compose himself. They haven't broken in yet. It's the outer outposts. Old Li and the others spotted them early. They alerted the base in time. Xiao Yi and Captain Wang reacted fast and got everyone onto the wall. His voice steadied slightly, but fear lingered. I heard Captain Wang shouting on the radio, saying it's a dark mass at least a few hundred people. They're wearing something quite uniform, looks a bit like military uniforms. Deputy Commander Zhang Chun said it's very likely. It's the people from the official base to the east. They've really attacked the official base. Countless fragments of information flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Scarce resources, immense population pressure, complex internal strife, and that previous unpleasant material requisition. Indeed, the starving wolf had finally bared its fangs. Dad, Mom, listen carefully. Qin Feng's voice was resolute and brooked no argument. Stay right in the house. Don't step outside. Lock the doors and windows. Lower the protective plating. Our house has top-tier blast proofing. It can withstand an RPG. Wait for me to come back. Remember, don't open the door for anyone but me. Okay. Xiao Feng, we won't move. We'll wait for you at home. You must be careful. Be very careful. His mother's tearful voice came faintly from the side, filled with worry. Don't worry. Qin Feng replied solemnly, then cut off the communication. The static from the walkie-talkie vanished, and the room instantly returned to a dead silence, but the tension in the air was palpable. Qin Feng rose swiftly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The official base. So it was them. The last probing attempt was repelled. It seemed they were now going all out, playing for keeps. Speculation aside, the battlefield was ever-changing. He had to see for himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly pulled on the heavy cold-weather combat suit that was already prepared, tightening every zipper and strap and checking his helmet visor. He inserted special bulletproof plates into the front and back pouches. On his belt, he hung spare magazines, a tactical knife, and 2 defensive grenades. These were for show. If anything extra appeared out of nowhere, it would arouse suspicion and unwanted covetousness. Finally, he slung a fully equipped M416 over his back and holstered a large-caliber pistol on his thigh. Fully armed, Qin Feng pulled open the heavy alloy door of the villa, mounted a snow electric scooter, He chose an electric over a motorcycle because it was silent, reducing the risk of exposure. He slipped out, and the door closed and locked silently behind him. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the women, he drove away from the villa. The streamlined vehicle was covered in snow camouflage, its wide tracks sinking deep into the snow. The motor hummed with a low, powerful drone. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, the snow scooter carved a white trail across the thick snowfield, speeding away from the villa district. He did not head straight to the battlefield, but instead drove towards a concealed hollow 5 kilometers away. The terrain here was complex, sheltered from the wind, and relatively open, making it one of his pre-selected emergency maneuver points. The snow vehicle silently glided into the depths of the hollow and came to a stop. Qin Feng turned off the engine and did not immediately exit the car. He quickly retrieved a handheld thermal imaging device from his space, scanning the surroundings with the vigilance of a hawk. The screen displayed a cold and monotonous blue-green hue, with only a few faint orange-yellow dots representing small rodents moving in the distance. Within the field of vision, there were no heat sources indicating humans or large animals. Confirming safety. No one was tracking, no ambush. The surroundings were clear. Only then did he step out of the car, his mind focused as the massive snow vehicle instantly vanished, absorbed into his space. Simultaneously, another piece of equipment appeared in its place, a large, rugged, civilian-grade 6-rotor drone. DJI T-100, the pinnacle of civilian technology before the apocalypse, its rotor noise suppressed to a very low level, nearly undetectable against the backdrop of wind and snow. Qin Feng skillfully secured a specially designed cushioned pod with a safety harness to the underside of the drone, then firmly strapped himself in. After confirming everything was in order, he activated the drone controller. A low, steady buzzing sound resonated as the 6 sturdy rotors began to spin rapidly, stirring up the snow on the ground. The drone steadily ascended vertically, adjusting its direction after reaching a sufficient height, heading towards the direction of the Fenghui base, like a silent ghost swiftly gliding at low altitude. The cold wind sliced like a knife, crackling against the visor. Qin Feng piloted the drone in a straight line over a distance of 40 kilometers, arriving at a concealed 0.5 kilometers from the perimeter of the Fenghui base. In a massive snow drift created by the howling wind about 5 kilometers from the battlefield perimeter of the Fenghui base, the drone slowly descended. Qin Feng unfastened himself and lightly landed, retrieving the drone back into his space. Without a moment's pause, he immediately took out another piece of equipment, a super silent miniature reconnaissance drone hummingbird no larger than a palm, painted in snow camouflage. The hummingbird ascended silently, using the cover of the wind and snow like a real snowflake, stealthily flying towards the direction of the gunfire. Its high-definition camera and thermal imaging module transmitted real-time footage back to the tablet terminal in Qin Feng's hands. The screen lit up, and the brutal scene of the battlefield came rushing in. Fenghui base, once a symbol of order and refuge, was now enduring a baptism of concentrated gunfire. Bullets struck the hard ice surface with muffled thuds, sending ice shards flying. Behind the battlements, Wang Chonglin, Zhang Chun, and a core group of Qin army composed of veterans were being relentlessly suppressed by ferocious firepower, unable to lift their heads. Damn it! These bastards have too much firepower. All automatic weapons. Zhang Chun, crouched behind a battlement, had ice shards falling from his helmet. He shouted to Wang Chonglin beside him, his voice drowned out by the gunfire. Wang Chonglin's face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He suddenly poked half his head out, drawing back the composite bow in his hand to its full extent. Whooshed! An armor-piercing arrow shot out with a piercing shriek. But it was too far, and the target was well concealed. The arrow merely lodged futilely in the snow in front of the enemy's position. Damn! Wang Chonglin cursed as he quickly retracted. Almost as soon as he pulled back, several bullets accurately struck the position he had just exposed, creating a shallow dent in the ice wall. Don't poke your head out. Wait for an opportunity. Zhang Chen's voice carried an unusual steadiness for someone his age. Holding a modified strong crossbow, he scanned the area below sharply. They coordinate expertly. Their fire coverage is very methodical. We are at a severe disadvantage with cold weapons. On the city wall, only a few arrows or crossbow bolts were shot out under extreme danger, while for most of the time the defenders were suppressed to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. In contrast, over 200 meters below the city wall, the attackers lined up, neatly dressed in uniform dark gray winter combat attire. Despite varying in age and condition, their movements were efficient, using natural snow slopes and debris for cover, conducting precise and effective pinpoint fire suppression. Their primary weapons were the Type 95 automatic rifles mixed with some Type 92 pistols and old Type 81 rifles with a fire density far exceeding that of the Fenghui defenders. It's time to equip them differently. Qin Feng observed the frustrating scene of his side being suppressed on the screen, his gaze cold. At this stage, cold weapons are ultimately at a disadvantage against modern firearms. Those guys in the space need to see blood. He rapidly contemplated a counterattack plan. At the offensive position, the temporary command post, a middle-aged man, wearing a somewhat worn military overcoat, slightly plump, with an authoritative and fierce demeanor, was observing the city walls of Fenghui base through binoculars. He was Ma Baoguo, whom Qin Feng had met once before the apocalypse. The former city police chief who, due to a stroke of fortune during the earthquake, became the actual controller of the military power at the base. If a bunch of mud-legged peasants think they can withstand regular troops just because they have an ice wall. Ma Baoguo lowered the binoculars, a hint of disdain, curling his lips, then turned his head, his voice carrying an undeniable command tone. Zhao Donglai. Yes, Maju. A robust man with keen eyes stepped forward immediately. Zhao Donglai, Ma Baoguo's trusted aide, a former elite of the special police team, skilled and never hesitating to execute orders. Listen, once the breaching team tears open the gap, you take the first assault team of 50 men and charge through the left side. Ma Baoguo pointed decisively at a position on the base map. Target the office area. Capture everyone who can make decisions inside. Wang Chonglin, Zhang Chun, and that beautiful lady surnamed Yi, alive. Not a single one can escape. Those who dare to resist. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Kill without mercy. Understood? Yes, Maju. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Zhao Donglai's voice was loud and unwavering as he hoisted his well-maintained Type 95 rifle and turned to gather personnel. Lu Zhen, Ma Baoguo called again. Here, Maju. A young police officer with a resolute face but a hint of unnoticeable worry in his brows stepped forward in response. Lu Zhen, a rising star in the operations department, experienced in real combat, clear-headed, considered one of the few truly capable officers at the base, but thus found himself in a delicate position due to the various forces vying for him. Your mission is crucial. Ma Baoguo fixed his gaze on Lu Zhen, his tone serious. The insiders have confirmed the specific coordinates of Qin Feng's parents' residence. It's the building on the western edge of the core villa area. After breaching, you take 20 of the most elite personnel and infiltrate from the right side. Don't engage in combat, head straight for the target. Bring those two old folks back alive. Remember, alive. Bring them back unharmed. Lu Zhen's heart tightened, his throat dry. Yes. Understood, Maju. Capture the target's parents. Capturing civilians, especially for threats. This contradicted his principles. But looking at Ma Baoguo's unquestionable gaze as well as the soldier's eyes filled with hunger, he could only swallow his words. Act quickly. If we capture them, we will hold the trump card. We don't need to fear that elusive Qin Feng. He hoarded a large amount of supplies before the apocalypse, and last time they tricked us, but this time with this base, it will all be in our grasp. Ma Baoguo's eyes gleamed with a greedy light. Lu Zhen saluted and turned to leave, yet a heavy weight pressed upon his heart, like a boulder. He glanced back at the 600 soldiers behind him. They were clad in winter uniforms scraped together by the base, their faces bearing frostbite and the sallow hues of hunger, yet their eyes burned with fervor for the impending battle and hope. The official base was in a dire state, a tangled mess. The devastation from the great earthquake far exceeded expectations. Most of the reserve warehouses had collapsed, and the subsequent acid rain and floods had thoroughly ruined the majority of salvaged grain. Over 100,000 people. The daily consumption was astronomical. The base had taken in too many important figures: scientists, medical experts, professors from various fields, promising young talents, and those successful individuals who once commanded influence before the catastrophe. These people were the seeds of civilization, the hope for the future. Yet they were also an immense burden. They were unskilled at foraging in the ruins and inept at fighting off thugs. The base's limited armed forces, stretched thin between maintaining internal order and venturing out for supplies, were already overwhelmed. More terrifying was the turmoil within. In the power vacuum, various factions proliferated wildly. Former government officials, military representatives, remnants of financial magnates, local strongmen. One faction after another bred and swelled on the fertile ground of hunger and despair. In the meeting room, every day was a spectacle of heated debates and scheming. A scramble for power. A fight for profit. A contest for supply quotas. A struggle for control over the security forces. No one cared whether there were still survivors beneath the rubble, nor did anyone truly concern themselves with the hundreds of thousands of starving civilians. Their eyes were fixed solely on how to carve a larger slice of the feast of power. This all-out assault on Fenghui base was the consensus reached after endless quarrels and compromises among the various factions. After Ma Baoguo's first request for supplies was rejected, he had indeed believed Fenghui's excuse of scarcity. But later a search party unexpectedly discovered signs that Fenghui base was organizing personnel to gather supplies outside and take in survivors. This intelligence was picked up by Ma Baoguo's dispatch teams and reported up the chain. When the insider infiltrated into Fenghui base relayed more detailed information, the entire high command of the official base went into a frenzy. A fortified complex capable of withstanding the bitter cold and acid rain. A complete heating and water supply system. More importantly, it was said that supplies were piled up like mountains. The base's residents could eat 2 full meals a day. This was nothing short of paradise in the apocalypse. Compared to their own base, which was as chaotic as a refugee camp steeped in hunger and on the verge of collapse at any moment, everything about Fenghui became an irresistible temptation. Thus, in a final high-level meeting filled with exchanges of interests and mutual threats, the resolution to attack Fenghui, seize its land, incorporate its people, and confiscate its resources was forcibly passed. To scrape together winter clothing and ammunition for these 600 men, they had nearly exhausted the base's last reserves. Everyone had staked their very lives and fortunes, succeed or die. Ma Baowa had intended to launch a surprise attack under cover of the snowstorm, catching Fenghui base off guard and taking it in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, Fenghui's vigilance was so tight. The Qin army, composed of veterans, was highly experienced with their sentry posts and hidden outposts arranged with flawless precision. The main force, still assembling several kilometers away, was discovered by a hidden sentry who used a prearranged whistle to sound the alarm. This gave Wang Chonglin and the others precious warning time to organize defenses behind the ice wall. Yet in Ma Baoguo's view, this was nothing more than a desperate struggle. His side held an absolute advantage in firepower. This ice wall would not hold for long. Report, Director Ma. Fire suppression group in position. Breaching team ready. Assault team standing by. A messenger ran up to report. Good. Ma Baoguo's spirits lifted. He raised his binoculars once more to gaze at the ice wall, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Pass the order. Execute the plan as scheduled. 3 groups coordinate. Smash this turtle shell open. In a snow nest, Qin Feng watched the real-time feed on his tablet. The screen clearly displayed the official base's attack deployment group 1 fire suppression group. The largest, about 300 men spread out in a skirmish line, using cover to continuously lay down precise shots at every crenellation on the ice wall, pinning the defenders down so they couldn't raise their heads to counterattack. Group 2 breaching team. About 50 men carrying battering rams, simple explosive charges, and even 2 old RPG-7s, advancing swiftly under covering fire toward the base's main gate, reinforced with thick steel plates and logs. Group 3 assault team, clearly split into 2 units. One unit led by Zhao Donglai, 50 men assembled on the left rear, bristling with killing intent, with a clear target aimed at the administrative area. The other unit of 20 men, led by Lu Zhen, lay concealed further to the right, their objective pointing straight to the core villa area, where Qin Feng's parents resided. Clear division of labor, distinct tactics, and effective execution. These were no rabble, but an armed force with unified command and a certain degree of military discipline. Ma Baoguo still had a few capable men under his command. Watching the arrow on the screen pointing toward his parents' dwelling, seeing the undisguised ferocity in Zhao Donglai's eyes, and the struggle on Lu Zhen's face that ultimately yielded to the resolve of carrying out orders, Qin Feng's gaze turned utterly cold, like ice that had endured 10,000 winters. The last shred of hesitation born from their official status dissipated like smoke. A decade of struggling to survive in the apocalypse surged through his mind like molten magma. He had witnessed too many acts of plunder and betrayal under the banners of greater good, survival, and the collective. The survival of the fittest, that was the sole law of the apocalypse. What was order? What was morality? Before the resources needed for survival, they were fragile and shatteringly weak. What did it matter if it was an official base? When a starving wolf bares its fangs at you, compromise means being torn apart, losing everything, including the lives of your loved ones. Only by being crueler, more ruthless, chopping off the claws they reach out with, smashing their greedy heads to pieces. Use their blood to quench their delusions. Use their supplies to strengthen yourself. In this damned apocalypse, surviving and protecting those you want to protect, that is the only justice. You want to touch my parents. You want to take my home. Qin Feng's voice dropped to a whisper as cold as the wind from the deepest abyss, laced with bone-deep murder. Ma Baoguo, Zhao Donglai, Lu Zhen, and your entire official base. Very well. A slow, icy, and cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since you're courting death, then leave your lives and your pitiful possessions behind. Qin Feng's consciousness sank into his dimensional warehouse. Crates of automatic rifles, piles of ammunition, cold infantry rocket launchers, and even a few modified armored assault vehicles, all waited silently for their master's summons. A bloody storm of counterattack was about to sweep across the snowy plain, unleashed by the vengeful Reborn himself. The biting wind whipped snowflakes against the scarred steel wall, producing a sobbing wail. On the wall, Wang Chonglin swiftly wiped the blood and sweat from his brow, hastily adjusted his helmet, and gasped for breath. The compound bow in his hands was now devoid of arrows. Old Wang, the left flank can't hold. Zhang Chun roared, his voice nearly drowned out by the dense gunfire. He lunged clumsily to the ground as a bullet grazed his helmet, leaving a piercing screech. We have to hold even if we can't. Wang Changlin's eyes blazed with fury as he watched another brother take a bullet to the shoulder from below, screaming as he tumbled off the battlement. Below the city wall, a dark mass of people surged like bloodthirsty ants. Under the command of Zhao Donglai, Lu Zhen, and others, they frenziedly assaulted the defenses. Bullets struck the thick concrete wall, sending up chips of stone and sparks. Damn it, these mad dogs. Chun-Yi spat a mouthful of bloody saliva, swapping out a nearly empty magazine, his voice filled with despair. Sister Yi, ammunition is almost gone. When will Chief Qin? When will he return? Yi Bingning pressed her pale lips together tightly, yet her gaze was unwaveringly resolute. The crossbow in her hand precisely struck an enemy attempting to climb, but more foes immediately filled the gap. Hold the line. Qin Feng will come back. Her voice was low but carried an undeniable strength, the final thread sustaining the crumbling morale. Yet as she watched the enemy's ferocious faces below and her own comrades falling one by one, a deep-seated fear and helplessness coiled around her heart like a cold viper. On a high ground several kilometers from the base, the wind and snow seemed parted by an invisible barrier. Qin Feng's figure melted into the shadows like a panther, silently lying in ambush. Before him lay a semi-transparent tactical tablet, clearly displaying real-time thermal imagery transmitted by a high-altitude reconnaissance drone. Countless red dots representing enemies like boiling magma densely surrounded the base wall, especially concentrated at the frontal assault point. The blue dots representing base defenders were steadily diminishing and flickering. Zhao Donglai Lu Zhun Ma Baogua. Qin Feng's icy gaze swept over several specially marked bright red dots on the screen, the chieftains of the former official base orchestrating this siege. His eyes showed no emotion, only a bone-deep murderous intent. Family and the base were his inviolable sanctum, sworn to protect after his rebirth. Touch them and die. He rapidly assessed the terrain. On the base's west side, a gentle slope, half hidden by a massive abandoned pipe, offered an excellent field of view, covering the entire battlefield from the flank and rear of the enemy's main force. A perfect firing position. Qin Feng moved. His evolved body granted him superhuman speed and strength, allowing him to flit through the snow like a specter, reaching the designated spot in a few bounds. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his mind on the spatial dimension within him. Aloham. Two cold, heavy steel behemoths embodying industrial brutalist aesthetics materialized from thin air and slammed onto the frozen ground. The U.S. military's standard Mk-15 phalanx CIWS. The thick 6-barreled 20mm M61A1 Vulcan cannons gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. The massive square ammunition boxes, like two small mountains of ordnance, were linked by complex hydraulic and electrical control lines. Originally the last line of defense on warships against supersonic anti-ship missiles, these were now used by Qin Feng to reap human lives. He quickly retrieved high-power military battery packs and a simple control panel from his space. He expertly plugged in the connectors and started the system. The hydraulic mechanism emitted a low hum, and the 6 thick barrels began to rotate slowly, then faster, producing a chilling, whirring sound like the whisper of death. Come on, you scum. Time to feast. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with cold light. He reached out, firmly gripping the icy handles of one Mk-15 with each hand. His evolved, terrifying strength allowed him to control these steel beasts that ordinary men could never hope to move. Below the wall, the assault reached its peak. They're done. Charge. Capture Yi Bingning alive. Ill. Ma Baogua brandished his pistol, standing in the bed of a modified pickup, roaring deliriously with spittle flying. He seemed to already see the base, breached wealth, and women within easy reach. The surrounding lackeys howled like wild beasts, their assault intensifying. Zhao Donglai, on the other hand, appeared more professional. He hid behind a forklift, observing the resistance points on the wall, with binoculars, calmly commanding Lu Zhun. Lead a group to force through the breach on the left. They're out of ammo. Machine gunner, suppress that firing point on the right. Hurry. Victory is at hand. Lu Zhun licked his cracked lips, a flicker of guilt and reluctance in his eyes, then hardened with resolve and cruelty. Understood. Brothers, follow me. Once the city falls, take whatever you want inside. He led a band of desperados howling as they charged toward the weakest breach, defended by Wang Chonglin and his men. On the wall, Yi Bingning, Wang Chonglin, and the others felt their hearts sink to the depths. Zhang Chen emptied his last magazine and closed his eyes in despair. Chen He, watching the surging enemies, tightened his grip on his machete, ready for a final close-quarters fight. At that critical moment, a low, penetrating roar, a terrifying hum utterly different from all other gunfire on the battlefield, deep and piercing like the bellow of Hell's gates swinging open, suddenly tore through the wind, snow, and clamor rolling in from the flank and rear. Then came two searing, blinding lines of fire that ripped through the air, a ceaseless, tearing sound. It was not a burst, not a volley. It was a storm of steel, a torrent of metal. 20mm depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds poured out at a terrifying rate of over 4500 rounds per minute. Two visible whips of fire composed of countless incandescent projectiles lashed out with an aura of utter annihilation, viciously striking the boiling battlefield. The first to fall was Ma Baogua, still standing on the pickup and shouting. A moment before, his insane grin hadn't even fully formed. In the next instant, the two savage whips of fire crossed like the scythe of death. There were no screams, only the sickening teeth-grinding thuds of flesh and bone being instantly torn and pulverized. Ma Baohua and the pickup bed he stood on were struck by over dozens of 20mm shells in less than a second. His entire body, like a rag doll, violently shredded along with the steel of the truck bed, instantly turned into a shower of blood and gore mixed with organs and bone fragments. All that remained was a twisted steel chassis and a radial splash of steaming crimson. This utterly gruesome spectacle doused the attackers' fervor like ice water. What the hell? Oh my god. Boss Ma. Gone. Commander Ma is dead. Horrified screams replaced the shouts of the charge. Everyone instinctively looked toward the source of the terrifying fire lines, faces etched with disbelief and fear. Zhao Donglai's professional composure shattered, instantly replaced by boundless terror. He frantically threw away his binoculars, trying to find cover while screaming enemy attack. Rear. Heavy firepower. Take cover. Find it fast. His command wasn't finished. The deathly hum adjusted direction again, and one whip of fire, as if guided by eyes, precisely plowed into the forklift he was hiding behind. A thunderous crash. The thick steel plates of the forklift were like paper against the 20mm armor-piercing rounds. The cabin was instantly riddled with holes. The fuel tank exploded, and it burst into roaring flames. Zhao Donglai, hiding behind the vehicle, felt an overwhelming force slam into his chest. He could even clearly hear the horrific sound of his ribs and spine shattering. Looking down, he saw a bullseyed, bloody hole in his chest. Through the gap, he could even see the burning forklift behind him and his men fleeing in terror. His consciousness plunged into darkness in an instant, his body collapsing limply, leaving only that horrifying cavity in his chest silently narrating the absolute death dealt by a 20mm caliber. Lu Xun's luck was even worse. He had just led his men to the breach, about to crawl through the opening. The hellish hum and the terrifying sight of his comrades being instantly turned into a pulp frightened him into a stupor. Having served a few years as a soldier in peacetime, how could he have ever witnessed such bloody, such efficient slaughter? Seeing the gaping hole in Zhao Donglai's chest up close and smelling the intense, nauseating mix of blood and gunpowder in the air, a violent physiological reaction instantly overwhelmed him. Ugh! His legs gave way and he collapsed directly onto the ground, his crotch instantly becoming wet and warm. He had wet himself in fear. The instinct for survival overpowered everything. Like an ostrich, he buried his head deep in the icy snow, his body trembling like a leaf, mumbling unconsciously, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm playing dead. I'm playing dead." However, on Qin Feng's cold tactical tablet display, every heat source was crystal clear. Lu Xun's curled, trembling figure was no different from a beacon in the dead of night. "Wanna play dead, eh?" A cruel arc curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth as his fingers moved slightly. Whoosh! One of the fiery whips, like the most precise scalpel, swept lightly. Thump! Thump! Lu Xun and two other lackeys nearby, who were also trying to feign death, were instantly blanketed by several 20mm shells. The human body was fragile under such violent force, bursting apart like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, turning into a scarlet sludge mixed with shattered bones and shredded flesh on the ground, not even a scream escaping. On the battlefield, there was no protagonist's halo, only the cold laws of physics. Qin Feng himself was relying on a huge abandoned pipe as cover, carefully controlling the two gods of death. Stray bullets occasionally whistled past his head or beside him, striking sparks against the pipe. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, his concentration at its peak. Every swing of the fiery whip precisely reaped lives, his spiritual power fully unleashed while simultaneously evading potential threats. Here a stray bullet, a moment's negligence were equally deadly. The two whips representing death swung wildly left and right across the battlefield, relentlessly mowing down everything in their path. The members of the official base, who moments ago were as fierce as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, in the next second became like wheat stalks swept by a fierce wind, falling in droves. Screams, pleas for mercy, the crunch of bones, the thud of bullets hitting flesh, explosions. All kinds of sounds wove together into a symphony of hell. Wherever the 20mm shells landed, severed limbs and broken weapons flew in all directions. The pristine white snow was quickly stained a stark dark red. The air was thick with an unshakable stench of blood and gunpowder. On the city wall, time seemed to freeze. Wang Chonglin maintained his stance, ready to parry with his blade, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth hanging open, unconsciously big enough to hold an egg. The blood and sweat mingled on his face could not conceal the extreme shock and bewilderment. This. A hoarse sound came from his throat, but he couldn't utter a single complete sentence. As a veteran who had undergone training, he knew all too well what this sound, this firepower meant. This was definitely no ordinary machine gun. Was this the terrifying Closian weapon system only found on warships? Who could have brought such a thing onto land? And in a twin mount, Zhang Chun forgot to close his eyes. He stared blankly at the enemy wave below, the city being erased, as if by an invisible giant hand, watching the two whips symbolizing destruction, his mind a complete blank. The despair and resolve to die just moments ago were shattered into pieces by this sight that defied comprehension. The cleaver in Chun He's hand clattered to the ground with a bang. He was completely oblivious, only gripping the edge of the battlement tightly, his knuckles white from the strain. He murmured to himself, heavens. President Qin. Is President Qin back? Is this something a human can do? Yi Bingming slowly lowered the crossbow in her hand. She looked at the hellish scene below the city, watching the enemy being crushed like ants, watching the two terrifying lines of fire dominating the battlefield. The string of tension wound to its utmost suddenly snapped. What followed was not joy but a dizzying feeling of near exhaustion and an indescribable sense of security. It was him, only him, that mysterious powerful man who had descended like a god in her moment of deepest despair last time at the Myanmar border, and this time here. Such subversive power. Mist instantly blurred her eyes. Those were not tears of fear but tears of emotional release upon surviving a catastrophe and finding an ultimate pillar of strength. She bit her lower lip tightly to stifle any sobs, but her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed the tumultuous waves within her heart. All the remaining soldiers standing on the city wall were frozen, as if under a spell, staring blankly at the scene below. A moment ago they were barely holding on with crude weapons and their own flesh and blood, desperately awaiting their fate of a breached city and certain death. The next moment the enemy, who had surged forward like a tide, invincible and arrogant, had melted away like snow under the scorching sun in just 1 minute. This extreme contrast of being instantly pulled from the abyss of hell to the heights of heaven caused their minds to completely short-circuit, leaving only instinctive shock and a reverence for absolute power. 1 minute later the soul-shaking hum ceased abruptly. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence broken only by the wail of the cold wind sweeping over the blood-soaked land and the heart-wrenching cries of the few wounded. Below the city wall was a scene of utter devastation. Shattered corpses, twisted firearms, burning vehicle wrecks, splashes of dark red. All formed an extremely cruel apocalyptic tableau. The few who had been lucky enough not to be hit directly in a vital spot rolled and wailed in the snow, clutching their severed limbs. But in this extreme cold, with their wounds exposed, frostbite claimed their lives even faster than the gunshot wounds. Qin Feng glanced at his tactical tablet, confirming that the red dots representing the enemy had almost completely vanished. He did not immediately retrieve the two Mk-15s, still emitting smoke and heat. The gunfire was so loud it had definitely revealed their position. Putting them back into the space now would only seem like a clumsy cover-up. It was better to leave them here as a new deterrent for the base. His mind raced. He took a modified snowmobile out of his space, towing 2 empty ammunition boxes to create the illusion of just having unloaded weapons, and parked it next to the Mk-15s. Details determined success or failure. In the apocalypse, maintaining a bit of mystery was necessary. Having done all this, Qin Feng strode forward, stepping across the snow soaked with blood, and calmly walked towards the base's scarred steel gate. His silhouette, set against the backdrop of drifting smoke and blood, appeared towering like a war god returning in triumph. Bing Ming Chong Lin Zhang Chen Chun, He Lu Tao. Qin Feng's voice, though not loud, pierced through the biting wind, reaching the ears of the stunned crowd still on the city wall. Bring some men down and clean up the battlefield. Confiscate all firearms and ammunition. Keep a few breathing survivors alive to interrogate, and find out where the official base's lair is and how many resources they have left. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Yes, Boss Qin. Wang Chonglin was the first to react, his voice brimming with unprecedented excitement and reverence, even trembling slightly. He snapped to attention, executing a sharp military salute. The others, jolted from their daze, echoed loudly, Yes, Boss Qin. Their voices were resonant, filled with the relief of survival and absolute submission to a superior force. Yi Bingming remained silent. She merely leaned against the crenellation, her gaze locked on the figure drawing nearer, her misty eyes unblinking, as if trying to imprint the month-long yearning and the heart-stopping shock of moments ago into her very soul. The myriad unspoken words in her eyes coalesced into a silent plea. You've finally returned. I've missed you so much. Qin Feng reached the base of the wall and looked up, meeting Yi Bingming's expressive eyes. A warmth stirred in his heart, accompanied by a trace of guilt. Leaving for over a month had indeed caused her worry and fear. Come down, be careful. Qin Feng extended his hand toward her. Yi Bingming hesitated, not descending the wall swiftly with the help of others, her steps unsteady. When her hand was clasped in Qin Feng's strong grip, an indescribable sense of security enveloped her instantly despite the thick gloves. It nearly made her knees buckle. Qin Feng naturally wrapped an arm around her shoulder, half supporting, half carrying her through the gate and into the base's interior, leaving the soldiers to begin executing the cleanup orders. Within the familiar corridors of the base, the scent of blood and gunpowder had faded. Qin Feng led Yi Bingming straight to his office. Pushing open the door, he found the room spotless and dust-free, clearly tidied daily. On the desk sat a cup of water long gone cold. Yi Bingning gently freed her hand from Qin Feng's and closed the door behind her. In the sealed space, only the two of them remained. She turned her back against the door, lifted her head, and her tear-filled eyes, no longer veiled, gazed directly into Qin Feng's depths. A shimmering pool of longing, grievance, lingering fear, and ecstasy swirled within, threatening to overflow. Her lips trembled faintly as if to speak, yet no sound escaped. Seeing her pitiable and enchanting appearance, a heat surged in Qin Feng's chest. After a long separation and a life-and-death battle, a rogue flame blazed up within him. The office seemed like a fine place. He stepped forward, trapping Yi Bingning between himself and the door, his scorching breath misting her forehead. Yi Bingning's body stiffened momentarily before softening, a blush blooming on her cheeks, her long lashes trembling like startled butterfly wings as they closed. She tilted her head up slightly, a silent acquiescence. Yet just as Qin Feng's lips were about to descend, an alarm rang in his mind. No. Zhang Chun and the others would soon arrive with the battle report. With his evolved physique, once he started, he wouldn't be able to stop for at least an hour. That would be far too awkward. Qin Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging lust, stepped back awkwardly, and hastily changed the subject, clearing his throat. Ahem. So, Bingning, how has the base been lately? I've been away, and you've had a hard time. He walked behind the desk and sat down, steering the conversation back to business. Yi Bingning was taken aback for a moment, then grasped Qin Feng's concern. The blush on her face deepened, tinged with a hint of coquettish annoyance, but a smile flickered in her eyes. She smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, walked to the side, and began reporting in a low voice on the base's operations over the past month, including resource consumption, personnel changes, and the detailed account of the sudden attack. Her voice gradually steadied, yet her gaze toward Qin Feng remained laden with an unshakable tenderness. An hour later, footsteps sounded outside the office. Zhang Chun, Wang Chonglin, Shunhe, and Lu Tao filed in, their faces etched with fatigue, but more so with exhilaration and excitement. They still bore the smoke and blood of the battlefield, yet their eyes blazed with startling brightness, their looks at Qin Feng filled with fervent adoration. Boss Qin, Zhang Chun spoke first, his voice trembling with emotion. The battlefield has been cleared. The official base dispatched a total of 612 men. And you? You alone. He swallowed hard, feeling that the word killed was inadequate for the scene. You eliminated 603 of them. There are 9 lightly wounded left, all under control and being interrogated separately. Well, make them talk. 1 man, 1, actually 2 weapons, 1 minute. Over 600 dead. This feat was nothing short of mythical. Zhang Chun and the others now looked at Qin Feng as if he were a god descending. Wang Chonglin continued the report, his tone much calmer, but the shock still lingering in his eyes. Boss Qin, the spoils are immense. Besides those damaged by bullets, we have 306 Type 95 assault rifles, 50 Type 92 pistols, and a total of 21380 rounds of ammunition. Also 30 grenades and 5 military binoculars. The enemy's heavy weapons were destroyed by your big toy. By the phalanx. Mentioning the 2 Mk-15 systems, his voice was filled with awe. Qin Feng nodded, satisfied with the outcome. Excellent. These equipment will greatly enhance our defenses. Wang Chonglin, you and the others are experts. Draft a detailed weapon distribution and training plan immediately and submit it to me by tomorrow morning. Yes, Boss Qin. Wang Chonglin, Zhang Chun, and the others chorused, excitement brightening their faces. Especially Wang Chonglin, a veteran who could once again handle the familiar Type 95, and with such a bountiful haul, it felt like a dream. Qin Feng's terrifying display of power had utterly captivated them. In their hearts, they were convinced the boss was definitely a legendary soldier king. Even stronger, following a leader like this was the only hope for survival in this apocalypse. As they reported, Qin Feng subtly circulated his unique inner energy, a mysterious perception spreading out like invisible tendrils brushing over the people before him. In an instant, he sensed approximate affinity values. Yi Bingning 93, deeply devoted, inseparable in life and death. Wang Chonglin 78, highly identified, reverent, and loyal. Zhang Chun 75, sincerely convinced, steadfast follower. Shunhe 80, grateful and devoted, utterly faithful. Lu Tao 73, respectful, basically reliable. Particularly noting Yi Bingning's high value of 93, even 2 points higher than Shinsenni's at the time. Qin Feng's last lingering concerns about his absence vanished, replaced by a reassuring sense of total control. This ability to foresee loyalty and discern hearts was a heaven-defying cheat for building a force in the apocalypse. Everyone has worked hard today. Well done. Qin Feng offered a sincere smile, one that flattered his subordinates. Shunhe informed everyone who participated in the defense and clean up tonight extra rations. Each person gets a chicken leg and a can of meat. Also a bottle of liquor each. Let them unwind. Yes, Boss Qin. Shunhe shouted excitedly, his voice cracking. Chicken legs, canned meat, and liquor. This was a dreamlike luxury in the apocalypse, something they'd never had before. The others' faces lit up with ecstatic joy, their fatigue seeming to melt away. Go on. Qin Feng waved his hand. The men exited cheerfully the office door, closing softly behind them. Qin Feng's gaze fell once more on Yi Bingning's face, tear-streaked, yet now radiant with joy and shyness, captivatingly beautiful. This time no one should come to disturb them, right? The air in the office seemed to begin warming once more. In the warm office the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. There seemed to be a rhythmic sound echoing inside, like a fervent applause, intermittent and sporadic, seemingly to commend Yi Bingning for her recent outstanding work. The thick, specially designed soundproof door effectively sealed all details within, and only those involved could truly appreciate the flavor of this commendation. About an hour later, everything returned to calm. Yi Bingning seemed overly immersed in the awarding process, and at this moment, she had fallen into a deep slumber, her face tinged with a faint blush of satisfaction. Qin Feng looked at the graceful figure lying on the sofa, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes as he casually draped a thin blanket over her to protect her from the cold. He walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, lit a cigarette, and as the wisps of smoke curled up, his gaze regained its sharp depth. Today's events had sounded an alarm for him. The base had to be dealt with thoroughly for peace of mind. With a first time comes a second. The best approach is to eliminate danger in its infancy, ensuring the utmost safety. After finishing 2 cigarettes, Yi Bingning awakened. Bingning, do you feel better now? Qin Feng's concerned voice broke the tranquility of the room. Yi Bingning's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes seemed to be shrouded in a mist, hazy and enchanting, gazing at Qin Feng with a languid beauty that stirred something deep within him. She softly uttered an her voice carrying a hint of hoarse sweetness, "Much better, Brother Feng." It seemed she recalled something, a deeper blush creeping across her face as she quietly added, "Just next time could you please take it a bit easier? This intensity, I'm still not quite used to it." Qin Feng's lips curled into an understanding smile as he nodded, "Got it." Yi Bingning adjusted the blanket around her and sat up, her expression turning serious. "Let's talk business, Brother Feng. The base has been operating quite well lately, and following your instructions, we are focusing on consolidating personnel. We have already accepted over 10,000 people." "Oh, what's the specific composition?" Qin Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette as he inquired. "Most of them are scholars, technical experts, and top students from universities," Yi Bingning recounted proudly. "Especially those in engineering, agriculture, and medicine. So long as they have a clean background and a skill, we prioritize their acceptance. Additionally, we have also taken in quite a number of vulnerable female students and able-bodied young laborers." She paused, her tone laced with a subtle hint of testing and pleading. "Speaking of which, there are indeed several exceptionally outstanding girls among these female students in terms of looks and temperament. They are definitely not inferior to those beauty pageant winners." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile. "Bingning, are you implying something? Are you trying to set me up with a few sisters to share the burden?" Having her little scheme exposed, Yi Bingning's gaze flickered, tinged with a hint of playful reproach and helplessness, as she boldly declared, "Brother Feng, I'm doing this for the sake of sustainable development. Your physique is simply like a human pile driver. If this continues, I really, truly can't handle it alone. I beg you, please find a few trustworthy sisters to help me out. Otherwise, I fear I might meet an untimely demise." She exaggeratedly placed her hand over her heart, while her gaze longingly sought Qin Feng. Qin Feng watched her antics, both amused and exasperated, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. "Fine, do as you see fit. But remember," he added with a more serious tone, "the people must be reliable, backgrounds must be thoroughly checked, and those with ulterior motives are not to be accepted. Better to be cautious than to regret, understand?" Yi Bingning's eyes instantly lit up like twinkling stars as she eagerly nodded, "Understood. Brother Feng, don't worry. I promise to select both reliable and pleasant-looking ones. You will be satisfied." Her fatigue seemed to have been greatly alleviated by this joy. After leaving the office, the two returned to their residence. Qin Feng advised Yi Bingning to rest and eat on her own while he headed to the home where his parents lived. The closer he got to that familiar door, the lighter his steps became, a warm flow surging in his chest. Having been reborn, every return home felt like a soul's rightful place, filling the vast bloody void from his previous life. As he pushed open the door, a wave of warmth mixed with the aroma of food rushed over him, instantly dispelling the chill from the winter outside. Under the bright lights, his father Qin Anxue and mother Tian Shimei were beaming as they welcomed him. "Little Feng, you're back." Mother's voice brimmed with unmasked joy, her wrinkles smoothing out her complexion rosy, and she appeared to have gained some weight, exuding a comfortable, prosperous aura. His father looked vigorous and upright, no longer resembling the hunched figure crushed by life in his previous life. Seeing his parents in this state, Qin Feng felt as if his heart were being soaked in warm spring water, a blend of sourness and happiness. The grim scenes from the end of his past life, where his parents aged rapidly due to lack of food and constant fear, ultimately passing away in despair and cold, pierced his dreams like the sharpest ice spike countless times. At that time, he struggled on the brink of survival, feeling powerless as his loved ones suffered, That heart-wrenching pain and hatred became the deepest motivation for his rebirth. Now watching them healthy and happy, their faces radiating genuine smiles, dressed in comfortable warm home clothes, bustling about in a cozy spring-like house, Qin Feng felt his eyes welling up. This simple warm scene was a luxury he could never retrieve, even at the cost of his life in his past life. In this life, he would spare no effort to protect this warmth. Come in quickly. It's cold outside, right? His father took Qin Feng's coat and patted the cold off his shoulders. Perfect timing, your uncle, aunt, and Jin Zhang are here. Let's have a good family gathering. His father's voice was loud and powerful, pulling Qin Feng toward the dining room. In the dining room, the large solid wood table was already filled with steaming dishes. The glossy red braised pork, vibrant green vegetables, crispy golden fried foods. A splendid array exuding a rich, enticing aroma of home. Just looking at the feast laid out before him, watching his parents moving briskly between the kitchen and dining area, and listening to their familiar chatter like, today's meat is stewed just right, and that boy Jin Zhang loves this dish, Qin Feng felt completely at ease. Like a lonely boat that had drifted too long in turbulent seas, it finally sailed into a calm, warm harbor. Outside was the cruel end of the world, frozen for miles, yet here was a small spring carefully guarded by his strength, isolated from all storms. This grounded sense of stability, this atmosphere of being surrounded by loved ones, is a happiness unmatched by any power or wealth. He took a deep breath, letting the aroma of the food and the warmth of home fill his lungs, his face breaking into a sincere, relaxed smile. Brother, you're back. The voice of his cousin Tian Jinzhong rang out. His uncle Tian Weigua, Aunt Wu Guozian, and cousin Tian Jinzhong walked in. They were all dressed in the specially thickened winter gear from the base, still wearing it as they entered the house, carrying the chill from outside, yet their smiles were warm. Uncle Tian Weigua was a hearty man, bursting into hearty laughter as he entered, his voice booming. Little Feng, you arrived just in time. We heard quite a commotion outside, gunfire crackling, which worried us sick. Is everything all right? Has it all been resolved? He was taking off his thick coat while asking with concern. Aunt Wu Guozian nodded repeatedly. Yes, it sounded quite frightening. We didn't dare to breathe a word. Later, when I heard Sister Shime say you returned safely, I knew you would definitely come home for dinner, so we rushed over. Qin Feng smiled and welcomed them to sit down, his tone relaxed with a hint of youthful arrogance. Uncle, Aunt, don't worry, just a few reckless little thieves wanted to come to our base for a free meal. Dealing with them didn't take much effort. As he spoke, Qin Feng discreetly activated a strand of spiritual perception, quietly scanning the relatives in the room. Mother Tian Shime, a wave of warm, unreserved love surged over with a high degree of intimacy, about 90. Father Qin Anshu, steady and trustworthy, filled with a father's pride and satisfaction, about 88. Uncle Tian Weigua, hearty and grateful, sincerely viewing Qin Feng as a pillar of support, about 80. Aunt Wu Guozian carrying a hint of cautious gratitude, but overall well-meaning, about 78. Cousin Tian Jinzhong, pure admiration and closeness like a little follower, about 82. Feeling this pure, untainted intimacy, the last thread of worry in Qin Feng's heart dissipated, transforming into deeper warmth. He silently rejoiced that he had brought his uncle's family over from their hometown at the first opportunity after his rebirth. In his past life, his uncle's family had lost contact early in the apocalypse, their fates unknown. In this life, not only was he repaying his uncle's early kindness, but he also wanted his parents to have close relatives by their side during the long, arduous years of the apocalypse. Having family to share laughter, play mahjong, and enjoy chess with would dispel the loneliness and solitude that might creep in. Mother served the last bowl of soup, calling out, Come, don't just stand there talking, sit down and eat while it's hot. The family gathered around the lavish table, bustling with conversation and laughter. Uncle shared amusing stories he'd heard from the base. Cousin Tian Jinzhong excitedly recounted his experiences training with the patrol team today. Father and aunt discussed the new seedlings planted in the greenhouse, while mother kept serving meat to Qin Feng and his cousin. As Qin Feng watched this lively, warm, and vibrant scene, listening to the familiar voices of his loved ones, feeling this long-awaited ordinary happiness, he was filled with immense satisfaction. Outside it was a frigid hell of sub-zero temperatures, but inside the lights were bright, the aroma of food wafted through the air, and the family gathered together, their laughter weaving the strongest barrier. Qin Feng raised his bowl, deeply gazing at the relaxed smiles on his parents' faces, watching the satisfied expressions of his uncle's family, and in his heart, he felt an unwavering determination. All the regrets and helplessness of his past life would be completely reversed in this life. What he wanted to protect was the warmth and peace of this small space before him. For this, he was willing to become a ruthless warrior, sweeping away all threats. He smiled and joined the lively discussion, appearing to be just an ordinary young man who had just gotten off work, enjoying the joys of family life. The next morning, Qin Feng stepped into the office with renewed vigor. Wang Changlin Chun, he and several other core members had been waiting for some time, an atmosphere of tension and anticipation hanging in the air. Good morning, Boss Qin, they greeted in unison. Morning. Qin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over their weary yet determined faces. Are the reports ready? Yes, Boss Qin. Wang Changlin and Chun He immediately stepped forward, each handing a thick folder to Qin Feng. These were detailed plans regarding the base's recent management and future strategies. Taking the reports, Qin Feng walked behind his spacious desk and sat down, leaning back slightly as he began to flip through the pages. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting light and shadow across his focused profile. The office fell silent, broken only by the rustling of paper. Time ticked by. Wang Changlin and the others held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng's expression. As he read Wang Changlin's report, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. His finger tapped lightly on a certain paragraph before he continued reading. Then he picked up Chun He's report. The same thing happened again, his frown deepening. This subtle change sent a jolt through the four men standing below. They exchanged uneasy glances. The already heavy atmosphere in the office seemed to weigh down even more. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Feng finally closed the last report. He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he leaned fully back into his chair, his right index finger tapping rhythmically, unconsciously against the smooth mahogany desk. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was starkly clear in the silence. His gaze seemed to pierce through the desk, staring into some distant unknown, clearly lost in deep thought. The entire room was enveloped in a suffocating stillness. Wang Changlin and the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly, standing quietly awaiting Qin Feng's decision. These silent 20-plus minutes felt interminable to them. Finally, Qin Feng's tapping finger stopped. He slowly raised his head. The hesitation and deliberation in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a resolve as firm as bedrock, as if he had made some momentous decision. Go gather everyone for a meeting. Qin Feng's voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. All squad leaders and above assemble in the main conference room in 20 minutes. Yes. Wang Changlin and the others, as if released from a spell, immediately responded and swiftly turned to notify the others. They knew that once Qin Feng showed that look in his eyes, something major was afoot. Qin Feng didn't get up immediately. He reopened the reports, picked up a pen, and quickly marked and annotated key points. He paused occasionally, taking a deep drag from the cigarette between his fingers. Amidst the swirling smoke, his thoughts grew clearer. He was setting the core tone for the upcoming meeting. Soon the base's largest conference room was crowded with people. Squad leaders, platoon leaders, and company commanders summoned by the urgent notice filled the seats, murmuring among themselves. Ironhead, what's the deal? A burly man with a scar on his face elbowed a bald, robust fellow beside him. Called in so early by Boss Qin. Ironhead rubbed his shiny scalp, equally puzzled. How should I know? I just finished the night patrol and was about to catch some shut-eye when I got the call. With this kind of setup, something big's going down. Hey, last time Boss Qin called a meeting, he set the base rules, assigned houses, and settled families. This time, could another windfall be coming our way? A wiry man rubbed his hands together, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Windfall. Old Lou, are you dreaming of food? An older veteran retorted with a laugh, then his expression turned serious. But Boss Qin always acts with a plan. He's calling us together because he's going to lead us into something bigger. Think about what's outside. The veteran's voice dropped, carrying a faint tremor. It's a living hell out there. People frozen stiff, starving to skin and bone, and sigh. His words struck a chord with everyone. A squad leader named Chun Dabiao, who had just returned from a supply run outside, slammed the table, his voice thick with suppressed anger. Old soldiers, right? You haven't seen it. Yesterday, I led the team to the old district in the west. Damn, we could smell it from a mile away. Something foul. When we got closer, a family had butchered their neighbor. And he choked up, his face twitching. Chopped him up. And it was in the pot. A wave of gasps filled the room. Another hoarse voice chimed in. That's nothing. Last week I saw a father dragging his little kid, burning with fever and skinny as a rail, out onto the balcony. Saying it was provisions. The speaker wiped his face roughly, his eyes rimmed with red. How old was that kid? 5, 6. Just frozen stiff and hanging out there. A stifling silence fell over the conference room. Pain and lingering fear were etched on everyone's faces. So, Chun Dabiao stood up abruptly, his voice booming, shattering the heavy mood with a survivor's fervor. We can follow Boss Qin and live a stable life in our base, with wives, kids, warm beds, food, clothes, and heating. This is heaven. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in our base or show disrespect to Boss Qin, I, Chun Dabiao, will be the first to tear his head off. I swear loyalty to Boss Qin. Right? Swear loyalty to Boss Qin. My life was given by Boss Qin. This base is my home. Anyone who stirs trouble gets killed. The crowd's emotions surged instantly. Fear and grief were replaced by a fierce sense of belonging and protectiveness. The conference room echoed with shouts of swear loyalty and protect our home. Just then the conference room door swung open. Qin Feng, clad in a sharp combat uniform, strode in with powerful steps. Behind him followed Wang Changlin, Chun, He Bingning, and other corps members. Greetings, Boss Qin. As if on reflex, everyone seated shot up, straightened their backs, and roared in unison, their gazes locking onto Qin Feng with reverence and fervor. Qin Feng's gaze was as piercing as a torch slowly sweeping across the excited and loyal faces before him. He gave a slight nod, raised his hand, and pressed it downward. Sit. Everyone sat down in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. The meeting room instantly fell silent, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. All held their breath, waiting for Qin Feng's instructions. Qin Feng's heart surged with emotion. These vivid faces, these eyes brimming with loyalty. This was the most solid foundation for his survival and conquest in this brutal apocalypse. He quietly activated his inner energy perception, a mysterious affinity detection. Silent ripples swept across the room, and the feedback was almost uniformly high signals of closeness and loyalty. This dispelled the last trace of doubt in his heart, leaving him with an immense sense of security. I've gathered everyone today. Qin Feng's voice was steady and powerful, clearly reaching every ear, because I've read the reports from Commander Wang and City Lord Chun on the recent management and future development strategies of the base. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Wang Chonglin and Chun, he who instinctively straightened their backs. I have some thoughts, so I'll lay them out directly and finalize the rules and plans for the base and the Qin army from now on. Everyone perked up, pulling out small notebooks and pens to take notes. The atmosphere was solemn and focused. First thing, Qin Feng raised a finger. In 3 days, the base will officially and fully implement the point system. All material exchanges will be based on points. A murmur of discussion arose below, but it quickly subsided. Everyone understood this was the inevitable trend. You and every brother present. Qin Feng's gaze swept over every core member along with the members under your command will all receive an initial allocation of points. This task will be led by Yi Bingning. He looked toward the cool-tempered Yi Bingning, who nodded calmly. Wang Chonglin, Zhang Qinchun, he and Lu Tao will serve as deputy leaders. All personnel at the platoon leader level and above will be team members. You must collaborate closely to quickly discuss and refine all specific rules of the point system. How to earn points. How to spend points. What are the exchange rates? Reward and punishment measures. Everything must have clear guidelines, fair, just, and transparent. This is the foundation of the base's operation. Make sure it's done right. Yes, we will complete the mission. Yi Bingning accepted the order on behalf of the team, her voice crisp and strong. Good. Second thing. Qin Feng's voice rose sharply, carrying an undeniable authority. It's about the classification and management of base personnel. Everyone's hearts tightened. Classification. This was a matter of personal interest. Listen carefully. Qin Feng enunciated each word. From now on, base personnel will be divided into 3 classes. The brothers who first followed me to establish this base and their families. That is, everyone here along with the families of your former old members and brothers will be first-class citizens. A wave of suppressed exclamations and barely restrained excited whispers erupted below. First-class citizens. The name alone was thrilling. Qin Feng raised his hand to quell the discussion. What rights do first-class citizens enjoy? His sharp gaze swept the room as he answered his own question. First, the right to housing. You have the priority to choose the best 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom apartments in the base. This is your home. Second, the right to survival guarantees. 3 meals a day are guaranteed by the base first. The food grown and livestock raised by the base are yours to use with priority. Being well-fed and well-nourished is what you deserve. Third, Qin Feng's voice took on a special tone that made many strong young men's eyes light up. The right to marriage. First-class citizens have the right to polygamy. This statement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up huge waves. Many men's breathing grew heavy. In this precarious apocalypse, women were a scarce resource and a guarantee of survival and reproduction. This privilege carried immense weight. However, Qin Feng's voice carried a warning. Rights come with responsibilities. The living expenses of any additional women you marry will be deducted from your own material share. Deducted from your points. The base will not bear extra costs. Understand? His gaze was like lightning. Want to support more people? Fine. Then show me your skills. Go out and search for more supplies. Hunt more mutated beasts. Complete more important missions. Earn it with your contributions and points. More work, more reward. Less work, less reward. No work. Starvation serves you right. The base doesn't support idlers, let alone parasites. Understood? The roar shook the heavens. This rule was clear, harsh, yet undeniably fair, igniting the blood and fighting spirit of every man. Want privileges? Want a better life? Fight for it with your life. Trade it for your merits. It was only natural. Next, Qin Feng continued, the survivors we rescued this time will be designated as second-class citizens. They will have basic survival guarantees, but their housing conditions and food rations will be inferior to those of you first-class citizens. As for survivors who join the base in the future, they will all be third-class citizens. Their starting point is the lowest, and they will need to put in much more effort just to survive. So do second-class and third-class citizens have a chance for promotion? Qin Feng posed the key question. Yes, absolutely, he declared firmly. Yi Bingning, when you formulate the points system, you must design a promotion pathway into it, and it must be placed in a prominent position. Let every person who joins the base later see clearly that as long as you make outstanding contributions, such as finding critical supplies, proposing major technological innovations, or performing great feats in battle, or possess exceptional talents, being a top-tier doctor, engineer, agronomist, or a promising warrior, you can climb up step by step, from third class to second class, and even to first-class citizen. Enjoy better houses, more abundant food, greater privileges. He looked around the room, his tone carrying an inspiring force. We must give everyone hope. Let them see that in Fenghui base, as long as you're willing to fight and have the ability, there's a way out. You can live a good life, not just wait to die like those walking corpses outside. Of course, he shifted his tone, his eyes turning icy. The rules must be fair and just. The promotion criteria must be clear and transparent. No favoritism or corruption will be tolerated. Whoever breaks the rules will skin them alive. Yi Bingning, you must etch this principle into the very bones of the point system. Yes, Chief Qin. Yi Bingning accepted the order, once again a glint of wisdom flashing in her eyes as she began to conceptualize a specific promotion points model. Third point, Qin Feng pointed out the window. The current scale of the base is far from sufficient. We've brought back so many people and will need to accept more in the future. Personnel allocation and internal expansion must be addressed immediately. The existing vacant rooms are a scarce resource. Keep them to reward those with merit. Reward those with special skills and those of great value to the base. Ordinary people will live in concentrated quarters for now, but the living areas, production zones, and defense sectors must be planned rationally. No chaos, no overcrowding, no trouble. He looked at Chunhee. Chunhee, you are the city lord. Managing internal affairs is your duty. Didn't we bring back many senior engineers and planners this time? Don't waste them. Let them contribute ideas and provide professional layout plans. Chunhee quickly nodded. Understood, President Qin. I'll organize their meeting immediately. Remember. Qin Feng's voice suddenly grew heavier, carrying an undeniable warning. Those experts and engineers, only have the right to advise. They can propose plans and share ideas, but the final decision-making power lies with you. His gaze swept sharply over Wang Chonglin Chun, He Zhongchen Lu Tao, and all the platoon and company commanders below, in the hands of you old brothers who have fought alongside me, Qin Feng, all the way. Understand. Don't let those flashy technical terms fool you. The core interests of the base must be held firmly in the hands of our own people. Any suggestion that might harm the interests of our core brothers or shake the foundation of the base, throw it straight into the trash. Is that clear? Yes. Like a thunderclap on flat ground, the entire conference room erupted with a deafening roar. All the core members, from commanders like Wang Chonglin to the platoon and squad leaders below, their eyes instantly reddened. A surge of hot emotion welled up in their hearts. President Qin, he's backing us up. He's afraid we roughnecks can't outsmart those who are always using their heads. This blatant favoritism and protective instinct ignited loyalty more than any promise could. Qin Feng clearly sensed the affinity signals from below boiling over like hot water, surging upward another notch. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only with this most core, earliest following team maintaining absolute loyalty to him, and then using them to manage the entire base layer by layer, could everything operate like an extension of his own will, efficient and seamless. Grant them the highest status, the best treatment, and the strongest sense of security, and they would remain utterly devoted, becoming the most unshakable fortress and the sharpest blade to uphold his rule. And providing a visible, tangible promotion ladder for newcomers would inject vitality and hope into the entire base, forming a stable, upward developing ecosystem. These 500-plus loyal core members, forged through the brutal elimination of the early apocalypse and honed under his relentless investment, ample food, scientific training, were the very cornerstone of the future base. Qin Feng deeply understood that in the apocalypse, the awakening of individual powers, supernatural abilities, evolution was only a matter of time. And his core team, with their solid foundation, rigorous training, and adequate nutrition, would inevitably awaken their powers earlier and in greater numbers. Once they possessed abilities beyond ordinary men, they could not only better protect the base, but also form a powerful military deterrent, making any malicious scoundrels tremble with fear. The stability of the base would thus have its most fundamental guarantee. This model of core team hierarchical incentives promotion pathways, though ancient and employed by emperors and generals throughout history, was the most direct and effective ruling principle in a resource-scarce, crisis-ridden apocalypse. Fifth point. Qin Feng's voice, like a war drum, sounded the charge, pushing the meeting atmosphere to its climax. And the most important one. In 3 days, our Qin army will set out to capture the so-called official base in the west of the city. Boom. The conference room exploded into chaos. Attack the official base. Take over 100,000 people. Wang Chonglin Chun He and the insiders were fine, but the platoon and company commanders below were all flushed with excitement, their fists clenched tight. Expansion. Territory, population, resources. This was what a warlord of the apocalypse should be doing. According to reliable intelligence obtained by Deputy Commander Zhang Zhangchun, Qin Feng pointed at Zhang Chun, who nodded calmly. That official base is already in utter chaos internally, with high-level power struggles and extremely uneven distribution of supplies. The most crucial part, they've run out of food. They're starving. That's why they set their sights on us, trying to plunder our grain depot. Since they've stretched out their claws first, a cruel smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Don't blame me for chopping off their claws at the root, and in the process taking over their remaining mess. Yi Bingning. Qin Feng turned to this calm female steward. You, along with Wang Chonglin, Zhang Qinshun, he and Lu Tao will hold a meeting immediately after this. Formulate a detailed plan. How to receive and settle those over 100,000 people. How to screen them. How to allocate resources. How to avoid chaos. I want to see a practical, feasible plan. 100,000 people is no small number. Mishandled, it could be a huge disaster. But if handled well, it will be the fuel for the base's takeoff. Yes, President Qin. We'll start right after the meeting. Yi Bingning responded without hesitation, a glint of efficient operation shining in her eyes. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the excited crowd below, his voice suddenly turning icy cold like a wind from the polar regions. But receiving does not mean accepting everything without discrimination. That official base is a mix of good and bad. Lurking inside are remnants of so-called financial oligarchs, power-grabbing executives, faction-forming gang leaders, bullies who abuse their power. These people are the tumors of the base. They are the root of chaos, bombs that could explode at any moment. His gaze like a blade of ice swept across the room. I, Qin Feng, hate trouble the most. So my method is simple. He paused, clearly enunciating 3 words heavy with the stench of blood. 1. Clean. Sweep. The conference room fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden burst of killing intent. Seeing that some still didn't fully grasp what this clean sweep meant, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, an invisible pressure spreading out as he slammed the table. Bang! Do you understand? He barked, his voice like a thunderclap. Yes. The enormous sound wave nearly lifted the roof. Stirred by this killing intent, the crowd's blood boiled, and they fully grasped Qin Feng's meaning. They understood in their hearts: kill. Eliminate all unstable factors. Only keep the commoners who can work and are willing to obey. Eliminate the tumors. Leave not one. Keep only the good people. Wang Chonglin led the roar. Leave not one. Keep only the good people. The crowd roared in unison, their eyes burning with fanatical battle fervor. Following a leader so decisive, protective, and daring to expand made them willing, and their blood race. Excellent. Qin Feng's voice softened slightly, but still carried the taste of iron and blood. After the capture, immediately organize a strong patrol team. 2 tasks. First, prevent anyone from looting, burning, or causing destruction in the chaos. Second, protect those truly innocent and willing to obey survivors. Remember, in turbulent times, severe punishment is necessary. Mercy is the greatest cruelty to the base, to yourselves, and to the survivors who trust us. He took a deep breath, his gaze like lightning, every word imprinting itself like an iron law into everyone's soul. From the moment we enter the official base until the takeover is fully complete, everyone will obey orders. Anyone who dares to defy, kill. Those who attempt to sow discord, incite trouble, or undermine unity, kill. Those who are unreasonable, refuse to listen, or disrupt order, kill. Those who are arrogant, disobey management, or pay lip service, kill. Anyone who dares to attack any member of our Qin army, no mercy. Each kill struck like a heavy hammer on their chests, carrying a chilling, murderous intent and undeniable authority. The conference room was thick with killing intent. The air itself seemed to freeze. Everyone felt a chill rise up their spines, yet it was replaced by an inexplicable fervor and sense of security. Finally, Qin Feng's voice added with extreme disgust, as for those brainless, love-drenched saints, don't dirty our hands. Find one, strip them naked, and throw them out of the base. Let them go out there and use their love to reform those man-eating beasts. Yes, Wang Chonglin and all the core members felt a surging, overwhelming pride swelling in their chests, nearly bursting forth. Blood coursed and boiled through their veins. Following a leader so decisive, clear in rewards and punishments, with a clear goal and fiercely protective, made them willingly and utterly devoted. This frozen apocalypse seemed, because of Qin Feng's existence, to have direction, warmth, and a spark of hope. The meeting concluded. Everyone left swiftly with immense excitement and heavy tasks, and the entire base began to operate at high speed like a precise war machine. Qin Feng stood alone before the huge floor-to-ceiling window in his office, gazing at the frozen world outside, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, as if he could already see the pivotal battle 3 days later that would establish his apocalypse hegemony. The past 3 days have been intensely busy. In the morning, Qin Feng continued to push his physical limits. In the afternoon, he practiced ancient martial arts and internal energy. He consumed a wild ginseng worth 1 million every day, swallowing it whole. The energy surged through his meridians, but the efficiency was shockingly low, likely absorbing less than 1%. However, Qin Feng understood that in the early days of the apocalypse, before the mutated beast cores had formed, this was the only clumsy method to accelerate energy accumulation. This was the information he had inadvertently obtained a short time before being ambushed in his past life, and it had now become an essential part of his daily routine. Qin's mother, feeling for her son, watched over the pod, making ginseng chicken soup every day. In the evening, there was a meeting of the core members of the base. The framework and details of the points system were merely being refined and solidified, ensuring this war machine operated flawlessly. The entire base resembled a clock wound tightly. Various combat teams repeatedly rehearsed the intelligence gathered from the few survivors alongside the structural blueprints and guard placements of the official base. Every potential firing point and advance route was etched into their minds. Precision and efficiency were Qin Feng's only demands. Flames burned in the eyes of every person, a thirst for revenge, as well as an opportunity to do what they had long desired but dared not. That morning, over 100 homemade snowmobiles lay quietly in the snow, their bodies covered with thick camouflage nets. Behind them stood the neatly arranged, sharpied Qin army soldiers, their heavy winter gear concealing high-quality weapons. A chilling aura condensed in the cold air. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze without any unnecessary mobilization. He simply waved his hand, decisively set off. The command was concise and powerful. The sleds sped off like arrows released from a bow, vanishing first into the white snow curtain. The massive supply convoy followed closely, their sleds crushing through the snow, leaving deep tracks behind. 2 hours later, in a sheltered area of a snow-covered hill, Qin Feng, crouched down beside him, were Wang Chonglin and several core team members. The cold snow particles pierced into his collar without him noticing. He raised a high-powered telescope, and below the mountain lay their target. An official base remodeled from a large underground air defense cave. The heavy alloy gate was tightly shut, and in front stood a dozen guards dressed in standard military coats, nervously pacing back and forth, their guns pointed warily in all directions. The cold wind curled around their clothing edges, revealing bulging magazine pouches at their waists. An air of unease permeated the atmosphere. Clearly, the disappearance of the official main force had sent this place into a state of alarm, raising the alert level to the highest. At the entrance, there were even 2 full squads deployed, which had not been observed in the reconnaissance of the previous days. As he slightly adjusted the telescope, Qin Feng saw a team of scavengers dragging heavy sleds wearily approaching the gates. The leader quickly exchanged a few words with the head guard, their voices shredded by the wind, barely audible. The head guard hesitated for a moment and gestured towards the inside of the gate. Creak, clang. A sound of painful metal friction shattered the silence. The massive alloy door slid slowly along the rusted track on the ground, revealing a deep gap. Now's the time. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and his right hand swiftly drew a signal pistol, decisively pulling the trigger towards the gray sky. Bang! The sharp explosion tore through the cold wind, a crimson signal flare, trailing smoke streaked across the gloomy clouds. Almost the moment the signal flare shot into the air. Bang! 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 Precise and concentrated gunfire erupted suddenly. On both sides of the hill, 2 ambush teams that had long been in position sprang to life in an instant. Dark gun muzzles spat out deadly flames. The crossfire network was like the scythe of death, instantly covering all the guards at the entrance. In the first round of volleys, the figures at the entrance collapsed as if struck by a heavy hammer. The smell of gunpowder mixed with blood wafted in the cold wind. Reload. Control the entrance. The team leader's low roar rang out amidst the gunfire. Several team members dashed out of cover like cheetahs, their assault rifles steady as they delivered fatal shots to targets that still drew breath. The movements were clean and swift, with no hesitation whatsoever. In less than 10 seconds, there were no living souls left at the entrance. Shield bearers. Advance. CQB formation. Alternate cover. Clear the area. The commander's voice was cold and urgent. 2 burly warriors immediately lifted heavy, specialized blast shields like moving fortresses, leading the charge into the open gate. Following them, 2 assault teams executed a classic Hellfire alternating leap formation. The first group breached the entrance, occupying advantageous positions to provide fire suppression and surveillance. The second group immediately advanced deeper, while the first group switched to cover. The actions were swift and coordinated, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Secure. Suppress the left corridor. Control the right room. The short tactical commands echoed within the dim corridor. Follow-up team. Move to the designated area. Breach. Clear out. More commands were issued. Outside on the snowmobiles, the subsequent 10 combat teams surged forth like a flood released from a dam in a standard wedge formation, following the pre-battle rehearsed plan, rushing into the opening created by the vanguard, quickly flooding inside and heading towards their assigned areas. Tat tat tat. Bang. Ah. Fight them. Gunfire screams, dying wails, and desperate roars erupted from every corner of the air defense cave. The battle raged intensely at every intersection, every room, every corridor. But the chaos belonged to the defenders. Every Qin army squad had clear targets and routes with a harmonious coordination of firepower. In the cramped spaces, professional tactical movements and high-quality equipment created an overwhelming advantage. The reasonable use of crossfire and angled shots forced the poorly organized guards to retreat continuously with no ability to fight back. The sounds of boots pounding on the ground echoed in the corridor, the sharp sounds of gunfire and the crisp clinking of shell casings hitting the ground. Qin Feng stood at the entrance, his expression grim. He did not rush in, but slowly closed his eyes. Buzz! His powerful mental force spread out from him like an invisible tide. Within a radius of 240 meters, everything lay beneath his eyes. The cold metal walls, the panicked shadows running, the civilians trembling in the corners, the sporadic gunmen attempting to resist. Even the weak air currents in the ventilation ducts were vividly reflected in his spiritual perception, clear and distinct. He was like a ghost controlling the entire situation, quietly watching this storm. 20 minutes later, the gunfire noticeably thinned out, leaving only sporadic resistance and the sounds of supplementary fire. Second echelon. Enter. Take full control. Search for remnants. Control key nodes. Qin Feng opened his eyes and decisively issued the order. The remaining 200 Qin army soldiers swiftly filed in like efficient sanitation workers, beginning to thoroughly scour every corner of the base, taking over warehouses, control rooms, generator rooms, and other critical positions. Only then did Qin Feng step forward as the second echelon steadily entered this besieged steel fortress. The mental force field continued to expand. Occasional gunfire rang out, quickly extinguished by precise fire. Under the command of Wang Chonglin and others, the well-trained, well-equipped veterans dealt with these guards who lacked unified command and fought separately, as if they were cutting vegetables. About 30 minutes later, Wang Chonglin quickly walked out from deep within the corridor, his combat uniform stained with gunpowder and a few dark red spots, yet his steps were steady and strong. He stood at attention before Qin Feng, his voice loud and clear as he reported, "Report, Chief Qin. The base is fully under control. All personnel on the high-level list and designated targets have been confirmed killed. Our combat teams have completed area lockdown as per the plan, and the situation is basically stable. Resistance is weak, and we are currently clearing out the remaining threats." His tone carried a calmness after completing the arduous task and a hint of barely concealed excitement. Qin Feng nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. "Good. Tell the brothers they did a great job. Tonight, when we return, all participating personnel will be rewarded with a huazi each." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the attentive soldiers around him, his voice raised a few notches. "For the injured brothers, an extra bottle of Taizi. Take good care of your injuries." "Yes, Chief Qin." Wang Changlin's eyes sparkled as he replied loudly. This news exploded like a drop of water into boiling oil, instantly igniting suppressed joy among the surrounding soldiers. "Chief Qin is mighty." One soldier covered in gunpowder could not help but shout, his voice trembling with excitement. "Huazi, my God. I've been out of rations for almost 3 weeks. I'm about to go crazy." Another soldier wiped his face vigorously as if he could already smell that familiar tobacco scent. "Hey, you rookie, how long have you been short on rations?" "I've been out of supply for 3 weeks. I have to enjoy it this time." Nearby, an old soldier laughed and scolded, giving the rookie's shoulder a hearty pat, his face unable to hide the smile and deep yearning for huazi. The smell of gunpowder in the air seemed to be diluted a bit by this sudden reward, which carried the taste of life. Exhausted faces broke into smiles of survival and harvest. Qin Feng looked at this group of brothers who had fought alongside him, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. Taking this base was just the first step. But this step was taken with enough firmness. The cold wind swept through the broken window frames of the base, carrying a unique odor mixed with mildew, excrement, and an indescribable industrial acid stench. Qin Feng stood by the dilapidated window of the command room, overlooking the crowded and chaotic residential area below, resembling a giant anthill. Behind him, Zhang Chen, the newly submitted former leader of the base, stood with his hands down, reporting in a voice that carried a hint of barely noticeable difficulty. "Qin Zong," Zhang Chen cleared his throat, striving to steady his voice, "the situation is worse than expected. After counting, the entire base's food supply is only enough for everyone to eat for 3 days. Qin Feng did not turn around, but lightly tapped his finger on the dusty windowsill, producing a soft echo. 3 days. That was even more precarious than he remembered from this time in his past life. Zhang Chen paused, seemingly organizing his words, and ultimately continued with a suppressed anger. "Moreover, we discovered that there are numerous workshops within the base producing nutrition bars." "Nutrition bars?" Qin Feng turned around, fixing his gaze on Zhang Chen with a furrowed brow. "Explain. What are their ingredients?" This term triggered some unbearable fragments of memory from his past life. Zhang Chen's face instantly turned extremely pale, his throat bobbed, as if he was suppressing the urge to vomit. They are made from processed remains of corpses, a large amount of cultivated cockroaches and rats, and the lowest quality feed mixed together compressed into bar shapes, exclusively for the lower-class civilians to maintain the bare minimum of calorie and protein intake. Disgusting. Damn it. Is this still something humans do? The command room erupted into chaos as several core members who had followed Qin Feng, including Tai Tu and Lu Tao, burst out in outrage. Some turned pale, clutching their mouths, and dry heaving, while others cursed loudly, their fists cracking with tension. Tai Tu even kicked a nearby metal cabinet, with great force producing a loud clang as the door dented inward. Beasts. These are beasts in human skin. Tai Tu's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently. What do they take people for? Even livestock are better. Fortunately, we followed Qin Feng. A nearby man spoke with a trembling voice filled with the relief of having survived. If we were still out there. Who knows? Who knows when we would have to eat that thing to survive? Lu Tao took a deep breath, suppressing the churn of his stomach, and said in a solemn voice, Tai Tu is right. Earlier when Qin Feng ordered the attack on this official base, I had some reservations, thinking it was after all official. But now seeing this, what the hell is official? This is a den of demons. Destroying these pests is the true act of saving lives. Qin Feng's expression was neutral, but the cold light in his eyes deepened. In his past life, he had seen even more disgusting food, but at this moment, witnessing the systematic and factory-like production of such things, the coldness and cruelty behind it were still appalling. This was not just a matter of survival, it was the most thorough trampling and exploitation of lower-class lives by the power-holding class. Take me to see. Qin Feng's voice was chillingly calm. Zhang Chun led the way as the group silently traversed the interior of the base. The deeper they went, the more polluted and acrid the air became. The passage was crowded with emaciated survivors. Most were wrapped in tattered, filthy cotton or plastic, curled up on the cold concrete floor, their eyes dull and hollow, resembling walking corpses. One by one, they were so thin that their bones were visible, with high cheekbones and sunken eye sockets, their skin a sickly waxy yellow or grayish. A mother tightly held her equally frail child, who lacked even the strength to cry, merely emitting a weak, cat-like whimper. As Qin Feng and the others passed by, they merely raised their eyelids numbly, their expressions devoid of curiosity, filled only with deep exhaustion and distrust toward everything. Qin Feng even saw in the corner an old man trembling as he pulled out half of a blackened, foul-smelling nutrition bar from his pocket, cautiously licking it. A similarly emaciated young man's eyes flashed with greed, but in the end he merely swallowed and buried his head deeper. The air was saturated with despair and death, making it hard to breathe. The walls of the passage were marked with dark brown stains and scratch marks, silently narrating the chaos and violence that had occurred here. The stench of excrement, the putrid odor of festering wounds, and the omnipresent unique smell of nutrition bars, a mix of blood and rot, formed a nauseating death odor. In stark contrast to them were a few individuals who passed by, dressed relatively neatly and even wearing haughty expressions. Most of them were heading toward the upper areas of the base. Who are those? Qin Feng asked coldly. Zhang Chun replied in a low voice, most are relatives of the former management, various heads, or those who depend on them. Thugs and service personnel. The group finally arrived at the so-called nutrition bar production workshop of the base. Massive rusty metal tanks connected by pipes with a conveyor belt flowing with a viscous, oddly colored paste, which was ultimately compressed into short, thick black-brown bars. A stench so strong it was suffocating hit them, far more intense than that outside the passage. A few similarly emaciated workers wearing makeshift masks operated mechanically, their expressions numb, as if they had lost their sense of smell and ability to think. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. This time, even the few steadfast soldiers beside Qin Feng could not help but violently cough and retch. Tai Tu's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, his expression twisted. Qin Feng watched all of this with an expressionless face, his gaze as cold as ice. In his past life, he had struggled to survive and had grown accustomed to darkness, but witnessing this systemic evil firsthand still ignited a cold fury in his chest. This so-called official base had long since rotted and stunk to the core. He turned to leave, no longer looking at the hellish scene. Lu Tao, Qin Feng's voice returned to its usual calm. Have we announced our base's policies and situation to all survivors? Lu Tao immediately stood straight. Report, Qin Feng. The announcement has been completed. The announcement team covered all residential areas, and the vast majority of survivors were ecstatic upon hearing that our Fenghui base had ample food, safe housing, heating, and order, expressing their willingness to leave with us immediately. Preliminary statistics show that over 95% are willing to migrate. Oh. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. The vast majority. That means there are still a portion of people who do not wish to come with us. His tone was very flat, yet it seemed to chill the air around him. Lu Tao nodded, a hint of disdain in his voice. Yes, Qin Feng. About 2 to 3,000 people have clearly stated their intention to stay. We investigated and found that they are basically those connected individuals mentioned earlier, direct and collateral relatives of the former higher-ups, various heads, mistresses, and thugs. They could still scrape by under the old system, living relatively better lives, unwilling to give up their vested interests, and either do not believe or disdain to follow us. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold arc, his eyes devoid of any smile, only harboring mockery and killing intent, seeking death. His voice was light, yet carried a metallic texture. Keeping these tumors around is waiting for them to recover to conspire for revenge and stab us in the back. He pondered for a moment and then ordered Zhang Chun. All right, Lu Tao, you continue to be in charge of mobilization and organization for the migration. Zhang Chun, you go tell those decent people who do not wish to leave that we will not force them. Each has their own aspirations, they can continue to stay here. Zhang Chun nodded, understood Qin Zong. Qin Feng suddenly seemed to think of something, a glimmer of playful light flashing in his eyes as he added, wait. After all, there are nearly 100,000 survivors to migrate, and although our Fenghui base is large, accommodating them all at once requires time for planning. So you pick 50 trustworthy brothers and accompany me for another trip to the lower residential area. Since they kindly left their home for us to see, we cannot be too ungrateful. We must carefully select a batch of people to keep company with these new neighbors so they do not feel too lonely. Zhang Chun instantly understood Qin Feng's intentions, his heart racing as he met Qin Feng's deep, seemingly light-devouring gaze, feeling a chill surge from his feet to the top of his head. He immediately bowed his head, his voice even more respectful. Yes, Qin Zong, I will arrange it immediately. Soon a 50-man elite team was assembled, silently following behind Qin Feng, once again entering the lower residential area that resembled a vast slum. Unlike before, Qin Feng walked slowly, this time his steps steady, his spiritual energy extending like an invisible tide, silently spreading outwards from him, using his inner strength to sense the surrounding atmosphere. Malice perception. Within the coverage of his spiritual sense, any individual harboring intense negative emotions, hostility, murderous intent, jealousy, greed, or resentment, toward him would shine as clearly as fireflies in the dead of night. He traversed the congested corridor, passing by one makeshift home after another, partitioned by tattered cloth and cardboard. Wherever his spiritual sense swept, most survivors emanated numbness, confusion, fear, or a faint flicker of hope, as fragile as a candle in the wind. These emotions formed a gray backdrop, yet certain points of light were glaringly conspicuous. A middle-aged man lurking in a corner, his eyes dark and venomous as he stared at Jiang Chen's back. Within the perception, it was intense jealousy and concealed murderous intent. The affinity value hovered around 20. Why should he come and take control of everything? My cousin is the captain of the security team. Just wait and see. A relatively cleanly dressed young woman, her face adorned with a fawning smile, had an affinity of 15. Him acting like some savior. He got Brother Wang killed and ruined my good life. They'll make him pay sooner or later. A few youths huddled together, whispering among themselves, their eyes shifting with ill intent, their affinity at 10. In his spiritual perception, they were like clumps of dark red poisonous mist intertwined. Once this Qin fellow is gone, this base will be ours. We'll loot the warehouse, take over the nice houses upstairs, and slowly deal with those who don't know their place. Yu Qin Feng said without breaking stride, his finger pointing precisely at the middle-aged man with the venomous gaze. Affinity 5. And you pointing at the smirking woman, and you 3 indicating the gathered youths. Come out and follow us. Those singled out were stunned for a moment, then their faces uncontrollably erupted with ecstatic joy. The surrounding numb crowd cast looks of envy or curiosity. Affinity 31. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Boss Qin. Thank you, Boss Qin. The venomous man instantly donned an expression of tearful gratitude. Boss Qin, you're such a kind soul. The young woman chimed in, her voice syrupy and affected. The youths exchanged excited glances, rubbing their hands together. See, we've been noticed by a big shot. We're definitely heading for the good life. The expressionless soldiers escorting them led them out from the crowd, signaling them to fall in at the rear of the column. Boss Qin, in his benevolence, is arranging comfortable lodgings for you at Fenghui base, the leading soldier explained coldly. These words were like fuel to the fire. Those chosen were even more overjoyed, unconsciously straightening their backs. They cast looks of superiority and anticipation at the wretches who hadn't been selected. In their minds, they had already begun to fantasize arriving at that reportedly resource-rich new base. They would surely thrive again through their own skills, swindling, bootlicking, or even violent plunder. As for the base rules Lu Tao had promoted earlier, in their eyes they were just empty words to fool the honest folks. Hey, oldly, see that? We're the clever ones. At the end of the column, a chosen youth whispered smugly to his companion, once we get there, we'll eat, drink, and have our way with women as we please. Rules. Those are for fools. Exactly. With our skills, it won't be hard to carve out a place in that new spot, another chimed in, his eyes gleaming with greed and brutality. Maybe we can even land a small leadership role. The singled-out young woman sneered inwardly, humph, that Qin thinks he can buy me off with a mere shelter. Just wait till I find my chance. Brother Wang's revenge, and the good life he destroyed, will make him pay double. The venomous man was calculating first blend and get a feel for things, find the informants my cousin left behind. This base will belong to our people sooner or later. Affinity 3. Qin Feng's spiritual sense, like the most precise radar, perceived every whisper and surging malice within these people with perfect clarity. The cold curve of his lips deepened. Excellent. The fish were biting merrily. Thus, like a most precise scavenger, Qin Feng strolled slowly through the vast and chaotic lower residential area. He needed no inquiries, no examinations. Armed with his keen, almost uncanny malice perception, he plucked out one by one the poisonous thorns hidden among the numb and despairing crowd, as if calling a roll. Over 2 hours later, the column behind him had swelled from the initial 50 to over 800. These 800-plus individuals all wore faces barely containing their excitement and self-perceived cunning, like hyenas heading for a feast. Qin Feng led this peculiar column to the base's lowest level, a vast, empty central plaza. It might have originally been a cargo distribution center or a parking lot, but now it felt eerily cold and lifeless. In one corner of the plaza had already gathered the 2,000 to 3,000 people who had explicitly stated they did not wish to leave. Most of them were relatively well-dressed, their faces bearing expressions of arrogance, vigilance, or calculation, starkly different from the numb survivors of the lower levels. Seeing Qin Feng arrive with a large crowd, they began whispering among themselves. Old Zhang, look. Why is that Qin bringing so many people? He's not going to force us to leave too, is he? A man in a leather jacket asked his neighbor nervously. Doesn't seem like it, the man called. Old Zhang squinted, sizing up the 800-odd lucky ones behind Qin Feng, then glanced at his own group, a sharp glint in his eyes. Those behind him. They look like the poor wretches from downstairs. Has that Qin brought them here too? Housing distribution. The leather jacket man's eyes lit up, lowering his voice excitedly. That must be it. He's moved all those downstairs people out, freeing up so much space. Now he's bringing these obedient poor folks over to be our neighbors. Or giving them places to live and having us manage them. Huh. I'd bet on it. Old Zhang's face broke into a smug grin. I told you. That Qin has taken such a big base, he'll need people to manage these rabble for him. Who else would he use but us local gentry? Good thing we stayed. Once these thugs are gone, the real power in this base will fall right into our hands. Right. A few others gathered around, their faces full of greed. Old Zhang is right. Let's play it cool for now. Once their main force leaves, we move immediately. First seize the warehouse. Then divvy up the good houses. Drive out the disobedient poor folks. Or, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Exactly. The sooner the better. Once we've got this place running and our forces are strong, we might even set our sights on that Fenghui base of his. This is what they call the fisherman who profits from the conflict between the snipe and the clam. 2 birds with 1 stone. Old Zhang's fantasies grew ever grander, as if he could already see himself seated on the base leader's throne. The buzzing murmurs in the plaza grew louder. The faces of the stay-behind faction gradually shed their vigilance, replaced by anticipation, calculation, and even undisguised ambition. Qin Feng stood on a slightly elevated platform at the front of the plaza, expressionless as he gazed down at the 3,000-odd faces brimming with greed and folly. His spiritual sense had already enshrouded the entire plaza like an invisible giant net. Those whispers they thought were so hushed, those dark schemes and vicious ambitions reached his mind like the clearest broadcast, not a single word missed. Qin Feng sneered inwardly, his murderous intent flowing like icy water through his veins. Still dreaming of being the fisherman. Still thinking of stealing my base. Fine, very fine. There are paths in heaven you refuse to take, the gates of hell you barge right into. This saves me the trouble of digging you out one by one later. He hesitated, no longer raising his hand to wave at Lu Tao, Zhang Chun, and the 50 elite soldiers he had brought. You all go out first. Wait for me upstairs. They'll handle the arrangements here. Lu Tao and Zhang Chun did not hesitate for a moment, immediately turning to lead the soldiers away. The heavy metal door slammed shut behind them, sealing off the inside from the outside. The vast, chilly plaza deep underground now held only Qin Feng, facing the dark, pressing crowd of over 3,000 below. Qin Feng's gaze slowly swept across the plaza, especially the high corners. He keenly caught a few inconspicuous red dots, surveillance cameras. Without the slightest warning, his hand reached into his bosom and instantly produced an MP5 submachine gun. The crisp staccato sound of gunfire suddenly exploded in the empty square. Bullets precisely cut through the icy air, shattering every camera in sight into pieces. Sparks flew and fragments scattered. Murder! What is he doing? The crowd below, like startled birds, erupted into panicked screams and chaos. Everyone was terrified by the sudden gunfire, instinctively crouching with their heads down or retreating in fear. Those who had been dreaming of staying behind now had only boundless terror on their faces. The entire square fell into a dead silence, broken only by heavy breathing and chattering teeth. Everyone stared in horror at the figure holding a gun on the high platform, afraid to make a sound, terrified that the next bullet would land on their own heads. Confirming that all surveillance was disabled and no onlookers remained, the last trace of warmth in Qin Feng's eyes vanished, leaving only pure world-freezing killing intent. A decade of struggling to survive in his past life, countless brushes with betrayal and death, had tempered his heart to stone. Mercy towards enemies. That was the greatest cruelty towards himself and those he sought to protect. Looking at the dense crowd below like lambs to the slaughter, an image from a past life, a slightly cringy one, flashed through Qin Feng's mind. In this moment of extreme coldness, the image brought a bizarre sense of ritual. A cold, emotionless smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Mimicking a gesture from memory, he formed a simple seal with one hand, though it was meaningless, and uttered a few words in a low, clear, almost judgmental voice. Water style, who built the dam? The moment the words fell, Qin Feng's eyes sharpened, and his spatial ability was unleashed with full force. Above the square, without any warning, a massive pitch-black rift tore open in the air. It was not a crack in space, but the entrance to his vast dimensional space. The next second, it was as if the heavenly river had burst its banks, or the Milky Way itself was pouring down. Endless, bone-chilling fresh water cascaded down from the rift with overwhelming force. This fresh water had been collected over the year before the apocalypse from high-quality freshwater lakes, such as Qianao Lake, Fairy Lake, Lake Baikal, and Tianshan. He only took 10% from each place to avoid drawing too much attention from the authorities. The volume was still enormous, especially from Lake Baikal, a world-famous large lake. That 10% was equivalent to the total volume of 3 Qianao lakes. It could supply 100 million people for over a decade without issue. Rumble. The deafening roar of water instantly drowned out all screams. It was as if a tsunami had descended upon this enclosed underground space. Heavens! Water! Where is it coming from? Help! Help! No! The crowd in the square was instantly swallowed by this overwhelming disaster. The massive amount of freezing water crashed down on everyone like a tint of sand and hammer. The biting cold instantly pierced through their clothes straight to the bone. Even more deadly was that to withstand the base's perpetually cold sub-zero temperatures of around -10 degrees Celsius, almost everyone was wearing thick cotton jackets and down jackets that became extremely heavy when soaked. The icy fresh water quickly filled every corner of the square, rising at a visible rate. The heavy wet clothes dragged everyone down like iron weights, making it impossible to float despite their frantic struggles. The piercing cold rapidly stiffened muscles, induced cramps, and drained strength. The sounds of splashing, struggling, choking, desperate screams, and vicious curses mingled together, forming a symphony of hellish lament. Gurgle. Qin. He'll haunt you. Gurgle. Save me. I was wrong. He'll follow you. Gurgle. Devil. You devil. Qin Feng stood on the only dry platform like a grim reaper. He raised his MP5 again, its muzzle spitting deadly flames. Bang, 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 bang. Precise shots. Each bullet seemed to have eyes, precisely hitting the figures struggling in the icy flood, trying to grab the edges and climb up. Heads burst like watermelons smashed by a heavy hammer, splashing patches of glaring scarlet on the cold water surface, which were quickly dispersed by the murky currents. 1-10. Those who tried to climb up were killed, their bodies sinking to the bottom or floating. The MP5's magazine soon ran empty. Expressionlessly, Qin Feng returned it to his space, and the next moment a preloaded M4A1 carbine appeared in his hands. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The firepower was even more ferocious. In the icy flood, fewer and fewer people were struggling. Curses turned into meaningless wails, eventually leaving only the sound of gurgling water. The thick winter clothes, saturated with water, dragged countless people relentlessly to the bottom. The biting cold mercilessly stole lives. Warmth, hypothermia took their consciousness faster than drowning. The screams gradually faded. Half an hour later, the water level had risen to near the edge of the square's top. On the surface, a thick layer of corpses floated densely. Some had shattered heads killed by gunfire, some had twisted, contorted faces with hands in a grasping position, having drowned. Many more were curled up, their faces blue and lips black, frozen to death. The entire square had become a huge pool of icy water filled with floating corpses. A thin layer of ice was even beginning to form on the surface. Qin Feng stood at the edge of the high platform, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanning this watery graveyard. Perhaps there were people holding their breath, playing dead at the bottom. Or perhaps some lucky one had found a hidden air pocket. Humph, Qin Feng snorted coldly. Playing dead. An hour in sub-zero ice water, and even if you don't drown, you'll freeze into an ice cube. But he knew the first rule of survival in the apocalypse: finish the job thoroughly. Uproot the weeds to prevent regrowth. Any trace of wishful thinking could lead to fatal disaster in the future. The bloody lessons of his past life ensured he would never commit such a fundamental error. He concentrated once more. The vast spatial entrance did not close, but instead surged forth another torrent of fresh water. The icy current continued to pour in, the water level steadily rising until it nearly submerged the edge of the platform beneath his feet, at which point he forcibly halted it. Less than half a meter of space remained between the water's surface and the metal structure above. The floating corpses bobbed and drifted with the current. Qin Feng stood silently in the knee-deep, freezing water. He had deliberately elevated his footing as still as an icy sculpture, waiting for another 20 minutes. Throughout the underground space, only the faint whisper of flowing water and the dull thuds of colliding corpses could be heard. A chill permeated the air, and the ice crystals on the water's surface had already merged into a thin sheet of ice. Not enough. Qin Feng's gaze remained sharp. He retrieved an item from his space, a military-grade thermal imager. The cold device powered on its screen, instantly displaying the scene beneath the water. Most areas were a deathly deep blue, indicative of extreme cold. However, as his lens swept across several unusually secluded corners, the shadowy entrance of a massive abandoned pipe, the gaps between a pile of half-submerged cargo containers, and even a narrow platform near the top vent partially concealed by floating corpses, there appeared on the screen several extremely faint flickering points of orange like dying embers in the wind. They flickered tenaciously against the frigid deep blue background, representing the last vestiges of life's warmth. 8. There were actually 8 survivors. These individuals either possessed extraordinary physical resilience, indomitable willpower, or had discovered extremely concealed shelters and meager sources of air. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly, then relaxed. A cold, appreciative smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, there are capable people among the masses. Even this couldn't finish them off. Unfortunately, this tenacity was misplaced. To harbor malice towards him was to court death. Mercy towards an enemy was cruelty towards himself and the future of peak convergence space. This principle was etched into his very marrow. Without hesitation, he retrieved another devastating weapon from his space, the Remington MX 2010 anti-material sniper rifle. Its cold barrel, long and sleek, exuded an aura of death. He expertly fitted a high-efficiency suppressor, his movements steady and fluid. He set up the rifle, and through the thermal imager's screen, the crosshairs steadily locked onto the first faint heat source, the figure hidden in the shadow of the abandoned pipe. Bang! A muffled, subdued gunshot echoed within the confined space, nearly drowned out by the sound of water. On the thermal screen, the weak orange flickered violently, then extinguished instantly, merging into the cold, deep blue. Bang! 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 Like the most composed hunter, Qin Feng moved his aim unhurriedly. Each pull of the trigger claimed another tenaciously struggling spark of life. Precise, efficient, and ruthlessly cold. After 7 muffled shots, only one heat source remained on the screen, hiding within the pile of corpses on the narrow platform near the top vent. Qin Feng held his breath, adjusting his angle. The position was tricky, blocked by metal structures above. The bullet needed to pass precisely through a narrow gap. Bang! The 8th bullet held forth, accurately threading the gap. On the screen, the last tenaciously flickering orange was snuffed out completely. Qin Feng raised the thermal imager again, scanning the vast, cold, deathly water area inch by inch like a scanner. Deep blue. An utterly silent deep blue. There was no longer any heat signal of life. Only then did Qin Feng's taut nerves truly relax. He let out a long, silent breath of turbid air. To eradicate the root is the way of survival. This sealed underground water domain had become a colossal ice coffin for over 3,000 corpses. He retrieved all his equipment, turned, and walked through the icy water towards the closed metal door. The heavy lock was secured from the inside. Then he exited through a nearby emergency door, locking it firmly as well. When he reappeared in the upper-level meeting room, not a drop of water clung to him, his expression as calm as if he had merely been on an inspection tour. Lu Tao, Zhang Chun, and the others were already waiting there. They tactfully refrained from asking about the situation in the plaza. No one even glanced towards the passage Qin Feng had just emerged from. The atmosphere in the meeting room was unusually quiet, broken only by Qin Feng's clear voice assigning tasks. The relocation must be accelerated. Zhang Chun, you are in charge of coordination. Follow the previously assigned groups to guide the survivors to peak convergence base in batches. Lu Tao, have your men maintain order, prevent chaos and looting, and ensure the elderly, women, and children are prioritized. Ironhead, your squad will be responsible for the rearguard and the inventory and escort of supplies. Yes, Chief Qin. The group responded in unison, their voices resounding with a newfound reverence in their eyes. A profound recognition of absolute power and ruthless decisiveness, and the resulting more solidified sense of dependence and security. The boss affability. No, what swelled in their hearts at this moment was awe and loyalty towards a true apocalypse overlord. The massive relocation began. Under the organization of the Qin army, nearly 100,000 survivors, like a vast and orderly column of ants carrying their meager, pitiful belongings, formed long lines. Filled with trepidation and a flicker of faint hope, they embarked on the journey to peak convergence base in the bitter wind. The entire process lasted over 10 hours. When the last batch of exhausted survivors escorted by the Qin army finally arrived before the massive, sturdy, brightly lit steel gates of peak convergence, the sky was pitch black. Yet the warm lights spilling from within the gates and the orderly scene instantly dispelled the gloom from their hearts and the chill from their bodies. Inside the base, Yi Bingning's logistics team had made thorough preparations. Bright searchlights illuminated the entrance area as if it were daylight. Rows of temporary but clean and tidy tents were arranged in an orderly fashion lined with thick thermal pads and clean bedding. Massive field cauldrons were set up over makeshift stoves bubbling with steaming fragrant congee, which even contained shredded vegetables and precious bits of meat. Piles of soft white steamed buns were stacked nearby. Staff members wearing uniforms with Peak Convergence logistics armbands moved through the crowd with genuine gentle smiles. No pushing. Form an orderly line. There's enough for everyone. Ma'am, take your time this way, please. Have a bowl of hot congee to warm up. Little one, are you cold? Here, let Annie give you a hot bun. The injured and sick, please register at the medical tent over here. We have doctors. Squads of heavily armed, well-equipped Qin army soldiers, their gazes sharp and resolute, patrolled the base in neat formations. Their strong presence brought an unprecedented sense of security. No one dared to shout, jostle, or loot here. A long-lost feeling called order quietly returned. These survivors who had just crawled out of a hellish abyss of despair were utterly stunned. Warmth. Such a luxury as warmth. The air was warm, the food was hot, the smiles were genuine. No longer the cold walls, foul, air-numb stairs, and nauseating nutrient bars. They greedily breathed air free of the stench of decay, feeling the long-lost warmth envelop their bodies. Some people carefully took the steaming white congee and buns handed to them by the staff, their hands trembling as if holding rare treasures. Someone took the first sip of hot congee, the scalding warmth sliding down their esophagus, a wave of heat instantly surging through their body, causing tears to uncontrollably stream down their faces. An old man reached out a trembling hand, touching the warm radiator inside a nearby tent. Muddy tears flowed down his deeply wrinkled cheeks as he murmured, "Warm. It's warm. Not a dream." Their numb eyes began to revive, and a faint spark called hope was rekindled in the dead ashes of despair. Watching the sincerely busy staff, watching the soldiers maintaining order, and recalling struggling for survival just hours ago in that cold, filthy, sin-ridden, and hopeless official base. The stark contrast struck their hearts like a giant hammer. An unprecedented intense sense of belonging and security like a warm tide instantly flooded over everyone. Here there was food, warmth, order, and hope. This is where people should be. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Qin. Thank you all. We are saved. Choked, tearful voices of gratitude rose and fell. Many people spontaneously bowed deeply towards the center of the base, the place where the legendary Qin Feng was said to be. Qin Feng stood by the observation window of the base's central command tower, looking down at the brightly lit, orderly resettlement area, brimming with the hope of new life. He knew that these 100,000 people were the clean soil left after his malicious perception screening. The hidden poisonous thorns and rotten roots had been thoroughly eradicated by him. Their current gratitude and sense of belonging were real, and this sense of belonging would become one of the most solid foundations for Peak Convergence Base's future. This was precisely the foundation he needed. Surviving the apocalypse required not only thunderous methods to clear obstacles, but also a solid foundation to support the future. Now the obstacles were removed and the foundation was initially laid. Qin Feng's gaze pierced through the window into the deeper darkness beyond, where countless crises and challenges awaited. But he knew that he and Peak Convergence Base had already taken a solid step forward. Morning light streamed through the bulletproof glass into the master bedroom of Fenghui Villa, waking Qin Feng from his 2-meter-wide thermostatic bed. A soft warmth pressed against his thigh. The two girls Yi Bingning had arranged last night were curled asleep beside him. The left girl's profile bore a striking resemblance to a younger Lin Jiling, while the one on the right, with her high nose bridge and distinct features, echoed the charm of Tong Lia. Their seaweed-like hair lay scattered across the silk pillowcases, rising and falling gently with each breath. Bingning sure knows how to pick them. Qin Feng recalled her sly smile from last night. I screened them from thousands of girls at the base, dance students with strong waists and legs more than enough to handle your antics. The Xinjiang girl named Chen Zioqian's lashes fluttered. Opening her eyes to find Qin Feng studying her, she blushed instantly and burrowed into the down comforter, but failed to hide the crimson love bite on her pale shoulder. Guan Xiaodong on the other side burst into laughter, embarrassed now. Who was it last night that said she'd be her master's wild little mare? Before she could finish, a pillow thrown by Xiaoqian struck her. The two tumbled together in giggles, the thin blanket slipping to reveal the taut abdominal lines on their slender waists. With one hand, Qin Feng hooked their ankles and pulled them back. Looks like those physical training sessions paid off. As his fingertip traced Zioqian's waist dimple, she gasped softly, "Don't. That spot's sore." On August 4th, 2040, the ice field reflected a pale bleak light. Qin Feng fastened special snowshoes onto his combat boots, while Yi Bingming tugged his cold-weather suit zipper tight, really not taking a guard squad. Things might be chaotic out there now, survivors looting everywhere. No matter. Ordinary people don't concern me, and I'm fully equipped. Nothing will happen. He pinched her frozen nose tip. Besides, he glanced toward the villa terrace where Xiao Qian and Xiao Tong were waving wrapped in mink blankets, their necks still bearing telltale red marks. I ought to let the new girls rest a couple of days. Qin Feng set off from the base on his snowshoes. After about half an hour of walking, he used a thermal imager to scan for other survivors. Confirming the area was safe, he retrieved an electric snowmobile from his spatial storage. After driving for 2 hours, he arrived at the Linglong Villa district. Through the thermal imager, he spotted 2 figures lurking in a concealed spot, standing guard. Not bad. They know to set up observation posts in hidden spots. They're improving. Returning to Lianxin residence, the alloy gate swung open and 10 stunning figures rushed over from the various attached villas. Yang Meyer leaped directly onto Qin Feng's back. If you hadn't come back soon, Master Li Hani would have had us all dancing Xinjiang dances to kill the boredom. The exotic beauty she named blinked her pale blue eyes with a smile, her golden bells jingling as her dance skirt twirled. Having been away for a few days, Qin Feng felt uneasy. These extraordinary beauties couldn't afford any mishaps. He closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense expanded outward, scanning everything within a 120-meter radius. Building 3, Shin Yuchu was teaching Tin Songyun how to use a sharpened hairpin as a dagger, thrust into the carotid artery at a 45-degree angle. Building 6, Zhao Jinmai was reading a book, deeply engrossed. Everyone attention. Qin Feng suddenly called out, pulling out a two-way radio to summon all squad leaders for a meeting. Before long, the squad leaders gathered at Lianxin residence. Qin Feng surveyed the women, each with her own unique charm, and felt a swell of pride. Every one of them was an elite. He had meticulously selected Shin Sini, Xiao Rongyu, Shin Youchu, Jiang Xiaofan, Zhang Ruolin, Li Hani, Yang Meyer, Zhao Jinmai, Tin Songyun, and Li Qianqian. Shin Sini was gentle and elegant with a graceful bearing and a supple figure honed by her dance training, capable of executing many demanding poses. Xiao Rongyu was strikingly beautiful, radiating an intellectual allure with a mature, captivating aura. Shin Yuchu was petite, embodying the sweetness and fiery figure of a Sichuan girl. At 160 centimeters with a cup, her charm was especially pronounced. Jiang Xiaofan was lively and adorable with a cheerful personality and a hot physique. She had once been a popular internet influencer with countless fans, making one want to cherish her. Yang Meyer had exquisite features and a slender, curvaceous form with a Ryn-animation. To rank among the top 500 girls, they had to meet not only appearance standards, but also have at least a cup figure, and all were between 18 and 26 years old. Although the age range he had set for the beauty pageant was 16 to 30, he ultimately hinted subtly to the organizers like Yang Meyer to eliminate any girl over 26 during the final selection. After all, a woman's body begins to gradually decline after 30. After chatting with the women for a while, Qin Feng's expression turned serious. Tomorrow you'll be divided by villa groups to go out and scavenge for supplies. The mission will last 5 days. 10 teams will head out to gather any usable resources you can find. The room erupted instantly. Jiang Xiaofan cheered and bounced the low-cut knit top, barely containing her curves. Finally, some real action. I bet Zhang Ruolin's team will be the worst. She spends all day doing yoga and doesn't train seriously. That little minx's intentions are obvious. The composed Xiao Rongyu adjusted her glasses. Feng Gu were fully prepared. We'll definitely find enough supplies. Qin Feng spent an hour detailing the plans for the coming days with the women. Seeing them dressed in light, revealing clothes, he spoke up. Don't leave tonight. Let's dance together. The women's cheeks flushed slightly, knowing what was to come. A hint of anticipation flickered in their eyes, and an atmosphere of ambiguous intimacy began to permeate the villa. The night of the song of everlasting sorrow. The dome of the master bedroom projected a dazzling starry sky. Li Qianqian stepped barefoot onto Qin Feng's feet and danced a tango. As she spun, her long hair brushed across his lips. Master, do you know the best part of the song of everlasting sorrow isn't the emperor neglecting his court? She was suddenly pulled into Shun Sini's embrace. The classical beauty traced a finger along Qianqian's collarbone, its smooth white skin bathed in warm spring waters. Amidst the drifting fragrance, Qin Feng surveyed the room full of vibrant allure and let out a soft chuckle. 1,000 emotions surged within him. In his past life, he had gnawed on frozen corpses like a stray dog on the ice field, struggling for survival every day. In this life, he held stunning beauties in his arms, watching the river of stars pour down. This apocalypse understood ultimate pleasure far better than times of peace. When the last soft moan faded into the mist of the humidifier, Qin Feng tucked the bedcovers around the sleeping girls. He walked to the study, smoking a cigarette and pondering his next moves. Giving the women 5 days to experience the cruelty and despair of the outside world was meant to make them realize how harsh and brutal life was beyond Linglong Villa. Only by truly feeling the desperation of others would they come to appreciate his goodness. With a stark contrast, they would understand who their true support was. By then their affinity toward him would also increase. When their affinity levels all reached above 91, Qin Feng planned to gradually reveal the existence of his spatial ability. He would offer a reasonable explanation that he had awakened a special power. This would make things much more convenient, and also make the women follow him with unwavering loyalty, knowing that with his spatial ability, they would never go hungry. The cold wind howled like a knife slicing through the desolate wilderness. The temperature plummeted to -60 degrees, making the air feel as if it had solidified, and the white breath she exhaled instantly crystallized on her eyelashes. In this silver-coated ruin, a few figures bundled up tightly could occasionally be seen moving with great difficulty. They were the survivors racing against death. 30 minutes. At most 30 minutes. Sun Nan silently recited in her heart, marking the limit of her survival in the outside world. She wrapped herself in all the clothes she could salvage from the ruins of the clothing city, looking as bulky as a walking furball, with only her bloodshot eyes visible. This 19-year-old girl from Sichuan was once recognized as the campus beauty of Hangqing University. The unique sweetness and stubbornness of a Sichuan girl made her the center of attention on campus, but she always kept her distance. Her family worked tirelessly to support her education, and she couldn't let them down. On the day of the earthquake, she was sorting goods in the clothing city warehouse as her part-time job. The mountain of clothes unexpectedly became her shield, making her one of the few survivors in the entire building. But the ensuing acid rain and floods, especially this prolonged extreme cold, completely shattered her hopes of returning home. Gurgle. The protest of her stomach was particularly piercing in the silence. Sun Nan pressed her hand against her abdomen, where she hadn't eaten normally for a week. The last piece of biscuit turned into a memory yesterday, and if she couldn't find food today, she dared not think further, forcing herself to focus on the ruins before her. The small shop she remembered should be in this area, but all that lay before her were the ice-covered remnants. She knelt on the ice, using her frost-bitten fingers to scrape away the snow and broken bricks bit by bit. Even though her fingers were protected by thick clothing, her nails split and blood oozed out only to freeze immediately, yet she felt no pain. The low temperature had numbed her nerves. Please. There must be. She murmured to herself, too weak from hunger to speak, silently digging to preserve the last bit of her strength. When she lifted the last piece of cement, her pupils constricted sharply. Beneath the murky ice layer, she could indeed see food packaging, but it was all fused with the ice like insects trapped in amber. In that moment of hope shattering, she felt a dizzying sensation. Her body uncontrollably pitched forward, her cheek pressed against the bone-chilling ice through the fabric. Strangely, she found the ice to be warm. Am I going to die? Her consciousness began to blur, and the simple, honest smiles of her parents and the playful visage of her sister flashed through her mind. As tears welled up, they froze upon spilling. I'm sorry. I can't hold on anymore. Just as she was about to close her eyes, faint voices drifted from afar. Sister Xiao, it seems like someone is over there. Stay alert. Approached slowly. Sun Nan wanted to lift her head, but found she lacked the strength even to turn her neck. The footsteps grew closer, and through the gaps in her clothing, she saw several figures wearing goggles. Help! Help! She used her last bit of strength to squeeze out 2 words before plunging into boundless darkness. Warmth. This was the first sensation Sun Nan felt upon regaining consciousness. The long-lost heat instinctively made her curl up like a fetus yearning for the protection of its mother. The crackling sound of burning charcoal reached her ears, and the aroma of food filled her nostrils. You're awake. A deep male voice startled her into opening her eyes wide. What came into view was a sharply defined face. Beneath the sword-like brows were eyes as sharp as an eagle's, with a strong jawline and a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. The man was crouching by the charcoal fire, heating something, and the rising steam cast a soft glow around his outline. You? Sun Nan wanted to speak, but found her throat as dry as sandpaper. Don't rush. The man handed her a metal cup. Drink some sugar water first. The moment warm water entered her throat, Sun Nan almost burst into tears. She sipped cautiously, afraid this was just a beautiful dream. The man patiently waited for her to finish drinking before speaking. My name is Qin Feng. My team found you while searching for supplies. Thank you. Sun Nan looked down at her dirty sleeves, suddenly feeling a wave of shame. She stole a glance at her savior. Qin Feng was dressed in professional polar gear with a pistol and a dagger at his waist, exuding a calmness that suggested he had seen many battles. In this world where civilization had collapsed, he was like a moving fortress. Eat up. Qin Feng handed her 2 open cans, bird's nest porridge. It's gentle on the stomach. The sweet aroma made Sun Nan's stomach clench violently. She trembled as she reached out, only to find she lacked the strength to hold the can steady. After several failed attempts, her eyes turned red with urgency. I'll feed you. Qin Feng naturally settled behind her, gently pulling her into his embrace. This sudden act of intimacy made Sun Nan stiffen. She had never been this close to a man in her 19 years. The man's warm body temperature seeped through the fabric mixed with a faint scent of tobacco, causing her ears to flush. When the spoon was brought to her lips, she instinctively opened her mouth. The warm porridge slid down her throat, and the sweetness burst on her taste buds, almost making her moan. Her body was more honest than her thoughts, beginning to wolf down the food, even accidentally biting the spoon. Slow down, Qin Feng chuckled softly, his voice sending shivers down her spine. No one is competing with you. The 2 cans of porridge quickly emptied. Sun Nan licked her lips, still unsatisfied, suddenly realizing she was leaning against the man and hurriedly struggled to sit up. But weak as she was, she fell back, crashing directly into Qin Feng's solid chest. Sorry, she apologized, her face flushed only to hear a light laugh from above her. You have the energy to be shy, looks like you're recovering well. Qin Feng extinguished his cigarette. Tell me, how did you end up alone in the ruins? Sun Nan clenched her clothes and recounted her experiences in fragments. When she spoke of her family, her voice choked to the point of being almost inaudible. Qin Feng listened quietly before suddenly asking, what are your plans next? This question felt like a heavy hammer striking her heart. Sun Nan looked around in confusion. The outside world was filled with a deadly cold, and even deadlier survivors, while this man before her. Can I follow you? She mustered all her courage to look up, locking eyes with Qin Feng's unfathomable gaze. I can do laundry and cook, I can do any work. I. Her voice grew smaller, eventually turning into a whisper. I will be very obedient. A long silence ensued. The charcoal crackled and Sun Nan could hear her thunderous heartbeat. Just as she was about to despair, Qin Feng suddenly reached out to brush the dust off her face. Do you know? In this world, kindness is more precious than gold. His thumb brushed over her chapped lips. I can take you in, but you must understand. Your life is now mine. Sun Nan nodded without the slightest hesitation. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction, pulling out a set of professional cold-resistant clothing, as if performing magic. Put this on, we're getting ready to depart. As she clumsily donned the lightweight, warm, high-tech clothing, she could hardly believe that this gear, which she had only seen in movies, was now on her body. Qin Feng looked at her astonished expression and said meaningfully, this is just the beginning. There will be much more to come. Rest assured. In the hall downstairs, over a dozen fully armed girls were huddled around a charcoal fire. The moment they spotted Qin Feng descending, they rose in unison, their eyes brimming with reverence and affection so palpable it seemed almost tangible. Sun Nan observed in astonishment that despite the weariness etched on their faces, the girls were in remarkably high spirits, a stark contrast to the zombie-like ravenous survivors outside. They'll be heading elsewhere shortly. You stick with Xiao Rongyu and the others and continue gathering supplies. All right, Sun Nan replied, trailing closely behind Qin Feng as they made their way to the hall downstairs. Even the thick winter coat couldn't conceal the gentle sway of her figure as she descended the steps. At that moment, a dozen girls were warming themselves around a smokeless charcoal fire. Their eyes brightened several shades upon seeing Qin Feng come downstairs. Feeling their fervent gazes, Qin Feng gave a slight nod. The past few days spent scavenging supplies in the city had made them truly realize the brutality and bloodshed of the outside world. They had been ambushed by other survivors on multiple occasions. Some pretended to be dying, luring them closer before launching a sneak attack to kill them. Others lay in ambush, and when the girls entered the trap, they hurled rocks and iron bars at them, relentlessly injuring several sisters. Had it not been for their Kevlar vests and bulletproof armor, they would have been beaten to death rather than just wounded. Some survivors fixed them with a ravenous wolfish stare, their minds clearly unhinged from prolonged cannibalism. Almost every girl had seen severed limbs hanging in survivors' homes, learning that these were rations for survival. Moreover, every male survivor they encountered looked at them with eyes brimming with boundless lust and murderous intent. It sent chills down their spines, making them feel as if needles were pricking their backs, fishbones stuck in their throats, and thorns piercing their seats. An unshakable, bone-deep unease. Through these days of outdoor experience, they had come to profoundly understand Qin Feng's strength. If not for their master, they might have ended up like those people, living like wild beasts. The mere thought sent goosebumps across their skin. Their affection for Qin Feng deepened, and their loyalty soared significantly. Most of their loyalty ratings had risen above 91. As for Zhang Ye and Dong Xiaojia, whose prior affection ratings hovered around 65, the past few days of wilderness survival had shown them the cruelty and bloodshed of the outside world. All their previous petty schemes had vanished. After all, even if they went out on their own with their frail frames, they would be devoured down to the bone by those ravenous wolves in no time. Their affection ratings shot up to 93, and they devoted themselves entirely to Qin Feng body and soul. This 5-day outdoor survival and supply gathering experience had universally boosted the girls' affection for him. Zhang Ye and Dong Xiaojia had also undergone a complete transformation. Qin Feng was thoroughly pleased with this activity. It had achieved his intended goals. With the girls' loyalty now this high, he could venture out with peace of mind in the future. Over these days, he had been moving between the teams, ensuring he could come to their rescue whenever danger struck. Despite his best efforts to rush between them with 10 teams scattered across dozens of square kilometers, some girls inevitably got injured before he could reach them, even with walkie-talkies for communication. Fortunately, their protective gear was comprehensive, preventing any major casualties. Still, many girls sustained injuries requiring a period of recovery. Only by personally experiencing the harshness of the apocalypse would they come to cherish the good life they now had. This is our new member Sun Nan. Qin Feng introduced her briefly. Xiao Rongyu, she's temporarily assigned to your team. A capable-looking woman with a high ponytail nodded in acknowledgement. When Sun Nan was brought into the circle of girls, she was immediately handed a cup of hot chocolate and an energy bar. Eat up, replenish your strength. Xiao Rongyu helped adjust her winter coat's hood. Starting tomorrow, you'll learn survival skills. Clutching the warm cup, Sun Nan listened to the soft chatter of the girls around her, feeling a sense of surrealism. It wasn't until she heard someone mention the word master that she noticed the profound loyalty in everyone's voice whenever they spoke of Qin Feng. Were you all saved by Mr. Qin? She asked cautiously. Xiao Rongji's expression grew complex. It's not just about being saved. She lowered her voice. These past 5 days we've been out scavenging supplies. Do you know what we saw? As Xiao Rongyu recounted their experiences, Sun Nan's eyes widened. Traps disguised as wounded victims, storehouses, hung with human flesh, the horrific tragedy of swapping children for food. Every detail sent chills down her spine. The most terrifying thing was the look in those men's eyes, said a girl named Zhou Luing, hugging herself tightly. It was like looking at a walking piece of meat. Sun Nan suddenly understood why these girls gazed at Qin Feng with such a unique expression. In this world where humanity had crumbled, he had not only provided them with the means to survive, but more importantly preserved their dignity as human beings. The Master has been very good to us, giving us shelter, food, drink, supplies, and rescuing us from the clutches of demons. Xiao Rongyu gently touched the pistol at her waist. He gave us weapons, taught us to fight, and said we must learn to protect ourselves. Just then Qin Feng came downstairs, and the girls immediately fell silent. He scanned the room and nodded with satisfaction. We set out for the base tomorrow. Get a good rest tonight. That night Sun Nan tossed and turned in her sleeping bag. Through a broken window, she saw Qin Feng standing alone in the snow, keeping watch, his broad back like a wall against the wind and rain. A warm feeling spread through her chest. She quietly tucked this sensation away like a squirrel hoarding pine nuts for the winter. On the morning of the 6th day, the group set out for the Linglong Villa district. Walking in the middle of the formation, Sun Nan absorbed the team's atmosphere and looked back, trying to catch another glimpse of that towering man. In her eyes, the sunlight seemed to glint off his winter coat, refracting into fine specks of golden light, as if he were a deity. Qin Feng instructed all the girls to head back to the Linglong Villa district first, while he stayed behind to cover their retreat, partly to prevent any followers and partly to erase the traces left by the large group. The girls knew that the man at the rear was theirs, standing in the most dangerous position, covering their escape, silently protecting them all. Gratitude and love swelled in their hearts. Well, follow him for the rest of our lives. Never leave, never abandon. The metallic frame of the binoculars gleamed coldly between Qin Feng's fingers, and the reflection in the lenses showed a deep city that was already beyond recognition. The once towering Ping and Finance Center now jutted out of the mud like a broken chopstick, its shattered glass panels clinking in the sea breeze. In the distance, the KK-100 building was reduced to a skeleton like the carcass of a flayed beast. Only 2 months. Qin Feng's Adam's apple bobbed. He recalled the last time he had visited Deep City before his rebirth. The electronic screens at Huaqiang North were still playing ads for the latest smartphones, and long lines always formed outside the trendy restaurants at Coast City. This frontier city of reform and opening up had transformed from a small fishing village into a megacity of 30 million in 40 years, yet it crumbled within an hour of the apocalypse's arrival. The salty sea breeze carried a putrid scent. Qin Feng instinctively touched the binoculars in his hand. The industrial zone at the northern foot of Wudong Mountain was among the few surviving structures, and the metal sign of Peak Convergence Base shimmered with a bloody hue under the setting sun, a crucial piece he had set in place before the end times. Qin Feng had observed Peak Convergence Base from 3 kilometers away for 2 hours, finding nothing that surprised him. After waiting another 10-odd minutes, when the 12-person squad appeared at the base's entrance, Qin Feng did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he zoomed the binoculars to maximum magnification. From the feedback in his field of vision, Wild Boar Lu Taiju. In the lenses, that burly man with rippling muscles was directing his team to prepare a simple sled for an expedition. Seeing the sled empty, Qin Feng guessed they were heading out to scavenge supplies. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. This man had once placed first in a company-organized 5-kilometer race with a time of 16 minutes and 50 seconds, even better than the 17 minutes and 1 second Qin Feng had run during his military days. So he left a deep impression. Before the apocalypse, he had trained alongside everyone for over a month, enough to make his face familiar. The reason he delved into the grassroots and trained with all the rank-and-file soldiers was to ensure everyone recognized him and knew what kind of boss they had, to avoid unnecessary trouble later. Seeing a familiar face, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and devised a plan. After circling around a long way and cutting through a shortcut to block the intersection, he deliberately let his combat boot snap a twig. With a crisp crack, 12 compound bows aimed in unison at the sound source. Well-trained Qin Feng nodded inwardly as he slowly removed his goggles. At the same time, he circulated his inner energy to sense their emotions. After a moment, he perceived their affinity levels ranging from 73 to 75. All quite favorable, so he allowed his muscles to relax slightly. Qin Feng also probed indirectly for details about the base's situation, finding no overall signs of anyone wanting to secede or claim the base for themselves. Once he confirmed that the base's upper management was largely trustworthy, Qin Feng finally felt at ease. He had no intention of putting himself in danger. He needed to ascertain the situation before deciding his next move. Confirming whether these people had betrayed him was a lesson Qin Feng had learned the hard way. In the apocalypse, caution was never excessive. Slightly reassured, Qin Feng casually inquired about the base's current state and how the executives he had appointed were managing it after the cataclysm. The others answered one by one. The responses were satisfactory, indicating that even amid disaster the people he had sent were competent and harbored no rebellious intentions toward him. Take me back to the base. I want to see everyone. Sure, let's head back. The captains will be thrilled to see you here, Mr. Qin. Soon Qin Feng entered the base and arrived at his private office. Several top executives, upon hearing of his arrival, were both excited and curious. As they stepped into the office and saw that it was indeed their boss Qin Feng himself, joy lit up their faces. Hello, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is here. Mr. Qin, how are things in Hangzhou now? They chattered their greetings. Qin Feng looked at the four people standing before him. He couldn't help but recall their reputations a decade into the apocalypse. Captain Ma Di, a lightning-type ability user at level 9, known as the God of Thunder; Vice Captain Sun Su, an evolver at level 8, a practitioner of ancient martial arts with incredible speed; General Manager Yang Zixing, an evolver at level 9, possessing immense strength; and Vice Manager Han Bing, a mental-type ability user at level 8, capable of trapping people in dreams. Take me to the office. It's been a while since I've seen them. Not long after, the office door swung open and the four base executives appeared in sight. Seeing their warm enthusiasm, Qin Feng quietly circulated his inner energy to sense their auras. Ma Di at 86, Sun Su at 79, Yang Zixing at 83A, and Han Bing at 88. The last figure made him raise an eyebrow. Especially Han Bing, whose affinity reached a surprising 88. Han Bing's affinity is that high. It seems the damsel in distress trope really works. As the only female leader, her abilities were beyond doubt. Not only was her post-apocalyptic ability unique, but before the end times, Qin Feng had invested significant effort to have a headhunting firm recruit her. As luck would have it, Han Bing had run her own company into bankruptcy and was being hounded by debt collectors. When Qin Feng learned of this from the headhunting firm, he rushed to the scene. Fearing that the thugs might do something terrible, he also seized the opportunity to win over this future powerhouse. When Qin Feng arrived, Han Bing's situation was dire. She was pinned to the bed by several men about to be violated. Fortunately, he intervened in time, otherwise the consequences for Han Bing would have been unimaginable. He called off the men and ordered the debt collectors to stop. After rescuing Han Bing, the terrified woman hid behind Qin Feng, her body trembling. Qin Feng acted with authority in front of everyone, transferring money to the debt collection company boss account to settle all her debts. When the Alipay notification sounded, the faces of everyone present instantly changed. They all became deferential. Anyone who could casually fork out 200 million to pay off someone else's debts was undoubtedly a person with vast connections and formidable power. Thus, Qin Feng's heroic rescue earned Han Bing's gratitude, and he successfully recruited this key figure. Afterward, he had been busy with other matters and hadn't interacted much with Han Bing. He hadn't expected to discover that her goodwill toward him was so strong during this visit. Taking a closer look at her, he found her appearance quite pleasing, around an 85 out of 100, surpassing many female celebrities. He nodded slightly. Not bad. Occasionally sampling a wildflower wasn't a bad thing. Back to the matter at hand, Qin Feng noticed the hesitant expressions on their faces and knew that their greatest concern was their families. Rest assured, your loved ones are safe in the base. After the earthquake, there were no casualties and things are developing well. They're doing fine too. Here are letters your families wrote for you before I left. Take a look. With that, he pulled 4 envelopes from his backpack. Ma Di and the others, their faces lighting up with anticipation, eagerly took their letters and read them intently. The more they read, the happier they became, and the more tears streamed down their faces. My mother's handwriting. Han Bing's tears fell onto the paper, blurring the ink. Her sister had drawn a simple picture in the letter, a little girl standing in front of a gate bearing the character Qin, flashing a peace sign. The drawing was dated the day of the acid rain. Without Qin Feng's shelter, this picture could never have existed. Finally Ma Di suddenly knelt, followed by the others kowtowing to Qin Feng. They solemnly knocked their heads 3 times, catching Qin Feng off guard as he quickly helped them up. What are you doing? Why the sudden kowtowing? Get up, Mr. Qin, thank you, Mr. Qin, thank you. If it weren't for you, my family and I would have died long ago. Yes, indeed. If you hadn't taken us in, we wouldn't have survived before or after the apocalypse. Thank you, Mr. Qin. They moved to kneel again, but Qin Feng quickly stopped them. You are my employees, and taking care of you is my duty. Don't be like this. No, we must. How can we not repay a life-saving grace? My mother wrote in her letter that from now on her life belongs to you, Mr. Qin, and she wants me to repay you well. Yes, my mother said the same. If it weren't for you, our whole family might have perished. After reading the letters, the 4 wept uncontrollably. Months of pent-up pressure from the apocalypse, surviving the great earthquake, acid rain, floods, and extreme cold, could not withstand the simple warmth of family news. Nothing was more reassuring than knowing their loved ones were safe. Once they had vented their emotions, Qin Feng pulled 2 documents from his backpack. The first is the reform of the base with the security team renamed to the Qin Army, among other details. The second is the detailed plan for the point system reform. Maddie's son Suyang Zixing and Han Bing sat in their chairs, meticulously reviewing the documents, paying particular attention to the important parts, fearing they might miss something. The group was equally shocked, surprised, excited, and filled with anticipation, their emotions intertwining. Then Qin Feng began to explain the contents of the 2 documents in detail. After expressing their understanding, everyone agreed with the decision made by the boss, acknowledging that it was indeed beneficial for the development of the base. Especially when the first-class citizens were granted the right to have multiple spouses, the 3 men displayed knowing expressions. This caused Han Bing, the female deputy city lord, to roll her eyes. However, she did not oppose it, after all, in this apocalyptic world, who still followed the old conventions. Men are inherently the stronger individuals in this era, so what's wrong with having a few more women? How many years have they been bound by monogamy? Yet there was a hint of affection in her gaze towards Qin Feng, which she quickly concealed. Then Qin Feng arranged for all squad leaders and above to gather in the conference room to announce the content of the 2 documents. This was also to let everyone know of their existence. After all, transportation was inconvenient in the apocalypse, and he couldn't always stay in the deep city. By arranging for so many people to come, he had 2 purposes. First, to announce these regulations himself and win over his loyal subordinates, who would become the future management and strongest forces of the base. Mastering them meant mastering the entire base. Second, to make sure everyone knew of his existence, that they were loyal to him and would not be replaced by some ambitious individual. Third, to demonstrate that he could travel thousands of miles, indicating his ability to arrive quickly from afar and to bring news about their families from the Hangqing base. This was to reassure them, and also a very subtle warning: their families were in his hands. If they rebelled, what would happen to their families? When the rough men below heard about polygamy, their eyes lit up. After all, who doesn't like beautiful women? Unless one is not a man. After speaking for about 2 hours, he finished. The crowd was quickly jotting down everything their boss said, filling several pages with notes. After the meeting concluded, everyone left the conference room with excitement, enjoyed chatting and laughing as they walked. Wild boar this time, Mr. Qin is truly, I don't even know how to describe him, he's simply our god. I feel the same way, Mr. Qin not only protected our entire family, but also provided me with such good treatment. Which of us wasn't struggling at the bottom of society before? We had nothing but passionate ambitions, yet no place to express them, only to fade away. Old Chun is right. Damn it, this time I must work hard. The opportunity to change my destiny is right in front of me, and I must seize it firmly. Otherwise I'll end up like before, reduced to the dregs of the lower class. Exactly. Although the outside world is apocalyptic, we and our families are still doing well. Now Mr. Qin has created such good conditions for us. We must seize the opportunity and become someone important. Brothers, let's go. Let's do it. After the meeting, everyone left, putting their arms around each other, encouraging one another, and envisioning a bright future. Qin Feng, along with Maddie's son Suyang Zixing and Han Bing, returned to the office on the top floor, instructing several matters for them to note down. 1. Complete the reform of the points system as soon as possible. I will stay at the base for about 5 days to assist you in getting this done. 2. The base needs to expand, which requires manpower. You should start organizing to gather surrounding survivors. There are certainly many people left in Yangqing, 100 kilometers to the north, one of China's four major cities. We need to gather them for our use. Especially young women, children, and those with skills in high technology, medicine, and physics, as these are crucial talents for the sustainable development of the base. Major universities are a key focus. 3. The base needs to expand its capacity. Don't let people idle, have them dig, excavate, and build shelters. My goal is to have a population of around 2,000 at the base. 4. I have stockpiled a lot of supplies and weapons in the factory 12 kilometers northeast of the base. You need to arm yourselves and enhance your combat capabilities. Study tactical strategies well. Our enemies may come from the official base or the military base, or even foreign individuals who might come here. I have only one requirement: anyone who reaches out to us with ill intent should be dealt with decisively. Understood. The few of them replied solemnly. He continued to explain some details and didn't finish until after 8 p.m., allowing everyone to return and rest. Hanbing stay for a moment. Upon hearing Qin Feng call Hanbing Maddie and the others exchanged meaningful glances, all displaying expressions of blessing. They knew that this cold woman had always been thinking of her boss, often mentioning Mr. Qin and how he was. Although the trope of a hero saving a beauty is cliched, it indeed resonates deeply with women. In the office, Qin Feng continued speaking. The inventory list of the Northeast warehouse. At this moment, Hanbing intentionally bent down to pick up a non-existent paperclip, her silk blouse, revealing an enticing curve. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng instantly understood her intention, stopped speaking, and walked up to her. When his fingers brushed against her earlobe, the earring suddenly felt hot. My sister. Hanbing's voice was as soft as a sigh. She said she wanted to thank you in person, brother-in-law. All right, we'll talk about the thanks later. Qin Feng chuckled, and the vibrations in his chest made her body tingle. This decisive woman in the apocalypse now trembled even while unbuttoning her shirt. Let's talk about it when we return to the villa. For now, let me clarify some things with you. The two chatted in the office for a while before returning to the independent villa that Qin Feng had prepared for her. A night passed in silence, but the villa that had been quiet for months was soon filled with continuous sounds. Finally, ending amidst repeated pleas. On August 8, 2040, in the afternoon at the Fenghui Base Deep City on the second underground level of the comprehensive training ground. The standard structure of the Fenghui base consists of 3 above-ground levels and 5 underground levels. This is not only to respond to geological disasters, such as earthquakes, providing good seismic performance, but also to create a natural constant temperature environment deep underground, maximizing the conservation of precious energy in extreme weather. At this moment in the vast comprehensive training ground of the Deep City base on the second underground level, the air resonated with alternating shouts, the sharp sounds of firearms clashing against simulated obstacles, and a piercing reprimand filled with unrestrained fury. The air was thick with the mixed scents of sweat, rubber flooring, and metallic equipment, while the low hum of the ventilation system served as a background sound. The light came from neatly arranged energy-saving lamps on the ceiling, illuminating the simulated urban warfare area as bright as day, while casting countless intricate shadows, exactly the kind of environment needed for training. Li Taiju. A thunderous roar echoed at the entrance of a simulated, dilapidated corridor. A burly soldier, holding a training laser rifle, jolted with the start freezing in place. Qin Feng stepped forward, his finger nearly poking the muzzle of the rifle, his spittle almost landing on the soldier's face. Have you lost your mind? The muzzle so close, are you planning to play kissy face with the enemy? Huh, what good does it do to stick it to someone? If they sidestep, your muzzle is going to end up at grandma's house. By the time you adjust, their bullets will have already blossomed in your thick skull. Keep your distance. Utilize the length of the rifle. Do you understand? Li Tai's dark face flushed, red veins bulging on his forehead, but he dared not retort, only stiffened his neck and managed to say yes. Boss, I was wrong. He immediately adjusted his stance, firmly placing the rifle but against his shoulder, slightly lowering the muzzle, shifting his weight back, creating a safe distance of more than half a meter from the simulated doorframe obstacle. Several soldiers practicing breach movements nearby instinctively adjusted their positions as well. Qin Feng's gaze swept like a searchlight, instantly locking onto the next target. Wang Yuyong, get over here. He pointed at a lean soldier who had just crawled out from behind a simulated toppled container. Wang Yuyong scrambled to Qin Feng's, sweat glistening on his face, his eyes somewhat dazed. Boss, are your eyes just for decoration? Huh. Qin Feng kicked at the path where Wang Yuyong had just run, where there happened to be an inconspicuous mark indicating simulated slippery oil. In a hurry to die, huh? Not looking where you're stepping. In the apocalypse, every inch of ground you tread could be the Grim Reaper's carpet. A fishing line, a piece of broken glass, or even an inconspicuous puddle of oil can send you tumbling. The moment you fall, the enemy's knife can stab into your neck as easily as cutting tofu. 18 years from now, let me tell you, you won't even have the chance to regret it. You'll be done for. Keep your eyes wide open and make sure every step is stable. Observe, observe, observe again. Wang Yuyong was sweating profusely from the scolding, staring at the marking tape with trepidation, straightening his back and saying, understood. Boss, I'm blind. I guarantee there won't be a next time. Qin Feng ignored him, moving like a lion patrolling its territory, swiftly walking towards another narrow-shaped corridor. There, a soldier named Song Bing was strictly following standard tactical movements, leaning against the wall, aiming his weapon with the muzzle cautiously pointed towards the other side of the corner. Song Bing. Qin Feng's voice carried a tone of helplessness, as if to say, are you so foolish from being a soldier? Did a door slam on your head, or did a donkey kick you? Song Bing was startled, nearly firing the simulated laser, and quickly steadied himself. Boss. I was following the tutorial. Tutorial. Does the tutorial teach you to aim your rifle stupidly in this narrower than chicken intestines corridor? Qin Feng stepped forward, moving with lightning speed, his right hand suddenly reaching from the other side of the corner, precisely grabbing Song Bing's rifle handguard and yanking it hard. Song Bing was caught off guard, his body stumbling, the rifle's muzzle pointed at the ceiling, completely losing the ability to resist. See that? Qin Feng released his grip, and Song Bing's face was filled with shame and shock. Your precious rifle is now nothing but a firewood stick. More troublesome than a firewood stick. In such a narrow place, the enemy will not expose themselves for you to aim. They will suddenly reach out like a ghost, grabbing your rifle. Or they might simply stab you with a knife. You won't even have time to react. He snatched the training rifle from Song Bing's hands, smoothly tossing it behind him, securing it with the sling, while simultaneously drawing a training pistol from the quick-draw holster on his thigh, the motion fluid as flowing water. He sidled up against the wall, the pistol held close to his chest, the muzzle slightly lowered, using just his eyes and minimal body exposure to observe the corner. Learn this while you fool. In such a narrow space, a rifle is a burden. Put it away. Use a pistol. Keep it close to your body. Do not extend your hands and gun out as targets. Use the corner to shield yourself, exposing the smallest possible area to observe and shoot. Your body is the best cover. Do you understand? Qin Feng's voice echoed in the narrow corridor. Song Bing looked at Qin Feng's clean, decisive posture filled with practical pressure, his eyes shining, the previous frustration swept away as he excitedly shouted, "Understood. Boss." Absolutely understood. The entire training ground resonated with Qin Feng's gruff roar. He moved like a tireless correction machine, weaving through various simulated training areas, reminding to watch for ambushes above, while climbing rope nets, instructing on how to use shadows to avoid sniping at simulated ruins, emphasizing alert postures when landing in obstacle crossing zones, a directly interrupting group, drills pointing out blind spots in firepower crossfire, and foolish choices in retreat routes. His reprimands were merciless, searching through rubble houses, teaching how to detect and avoid traps, instructing on how to maintain distance and safely search when discovering survivors to prevent ambushes. Every piece of guidance struck at the heart of the matter, some even crude, but every word was soaked in invaluable experience for survival. Strangely, the soldiers who were scolded mercilessly, whether it was Li Tieju, Wang Yuyang, Song Bing, or others named, showed no resentment whatsoever. Instead, after being scolded, they would display a naive smile, mixed with awe, gratitude, and a sense of having learned something. Their exchanged glances conveyed a unanimous acceptance. The boss is right. That move is brilliant. So it turns out everything we learned before was just for show. Qin Feng, with his almost brutal approach, hammered the hard-earned survival experiences of 10 years of struggle in the apocalypse into their minds. They could clearly feel that behind these seemingly harsh reprimands lay real survival wisdom. They recognized Qin Feng as a person, and even more so, they recognized the survival rules he brought, which were starkly different from training in peacetime, imbued with a strong scent of blood. This is a glimpse into Qin Feng's daily routine over the past few days. In the early morning, while most people at the base are still asleep, he is already sweating profusely in the specially designed training room on the top floor of his villa, engaged in intense physical training. His experiences from his past life have made him acutely aware that in the apocalypse, while powerful abilities may serve as a reliance, a body that is honed through relentless training with quick reflexes is the foundation of all survival skills. After muscle training, he practices the power techniques of an ancient martial art and close combat skills. Each instance of muscle tearing and rebuilding adds another edge for the impending catastrophe. At noon, he enjoys an exceptionally lavish and targeted replenishment meal. Premium ginseng stewed with old hen soup replenishes vitality and nourishes the meridians. Large cuts of high-quality steak provide the necessary protein and energy for muscle building. These resources are extremely precious outside, and he spares no expense in using them on himself. The body is the capital of all capital. Besides, there are countless resources in his spatial storage waiting for him to utilize. In the afternoon, without fail, he appears on time in the training ground located on the second underground level. He pours all the strength and speed forged in the gravity chamber, the techniques and killing intent explored in ancient martial arts, and the survival wisdom tempered through 10 years of blood and fire in the apocalypse into these soldiers known as the Qin Army. His urgency is palpable, and he takes personal charge, even transforming into the roaring instructor with only one objective in mind. He aims to impart as much of the invaluable experience bought with countless lives from his past life into these soldiers' minds and engrave it into their muscle memory within the shortest time possible. After the apocalypse broke out, resource hunting became the lifeline for the base's survival, and conflicts with other factions and mutated beasts became a daily occurrence. Every outing is a test of life and death. A minor oversight, a seemingly insignificant lapse in experience, could cost one or even several precious lives. These individuals are the foundation for Qin Feng to establish, develop, and even ascend to higher levels in this Doomsday scenario. They are his most core capital. Reducing their unnecessary casualties in a harsh environment strengthens his own foundation. Teaching them just one more survival skill increases their chances of surviving in the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. He moves among the sweat-drenched soldiers like a true general, personally correcting their movements and explaining the most critical details in the most down-to-earth language, even if it involves scolding, occasionally patting the shoulder of an outstanding soldier or demonstrating for a clumsy but diligent soldier after repeated failures. He is not merely teaching skills. He is conveying a signal: I, Qin Feng, your boss, stand with you. I care about your lives and your growth. He is very aware that he cannot stay at this deep city base forever. His ambitions are vast, and he has yet to visit the bases in Chengdu and Harbin. His time here at most only amounts to 5 days. After 5 days, he will have to leave, and the daily operations of the deep city base will be entrusted to the selected management team. These 5 days are the most precious golden period for him to sow loyalty and establish personal prestige. He must make these frontline soldiers, the most basic armed force of the base, clearly recognize who provided them with this job before the apocalypse. Who provided him and his family with a stable life. Who built this solid, warm, and safe Fenghui base, sheltering their loved ones. And who during this seemingly peaceful, yet turbulent peace period transformed into a demon instructor and forced them to master the genuine skills necessary to survive in hell using the most rigorous and even harshest methods. The answer is singular: Qin Feng. He wants the name Qin Feng to be more than just a lofty title for a boss. It should represent a tangible image. A leader who is powerful, pragmatic, though strict, genuinely cares for them, and can lead them to survive. He wants this image to be deeply engraved in the hearts of these soldiers through 5 days of close interaction and hands-on teaching. This is an invisible investment. Qin Feng is acutely aware of the fragility and volatility of human hearts during the apocalypse. When true disaster strikes and order collapses, despair and hunger will consume humanity. In the future, whether it is internal ambition or external predatory threats, various means may be employed to attempt to divide, dismantle, or subvert his armed forces. The sweat he sheds today, every curse he shouts, and every action he personally demonstrates are all building a firewall for the future. He wants potential subverters to confront soldiers like these and find themselves at a loss. Subvert. I was saved by them. My family is here. A bright future is here. Why would I rebel against you? Moreover, the survival skills taught by the boss have saved my life more than 3 times. Want to move the base? First ask me if I agree. My parents and children are all inside. Although the boss curses harshly, the things he teaches are genuinely life-saving. Can you do it? Loyalty often stems from the most immediate survival reliance and the most concrete emotional recognition. What Qin Feng is doing now is embedding this reliance and recognition deeply into the marrow of the Qin army soldiers through the most down-to-earth method: sweat and roaring on the training ground. He wants to ensure that even if he is thousands of miles away, the Qin army at the deep city base still bears the imprint of Qin Feng within them. The emotional foundation built over these 5 days is the most fundamental and stable cornerstone for him to control this vast Doomsday empire in the future. He aims to minimize the risks of potential internal betrayals or power struggles in the future, ensuring that Fenghui will always belong to Qin Feng. Watching the figures in the training ground who practice even harder after being scolded, seeing the sharpness and resilience gradually forming in their eyes distinct from ordinary security guards, Qin Feng wipes the sweat from his face, and a subtle smile curves at the corner of his mouth. This scolding was worth it. At 9 p.m., returning to the villa, the aroma of food wafts from inside, with Han Bing busy cooking in the kitchen. Perhaps hearing the sound of the door, Han Bing, dressed in snug homeware and a low-cut bodycon skirt, peeks her head out of the kitchen, her naturally cascading brown, slightly wavy hair framing her face with a deep and full cleavage. Seeing it was Qin Feng returning, her beautiful face immediately broke into a smile. You're back. The food is ready. Hurry up and come eat. Watching this scene, Qin Feng paused slightly. A peculiar feeling surged in his heart. What is this feeling? Is it the feeling of having a wife at home? Or is something stirring the emotions frozen deep within him? I'm back. Qin Feng replied almost instinctively. Isn't the base busy today? How do you have time to cook at home? Han Bing rolled her eyes at Qin Feng, thinking, do you not know I have time? Seeing Han Bing's eye roll, Qin Feng suddenly understood, smacking his forehead. Right, I've been too busy these days. I made her unable to get out of bed this morning, he said, taking off his heavy winter coat and hanging it on the clothes rack at the door, slipping in his soft slippers and sitting down at the dining table. Han Bing brought the last dish to the table. As she bent down to sit, her fullness swayed, deepening her cleavage. Qin Feng, seated across from her, couldn't help but swallow hard. He couldn't tell whether it was her enticing beauty or the deliciousness of the food that made his mouth water. Regaining his focus, Qin Feng picked up his chopsticks, taking a piece of braised beef and savoring it. The beef was tender and flavorful with a subtle blend of beef essence and the fragrant spice of pepper. It was delightful. Qin Feng devoured several pieces while Han Bing watched her beloved eat her home-cooked meal with gusto, her hands crossed, resting her chin on her intertwined hands, quietly observing. A faint smile appeared on her face, feeling deeply satisfied and at peace. She knew this man had grand ambitions, and although the first stop was here, whether it was for her or not, she still felt very content, and yes, her body felt satisfied too. In another day, he would be leaving, so she needed to cherish this brief time together. Therefore today, she purposely wore a sexy home outfit that she rarely donned. The mirror reflected her exquisite-shaped curve. The low-cut shirt accentuated her perfect figure, full and rounded with a deep and ample cleavage. The delicate and charming collarbone added to her allure, her gaze fixed on this man, her eyes following his movements. Before long, Qin Feng finished all the food. He could now eat heartily without worry about the food prepared by someone else, as the 95 favorability rating allowed him to enjoy these meals with peace of mind. Finger, your cooking skills are quite good now. Each dish tastes excellent. You could rival many restaurant chefs. Brother Feng, as long as you like it, that's enough. When I was alone before, I didn't want to eat out, so I figured out how to cook at home. Over time, I gradually learned. As long as you like it. I like it, and I also like you. Looking at the stunningly beautiful and voluptuous Han Bing, after finishing his meal, Qin Feng walked behind her and gently massaged her shoulders. The sensation of strength and warmth from her shoulders made her involuntarily close her eyes, quietly enjoying this tranquility. However, before long, she felt a soft touch on a sensitive area. Instantly, her face flushed, and her strength gradually faded, slowly leaning back against the chair. Allowing those large hands to be mischievous, Qin Feng helped Han Bing lean gently against the table, giving her a massage. With skilled techniques, Qin Feng pressed on various parts of the girl beneath him, relaxing her muscles and acupoints, promoting blood circulation. He had considerable insight into massage techniques, making Han Bing feel incredibly relaxed, her blood surging, and she sensed her metabolism had increased significantly. After 20 minutes of massage, Han Bing felt a bit weak. Qin Feng carried her to the bedroom to continue the unfinished massage. The massage needed to be thorough, covering her head, shoulders, back, arms, lower back, hips, thighs, calves, and most importantly, the soles of her feet, which are the reflexology zones for all internal organs. As the saying goes, if the feet are free, the whole body is free. Many foot massage shops focus on foot massage. After an exhilarating massage journey, Qin Feng was also sweating profusely. The stomach massage made him feel a bit tired. No wonder massage shop fees are so high, it really is physically demanding. Meanwhile, Han Bing beneath him had already turned red, her body soft and limp, occasionally trembling and sinking into a deep sleep. She should sleep well tonight. High above the clouds, an F-35A fighter jet roared across the Hungduan Mountains, heading toward the outskirts of Chengdu. Suddenly, the aircraft shot vertically upward, its engines died, and the fuselage began a slow descent. Qin Feng shoved open the canopy, rolled out, and casually stowed the entire plane into his spatial dimension. He plummeted like a broken kite. The frigid wind whipped past his ears as he maintained his composure amidst the howling gale. When he was about 2,000 meters above the ground, Qin Feng quickly pulled the parachute cord. The auxiliary chute burst open with a pop, followed by the smooth deployment of the main canopy. Seconds later, a rectangular paraglider fully unfurled, and he glided steadily southwest at 15 meters per second. 2 minutes later, Qin Feng precisely manipulated the air intakes on both sides and landed with a bird-like posture. Touchdown was solid. He quickly swept the night vision scope around, confirming no one was watching, then retracted the parachute into his space and let out a soft puff of white breath. At midnight, Qin Feng quietly rose, tucked the blanket around the sleeping Han Bing, and slipped out of the temporary base alone, heading to an open field. With a flicker of thought, the American-made aircraft he had acquired for €0 materialized on the snowy plain. In the year since his rebirth, he had spared no effort. After 2 months of rigorous training, he had mastered the basic operations of both private and military aircraft. Starting, ascending, turning, and landing had become muscle memory. In the apocalypse, roads were ruined and bridges collapsed, making cars impossible to drive. Only aircraft could ignore terrain and move swiftly. This choice of transportation was far from a loss. The night was as dark as ink, with faint moonlight casting an eerie glow over the endless snow-covered ground. After landing and reconfirming the area was safe, Qin Feng pulled a custom snow electric scooter from his space, a special Neo model with extended range insulation and a silent motor. He had stockpiled over 100 of them for covert movement in such extreme environments. In the apocalypse, everyone lived in fear. Even the slightest sound could invite deadly danger. Humans had devolved into beasts, or worse. They would feign pity, set traps, launch ambushes, and do anything for a bite to eat. Qin Feng understood that sometimes humans were harder to guard against than beasts. He mounted the scooter and headed toward the city center of Chengdu. The snow melted during the day and froze at night, leaving a thick layer of ice on the ground. Riding on it required extreme caution, as the scooter would skid and drift from time to time. After about an hour passing, a half-collapsed commercial building the snow beneath him suddenly gave way, revealing a massive trap. The snow scooter instantly lost its footing and plunged. In a flash, Qin Feng kicked off the scooter to reverse his momentum, tumbled onto the icy surface, and slid several meters before stopping. He immediately raised his night vision scope and scanned around, The pre-dawn street was silent and empty with no ambush in sight. He approached the edge of the trap and peered down. A formidable-deep pit, its walls polished as smooth as a mirror with sharp steel spikes densely arrayed at the bottom glinting coldly. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine. Close call. With a thought, he retracted the scooter. He narrowed his eyes, studying the obviously modified trap. The pit is dug so professionally with industrial traces. This group has some skill, he muttered. Perfect chance to meet them and inquire about the current state of the Fenghui base in Chengdu. You struck first, so don't blame me for turning the tables. He took out a military thermal imager and began scanning the vicinity. No one. After an initial search yielded nothing, he climbed to the roof of a nearby low building and switched to a wide-range infrared thermal sensor. Within 5 kilometers, every heat source was exposed. Soon several faint signals appeared on the display from an abandoned elevated parking lot. Switching to a new vehicle, Qin Feng headed straight for the target. Inside the parking lot, all air vents were stuffed with torn quilts and old sponges. In the center of the hall, an iron pot bubbled containing chunks of meat too unsightly to examine closely. Several scruffy men sat around, their eyes fixed on the pot, swallowing hard. Brother Nan, our stock is running low. The girls locked inside won't last a month. A gaunt man rasped. The middle-aged man called Brother Nan frowned deeply. Wait until it gets colder, then we'll pull back to the grain and oil center in the north of the city. There should still be food there. Damn this weather. So cold, I'm afraid my piss will freeze into a popsicle, another fat man whined. Not even a woman to fool around with. You bastard, that's all you ever think about. Brother Nan cursed. Surviving is hard enough, and you're still daydreaming. Those inside are emergency rations. Anyone who dares touch them, I'll kill first. As they were talking, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Qin Feng strolled in slowly, holding a Glock 17. The men inside bristled, instantly grabbing nearby weapons and lunging forward. Which bastard dares to barge into our turf, eh? Seeing only one intruder, their courage swelled. But the next moment, a faint gunshot muffled by the silencer was barely a click. The leading man's forehead bloomed with blood, and he fell backward without a sound. Blood gushed out quickly, freezing into red ice. Qin Feng shifted the muzzle toward the second man. Spare us, hero. We're just ordinary people hiding to survive, big brother. With a thud, everyone dropped their weapons and knelt in a row, kowtowing frantically. I want to ask a few things, Qin Feng said calmly. Answer to my satisfaction, and I might let you live. Anything. Anything. Do you know about the Fenghui base? Yes, they answered eagerly. It's not far from here, very large. There are many people inside, and they've recently taken in a lot of students. I heard officials came several times trying to annex them, and there was fighting, many died. That's right. There are several groups in Chengdu claiming to be the official government, but they're just fighting for people and territory. It's chaos. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. How do you know so much? Big brother, we escaped from one of those official bases, the gaunt man quickly explained. The factions inside are terrifying, infighting every day. Those without backing were killed off early. We couldn't survive there, so we ran out to live like wild men. Before we escaped, we happened to hear some big shots talking about this. It's absolutely true. Qin Feng nodded, thoughtfully, his gun still trained on them. Interesting. So tell me, who's in charge of the Fenghui base now? And what's their defense like? I heard a man named Li is in charge, very capable. The base has electric fences and watchtowers. Ordinary people can't get in. The night deepened, and the wind swept snowflakes over the parking lot. Inside, a life-and-death interrogation dragged on for a long time. At 3 in the morning, on the outskirts of Chengdu, a frigid wind swept flurries of snow across a desolate ruin. In the distance, the Fenghui base lay crouched like a slumbering beast, its towering walls standing firm as searchlight beams sliced through the pitch-black night. Standing amidst the broken walls a kilometer away, Qin Feng lowered his night vision binoculars and exhaled a plume of white breath. With a mere thought, a modified large hexacopter drone materialized silently beside him, its rotors wrapped in special, sound-dampening material. One of the custom-ordered pieces of equipment he had procured before the apocalypse. He deftly strapped himself into a specialized harness and connected it to the hook beneath the drone. Go! The low command was issued through a micro-bone conduction headset. The drone's powerful motors hummed softly as it lifted his frame, a grown man weighing over 100 G'n, steadily into the air. It skillfully avoided the base's standard patrol routes, flying silently toward the rooftop of the central office building. The icy wind whipped against his visor as the ruins below grew smaller. He was heading for the base. Choosing this time and method to enter his own base was deliberate, to evade all possible prying eyes and witness firsthand what had become of this fortress built with his blood and sweat during his absence. His feet landed softly on the snow-dusted concrete roof of the office building, and the drone was instantly retracted into his spatial storage. His figure melted into the shadow cast by a water tank. Without a moment's pause, Qin Feng closed his eyes, and his immense spiritual power surged like an invisible tide, penetrating downward and instantly enveloping the entire conference room. Captain, maybe we should just fight our way out. Our brothers can take 3 of them each. If this keeps up, we can't afford the losses. A voice laced with anger and impatience was the first to enter his perception. Inside the conference room, smoke hung thick in the air, and the atmosphere was so heavy it could be wrung dry. Over a dozen people sat around the long table, their faces grim. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the key figures. Li Guang, the base's defense captain, was a dual attribute evolved of spirit and body. By the 9th year of the apocalypse, he had reached the 9th rank. With his peerless archery and precise tactical deployments, he earned the title Divine Archer General. At this moment, his brows were tightly knit and his fingers tapped unconsciously on the table. Beside him sat Deputy Captain Qin Feng, a telekinetic evolved. Also at the 9th rank after the apocalypse, he was steady in character and possessed excellent strategic vision, serving as the base's brain trust. He was now staring intently at the map on the table, silent. On the other side was General Manager Hu Gu, in charge of logistics and construction. A rare wood element evolved of the 9th rank, he could accelerate plant growth and construct defensive fortifications. He was rubbing his face, now unable to hide his exhaustion. There was also Deputy Manager Hemin, a movement type evolved at the 9th rank. Her body possessed agility and flexibility far beyond ordinary humans, earning her the code name Catwoman, responsible for intelligence and reconnaissance. She leaned back in her chair with her arms crossed, her sharp eyes scanning each speaker. The one who had spoken so passionately was a squad leader. Li Guang stopped tapping his fingers and shook his head, his voice steady but strained. No. According to our intelligence, there are over a dozen so-called official forces outside, all holed up in old air raid shelters dug during the war against Japan. They're a mixed bag with no unity of purpose. Trading losses with them is not worth it. Even if we manage to cripple 1 or 2, the rest, watching like vultures, will swarm in like hyenas drawn by the scent of blood to carve up our territory. He lifted his head and swept his gaze across everyone present. Don't forget, this is the home that President Qin built with countless efforts and resources. We must hold it, or how can we face his trust and entrustment? Then, concentrate our strength, cripple the strongest among them, and make an example of them, another person suggested. The conference room erupted in discussion again. Everyone was racking their brains trying to find a way out of this predicament. At that moment, Qin Feng stood up, and the room instantly fell silent. He adjusted his glasses, and his voice, though not loud, carried a piercing clarity. We absolutely cannot abandon the base. If we abandon it, where can we go? The land is frozen, and outside are survivors driven mad by hunger. What other place has our complete heating, purified water, and a barely self-sufficient food production system? He paused, pointing his finger at the map. Second, right now, almost all the external forces see us as a piece of fat meat, and everyone wants a bite. As the defenders, we should stop wasting energy on planning counterattacks, and instead focus entirely on how to defend more efficiently, how to make any attacker pay a price they cannot bear. Hearing this, expressions of realization and determination flickered across the faces of those present. Yes, there was no retreat, only a desperate defense remained. On the rooftop, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and nodded slightly. The emotional feedback he perceived through his spiritual sense was anxiety, loyalty, and a resolve to fight to the death. This set his mind mostly at ease. It seems that the combination of high compensation favors and the proper arrangement of their families within the base has indeed been effective, significantly reducing the probability of betrayal. He murmured to himself, recalling the hard-learned lessons of ruling in the apocalypse. Instead of entering through the main gate, he slid down the outer wall like a phantom, using the shadows to infiltrate the base effortlessly. He navigated with practiced ease to a long-abandoned tool shed near the office building cluttered with debris. This was one of the hidden spots he had built during the base's construction, with its entrance and exit cleverly camouflaged. With a thought, batch after batch of cold steel creations materialized out of thin air, nearly filling the entire shed. American-made M4 carbines, improved Russian AK variants. He recalled a factory that produced a modified version called the AK-35 after the apocalypse. Remington MSR sniper rifles, Type 8 22 hand grenades, RPG, 7 rocket launchers, several heavy machine guns gleaming with cold light, and neatly stacked crates of gleaming yellow ammunition totaling hundreds of thousands of rounds. He carefully covered them with a layer of dust and debris as a disguise, making it look as though they had been stored away for a long time before quietly returning to the office building. Inside the conference room, the arguments and anxiety continued. But our arrows and Molotov cocktails are almost gone. Next time a soft click sounded as the conference room door was pushed open. Everyone fell silent instantly, their wary, even angry gazes fixed on the doorway, who was so audacious as to barge in. However, when they recognized the face of the newcomer, all emotions transformed into disbelief, followed by overwhelming joy. President Qin. Boss, how did you get here? It's President Qin. Li Guang, Qin Feng, Hu Gu, and Hemin all rose to their feet almost simultaneously, their faces brimming with excitement. Qin Feng's sudden appearance was like a lighthouse to a ship on the verge of despair in the dark night. He closed the door behind him, walked to the head of the table, and swept his calm gaze across every familiar or slightly unfamiliar face. The moment he entered, his powerful spiritual perception, like a fine scanner, assessed the emotional fluctuations and subconscious inclinations, the affinity of everyone present. Most scored above 80, loyal and reliable. But two sitting in the corner had a complex emotional undertone with an affinity of only around 36. He silently memorized the faces of those two individuals. I just arrived a short while ago, and I've roughly grasped the situation outside. Qin Feng spoke, his voice not loud, yet it instantly subdued all the clamor. I came here this time to solve the problems. Li Guang and the other's eyes instantly lit up. Hu Gu, Qin Feng called out. Here. Hu Gu immediately stood at attention. Take a platoon and 10 snowmobiles, go to these coordinates immediately, and bring back all the stock inside. Stay covert. Qin Feng handed him the note with the specific location of the tool shed. Yes, sir. Hu Gu without any questions took the note and rushed out with great urgency. When the boss gave orders, you just executed them. That was a habit he had long cultivated. Boss Qin, what goodies have you brought this time, making such a mystery? He-Min couldn't contain her curiosity. Her feline inquisitiveness was piqued. Don't rush. When the goods arrive, you'll understand naturally. Qin Feng played coy, pulling a chair over and sitting down unhurriedly. First, tell me the specifics of our losses and their firepower layout. Li Guang immediately began his report. During the briefing, Qin Feng asked seemingly casual questions, yet each struck at the core. His grasp of the battlefield situation, material depletion, and troop morale was so precise that the senior leaders were secretly astounded. The boss, though absent from the base, seemed to know everything. This far superior insight and professionalism only deepened their conviction. Before long, an uncontrollable gasp of surprise rose from downstairs. Hu Gu, his face beaming, almost sprinted back into the meeting room. Boss Qin. The goods are here. This is too. Let's go down and have a look. Qin Feng rose. The crowd followed him to the first floor lobby. There a full 10 large snowmobile trailers were stacked there, covering tarps already pulled aside. When the soldiers excitedly opened the olive drab long cases and ammunition boxes, a wave of sharp intakes of breath echoed through the hall. The cold gleam of metal flowed under the flashlight beams, exuding the unique, brutalist aesthetic of the industrial age. My God. M4S. And is this? A new AK variant. A Remington MSR. Fine piece. Type 822 grenades. 1 crate, 2 crates. 10 crates. RPGs. Huh. And heavy machine guns. Let those bastards dare to come now. Ammunition. So much ammo. Never seen this much in my life. The soldiers, who had been shrouded in gloom moments before, now had eyes gleaming like starving men beholding a feast, or a strong man laying eyes on a breathtaking beauty. They caressed the cold gunmetal with reverence, inhaling the reassuring scent of gun oil, their faces brimming with excitement and ecstasy. These veterans felt a natural kinship with firearms. Though they had mostly used the Type 95 or Type 03 in the military, the operation of these internationally renowned weapons was largely similar. With a bit of familiarization, they could handle them. Confidence, unprecedented confidence, instantly filled every chest. Qin Feng watched their reactions and smiled. Well, are you satisfied with these? Satisfied. More than satisfied, Boss Qin. Li Guang's voice trembled with excitement. With these, forget defense. We can launch a counteroffensive. Glad to hear it. Qin Feng nodded, then his smile vanished, his tone turning cold and ruthless. Li Guang Chun Hanxing Hu Gu He-Min. Yes, sir. The four immediately stood at attention. Organize all combat personnel immediately and distribute weapons and ammunition. I want you to formulate a cleansing plan before dawn. Tomorrow, within a 10-kilometer radius of the base, eliminate all armed strongholds belonging to non-friendly forces that pose a hostile or potential threat. Spare women and children, eliminate all who resist obstinately. Understood? His voice was low but carried an unyielding, iron-blooded resolve. Yes, sir. We guarantee the mission. The four roared in unison, their eyes burning with battle fervor. With this arsenal, the rabble outside were no match. Good. They'll leave this to you. I'm going back to rest. After giving his orders, Qin Feng turned and left without any hesitation. Rest assured, Boss Qin. The group saw him out of the office building. Watching Qin Feng's figure vanish into the shadows leading to the villa district, the wiry young man, whom Qin Feng had marked with an affinity score of only 36, let a barely perceptible glint flash in his eyes. He sidled up to Li Guang and lowered his voice. Captain Li, where did Boss Qin get all these heavy weapons? Is he really that well connected? In this world, even heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. That's incredible. Li Guang, still immersed in elation and combat preparations, frowned at this, glancing at him with wariness and a stern tone. Xiao Lu, have you forgotten the rules? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Whatever Boss Qin says we do. Just focus on your own duties. Yes, Captain Li is right. I spoke out of turn. They'll go help distribute ammunition now. The wiry young man quickly nodded and bowed, then turned and melted into the busy crowd. But as he lowered his head, his expression flickered with uncertainty. The base buzzed with activity. Soldiers who had received new weapons excitedly cleaned and familiarized themselves with their firearms. Morale had soared to its peak. The boss had returned, bringing decisive strength, and the gloom was swept away. Qin Feng meanwhile returned to his long-vacant private villa in the central area of the base. He unlocked the door with a special key, and a wave of cold, stagnant air greeted him. He expertly checked each room to confirm no one had infiltrated, then replaced the equipment damaged by the shockwave, activated the independent air circulation and purification system, and threw special fuel blocks into the fireplace on the first floor, lighting it. Orange-eared flames leaped up, dispelling the cold and darkness. Only when the indoor temperature gradually rose, filling the space with warmth, did Qin Feng finally relax completely. The exhaustion from the continuous journey and intense mental focus washed over him like a tide. After a quick wash, he threw himself onto the soft, large bed. The faint sounds of mobilization and preparation from the base outside became the best lullaby. On his own turf with absolute power, everything was under control. He needed rest. Tomorrow, when the sun rose, the order of this region would be rewritten according to his will. Early the next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, the base echoed with the rhythmic sound of footsteps. Li Guang stood at the front of the training ground, facing 15 squads lined up in perfect formation, each squad consisting of 30 members, all fully armed with solemn and murderous expressions. Remember, Li Guang's voice carried through the morning mist, strike swiftly and decisively, minimize casualties. When encountering stubborn resistance, heavy firepower is authorized. President Qin demands results, not the process. Yes, 450 voices responded in unison, their roar causing the very air to tremble. The 50 members left behind stood atop the city wall, gazing down at the departing troops below, envy evident in their eyes. A young soldier couldn't help muttering, "Why do they get to go out and wreak havoc while we're stuck here guarding the place?" An older soldier beside him patted his shoulder. "Don't rush. There will be plenty of chances later. Guarding the home front is also a vital mission." "But Brother Wang, have you heard? Yesterday the 3rd Squad went out for a test fire and directly wiped out a small stronghold, seizing 3 truckloads of supplies." The young soldier's tone was excited. That's what being a soldier should be about. Brother Wang smiled, but said nothing. Was he not yearning for it as well? Yet having weathered so many years in society, he deeply understood that sometimes staying behind demanded more fortitude than going on the offensive. 15 squads shot out of the base like sharp blades, swooping down on various faction strongholds around Chengdu. Qin Feng stood at a high vantage point in the command center, watching the departing troops through binoculars, his face devoid of any expression. "President Qin, it's estimated we can secure 8 strongholds today," Li Guang reported from behind him. Too conservative, Qin Feng lowered the binoculars. "At least 12. Inform the squad leaders. I want the first report of victory before noon." Sure enough, within less than 4 hours, the first victory report arrived. A medium-sized stronghold west of the city was completely captured, seizing a quantity of weapons and ammunition and capturing 17 technical personnel. Over 300 women and children. Gunfire and explosions echoed intermittently over Chengdu, the sounds making the soldiers left behind itch with restlessness. The sentries on the city wall watched the distant battle through telescopes, occasionally bursting into exclamations. "Look, the 3rd Squad just blasted the gate open with a rocket launcher. The 5th Squad is even fiercer, leading the charge with an RPG. Tisk, now this is real warfare." Meanwhile, the soldiers on the attack found it hard to voice their grievances. On the surface, they were well equipped and swept all before them, but once the actual fighting started, they realized how troublesome the desperados of the apocalypse could be. "Captain, ambush on the left," a soldier shouted as he dropped flat, a bullet grazing his helmet. Chen Hanqing, the captain of the 3rd Squad, spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, weren't we told this stronghold only had a few pistols? They've got automatic rifles now." Even so, the professional quality of the veterans was now fully displayed. The squad members quickly found cover, formed a crossfire, and with precise shots, soon suppressed the ambush. 2nd Squad flank from the left. 3rd Squad provide covering fire. 1st Squad follow me for a frontal assault. Chen Hanqing issued the orders calmly. 5 minutes later, the gunfire from within the stronghold gradually subsided. The 3rd Squad, at the cost of 2 soldiers, lightly wounded, annihilated 28 of the enemy and captured 13. Inventory the supplies. Separate the technical personnel and the women and children. As for the rest, Chen Hanqing made a throat-slitting gesture. Dispose of them cleanly. Such scenes played out simultaneously across the various strongholds. These veterans Qin Feng had trained far surpassed those rabble in professional skill and tactical coordination. Even though some factions had looted police stations and obtained some police firearms, they were still pitifully vulnerable when faced with standard military weapons and tactics. A little after 5 in the afternoon, the squads began returning to the base one after another. However, only a small portion of each squad came back. Most remained in the newly conquered strongholds, continuing the work of cleanup and suppression. Li Guang immediately went to the command center to report the battle results to Qin Feng. "President Qin, we captured a total of 13 strongholds today, 5 more than expected. The quantity of captured weapons and ammunition is staggering. We have taken 86 technical personnel and over 2,000 women and children as prisoners. Qin Feng nodded, unsurprised by this outcome. Dispatch the survivors we previously gathered to form a security force. Use them to relieve our Qin army units garrisoning the strongholds. We cannot disperse our core strength too much. Also, all personnel at the squad leader level and above are to attend a meeting tomorrow. Understood. He'll make the arrangements immediately. The next morning, the base's large meeting room was filled with over 50 key members at the squad leader level and above, each one in high spirits. When Qin Feng walked into the meeting room, everyone snapped to attention with a sharp salute. Sit down, Qin Feng said with a wave of his hand, his gaze sweeping across the room as he secretly circulated his inner energy, sensing everyone's affinity level. As his gaze passed over Lu Xiaoyang and Yang when it paused briefly, the affinity of these two had risen from 36 the day before yesterday to 56. Clearly seeing the base's greatly increased strength coupled with the elimination of the faction that had previously bribed them had lessened their malice. They know what's good for them, Qin Feng thought, but it's not enough. After I announce the reforms, if their affinity doesn't reach at least 71, don't blame me for being ruthless. Once everyone was present, Qin Feng got straight to the point. I've called you here today to announce two major reforms: the base management system reform and the point system reform. A murmur of discussion immediately arose from the audience. Qin Feng raised his hand to signal for silence, then explained in detail. First was the management system reform, dividing the base personnel into 4 grades: first-class citizens, corps members, second-class citizens, formal members, third-class citizens, ordinary residents, and personnel under observation. Different grades enjoyed different rights and obligations. The most eye-catching provision was that first-class citizens were permitted polygamy. This rule caused many men in the audience's eyes to gleam. Although the law before the apocalypse mandated monogamy, those with power and influence had secretly kept countless women on the side. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, the world had reverted to the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. This rule directly satisfied the desires of the strong male members. Why do they get to marry several wives? A young squad leader couldn't help quietly asking the person next to him. Nonsense, they're first-class citizens, are you? If you want to enjoy privileges, work hard to level up. If you want to enjoy privileges, work hard to level up. The points system was meticulously designed. Everyone could earn points through work, combat, innovative contributions, and other means. Points could be exchanged for food, shelter, weapons, and even spouses. More work, more reward. Less work, less reward. No work, no reward. Qin Feng explained in great detail and encouraged everyone to ask questions, answering them on the spot to ensure everyone understood thoroughly. Only when everyone understands the rules can we invest ourselves 100%, execute 100%, and support this system 100%. Qin Feng looked at the audience and said, "We must band together, huddle for warmth, and forge ahead through these harsh times." As the meeting neared its end, Qin Feng once again sensed everyone's affinity. Most people were around 83, clearly very satisfied with the new system. However, Lu Xiaoyang and Yang Wen's affinity was only around 65, far lower than expected. A flicker of cold light passed through Qin Feng's eyes. He casually glanced at the two, memorizing their features, and then adjourned the meeting. Shortly after returning to his office, He-min knocked and entered. Qin Feng sensed her affinity 90, quite high. He-min was once a national martial arts champion. After accidentally crippling an opponent for life during a competition, her license was revoked, forcing her to survive on odd jobs and food delivery. It was Qin Feng who found her through a headhunter, offering her generous treatment and changing her life. Thus, she was very grateful to Qin Feng and possessed high loyalty. "President Qin, you wanted to see me." Qin Feng nodded, pushing 2 sheets of paper and several photos across the desk. "Several squads have reported that Lu Xiaoyang and Yang Wen are colluding with external forces and preparing to betray us. Here is the evidence." He-min took the materials and glanced at them. A surge of murderous intent rose within her. She had finally secured such a good life, and someone dared to try and destroy it. This was practically a death sentence for her. "President Qin, I remember those two. They said many negative things when the base was under attack before. I never thought they'd actually dare to betray us." He-min's eyes flashed with a cold light. "They deserve to die." Qin Feng spoke as if discussing something trivial. "Those who bite the hand that feeds them do deserve to die. Take a few people to handle it. Hang the bodies at the base gate. Don't spare their families either, lest they harbor resentment and harm the base. Then make a full base announcement as a warning to others." He-min nodded respectfully, her admiration for Qin Feng's decisiveness and ruthlessness growing even stronger. Qin Feng noticed her affinity had risen by another 2 points, reaching 93, and felt satisfied. "Keep Li Guanghu Gu and Qin Hanxing in the loop on this matter. Show them the evidence," Qin Feng added. The so-called evidence was of course fabricated by him. Qin Feng could have acted personally, but he chose to use an intermediary, first to avoid harming his image by killing without cause, second to use the purge of traitors as a warning to others, third to avoid revealing his perception ability. He-min acted quickly. In less than an hour, 2 piercing screams echoed through the base. Soon 2 bloody corpses were hung in the most conspicuous spot at the base's main gate with the word traitor plastered large beside them. More chillingly, their families were executed alongside them, uprooting the weeds and removing the roots, leaving no future trouble. Such was the price of betrayal. The people of the base gathered to witness this scene, whispering among themselves. I heard they were plotting with outsiders to sell out the base. Serves them right. President Qin treats us so well, and they still dared to betray him. Exactly. In this day and age, a safe place is hard to come by. They just didn't know when they were well off. Others secretly felt a chill of fear. Good thing I didn't have any crooked thoughts, or that would be me hanging there now. After dealing with the traitors, Qin Feng stood by the window of his office, gazing into the distance towards the main gate. Li Guang stood behind him, his tone hesitant. President Qin, was it a bit much to kill the families as well? Qin Feng turned around, his eyes icy cold. In the apocalypse, being soft-hearted is suicide. I want everyone to understand that the cost of betrayal is not just your own life, but also your family's. Only then will people truly think twice. Li Guang fell silent. He knew Qin Feng was right. This world had no room for too much mercy. Just then a messenger rushed and hastily report. A large-scale military force has been detected 20 kilometers to the east, moving towards the base. What a military force. We haven't provoked them. Chengdu was once the center of the Chengdu military region, later reorganized into the Western Theater Command. There are still many military units nearby. People in the office began talking among themselves. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Issue the order. Full combat alert level 1. Let's go and meet this military force. The wind howled bitterly along the battlements of Peak Base as Qin Feng and his companions fixed their gaze on the contingent slowly approaching in the distance. The force of about 300 halted 200 meters from the wall. A dozen makeshift snow vehicles were plated with thick steel on the outside, each bearing 2 or 3 firing ports. Though the vehicles were crude, the formation was orderly and silent. Every soldier gripped a QBZ-26 rifle, a weapon that had astonished both domestic and foreign observers before the apocalypse for its minimal recoil and astonishing burst accuracy. Despite their somewhat battered gear, the troops remained disciplined, exuding an undeniable pressure in their silence. Before long, a middle-aged officer stepped out from the ranks wearing a double-bar 2-star epaulet and a thick felt hat. He raised a modified loudspeaker and called out toward the wall, Li Guang Chen Hanxing, Hu Gu He Min. I represent the military base for negotiations. Please send out your representatives. Li Guang murmured to Qin Feng. This is Chief of Staff Su Baichuan, one of the senior officers who survived the earthquake. The other is Zheng Sanmen. They've consolidated about 3,000 troops holed up in a well-sealed ammunition depot, arguably the largest official organization in Chengdu. Hu Gu added, Chief Qin, they've probably set their sights on our base. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment. Having served in the military himself, he understood the dedication and sacrifice of soldiers. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to cross swords with this unit. Li Guang, Hu Gu, take 2 men to feel them out. Be as courteous as possible. The 2 acknowledged and departed. Approaching the military formation, Li Guang spoke politely, Chief of Staff, Su, what instructions do you have for our humble base? Su Baichuan sighed, his tone softening. Captain Li, we're not here to fight. To be honest, we've come to ask for help. Li Guang and Hu Gu exchanged glances, both taken aback. Su Baichuan continued, earthquakes, acid rain, floods, one after another. The military district's supplies were nearly all destroyed. Individual rations won't last much longer. We have run out of food. On the wall, Qin Feng extended his perception, enveloping the entire area. He sensed no killing intent. The soldiers' emotions were mostly anxiety and exhaustion. Su Baichuan's words seemed true. Qin Feng turned to He Min and ordered, give them a month's worth of supplies for 3,000 people. That's half our stockpile, but our people in uniform are in need. We can't refuse to help. Though He Min hesitated slightly, she carried out the order without delay. She descended the wall and explained Qin Feng's decision to Su Baichuan. Su Baichuan, a stalwart man in his 40s, choked up, thank you. It should be us protecting the people, yet here we are relying on your support. No matter, the bond between soldiers and civilians runs deep. You've given much to this nation, well, help as we can. Soon sacks of rice flour and dried vegetables were loaded onto the military sleds. The soldiers' taut expressions gradually softened, gratitude shining in their eyes. A potential conflict dissipated quietly. Back at the base office, the atmosphere was tense and no one spoke. Qin Feng said, convene a high-level meeting immediately. Chief Qin, giving away half our food. Our current stock might not last much longer, a logistics officer worriedly reported. How much is left? Qin Feng asked calmly. If we stop taking in refugees, it might hold until October. But the base already has nearly 10,000 people, mostly women and children with about 2,000 adult males. Qin Feng nodded, scanning the room. Don't worry about supplies. In the western Dingjianshan industrial zone, I have a warehouse I acquired years ago stocked with enough to sustain 50,000 people for a year. But this must be kept strictly confidential. When retrieving it, use camouflage. Don't alert the military. He paused, then continued. This incident reminds us that our current strength is far from sufficient. If we truly clashed with the military, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, I decree within 3 months the Qin army must expand to 5,000. All current squad leaders will be promoted to platoon and company leaders. The original Qin army members and base high command must have adequate food supplies. Starting tomorrow, training intensity increases by another level. Train like your life depends on it, and eat your fill. Understood. Understood. The response was unanimous, brimming with resolve. The meeting adjourned, and everyone moved swiftly. Qin Feng stood alone by the window, gazing at the vast, desolate snowfield with distant eyes. Reborn into this life, he aimed not merely to survive, but to seize the opportunity to forge true order amidst this frozen apocalypse. Commander Li, wait a moment. Chun Hanxing called out from behind, stopping Li Guang, who was lost in thought. Li Guang was curious. Commander Qin, we have a heavy task ahead. Any ideas? None. Chief Qin has set the goal, we just execute. That's our duty. But there's something I think I should mention, an idea like your opinion. Old Qin, go ahead. You've always got a sharp mind and plenty of ideas. Spill it. What's your bright idea? Well, Chief Qin has been good to us, no question, right? Absolutely. Without Chief Qin, would probably be simmering in someone's pot as rations by now. Right, his kindness is beyond repayment. I was thinking, well, Chief Qin organized a beauty pageant earlier this year. How about we find a few women for him now as a token of our appreciation? Li Guang was initially speechless, then broke into a knowing grin. He gave Chun Hanxing's shoulder a hearty slap, full of approval. Nice one, old Chun. You're really sharp. Chief Qin has 3 other bases under him. If we find him women, he'll surely remember us first, maybe even favor our Chengdu base, and leave a good impression. Not bad, not bad. Great idea. He pretty good, right? Let's strike first. Pick the most beautiful, best-figured, multi-talented ladies for Chief Qin. That'll definitely satisfy him. Even if he refuses, he'll feel our sincerity. A win-win. Yeah, that works. We've got to do it right. We'll discuss it with Min Hu Gu and the others later. With that, the 2 men, arms around each other's shoulders, slipped out of the office building, huddling in secretive animated discussion. The Chengdu base gradually found its footing as Qin Feng employed his tried-and-true methods to train soldiers and impart survival skills for extreme environments. After the new credit system was implemented, the atmosphere throughout the base changed markedly. Everyone was training fiercely and learning skills, eager to accumulate credits for food supplies and even better living conditions. The entire base hummed with efficiency, like a machine whose engine had been reignited. 4 days later, having confirmed that everything was stable, Qin Feng quietly departed Chengdu under cover of darkness, piloting his cold-weather-equipped F-35A toward the Harbin base. As the aircraft flew over Taiyuan, he glanced down to see scattered fires in the urban area, starkly bright against the black frozen wasteland. He did not linger, merely withdrawing his gaze. Such sights had become commonplace across the globe. In this apocalypse, national borders no longer existed. Only the distinction between survival and annihilation. Thanks to its early strong centralized coordination and reserve systems, China could still barely maintain a few large bases. But abroad, conditions could only be described as a living hell. In the United States, rampant gun ownership had placed civilian armed forces above the collapsed administrative system. Countless survivor strongholds operated independently, and battles, betrayals, and massacres occurred almost hourly in the scramble for dwindling supplies. Once bustling cities had become hunting grounds for mutant creatures and armed gangs. Russia, already plagued by extreme cold, found its situation worsened by the apocalypse. Yet, relying on the fierce spirit of its people and the vast network of Soviet-era underground bunkers, it managed to hold several key strongholds. But once the entrances were sealed by ice, those inside could only be trapped and die. In the extreme cold, human life was more fragile than paper. The situation in Europe was even more chaotic. A patchwork of small nations with scattered resources could not form a unified defense. High-welfare societies crumbled at the apocalypse's touch. Churches, castles, and subway stations overflowed with refugees, breeding chaos and ambition. For a piece of bread, people could become beasts. And the island nation. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes as the fighter jet finally entered its airspace. From this altitude, the once thriving island nation appeared almost entirely frozen over. Rising sea levels and tsunamis, followed by the extreme cold, left only a few mountainous regions above the ice layer, the rest of the small country submerged. He had once imagined he could wreak havoc here, personally settling old scores. But reality proved nature more ruthless than he. Most areas were buried under deep ice, devoid of any sign of life. Even the famous Mount Fuji stood as a silent, snow-white solitary peak, no longer smoking or active like a forgotten tombstone. Qin Feng landed on a relatively flat highland. He quickly stowed the fighter, donned protective gear and a military-grade thermal imager, and began reconnaissance. Only the wind howled around him, wailing through shattered building ruins. He had heard that the people of this nation had a strong crisis awareness with numerous bomb shelters and underground facilities, so many survivors should exist. But reality was bleaker than he had anticipated. Riding a nearly silent electric snowmobile, he patrolled the ice field for over an hour, yet the thermal imager remained utterly still. He launched a drone and using a harness lifted himself into the air to broaden his field of vision and continue scanning. An hour later, two faint human thermal signatures finally appeared at the edge of the screen. He landed silently and approached them. They were two men in tattered down jackets wielding katanas. Seeing Qin Feng alone, they immediately wore vicious, greedy expressions and surrounded him cursing. Qin Feng did not give them a chance to strike. With a swift movement, both men fell to the ground. He pressed one knee onto a man's back, pressed a pistol coldly against the back of his head, and demanded through a translator, "Which organization do you belong to? Where is your stronghold?" At the sight of the gun, their faces changed instantly. They stammered, "Kawasaki base. In a bomb shelter nearby." "How many people? How many men and women?" "About 50 men. And 150 women." "Any guns?" Yes. "Chief Invincible has a rifle, and 5 others have pistols." "Are they in the base now?" Yes. "They hardly ever come out. They force us latecomers to find food." A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. "Take me there. I'll eliminate them, and you'll be my deputies." "Agreed." "Yes, absolutely." The two agreed, eagerly, their affinity values jumping from an initial 2 to 56. Indeed, the tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong was ingrained in some people. Qin Feng holstered his gun expressionlessly. "Let's go. Pretend I'm a survivor you captured." Yes. The two led the way, but their eyes flickered with silent communication, clearly not entirely honest. Qin Feng's spiritual power spread silently, like an invisible net, capturing every subtle expression and movement they made. He did not expose them, merely following quietly. No matter their schemes, they were but paper before absolute force. After a dozen minutes, they stopped before an unremarkable snowdrift. One man brushed away the snow, revealing a narrow entrance just wide enough for a person to stoop through. The passage was about a dozen meters long, dark and damp, ending at a heavy metal blast door. Guards were at the door. Seeing them, they immediately barked impatiently, "Baka, why are you back? Where are the supplies?" "In no way, San. We captured someone who knows a supply cache. We came to report to Lord Invincible." At the mention of supplies, the guards' eyes lit up. "Get inside. The boss is in there." "Hi." The two men ducked in, and Qin Feng followed, head lowered. As soon as he entered, an indescribable odor hit him. The stench of sweat, mildew, excrement, blood, and rotting food mingled into a thick, suffocating miasma that was almost nauseating. The passage was narrow and dim, lit only by a few flickering bulbs connected to an old generator. Moisture beaded on the walls, and the muddy floor was sticky underfoot. Further in, a relatively spacious hall came into view. The scene was shocking. In a corner, over 100 women lay huddled, all ragged with matted hair and filthy faces. Chronic hunger had left their eyes sunken and vacant like living corpses. They pressed together for warmth, silent in a terrifying way. On the other side of the hall were dozens of plastic buckets stained with filth, clearly used as toilets. The smell emanated from there. The two guides grew visibly tense, quickening their pace as they led Qin Feng toward a room partitioned with iron sheets at the far end. 2 large men with swords stood guard at the door. After a few low words, the iron door slid open. Inside, it was a different world. Kotaro and Zhuoyang forced smiles as they guided Qin Feng further inside. The deeper they went, the more partitions appeared, hastily built from broken planks and rusted iron sheets from which faint sounds of men's laughter and women's sobbing could be heard. They arrived at a relatively intact iron sheet door at the far end, guarded by 2 burly, fierce-looking men with pistols tucked into their belts. Kotaro stepped forward and explained meekly. The guards eyed Qin Feng suspiciously for a moment, but eventually pulled open the iron door. Inside, the room was thick with smoke. The air was slightly better, but still foul. A man in glasses, wearing a relatively clean-down jacket, sat on a tattered sofa polishing a rifle. Nearby, a few underlings were either playing cards or drinking. In the corner, a haggard woman numbly added wood scraps to a brazier. "Boss, we brought baka," Kotaro began ingratiatingly. But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng's spiritual sense had already spread like liquid mercury, imprinting the entire layout of the bunker, the position of every man, every weapon, and even the emotional state of each individual with crystal clarity into his mind. The moment before Invincible lifted his head, his gaze about to fall on Qin Feng, he moved. Without any warning, a silenced M4A1 carbine appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Pew, 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 pew. 4 faint, nearly inaudible gunshots rang out almost as one. Blood blossoms instantly erupted on the foreheads of Invincible and the 3 nearest armed underlings. Their faces froze in shock and bewilderment as they toppled backward. The others in the room hadn't even reacted. Qin Feng's movements were seamless. He darted out of the room like lightning, the M4 vanishing, replaced by a fully loaded QBZ-201 squad machine gun. Enemy attack. Someone in the main hall finally noticed the anomaly and let out a piercing scream. But it was too late. Qin Feng moved like an icy killing machine, his spiritual sense precisely locking onto every target that held a weapon or showed hostility. The machine gun spat fire bullets like death's invitations, finding each target with unerring accuracy. Thud, 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 thud. The suppressed gunfire was muffled yet lethal. Men trying to draw their guns had their chests torn open with bloody holes, those charging with blades were mowed down, those hiding behind partitions attempting ambushes were killed by bullets piercing through the boards. 2 drum magazines, 100 rounds. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. The gunfire ceased, and the bunker fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Only the dull hum of the generator and the faint crackle of wood in the brazier remained. The thick stench of blood quickly overpowered the original foul odor. Expressionless Qin Feng smoothly swapped magazines and scanned with his spiritual sense again, confirming all male targets had been eliminated. He walked to the door and sent the 2 dumbfounded guards who still hadn't reacted to meet their Amaterasu. Finally, he reached the bunker entrance where the guard named in no way was peeking in, trying to see what had happened. What's going on? What was that sound? His question was cut short. Pew! A blood hole appeared between his eyes, and he fell backward. Only then did Qin Feng turn and walk back into the silent, blood-soaked hall. All the women huddled in the corners stared wide-eyed, their faces a mixture of terror, bewilderment, disbelief, and a faint, almost non-existent glimmer of hope as they looked at this man who had descended like a demon god. Their bodies trembled with fear, yet stiffened at the scene before them. Qin Feng stood in the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping over these ravaged women. Through the translator, his voice rang out clearly, calm, yet carrying an unyielding authority. All the men who oppressed you have been eliminated. You are free. A deathly silence. After a few seconds, a faint, trembling female voice in Chinese, thick, with an accent, timidly arose from the crowd. Sir. Are you Chinese? Qin Feng turned his gaze. It was a young girl with a dirt-streaked face, but strikingly bright eyes, struggling to stand up from the crowd. You speak Chinese. Are you Chinese? Qin Feng asked in Chinese. Yes, I am. I'm from Jinan, Shandong. My name is Lin Ku. I used to be a Japanese tour guide. After the disaster, I was captured and brought here. The girl sobbed, choked with emotion, and speaking incoherently. She turned and spoke rapidly in Japanese to the women around her. As they listened to her translation, their numbed eyes began to crack, revealing shock, ecstasy, and tears of survival. Soft sobs began to echo through the hall, then erupted into uncontrollable wailing. Soon the girl named Lin Ku was pushed forward by the women. She looked at Qin Feng, her face a mix of embarrassment and immense hope. Sir, how should I address you? My surname is Qin. Mr. Qin. Lin Ku took a deep breath as if summoning all her strength. We want to ask you, could we follow you? Please, take us away from here, or let us follow you. We'll do anything. As her words fell, the 100+ women behind her, as if finding a pillar of support, struggled to kneel, kowtowing and pleading in Japanese mixed with sobs. Qin Feng watched them in silence, his face showing a measured hesitation and reluctance. The women's hearts leaped to their throats, their pleas growing more desperate. It's not that I can't take you in. Qin Feng finally spoke, his voice still calm. But you must understand, in this world now there is no shelter without cost. Lin Ku quickly translated. The women nodded frantically, their eyes urgent. Following me is not about being guests nor about enjoying comfort. Qin Feng's sharp gaze swept over them. You will undergo the strictest training, learning to use firearms to fight, to search for supplies on the ice field, and to guard the stronghold. You must prove your worth. Those who cannot fight refuse hardship or are utterly useless. I have no reason to waste precious food and resources protecting them. As the women heard the translation, the light of hope in their eyes not only didn't dim, but burned even brighter. We can learn. We will definitely learn. Please give us a chance. We can endure any hardship. We are willing to serve you. Acknowledge you as our master. Just don't abandon us. Qin Feng saw their emotions at a peak and knew the moment was ripe. A hint of softened resolve appeared on his face as he sighed. Very well. Just those 2 words made all the women hold their breath. I can accept you, he said slowly. From today you are my people. I will provide you with food, clothing, medicine, weapons, and train you so you can survive this apocalypse, even reclaim your dignity. The women wept with joy, prostrating themselves. But Qin Feng's voice suddenly turned stern. Remember your vow? Loyalty is the only bottom line. Your lives belong to me from now on. Any betrayal will come at an unbearable cost. Hi. Yes. This time the response was a unified, tearful, yet resolute chorus. For the next 3 days, Qin Feng did not leave. First, he retrieved water purification equipment, food, and basic medicine from his space, and stored them in a nearby warehouse, allowing these tormented women to begin recovering their strength. Then came the brutal training. From the basics of firearm disassembly, maintenance, and aiming to squad tactical coordination, concealment, in snowy environments, supply search techniques, and simple trap making. He poured all the survival skills accumulated in his past life into them without reservation. The training ground was set on the ice field outside the bunker where the wind was biting cold, yet the women's eyes grew brighter and more determined. They understood better than anyone that this was their only hope for survival. Qin Feng appointed several women, including Lin, who showed some capability and approachability, as temporary squad leaders. On the evening of the third day, Qin Feng gathered everyone. I will be leaving for a while. He looked at the female warriors before him, their appearance already transformed. The supplies here are enough to sustain you for a year. The weapons and equipment are also left for you. He pointed to the boxes nearby containing thermal imagers, drones, and snow gear. Your mission is to continue training, recover your bodies, and use this place as a base to search outward, rescuing as many other surviving women as possible and expanding our ranks. When I return, I hope you will be a force capable of standing on your own. Though unease and reluctance flickered in their eyes, determination dominated. Lin stepped forward as their representative, nodding firmly. Rest assured, Master. We will hold this place and await your return. Your will is the direction of our advance. Leaving the bunker, Qin Feng reached a flat area where the streamlined fuselage of an F-35 appeared on the ice field. Then it ascended, leaving this island buried under ice and snow. Through the porthole, Qin Feng watched the shrinking black dot below, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A seed had been planted. It would take root in the soil of despair, drawing strength from hatred and hope, eventually growing into an unexpected trump card in his hands, providing physical support for his future schemes. In this apocalypse, hearts and power were the most vital resources, and he was skillfully seizing them all. On the top floor of Building 10 in the Sky City residential complex, a frozen world lay beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Since the onset of the extreme cold, the sky had remained a perpetual gray, as if trapped beneath a grimy glass dome. The biting wind howled incessantly, wailing like a mournful specter as it swept past the building, occasionally carrying with it indistinct, blood-curdling screams, a grim reminder to all that life was but a fragile thread in this apocalyptic era. Inside the spacious gymnasium, however, it was as warm as spring. The underfloor heating system hummed steadily, warding off the bitter cold from outside, while the air was tinged with a faint, soothing aroma of incense. Two slender figures were laying out yoga mats for their daily practice. Sister Lin, Su Weiner began, do you think? Why has Qin Feng been gone for so long without returning? The speaker was Su Weiner. Dressed in a soft, form-fitting light gray yoga suit, the fabric clung to her stunning curves, accentuating every contour of her figure. At that moment, she was executing a perfect split, her body impossibly flexible. The movement caused the fabric to stretch taut over her chest, outlining a suggestive curve, while her hips and legs appeared full and firm. Her impossibly slender waist made her proportions seem even more striking, exuding an alluring radiance. She panted slightly, her pretty face etched with worry. It's getting crazier out there every day. I think I heard gunshots again last night. Could he be? Lin Wei, who was stretching beside her, paused in her movements. Lin Wei appeared slightly more mature than Su Weiner, with a cooler temperament, but her figure was equally alluring. The yoga suit accentuated her voluptuous curves, making her hard to ignore. She took a deep breath, suppressing the same anxiety in her own heart, and tried to keep her voice steady. Don't overthink it. Don't you know his abilities? He's weathered so many storms. Since he dared to go out, he must be confident he can return. Despite her words, the image of that man involuntarily flashed through her mind, the calm, composed look on his face as he left. But in this world, anything could happen. She too was worried about his safety. Su Weiner changed her position, stretching sideways, her curves becoming even more enticing. She blinked, trying to dispel the heavy atmosphere, and said with a hint of playful coquettishness, Hey sis, do you think, when my funga gets back, if I strike this pose for him, will he like it? As she spoke, she executed the split even more flawlessly, leaning forward with incredible flexibility, showcasing her powerful core and limberness. Lin Wei caught a glimpse of her innocent yet seductive demeanor, her cheeks flushing as she instantly understood the implication. She spat in mock anger, "Pa, you little flirt. Are you so consumed by lust that you've gone mad for a man? Have you no shame?" Su Weiner giggled, retracting her pose and leaning closer. "And you say that, sis? Who was it that mumbled in her sleep several nights ago, moaning something like, 'Master, no? You wicked girl. You're talking nonsense. They'll tear your mouth apart.'" Lin Wei's face flushed a deep crimson, as if she'd been caught off guard. She pounced on Su Weiner in a mix of embarrassment and fury. The two women tumbled into a playful scuffle in the warm gymnasium, their clear laughter and soft gasps temporarily dispelling the gloom surrounding Qin Feng's absence. They tickled each other, their graceful forms occasionally revealed, painting a vivid and striking scene in the frozen apocalypse. Yet there was no one fortunate enough to witness it. Their hearts, however, were both tied to the man who had yet to return. This sturdy, warm fortress abundant with supplies was his gift. The current peace was also his doing. Waiting had become the only thing they could do, but this waiting under increasingly harsh circumstances felt unbearably agonizing. In stark contrast to the warmth and vitality on the top floor, the atmosphere in the living room downstairs was so heavy it seemed to drip with tension. The air carried a faint scent of blood and the bitter odor of medicinal ointments. A dozen or so people were gathered in the living room, some sitting, some standing. Their faces were weary, but their eyes held a hardened ferocity, forged through hardship. 3 or 4 of them were wrapped in thick bandages and makeshift splints with dark red bloodstains faintly seeping through the white gauze, a clear sign they had just survived a brutal fight. Lu Chuan sat on the main sofa, his fingers drumming unconsciously on the table, his brow deeply furrowed. A fresh scratch marred his face, though shallow it added a rugged edge to his otherwise refined demeanor. Boss Lu, a burly man with his arm in a sling, spat out, his voice hoarse. Those bastards from the Black Mountain gang pulled back this time, but we lost 3 brothers and 5 are badly wounded. Almost everyone's got some kind of injury. Damn it, we're running low on ammo. If they come again, or if another group shows up, I'm afraid we might not hold out much longer. A scarred woman chimed in coldly. Hold or not, we have to. Within a dozen miles, the Sky City complex is the best preserved place. Solid walls, most windows intact with generators and heating systems still running. It's a juicy piece of meat. Who wouldn't covet it? Countless eyes are watching us from the shadows. Exactly, a man with a worn-out pair of glasses said, pushing them up his nose. Our biggest problem now is lack of deterrence. We're relying on a few guns that are almost out of bullets. That's not enough to scare off desperate, hungry wolves. We've set up 10 patrol teams around the clock to make sure there are no blind spots. Any sign of trouble, and we raise the alarm. But it's too passive. It's draining our limited manpower and energy. All eyes turned to Lu Chuan. He had been elected the temporary leader after Qin Feng left, skilled in combat and decisive, earning the respect of everyone. Lu Chuan was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over each scarred but stubborn companion. He spoke slowly, his voice low but laced with resolve. Passive defense will wear us down eventually. I think we can't wait for them to attack us again. He paused, then emphasized, we need to strike first. Strike first? Someone asked in surprise. Yes. Lu Chuan slammed the table. Find out where the Black Mountain gang is holed up. They just took a hit. They won't expect us to come after them. Muster everyone who can still fight and launch a surprise attack. Wipe them out, seize their supplies, and absorb any survivors willing to join us. We need to grow stronger fast. The living room fell silent, broken only by heavy breathing. Seconds later, the man with glasses was the first to respond. I agree. It's better to strike than to be on constant guard. If we crush them and absorb their forces, we'll have more people and more guns. Only then will the other prowling factions think twice before seeing us as easy prey. This is the way to settle it once and for all. Let's do it. Yeah, fight them rather than die trapped like cowards. Boss Lu, tell us how, and we'll follow. Under the weight of despair, their ferocity was fully ignited. The group erupted in agreement, their fervor rising as they began to hash out the details of the raid, who would scout, when to strike, which weapons to bring, and how to fight. They debated passionately, as if victory was already within reach. A future where the Black Mountain gang would be swallowed, their own power expanded, and fear a thing of the past. Yet they remained utterly oblivious. Just beyond the complex, in the shadows of a derelict building that offered a panoramic view of Sky City, a pair of cold, merciless eyes like those of a venomous serpent were watching every move within the Sky City complex through a high-powered telescope, especially the direction of Building 10. The man holding the telescope curled his lips into a cruel, pleased smile. He licked his cracked lips and muttered in a voice as harsh as sandpaper, fight on, struggle, wear each other down, when you're both exhausted and spent. He adjusted the focus slightly, his gaze passing over the windows of Building 10, where he could vaguely see the bustling, arguing figures inside. That will be when the most exquisite feast begins. He was like a deadly viper coiled in the darkness, waiting with infinite patience for its prey to weaken itself, waiting for the perfect moment to strike the fatal blow. Behind him, a dozen fierce, battle-hardened men stood in respectful silence, clearly in awe of their leader. Sky City, this rare oasis of safety in the apocalypse, had long been marked by more than one hungry wolf. And this most deeply hidden viper was undoubtedly the most dangerous of them all. The chill had never truly faded. The F-35A fighter jet shot through the clouds like a silver-gray lightning bolt skimming low over the frozen sea. Qin Feng firmly grasped the control stick, his sharp gaze sweeping below. The ice field stretched endlessly to the horizon, as if the entire world had been frozen. Yet beneath this dead white, a hidden surge of lethal intent lurked. Occasionally, he could glimpse massive dark shadows silently gliding beneath the ice. In some areas, the ice suddenly exploded, sending ice crystals flying everywhere, accompanied by the violent churning of blood red. This was the mutated sea beasts hunting or battling each other. The evolution speed of marine creatures was astonishingly fast, far exceeding that of land animals. This made Qin Feng even more resolute in his plan to start hunting in the waters near the continental shelf and collect first-tier crystal cores. Based on his past life experience, just 10 first-tier crystal cores would be enough for him to accumulate energy to reach the critical point for breaking through to the second tier. At that time, he would delve deeper into the mountains to search for mutated plants, seize their life essence, and achieve a breakthrough to become a second-tier space-type evolver. By then, his combat power would surge geometrically, allowing him to truly stand firm in this apocalyptic wilderness. Just as he was fully focused on planning his next step, a piercing radar alarm suddenly blared in the cockpit. Buzz! A red dot was rapidly approaching from the rear right, moving at an outrageous speed. Qin